Howdy, folks. Welcome to Panel Pursuit, where stories come to life. Let's dive in.
In a world that once teetered on the brink of destruction, where heroes were forged in the fires of battle, the peace that was won is now fragile, and the shadows of the past linger. A new hero must rise. Suho, the son of the legendary Shadow Monarch, must face a world still haunted by the remnants of his father's battles. With great power comes immense responsibility and the burden of a legacy that could define or destroy him. New enemies, new allies, and ancient secrets that were never meant to be uncovered. The journey will test him beyond anything his father faced. The saga continues. The fate of the world now rests in the hands of the next generation. The legend lives on, but a new story begins.
The story begins with the celestial beings which are known as the outer gods. These absolute beings are the ones who are responsible for creating countless universes. They created laws, souls, and matter in their pursuit of infinity. However, even with all these creations, they could not escape their boredom. They began to watch the battles and conflicts among the creatures they had created, seeking answers to the questions that had troubled them since the beginning of time. They were also intrigued by the destructive power of these creatures, who were forced to fight, die, and be reborn in an endless cycle of war, all for the amusement of their creator. But when an unexpected event occurred and one of the eternal beings was destroyed by his own creation, other beings from different dimensions took notice. They saw the death of their kind at the hands of a creature as a dark omen, a sign of the true power of created beings. But the eternal beings were not moved by this revelation. They only had one thought: the power that was lost would belong to the one who could take it away first. The story shifts to Suhu, the young boy, who excitedly shares the news of his acceptance into the National Institute of Arts, but his friends find it hard to trust him. Their jaws dropped when they heard that Suhu, of all people, made it into the Art Institute, and they really had a hard time believing it. One of them even cried, wishing they had retaken the exam. Suhu grinned, feeling like he'd finally gotten out of his own personal hell. His happiness was cut short when he heard someone patting him on the back for his success and asking if he'd really made it into art school. Suhu observed that it was and thought, "This guy again." Lee spoke up and said he didn't think he had any talent, and he was curious when he started being able to draw well. He got all riled up, and Suhu realized that his name isn't Kim Sung-chul, but Lee. Suhu didn't seem to care that he had pissed him off, and he kept acting like he hadn't messed up his name on purpose. Lee said that his plan to go to take over the school got messed up because of him, and Suhu replied that he was able to graduate thanks to him. The other students noticed that Lee was provoking him again, and they realized that it wouldn't be much longer before they would be graduating. Man, he kept acting like a total kid, not taking into account how important this moment was and how much he was supposed to step up. The students were puzzled as to why Lee was targeting a man who was striving to be content after his parents went missing. Lee totally lost it and made a fist, ready to rush at the guy, but Suhu kept his cool and was positive he could hold his own against the attack. Suhu sure knew how to defend himself when he got jumped. He returned the favor by smacking the dude's face with his knee. Suhu was like, "Stay quiet till graduation," but Lee was having none of it and was ready to rumble. His eyes shone with determination, signaling that he had not given up. Despite the challenges, he informed Suhu that he was unharmed. A strange energy covered his hand, which Suhu had never seen before. This power seemed mysterious and unfamiliar to him. Suhu pulled off some serious ninja moves to avoid getting destroyed by Lee's mega attack. Dude, when Lee showed off his strength, it was like a total mind blow for the other students. They all looked terrified and amazed. That dude's punch was so fierce, it totally destroyed the iron lockers nearby. Suhu was laid out on the floor, completely frozen with fear and shock. Man, Lee was just glowing with this intense energy, strong enough to make you think he was invincible and ready to crush any challenge in his path. 2 years had gone by since that day, and Suhu, now a college student, still couldn't forget it. Dude was just walking down the street, lost in thought, when he overheard some guy letting folks know that all the classes in the main building got moved to the one right next door. Suhu figured that the hunters were working on a gate clearance and spotted the guards warning people to stay away from the risky area. When he asked how long the hunters had been there, a staff member replied that it had been more than an hour. Considering the gate's hazardous rating, they should have arrived soon. Suhu overheard the announcement that only hunters could get near the gate, making him think that a fresh gate had popped up, which is why there are so many guards and tight entry rules. Can you believe it's been 3 years since those weird gates popped up all over the world, connecting Earth to a treacherous dungeon overrun by demonic beasts? This thingamajig caused a huge change in the way the world works, and suddenly, folks started showing off their magical talents. Those who could wield this energy were referred to as awakened. Amidst the craziness, a man named Cho, who was roused from his slumber, set up a hunters association, dividing folks into 2 groups: the awakened and the ordinary people who couldn't awaken. While some had to undergo challenges to unlock their abilities, others were lucky to have them bestowed upon them. Suhu admitted that, no matter how hard regular folks tried, they couldn't hold a candle to the skills of even the most mediocre awakened hunters. Seriously though, the hunters were the only ones who could save the day by closing the gates and protecting everyone, not the average Joes. Suhu was feeling all thankful to the hunters for keeping him and his peeps out of harm's way, but he also had this twinge of worry about being so reliant on them to stay alive. This all began when he lost what he once had, leaving him feeling helpless. He recalled his mom's comments about how he was just like his dad, and he pondered how the old man would have dealt with this mess. Just then, his senior approached him, praising his concentration before asking about his drawing. Suhu said he doodles without giving it much thought, and his senior was like, "Your aunt's got some serious creative skills." But upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not just an ant, but a humanoid ant. Finally, our boy got some much-deserved love. Suhu looked at his painting, confused about what he was even thinking before drawing it. The personnel responsible for securing the entrance spotted the hunters returning, signaling that it was necessary for everyone to prepare to greet them. People had gathered close to the entrance, experiencing the laid-back ambience, which suggested a victorious operation. An employee expressed gratitude to Hunter Kim Jong-soo for their hard work, to which he responded that they had successfully conquered the dungeon and had important updates to share with the association. He made known the detection of a never-before-seen breed of demonic beast, which exhibited human features and ejected blue flames from their optics and mouth. Although they used claws and fangs, their killing power was weak. Even though Hunter Kim Jong-soo had sustained a minor injury, he was relieved to find out that it was not a severe danger, since they had never come across such monstrous beasts before. After the hunter shared information about the newly discovered creatures, he was asked by the staff to provide a detailed account in the association report. Suddenly, blue flames emerged from the hunter's wound, causing him intense pain. He dropped his sword and stood motionless as if being controlled by an unknown force. The staff member noticed that his eyes were glowing with blue flames, but the hunter did not respond to his calls. Before the staff member could speak, the hunter turned around and attacked him, and the blue flame overtook him, killing the employee next to him. The other hunters were shocked that their leader had attacked an innocent person, and they realized that the blue flames in the dungeon were not ordinary. They feared that the hunter might infect them if they got too close, so they started to panic and retreat from the gate. Suddenly, a loud noise outside interrupted their class, and the students went to the windows to see what was happening. Suhu lifted his head and attempted to make sense of the bizarre scene outside the window. The students were at a loss as to why people around them started to fight, all while being enveloped in a blue flame that appeared to be making them go insane. The students observed that their eyes were glowing blue, a clear sign of monsters. They speculated that the dungeon may not have been adequately cleared. There was some major confusion going on outside, with some folks deciding to hide and stay away from the people with blue flames, while others figured they'd just chill and wait for the hunters to come and rescue them. You know, that student swaggered over to Senior Lim, fessed up that he's an awakened one, and then asked him to jump in and help. Regrettably, the senior, who was only an E-rank hunter, revealed that he was powerless to help. As Suhu watched, a hunter, enveloped in blue flames, was making a beeline towards them. He swiftly warned everyone to vacate the windows and find a secure location. The hunter then smashed through the classroom window, attacking the people inside. Suhu turned and fled, yelling for the others to join him. Upon seeing a student trapped on the floor, her legs preventing her escape, she asked for help, but our guy hesitated and kept running. He shouted that he would go for help and promised to come back for her with hunters. As he ran, Suhu struggled to recall who he could contact at this time of need. He was bummed about ditching her, but he realized he was just a clueless guy with not much wiggle room. But he made a promise to start making better choices. Suhu admitted that it was his responsibility to determine how to escape from the difficult situation. He closed his eyes and contemplated what course of action his father might have taken if he were facing the same situation. As soon as he fluttered his eyelids, he noticed the hunter, who was being manipulated by a nasty spirit, heading straight for the girl who was hollering and begging for mercy, but there wasn't a single person in the area. The lady saw she was being targeted by the hunter and concealed her face, and shouting her lungs out. Suhu intervened and used a fire extinguisher to fend off the hunter, thereby rescuing the girl from the jaws of death. Suhu was pretty sure his dad would have done the same thing. He wouldn't have bailed on the girl and would have rescued her for sure. Therefore, Suhu was informed that he had accomplished all the requirements of the hidden quest, Courage of the Powerless. Suhu had a distinct memory of a dream where he was in a virtual world, equipped with powerful gloves, fighting against monsters that became increasingly powerful. To stay alive, Suhu had to constantly adapt and find new ways to handle these growing threats. By leveling up and continuously engaging in combat with the monsters, he became progressively stronger after each level was destroyed. Suhu figured out that the gnarlier the monsters became, the tougher he got as well. He soon found himself up against only the most formidable opponents. He used every skill and weapon at his disposal to defeat these strong monsters. Eventually, he reached the last level, where the strongest monster was lying in wait for him. Suhu remembered that the boss he had previously encountered there possessed immense strength, and although he was an enemy, Suhu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and even a hint of envy towards his power. The head honcho was someone he was excited to meet in the morning, but he couldn't work up the nerve to approach or challenge him. He also struggled to awaken from his slumber. In the final level, he discovered that the formidable boss was his own father. Upon recognizing him, he knew he wouldn't be able to vanquish him. He wondered if his old man was just a figment of his imagination and how the heck he got so strong. Suhu quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher and was determined to rescue the girl from the nutty hunter. All the while, thoughts of his father filled his mind, causing him to ponder how his father would handle such a bizarre situation. Suhu rushed towards the monster, considering his father's approach to dealing with the ruthless hunter who was determined to do them harm. A raging blue flame consumed the hunter's body, leading to his insanity and prompting him to infect others, transforming them into hideous creatures like himself. The hunter was thwarted by Suhu's determined struggle, as he was struck with a fire extinguisher and kept from causing injury to others. He was resolved to act as his father would have and defend the innocent, even at the cost of his own life. He successfully defended himself against the fierce hunter's assault, but he was aware that it was merely a temporary reprieve, as the hunter would inevitably attack again. He was uncertain of his next steps, since he had discovered that individuals without magical abilities were incapable of injuring monsters. Suhu came to the sudden realization that his rash actions had put him in grave danger. He hadn't considered the potential consequences of his decision to save the girl, and now he was facing a monster that he couldn't defeat without magic. He noticed something strange about the monster. It was frozen in place, as if it didn't give a damn about anything. Suhu couldn't wrap his head around the type of magic that made something like that possible. And who the heck could have that much power? As he looked over at the girl, who remained frozen in place, he noticed that everything around him had come to a standstill. Time itself had stopped, and Suhu was left to grapple with the thoughts racing through his mind. He received an unopened notification, and upon reading it, discovered that he had successfully completed a secret quest. The system offered him the chance to become a player, a decision that weighed heavily on his mind. It suddenly dawned on him that this scenario was uncannily similar to his dream where he had to face his father in the climactic battle. If this was indeed like his dream, he couldn't decline the chance to become a player. Suhu grinned and accepted the offer to become a player, knowing that his life was on the cusp of a significant transformation. He was unsure of what lay ahead, but he was eager to face the change head-on. The system applauded him for becoming a player and gave him a prize for completing the assignment. The magician granted him a formidable spell, and from now on, he would be in excellent health, immune to diseases, poisons, and other harmful effects. Suhu received a warning from the system that the current circumstances were not part of a dream and that he should exercise caution, given that he had only one life. When he examined his stats, he realized the interface was reminiscent of a game or his dream, which he found comforting. Subsequently, the system assigned him a new mission: to eliminate Mist Burn, the awakened hunter who had been contaminated by the blue flame after a failed attempt at clearing the gate. After acknowledging the notifications, Suhu observed that time had started moving again. He urged the girl to leave the area immediately, as he now recognized that all the hunters were afflicted with the mist-burn targets he had to destroy. These were ordinary, unprepared individuals. Additionally, he spotted 2 unawakened demonic beings and 1 hunter nearby. Suhu acknowledged that the only way to advance was to conquer his adversaries. He noticed 2 mist burns dashing towards him, eager to eliminate him. The remaining humans were scrambling to get away from danger. But Suhu stood his ground and waited for the creatures to get closer. He understood that if he could harness his awakened magic, he would possess the power to eradicate the monstrous beings. Therefore, Suhu resolved to test his abilities. He seized a fire extinguisher and struck the first monster that approached him, causing it to stumble backward a few meters. He then discarded the fire extinguisher and decided to gauge the potency of his punch. Suhu tightened his fist and directed it towards the monster's head, amassing all his focus and anger. As he roared, the monster experienced the full force of his determination and fury. At that moment, Suhu felt invincible. The force behind his punch had grown significantly stronger, turning him into an exceptional unawakened individual. He struck the beast, and it soared up to the ceiling. Suhu was in disbelief, as he had just defeated the monster that had once overpowered him with a single hit. The system announced that he had defeated the unawakened burn, leaving Suhu in awe of his newfound strength. He had vanquished the monster with just 1 punch, leaving it defeated. The system then confirmed that Suhu had defeated the second monster and had completed his mission. He was overjoyed and couldn't believe his newfound abilities. Suhu had successfully leveled up after completing the training that required him to destroy the mistburn and level up. He received a reward from the system for finishing the task. He couldn't believe that this was really happening to him. Eager to try out his new abilities, he decided to confront the monster and finally understood that he had indeed awakened his powers. Suhu then discovered that he could use magic and strike with incredible force. However, when he struck the monster this time, it didn't seem to feel any pain, which took Suhu by surprise and made him realize that the upcoming battle would be much harder than he had initially thought. Suhu was shocked and worried when he discovered his adversary was much stronger than he had initially anticipated. This revelation led him to explore alternative methods to defeat the monster, which attacked right after Suhu's unsuccessful attempt to destroy it. As the attack grew harsher and more relentless, Suhu understood he must endure a tremendous surge of energy and fury to persevere and find a way to conquer this seemingly invincible foe. In the midst of combat, Suhu experienced a sharp pain that signaled to him the seriousness of his circumstances. He recognized the need to adjust his approach to ensure his survival and keep the fight going. Summoning his remaining energy, Suhu struck the monster and leapt away to a secure location. Taking a moment to collect himself, he reflected on his options, recognizing the significant injuries he had sustained. This made him wonder if he might undergo a demonic transformation due to the extent of his wounds. He was startled when the system alerted him to the presence of severe, potentially fatal injuries, having only recently managed to activate the system. The benefit of a lifetime free from illness was now in effect. Unable to recall which skill he had received as a reward for defeating monsters, he was taken aback when the creature attacked him, causing him to fall to the ground. Despite his best efforts, he struggled to contain its immense strength. Realizing that he was weaker than a low-ranking demonic creature, he was relieved to have awakened his abilities but perplexed by his low rank. Suhu struggled to keep the monster from attacking him, not knowing how to destroy it, but he refused to give up. Suddenly, Suhu received a notification of reward points for skills and strength, which gave him the chance to defeat the monster in this deadly fight. Suhu used the enhanced abilities to strike the monster and free his hand from its deadly grip. Suhu became stronger and was able to overpower the monster, throwing it to the ground. Suhu had to quickly get up and counterattack to end the battle before the monster could recover. The intense battle between them continued. Suhu had no idea about the monster's plans, but he sensed the imminent danger it posed and decided to act quickly to eradicate it before it caused him fatal harm. He initiated an attack, striking the monster with a mighty and fierce blow that evidently stunned it. Suhu continued his relentless pursuit, allowing the monster no respite, but the monster remained defiant, taking all the punishment and still trying to annihilate him. Suhu couldn't believe that the monster could hit back after taking such hard hits. He figured that even with all that strength, he still couldn't beat the monster. So, he decided to put all his skill points into increasing his strength. And sure enough, his strength went up. Suhu thought that this would be enough to take down that super strong monster. Suhu was shaken to the core when he found out that an awakened could up their level. He'd always assumed that your rank was locked in after you awakened. He managed to dodge the monster's attack and was getting ready to strike back, not realizing that he was the one who decided the ranks of the unawakened. But whatever, he had more important things to focus on right now. Suhu had to take down a seriously scary monster, and he was pretty sure he had the guts to beat this unfair system. He was feeling more powerful and capable than ever, like he could totally turn things around for himself. With one mighty swing, he knocked that monster clear across the room. It only stopped when it smacked into the wall. Suhu wasn't having it. He went straight for the monster and started laying into it before it could even move. His punches were packing a lot more power than before, and the monster didn't stand a chance. It didn't even try to fight back, it just took all the damage. Suhu was on a mission. He wanted to make sure that the monster was defeated for good. He was feeling the strain, but he wasn't going to give up. Suhu was totally out of breath and struggling to keep going in the battle against that monster. He got near its body to see if he'd finally taken it out. The system let him know that he'd won, and his level had gone up like a lot. His new skills and upgraded abilities had him feeling like a boss and like his efforts hadn't been for nothing. Suhu was like, I'm gonna take a load off and chill for a second, I'm beat. Finally got rid of that monster, yes. Got a little bloody, but hey, no biggie. Wait a minute, I just had a major realization. I'm an awakened player now. Time for a total life makeover. No more feeling small and insignificant. I'm on a mission, and I know exactly what to do next. That mysterious hunter made his way through the other monsters and headed straight for the building where Suhu was. He had a massive sword in his hands, dragging it along the ground as he approached the building. Then, he jumped super high in the air, moving quickly and smoothly. He knew exactly what he wanted and aimed to get there, fast and accurately. Suhu peeked through the window to see what was happening outside, only to find himself under attack by a mist burn. It had appeared out of nowhere, and Suhu was caught off guard. He had to quickly figure out how to dodge its attacks and come up with a strategy to defeat it before it was too late. Suhu was in for a tough time since he struggled against a D rank, and this was a C rank mistburn just attacked with his sword. The place was a mess, with smoke, dust, and debris flying everywhere. Suhu had to hustle to avoid getting caught in the attack and keep on fighting. The emergency sirens are going off like crazy all over the city, warning everyone about the dungeon break at Korea National University of Arts and telling everyone to get the heck out of there. Stat. Back at the campus, more backup has arrived, but the platoon leader is getting pretty steamed because people are dropping like flies and all they can do is sit around and wait for the Hunter Association to send some reinforcements. The soldier just reported that the association is still trying to track down a B rank or higher hunter to send over, which is why it's taking so long. The ticked-off captain asks, wasn't this gate marked as D rank from the get-go? So why do we need a B rank hunter to clean up the mess? The soldier then explains that the association is taking into account that hunters, including C rank hunter Kim Jong-soo, have been infected and are attacking the campus. They think it's wiser to send a B rank or higher hunter to deal with the situation. Suhu's in the building, losing his cool as a C rank monster hunter struts towards him like it's a walk in the park. This monster just jumped from the ground floor to the top floor like it was a piece of cake. This thing's way tougher and more badass than any monster Suhu's ever faced before. Not only is it a high rank, but it's also carrying a huge weapon, making Suhu question if he can take it on. The monster swings its giant sword, and Suhu ducks to dodge the hit. That swing is so strong, it's tearing through those reinforced walls like they're nothing. Suhu isn't too stoked to see that kind of power on display, but the monster is loving it and readies his sword for another swing. Suhu's quick thinking leads him to kick a fire extinguisher right at the monster's face, but the monster easily cuts through it with his sword, and the room gets filled with a thick fog. Suhu takes advantage of the chaos and books it. He decides to hang tight and wait for more hunter buddies to turn up and save the day. But just as he's about to catch his breath, he notices something that makes the beast's ugly mug stretch into a creepy grin. Suhu's all like, what the? When he spins around and sees the monster leering at some terrified female students huddled up on the ceiling, trembling in their shoes, waiting for backup. But that beast ain't waiting for no hunters, no way. He lunges out the window with his giant sword at the ready, and Suhu can only watch in horror as the monster takes a vicious swing and turns the girls into a gruesome display of blood and gore. Suhu's frustration peaks and he grits his teeth, steeling himself for a fight. He jumps up to the ceiling and lands a kick in the monster's back, but it barely phases him as he swings his sword in response. Oh snap, that floor splitting open. Our boy knows he's in deep doo-doo now. One wrong step and he's toast. And he really doesn't want to join the ranks of those other girls, all hacked to pieces. But he's not about to let this monster have its way. He jumps in, fists flying so fast they're just a blur. The beast is going nuts with its sword, but our guy is dodging and ducking like he is used to this. It's like he's got eyes in the back of his head or something. Our guy keeps on attacking non-stop, and after a rough punching match, he hits the monster with a knee to its burning face. But the monster quickly swings its sword, cutting our guy's stomach and making him bleed like crazy. Before he can recover, the monster kicks him in the gut, sending our guy crashing on the wall and making him cough up even more blood. Dude must be in agony. His health's plummeting and his bones are probably smashed to bits by now. But hey, he's still hanging on by a thread with that one last HP point, like the system is trying its best to keep him in one piece. Meanwhile, the beast is loving it, grinning like a madman as it watches its prey squirm with just one measly HP left. Suhu's in a world of hurt. His face is a bloody mess, and a huge monster's bearing down on him. The system's flashed a big red warning, his body's done for, and he's on the verge of passing out from fatigue. The monster's sword's hanging over him, ready to deal the final blow, and it seems like all hope is lost. But then, just when all seems lost, the air cracks like it's made of ice, and a dark figure emerges from the fracture, right as the monster's sword is about to drop. The dark creature hacked off the monster's hand, saving our guy's life at the last second. If we had to bet, we'd say it's probably Beru saving the day, and he would be pretty mad. As Suhu's consciousness fades, he sees the monster who just saved him and realizes it's the same-old ant he's always known. Meanwhile, Beru's feeling guilty for being late, but he quickly heals our boy, making his injuries vanish like they never existed. The monster attempts to get back up, but Beru growls in annoyance, really pissed off at the audacity of this pest who dared to harm his master. Beru annihilates the C-rank beast like it's child's play, just a watermelon at a shooting range. And then, another monster appears on the ceiling, ready to pounce on some guy holding a broom, crying as he faces his end. But, as expected, this monster suffers the same fate as its pal, getting blown to smithereens. Beru made short work of those last monsters, tearing them apart like a butcher, with all kinds of body parts scattered. Those poor creatures didn't stand a chance. In just a few seconds, the area had no living monster left. Then, a bright light washed over the area as Beru collapsed, reunited with his master at last. The story switches back in time to find Suhu, still a child, sketching ants, and he's got quite the portfolio going. All of a sudden, Beru shows up and, with a drawing in hand, asks his young monarch if he's still drawing pictures of someone like him. Beru is on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by how much his young master admires him. But just when things are getting heavy, our young man wakes up and realizes he's in the hospital. Our boy's uncle is really giving him a hard time, asking him how he ended up in such a huge mess. He's telling Suhu that he needs some bodyguards with him because this world is totally screwed up. And we know he is right about this. By the time Suhu wakes up, 2 days have gone by since the incident, and it's been all over the news because of all the deaths. Man, it's even crazier that the mist monsters can infect hunters and turn them into monsters too. The Hunter Association kept it hush-hush though, even though it all went down in the heart of the city. When the hunters showed up, they found all the mist monsters at the university already sliced and diced by some mystery person. Some people who saw it happen said the monsters just popped and blew up out of nowhere. Suhu, after switching off the TV, is grateful that his awakening was not merely a dream. Moreover, he has discovered that he is a developing awakener, whose power increases with each level he attains. Nevertheless, one question lingers in his mind. How is it possible that he survived being slashed by a C-rank mist burn? Suddenly, Beru approaches Suhu, paying his respects to the young monarch. Overwhelmed with emotion at their reunion after such a long separation, Beru begins to weep. Seeing how his monarch has flourished and matured fills the ant with a profound sense of emotion. The vision of his former companion stirs up a torrent of recollections from their shared past, where Beru looked after him with the utmost love and care. Nonetheless, Suhu is at a loss as to why he didn't remember Beru until this very moment. After drying his tears, Beru reveals that he traveled through dimensions in search of our child. Suhu, still puzzled, wonders why this ominous creature was present in his past. Suhu also remembers that this ant was not always so tiny. Beru then clarifies that he shrank due to the significant amount of mana consumed during his journey across dimensions. The system calls the ant a private, level 1, and the ant is not happy about it. He grumbles about the system messing up his rank, saying he's actually a martial grade. Suhu thanks the ant for saving his life and the ant blushes. Beru then chimes in, reminding Suhu that even though the ant is tiny, he's still a skilled healer. So it turns out the dude's main reason for showing up was to lift Suhu's seal, but he's totally blown away that our guy already unlocked his powers on his own. Suhu then asks if the seal has anything to do with that weird dream he had, and Beru confirms that yeah, it was more than just a dream. Everything Suhu experienced was legit. He shares with Suhu that he's come a long way in strength since their last showdown. Next, he reveals the deal with SungJinwoo, the ultimate shadow monarch, and his father, who disabled Suhu's powers and memories to provide him with a normal life. The mention of his dad really shakes Suhu, so he gets a hold of Beru and pushes for all the details about their bond, what Beru knows about him, and why Suhu was ditched by his father. Beru stutters that our kid's dad didn't ditch him or anything, he just went to outer space, which only makes Suhu more intrigued and asks what the hell outer space is. Beru trying to come up with a way to explain, then uses his shadows to whip up a few visuals and says that the big shadow monarch, SungJinwoo, went to outer space to kick some alien invaders' butt. Turns out, Suhu's dad is still protecting the world. Then Beru jumps in, saying that Jinwoo has his hands full with the Itarim, aka the space gods. He elaborates that the Itarim are sending their apostles to attack, and Beru took care of a bunch of baddies himself before they even got here. And those gates and monsters popping up on Earth. Yup, that's the ongoing war spilling over. Suhu inquires if his mother accompanied his father on their journey, but Beru denies it. Suhu then shares that his mother disappeared on the same day as his father, leading him to assume they were together. Beru becomes hysterical and starts darting around in a panic. Oh snap, I just realized that Miss Hine's missing too. Those Itarim apostles are up to no good, and they've probably ensnared her in one of their wicked traps. Suhu snaps, "You think these Itarim goons are the ones keeping my parents from coming home?" Beru wonders if Suhu wants to confront them. Suhu's had it, shaking with anger and resolve, cause he's been flying solo for ages. Beru chimes in, saying there's only one shot to pull this off. Suhu's dad is probably going to be out in space for a bit cause of the war, but once Suhu gets more powerful, he can save his mom. So Beru reckons it's high time they get down to some serious leveling up. And just as Beru finishes up, a system window pops up with a quest called the Shadows Trial. The system keeps yapping about Suhu being the kid of the almighty Shadow Monarch, but to tap into that power, he's got to prove himself by diving into the Shadow Dungeon. That key he's got. It's called the Shadow Dungeon Key. To use it, he just needs to jam it into his shadow. Once he does, a portal will open up on the wall. Beru tells the guy to go ahead and jump in, saying it'll unleash all his true strength. Suhu takes a second to think it over. All this space and god talk, and the shadowy monarch, sounds like a bunch of BS to him. But if leveling up is the key to finally meeting his parents, he's all in. The narrative moves back in time, unveiling Suhu's father ordering Beru to depart for Earth with the purpose of rescinding Suhu's seal, considering the possibility of the Itarim invasion encroaching upon Earth. Beru is assigned the duty of re-establishing Suhu's powers and memories, and defending Earth. Once this task is fulfilled, Beru will be at liberty to respond to any ensuing matters in his own judgment. Having weighed his options, Beru ultimately chooses to accompany our hero, vowing to observe his development during their travel through the portal. Once they arrive at their destination, Beru informs them that they have entered the land of the dead, a place only accessible to the living with the consent of the master. This restricted area is called the Shadow Dungeon. Suhu's first thought when he sees this place is that it's a mess. It looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. But then again, there's something kind of familiar about it. Just then, a system window pops up, telling him he's got to survive in the Shadow Dungeon if he wants to stick around. This dungeon only accepts the strong, and since Suhu's the new boss, he's got to show he's got what it takes by surviving here for the next 4 hours. Time to get down to business. Suhu's not too thrilled about just hanging around here for 4 hours. but Beru warns him to keep his wits about him because things are gonna get rough. And just as he says that, a monster tries to sneak up on Suhu, but he quickly delivers a solid kick to the gut, catching the monster off guard. Ouch, that kick packed a punch, but it's not enough to take down the goblin. Suhu is pretty curious about this scout dude, and Beru quickly explains that there's likely a whole bunch of these critters nearby. As soon as he hears that, my guy springs into action, knowing he needs to handle the situation before calling for backup. Beru tries to stop him from charging in without thinking, but the guy's already gone and attacks the goblin before it can sound its horn. Just then, our guy takes a swift action using his newfound powers and tests them. Suho then knocks the axe out of the goblin's hand. He then grabs the weapon and uses it to crush the goblin's skull. Suhu lets on that the goblin's name tag was just white, which meant the thing was a weakling compared to him. And, stronger monsters always show off their colored name tags while they're on the prowl. As they're walking, they come across another goblin who blows the horn, and Suhu's hacked off, realizing he missed this sentry right in front of him. In no time, a swarm of angry goblins turn up, and one of them even has a yellow name tag, showing they're not to be messed with. Suhu's on the verge of a mental breakdown and asks Beru if he's gonna lend a hand. Even though it kills him to admit it, Beru explains that being so far from the Monarch means his mana ain't coming back, so he can't afford to lose any more strength. Plus, if he jumps into the fight, the experience he'd gain would take a nosedive, which could mess up their whole dungeon clearing plan. The goblins are closing in on Suhu, charging at him like a bunch of wild, green monsters. Suhu pulls the axe out of the dead goblin's head and starts waving it around like a pro, slicing through goblins like they're butter. It's wild, it's like he's got some kind of invisible hand guiding his movements. And sure enough, a system message pops up saying the skill ruler authority, level 1. No mana is required, and he can physically control objects without even touching them. Suhu's just walking along when suddenly a goblin tries to shoot him with an arrow. But Suhu's too quick and catches it in midair. He's surprised to see a goblin archer, but he doesn't miss a beat. He whips out a makeshift bow and shoots the arrow right back, hitting the goblin right in the head. Beru's watching and he's blown away by Suhu's skills. It's like he's watching a legendary hero in the making. Way back when, Suhu already had the upper hand thanks to his dad's ruler authority. But instead of building up, he was meant to tear down and cause chaos in a peaceful world. Now that the Itarim apostles are attacking Earth, Suhu can finally let loose and show off his destructive skills on the battlefield. Suhu's been slicing and dicing monsters left and right, leveling up like crazy, when he suddenly remembers that his ruler's power only lets him carry 10 kilos. Just as he's mulling it over, a sneaky goblin stabs him in the back. The little jerk even laughs about it, but Suhu quickly shuts him up with a punch that knocks out all his teeth and leaves his face looking like a mess. Man, as all those goblins crowd around Suho, he starts getting a little nervous for his master. Then, this big-shot goblin with a fancy-schmancy colorful name tag shows up, totally different from the rest. Suhu doesn't waste a second and pulls out his dagger, taking a hit himself. In a flash, the other goblins swarm all over him. Even though it hurts like hell, he still hurls that dagger with lightning speed, impaling every single goblin in sight and nailing the big boss right in the chest. Suhu's having the time of his life, feeling more alive than ever. He gets hit again, taking a huge chunk of his health, but he uses his ruler powers to slice through the goblins like they're butter. Dude keeps racking up bodies as the fight drags on, even though his wild fighting style is draining his health like crazy. But does he back down? No way. When he finally reaches that big-time goblin, he starts wailing on it and the system goes nuts with notifications flying everywhere about all the levels he's gaining. Once the fighting dies down and there are bodies everywhere in the dungeon, our guy finally takes a break. He survived the 4-hour battle, which means he finished the quest. Beru starts clapping for his young master, saying he never had a doubt he'd make it through. Then, another system notification pops up, offering him a reward for completing the quest. Without a second thought, he tells the system to show him what he's getting, and it quickly shows him that he'll get a stone to learn a skill called shadow extraction. Beru is super excited about Suhu getting this new skill. Suhu checks himself for injuries and finds that he's completely fine. He remembers picking up a new skill called resilience during the fight. With all the free skills he's been getting on top of the leveling system he got when he awakened, he can't help but feel like a total cheater. As it turns out, the level-up system is based on the Monarch's old system. It's a setup to keep Suhu safe as he grows up. To put it another way, Beru's saying that Suhu's got a major advantage that no other hunter in the world has. Suhu's not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment or not, but he takes the reward anyway. So once he's got the stone, he goes ahead and absorbs it like the system told him to. Then this window pops up saying that creating a shadow soldier doesn't need any mana, it takes it from a dead person instead. The chances of failing at this increase based on how strong the dead person was and how long they've been dead. Beru reveals that this ability can transform deceased bodies into soldiers similar to himself. The extraction of shadows is essentially the core of the power that gave rise to the Shadow Monarch, Lord SungJinwoo. Suhu remains uncertain about the exact nature of this skill and ponders if it might be a form of necromancy. He reaches out towards the dead goblin, and the system informs him that he can use shadow extraction on this target. However, he needs to choose a command to activate the skill before proceeding. Suhu initially finds it bothersome to create a command to utilize a skill, but then Beru suggests that commands should be straightforward. Following this advice, Suhu promptly orders the deceased goblin to arise, thereby summoning 3 ordinary shadow goblins. However, the shadow extraction does not meet Suhu's expectations. Beru pointed out that monsters recently pulled from their habitat were less powerful and smaller than when they were living. Suhu realized that the extracted monsters would only be viable for a single day, which made Beru downhearted since he thought that the shadow extraction skill would be useful in the future. Suhu then comforted Beru and encouraged him to exit the dungeon, as he was famished after not having eaten for several days. Beru pointed out that Suhu could make use of the shadow dungeon key to exit the dungeon whenever he wanted, given that the quest had already been finished. Consequently, Suhu chose to depart from the dungeon, heading back to the hospital where he enjoyed a hearty meal. Their top 3 priorities were as follows: to defend Earth from the monsters emerging from dungeons, thereby enhancing Suhu's level and ensuring Earth's security under his leadership, and to search for Miss Hein, leading Suhu to ask if they could track down his mother. Beru guaranteed to him that they would discover the solution while fighting monsters. The most important job, however, was to restore Beru's lost abilities, as he detested weakness. Beru elaborated that, as an ant capable of consuming magic and intelligence, he could regain his strength by absorbing magic from various beings, including a young monarch like Suhu. Suhu, realizing the importance of his responsibilities, decided to venture into the dungeon. However, he encountered an issue. The Hunter Association only permitted approved hunters to enter dungeons. To resolve this, Suhu needed to determine his rank, as his stats had improved after awakening. He pondered what rank he would attain after testing, and a woman informed him that his magic level was 46, classifying him as an E-rank awakened. Feeling disheartened, Suhu returned, feeling hopeless. Beru revealed that Suhu had been more focused on increasing his stats than his magic level, and since the system ranking is determined by one's magic level, Suhu was left feeling disheartened and unsure if an E-rank, which is the lowest rank and not even considered by the Hunter Strike team, could be sufficient to save the world. Beru, on the other hand, put forth a strategy in which the dungeons had designated tasks for various rank levels. Suho thought about it and wondered. The elite strike team, made up of higher rank hunters, concentrated on eliminating monsters and clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, the collecting team, consisting of lower rank hunters, was tasked with gathering the remains of the defeated monsters, and the mining team, which was positioned at the back of the dungeon, focused on accumulating resources. As a result, even E-rank hunters were eligible to join the collecting and mining teams. Beru's plan was successful, and Suhu found himself in a dungeon filled with valuable resources. As Suhu was engaged in his work, he came across his senior from college, Lim, who turned out to be an E-rank awakened person. Suhu was appreciative of the support Senior Lim gave him in obtaining a position as a resource collector in the dungeon. At first, Senior Lim stayed quiet, but soon he expressed his regrets to Suho for abandoning his classmates during the monster attack at the university, admitting that he had been too scared to assist. Suho said it was all right, no biggie, and Senior Lim continued by saying that he was urged on by his companion, who informed him that the Hunter Association advised E-rank hunters to retreat from monsters, which is what he did. However, Senior Lim questioned him if he had made a mistake and thought Suhu was someone else. He backed his question by adding that he saw Suho fighting the mist burn on the rooftop when he was running away to save his life. Out of nowhere, Beru emerged from Suhu's shadow, startling Lim with his close proximity and praises about Suhu's greatness. Lim, upon encountering a creature he had never seen before, was overcome with fear and started to cry. Suhu turned to Beru and asked why he had come, to which Beru replied that Suhu was not yet strong enough and needed assistance watching over him. While they spoke, Lim told Suhu that he was lucky to have discovered the powers of a summoner, despite his low rank. Lim was making an effort to evade the monster, but Suhu grabbed him, causing Lim to grow serious and sad, even though it was Suhu's initial time venturing into the dungeon. Suhu was eager to observe the hunting team as they hunted monsters deep within the dungeon. The team had already eliminated all the monsters. A member of the team suggested that the monsters' bodies possessed magical stones, therefore they needed to continue searching for valuable items. Another individual discovered a hidden, narrow pathway in the dungeon and informed the captain to examine it. 3 of the team members ventured inside, and despite the destruction, they noticed an absence of monsters, and even the hunter's tracking abilities could not detect any monstrous presence. They were perplexed that the location had been destroyed without any monsters present. Suddenly, they noticed a sword embedded in the ground that appeared to be of exceptional quality, causing them all to become excited at the possibility of its worth. However, one of them cautioned them about the dangers of traps surrounding valuable weapons, urging them to proceed with caution. Disregarding the warning, Kim Young, a hunter, pulled the sword and declared that a C-rank hunter like himself could handle any trap. When the sword was fully drawn, there was no sign of a trap. However, the hunter was possessed by the spirit in the sword, awakening one of the Fong monarchs, the 9 monarchs kings of beasts. He shouted at them for wanting the Fong monarch sword, which was known to be the most powerful among the 9 monarchs. Fong gave the order to off all the invaders in his kingdom and mercilessly massacred the 3 hunters who couldn't handle him. Meanwhile, Senior Lim and the rest of the resource collectors were taken aback when they saw Suhu call forth 3 goblin shadows for resource collection. Senior Lim couldn't believe it when he saw that Suhu could summon 4 entities, including a chatty shadow, when most people could only manage 2. Suhu was like, "Huh, that's weird," when he saw he could summon goblins. And, man, was it a hassle to need bodies for shadow stuff. He had goblins working hard in the shadow dungeon. Suhu was all, "Hey Beru, this shadow extraction thing is pretty sweet," but Beru was like, "Nah, we're here to level up, not mess around with that." Suhu said something about how the Hunter Association has this rule that E-rank hunters aren't supposed to go into dungeons by themselves. He thinks there might be some issues with the ranking system and wants to take another look once he's got more mana. Oh, and he reminded Beru about getting his powers back. That got Beru all pumped up, so Suhu told him to chow down on those crystals that are fallen on the ground from mining. Senior Lim noticed Suhu's change of heart about Beru being useless in mining, and even suggested that Beru should not take notice of Suhu and feast on some crystals. But just as Beru was about to take a bite, he sensed a monarch's presence. Suhu assumed it was his old man, but Beru broke the news that other monarchs could have the same powers. Beru's powers would come back in a flash if his dad was around, but he had no idea what that weird beast was. All of a sudden, they heard a loud noise and the workers got all tense, asking each other about some attacking squad. They were blown away when they saw a pack of werewolves at the mine. Everyone freaked out and started running for their lives, except for one brave soul who tried to take them on and got thrown away like a rag doll. Suhu took on the lichens, giving the workers a chance to hightail it out of there. He saw that their names were glowing orange, which meant they were higher level, like those D-rank mistburns he'd fought before. Suhu was ready to throw down, but he was keeping his fingers crossed for some backup. Good old Senior Lim stuck around, so Suhu asked him to jump in if things got hairy. Then, Suhu told the goblins to guard Lim and whipped out some goblin weapons from his inventory. Senior Lim was pretty surprised by Suhu's hidden talent for summoning weapons. Suhu zoomed around, easily taking out those gross monsters and slicing through the steel-toothed werewolf like it was a piece of cake. Senior Lim could only stare in amazement at how badass Suhu was. Even when 2 werewolves attacked him at once, Suhu handled it like a pro, even when one of them bit down on his weapon. Suhu's expertise in battle, utilizing shadow powers, left Beru in awe as he watched him consume a fallen monster. Suhu pondered his control over extraction and summoning, not exhausting his mana. He recognized the possibility of commanding a legion of the undead by expanding his mana capacity. After quickly killing a Legion by puncturing its skull and handling the other, he immediately resurrected them. The last goblin watched with a sad heart, knowing that once Suhu called forth another Legion after pulling one out, he'd be history. Senior Lim was amazed at how proficiently an E-rank like Suhu could command the monsters. But Suhu asserted his standing as an E-rank awakened. A quest notification popped up, directing Suhu to slay an adversary bent on his demise. Suhu first believes that he has successfully defeated all monsters' Lycans, but then he notices a figure approaching them while wearing an attacking team uniform. Senior Lim cautions that they are still not safe from the Lycans, but Suhu senses something strange about the approaching figure and moves in front of Lim to protect him. The figure then lunges at Lim, missing him but breaking his glasses. If Suhu hadn't stepped in, Lim would have been killed. The ground splinters upon impact with the figure's sword, revealing its immense power. Suhu, alarmed by the transformation of hunters into monsters, makes the decision to escape. He observes the ominous red aura surrounding the figure, a sign of its immense power. Memories of him fighting such formidable foes come rushing back to him. He inquires Beru if Fong possesses a power comparable to his father's, to which Beru responds that although Fong has a strong aura, he is not yet at the same level as Suhu's father. However, Beru warns him that engaging in battle with Fong would still be risky given Suhu's current abilities. In spite the situation in hand, Suhu decides to fight and opens his inventory to select a weapon. Beru is surprised by Suhu's determination. Suhu explains that the system only offers quests if it deems it safe for him to do so. If he can defeat the monster, the system will give him the quest. Suhu is determined to increase his rank and prove himself, all in the hopes of being reunited with his parents. He challenges the possessed hunter, ready to kill him and become stronger. Beru can't believe his eyes when Suhu steps up to that intimidating creature. Despite being way weaker than usual, Suhu's still giving off that Monarch vibe. He suggests he hacks off the monster's arm to mess up its control over its host. Dude, this guy used to be a boss hunter, but now he's even more hardcore after getting infected. Suhu commands his Lycans to take on the beast, and they barely keep it at bay. Suhu's pretty impressed with how long he can keep up his magic attacks, as long as he's got mana. As the Lycans are going at it with the beast, Beru asks Suhu if he knows about the extra abilities of the Shadow Soldiers. Suhu looks shocked when he finds out they've got more tricks up their sleeves. The hunter teases Suhu for using the Shadow Monarch's power, but Beru totally loses it because of the disrespect towards the Shadow Monarch's son. The beast roared in anger, finding out Suhu was the son of Shadow Monarch. Suhu takes his chance and throws a dagger, but the beast swats it away like it's nothing. Suhu tries again and again, using his power to summon more weapons, but the beast just smashes them all. Suhu goes for all out and calls forth every blade he had collected, attacking the monster all at once. But the beast dodges them all and gets even angrier, destroying his weapon in one blow. Suhu figures out that getting up close with the monster is way too risky, so he decides to keep his distance and wear the beast out instead. The monster starts to mock him, calling him a chicken for hiding in the shadows. But Suhu doesn't let it get to him and keeps dodging its attacks while maintaining a safe distance. During a quick pause, Suhu remembers asking Beru about his real powers. Beru admitted that the whole thing with clearing the tower was just a test to see if Suhu could handle his skills. The improvements to his body were only for a short time, but the lessons he learned were important. Suhu snaps out of it and decides he wants a badass gauntlet, so he whips up a plan to transform his shadow buddies into his dream weapon. When he summons them again, the monster laughs in his face, saying no plan has ever left a mark on him and warning Suhu to back off or face the music. Before he knows it, werewolves are coming at him from every direction. The monster expertly dodges them and lands a solid hit on Suhu with his sword. But Suhu's badass Leaken form with steel fangs blocks the attack, showing he's made a breakthrough. He can now mold his extracted shadows into a wicked gauntlet for close combat, totally owning the fight. The monster doesn't stand a chance against Suhu's new shadow powers. Our guy is a genius. Beru recognizes Suhu's got what it takes when it comes to shadow authority. Sure, he's just starting out, but this kid's got some crazy skills and his aura's getting stronger by the minute. Before you know it, he's landed a knockout punch right in the monster's gut, sending it flying and creating a huge dust cloud. But the monster's not done yet. It gets up again, even more pissed off than before. Suhu's not backing down though. He calls on all his weapons and starts swinging an axe like a madman as the monster charges at him recklessly. Suhu gets clocked by the monster, but the trusty steel Leaken has his back and fends off the attack. Suhu then fights back with a vengeance, using a bunch of deadly strikes to wipe out the monster. He proves once and for all that he's a force to be reckoned with, even among the toughest of monsters. And even though he was a bit worried about the monster's strength, he never doubted that he could beat it. Beru was all like, "I totally knew you're gonna win this, boss." But Suhu was all like, "Sure, dude, I know you're lying straight to my face." Suhu's feeling pretty confident with his new shadow extraction skill, and when he sees his prize, a crazy storm slash attack and a rune stone, he's stoked. This thing's gonna let him take out a bunch of enemies at once, so Suhu's gonna give it a shot and see what it can do. This guy's looking for a sword to try out his new skill which he just acquired. The Fong could not believe the outcome of the battle, even after his posse got trounced. The real burn is that he can't swallow the fact that he'd lose to Suhu, the Shadow Monarch's descendant. But the battle's just getting started, and it's all thanks to human greed. Here's where we find out about the Fong host's true nature. When Suhu goes to grab his sword, the curse goes wild and takes over the whole body of whoever's trying to pick it up. But Suhu manages to get a hold of it, and a blue aura starts glowing brighter than the red one. A message pops up saying he's gotten an item called Fong, which Suhu thinks is pretty badass. The thing is, Suhu's got skills, and he's been looking for a sword to test them out. But the Fong is going nuts because the dude who's supposed to inherit the Fong Monarch title can't even come close to taking Suhu down. Suhu's got the good luck of having Kanadru, a top-notch spellcaster, on his side. With Kanadru's longevity power, Suhu's immune to any and all status effects. Suhu decides to try out his storm skill with the Fong of Rocken, and it totally smashes even distant stones to smithereens. Beru's watching him and comments that he's acting different since he saw shadow extraction. The shadow authority's way more amazing than that skill, thousands of times over. When Suhu hears this, it did not bothers him. Senior Lim snaps out of it but totally loses it when he spots the top-notch strike team's hunter in front of him. Suhu, cool as a cucumber, reassures him that it'll take some time to fill him in, so he shouldn't freak out in the dungeon's entrance. There's a whole lot of chaos and clamor happening out there. Suhu, all deadpan, has already rescued a bunch of people and is now diving back in to find any stragglers. Senior Lim is confused by how critical Suhu appears to be, despite being an ear anchor with summoning skills, which typically don't amount to much. Suhu's not all talk. He proves it by saving a bunch of workers and going back into the dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, he uses his shadow gauntlets to take out a bunch of wolf monsters left, which helps him level up. He's feeling pretty good, standing on top of the pile of defeated monsters, when Beru suggests they should kill even more of them. That's when Suhu realizes something's off. His sword's power feels weaker all of a sudden. The sword shows that it can be used effectively only by the descendant of the Fong, causing Suhu to understand the importance of the Fong. The vengeful Fong of Rocken is contained within the sword, and Beru remarks on the questionable nature of being more aggressive when dealing with someone weaker. The sword justifies its own power, stating that one should always aim for a more formidable target when hunting. However, the fact remains that Suhu is still weaker than the sword's former host, but despite his best efforts, Suhu won the fight. Suhu is startled when he hears the sword conversing, but he still advances into Fong's domain. When he gets there, he sees the remains of the strikers. The sword then discloses that it has eliminated every trespasser as part of its responsibility to defend the Fong monarch's sanctuary. The system alerts him that he has the capability to utilize shadow extraction on human dead bodies. Beru said that as long as it's a dead body, he can transform any of them into his soldier. Suhu thought it was a brilliant plan, but in the end, he chickened out and hauled them away. When Beru asked him about it, he said that making them fight for him even after they're gone is like punishing them. Suhu then asked Beru if the sanctuary they were in belonged to monarchs and if his father killing one of them had anything to do with Itarim. Beru fills him in that Itarim is the big shot enemy of the boss. There used to be 9 bosses, including his buddy's old man, the great SungJinwoo. He's the current shadow monarch and king of the undead, Rockin the monarch of fangs and king of beasts, Quaratia monarch of diseases and queen of bugs, Tarnak is the monarch of the iron body and king of monstrous humanoids, Baron monarch of white flames and king of demons, Legia monarch of the beginning and king of giants, Silid the frost monarch of frost and king of snowfolk, Yogimunt monarch of transformation and king of demonic specters, and Antares monarch of destruction and king of dragons. Whoa, hold up. Beru's been filling him in on how the big cheeses among the 9 monarchs had some next-level strength that's just too wild to wrap his head around. Turns out, when 8 of them tried to invade Earth, they got taken down by his pops, SungJinwoo. Can you believe it? His old man wiped them all out. And get this, the sword also told him that the Shadow Monarch is the enemy of his lord, and they're the ones who offend the Fong Monarch, the boss of his lord. He's got the guts to say that if he were at his full power, he'd be itching to off the Shadow Monarch's kid. Plus, he's on the same page as Suhu, believing that the other monarch was taken out by his dad to safeguard Earth, and the Fong was just defending its turf from the intruders. It's a matter of opinion, and both sides have their reasons, but the issue is about getting back at Jinhwa's kin. If Fong's got defeated, it's not crazy to hold a grudge against his father, whom the Fong monarch couldn't overpower. Man, that sword's clueless. Suhu cuts to the chase and offers a deal to help it out, so it'll protect the Fong's territory from those who trespass it. Shadow and Fong working together. It would be weird seeing them fight on the same battlefield, but there's a sweet deal going on outside the dungeon. Over at Senior Lim's place, a bunch of people are chilling, talking about all the details of the dungeon incident. He started spilling the beans about what went down, thinking that folks would finally give Suhu some respect once they saw the outcome. Senior Lim, being just an E-rank awakened, saw this as a golden chance to pay off his debt that night. An article was posted online about a brave E-rank hunter who dared to enter a dungeon alone to rescue some high-ranking strikers. There were heaps of headlines praising the heroic deeds of this mysterious E-rank savior. So, that one guy was super into the guild articles and wanted to bring in more porters for the Black Tortoise Guild in the second department. Lee Youngo thinks Suhu would be a sweet addition to the guild, so he shares his info with the workers and they're stoked about how he cleared the dungeon alone. Lee Youngo tells them to get in touch with Suhu right away. Later, he checks if they've gotten a reply from Suhu yet. He reckoned that a newbie like him should have been stoked to get an invite from their massive guild, but turns out, he turned it down. Lee Youngo was totally shocked, like, no way an E-rank hunter would decline an offer from a guild as huge and powerful as ours, right? So he asked to double-check, but nope, it was true. And it seemed like Suhu wasn't even considering joining. Lee couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the dude who was hunting like a pro wasn't planning to join a guild. Did he really think he was some kind of elite S-ranker? But Lee's assistant assured him that there was still hope. Clearing dungeons on your own wasn't just tough, it was nearly impossible. Lee was willing to bet that Suhu would eventually come around and join them. In the meantime, Suhu kept turning down guild after guild. When Suhu got back from the dungeon, the messages kept rolling in. According to Beru, he thought a lot of people needed his power, but the guilds only wanted him for grunt work like collecting or hauling stuff. Suhu wasn't gonna join a guild though. It'd just slow him down from gaining experience and keep him from getting stronger. He was done with all those annoying messages anyway. Suhu was like, "Hey, let's chat about working together," as it was a win-win situation for both the parties. He told Fong that they were on the same page, but Fong thought it sounded like bull. Suhu was even surprising him by bringing it up so casually. But, you never know, they might end up being buddies instead of enemies in the future. Oh, and Fong had a catch. Our hero's mate was hyped to hit up another Fong Monarch hideaway, so Suhu chewed the fat with him at home and asked if he knew the directions. Fong shared that he could pinpoint the coordinates of any Fong Monarch sanctuary, even if it was tucked away in some remote spot. But now, he figured the door to the shrine had probably vanished thanks to what folks call a dungeon break. Suhu thought of this spot as a monster-infested dump instead of a field-type dungeon, where the old gate used to be before it got busted open. Now that he's sure it's safe, he's not sticking around any longer and wasting time. He shot his uncle a quick message not to worry, then headed off. After a bit, he reached the secured area. Suhu spotted a sign that said no one but members of the Hyena Guild could get in. Guess this spot is under the control of the Hunters Guild now. Bummer, 'cause sneaking onto private properties against the law, and this place is owned by the Hyena Guild, which is mostly made up of crooks. Beru wasn't having it. He thought they should ignore Fong and work on leveling up instead. Suhu didn't seem to agree when Beru asked him what he was up to. With excitement in his voice, he said he was getting ready to sneak in, no problemo. Seriously, if they didn't have evidence, they'd never figure out who the perp was. Beru couldn't help but think that Suhu was just like his dad with his reckless stunts after pulling off that sneaky move into enemy territory. Suhu was curious if the dungeon's field type was always so hazy. Beru chimed in, saying that the fog was actually the magical energy of outer space. It punches through the dimensional walls, causing dungeon breaks in different worlds. That fog is the reason why the place is considered field-type dungeons. The fog straight up broke through a portal to another dimension and linked it to Earth. It was like those freaky beings from beyond were getting ready to send their army through a giant hole in the fabric of the universe. The more magical energy involved, the more it messes with how stuff moves around in space. So, if you're strong enough, you can just show up out of nowhere. Suhu had to chill and wait, but he wasn't gonna let that time go to waste. He planned to make the most of it and level up, thanks to those local monsters. His opponents were a dagger claw monkey and a black shadow cat, both with orange names. Suhu was thinking this was gonna be a fun challenge. It was clear that Fong wasn't interested in sitting on the sidelines. He wanted to demonstrate his strength to Suhu, and his words suggested that he had a plan. Although he wasn't going to rely on a sword, he had figured out how he was going to fight. To begin with, he would use the basic attacks from the tutorials and then enhance them with his ruler's power ability. Suhu kept the monsters guessing by using different weapons, and his Storm Slash move was so devastating they didn't stand a chance. But he wasn't done yet. He also used Shadow Extraction to get some badass new gear. Beru was left speechless, completely blown away by Suhu's strength. Fong stayed quiet, but you could tell he was mulling things over. He'd just seen firsthand the amazing power that Suhu had inherited from the Shadow Monarch. Fong reflected that the more enemies he gained and the longer the fight went on, the tougher that guy got. Once he started collecting the losers in a brawl like this, there was no way anyone could take him down. Suhu was now up against his new undead army, leveled up and stronger than ever. His intelligence had gone up too, allowing him to summon 5 creatures at once. But even then, Beru said it was still a piece of cake compared to the old Monarch. After a bit, Suhu finally found the right spot. It was where the gate to the sanctuary was supposed to be. Even at this late hour, there was still a crowd gathered there. Suhu found it weird because he thought monsters were easier to fight during the day. Then, a car pulled up to the base and everything became clear. Suhu couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a bunch of people being forced out of the car. They were all tied up and looked like they had been through hell. No wonder the Hyenas Guild had such a bad reputation. Suhu couldn't believe that such awful things were still happening in this supposedly civilized world. This scene probably made our hero feel pretty upset. Beru suggested that he not start a fight, since they were trespassing on private property and if they got caught, Suhu's reputation as a hunter could be at risk. But, in the end, Suhu didn't even hear Beru. He charged towards the bandits without a second thought. Beru could understand why he felt that way. Suhu's dad was a cop and his grandpa was a famous firefighter who saved loads of people. Ever since he was a kid, Suhu grew up with their influence, and now he just can't ignore it when he sees something unfair. The guy he was after turned around to see what was up, and the first thing he noticed was Suhu's leg. It was time for some justice, and Suhu's "shoot first, ask questions later" attitude did the trick, stopping the hyena gang member from getting to the tied-up lady with bad intentions. Suhu's shoes were solidly stomped on the face of that creep, leaving a mark on his cheek. Beru and the rest of the gang were hiding in the bushes while the young boss was causing chaos for the hyena gang. Those hyena thugs didn't see it coming, and now they're getting owned by a young dude going berserk. Suhu's hit was a solid blow, sending the goon tumbling to the ground and leaving him covered in dirt and gravel. As he turned to see the aftermath, his icy glare made it clear he wasn't messing around. But then it dawned on him, he'd just blown his cover, and now he was stuck in enemy territory, surrounded by some seriously tough criminals. This guy's impulsive approach only works if he's got the power to back it up. Those hyena scumbags could easily turn the tables on him and make him look like the criminal, since trespassing on another guild's territory is a major offense. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to come up with a simple solution to get himself out of hot water with the law and avoid retaliation. He transformed some of his shadows into a mask to hide his identity. Suhu, with his face hidden, confronted the Hyena Guild about their kidnapping and reckless behavior, but those thugs didn't back down. They even shot back with their own questions, like this guy wasn't already pushing his luck by barging in. One of the guys in charge told his crew to attack the masked intruder, tear him apart with weapons and spells. Suhu had no problem dodging the clumsy moves of a thug, and after doing some research on that hyena gang, he saw that their members were mostly D-ranked. Since they were lowlives, he decided to hold back his strength to avoid any accidental deaths. But even with his reduced power, he could still knock out an enemy with a well-placed counterattack. Suhu's impact was so brutal that it sent the second guy flying in the same direction as the first. And then, in true badass fashion, he jumped up and drop-kicked 2 more thugs. Beru couldn't believe his eyes. Suhu had become a real force to be reckoned with. Man, those so-called D-rank awakeners can't even touch him anymore. Suhu was blown away by how fast he was improving. On the flip side, he thought taking down these enemies was a piece of cake now that he's at level 16. Most of his points went to strength, but he made sure to keep the rest balanced. Once he dealt with those crooked hyenas, he tied them up in a jiffy. Suhu had just finished working on some handiwork for a group of petty criminals when Beru praised his skillful job. The recently freed captives approached Suhu to thank him for saving them from the guild's control. When asked if he was a hunter from the Hunter Association, Suhu gave a non-committal answer and told the survivors to make their way to safety while he dealt with the aftermath. Luckily, they still had the vehicle that had brought them to the exclusive compound and were able to use it to escape. Suhu was puzzled as to why the hyena guild had begun abducting people, but then he felt his sword reacting to something. He realized that their main objective was hidden within the lawless facility of the hyena guild. After exploring for a while, they came across a large building that resembled a warehouse. Upon looking into Suhu's eyes, it seemed as though they would bulge out of their sockets. The horrors that they revealed were reminiscent of a kennel or a cruel prison, straight out of a person's worst nightmare. To the side, there were traces of medical equipment, suggesting that people had been detained there and subjected to unknown tortures. The vacant cages with loose chains bore witness to the harrowing ordeals of those who had been imprisoned there before. Amidst all the negative energy, Beru picked up on a faint but recognizable vibe. This sensation led them to a cage where a scared, furry creature was huddled in fear. The animal was covered in signs of experimentation and unethical medical procedures. Suhu saw the caged animal and was even more baffled about what the hyena guild was up to. The sword chimed in. "Whoa, Suhu. Turns out that wolf you saw wasn't just any mutt. It's actually a descendant of the Beast King, the Fong Monarch. After getting its butt kicked by the Shadow Monarch in the war, the Beast King assigned a bodyguard to protect its last descendant and keep him safe. The Beast King believed that a new Fong Monarch would eventually emerge from its bloodline. To be real, if that sword was being straight up, they weren't dreaming about a new Fong Monarch being born. They just wished that the offspring of their king would keep on existing." Suhu took the puppy away from the area, and Beru could pick up on a weak energy from the Fong Monarch in the little thing. Its strength had gone down so much that if it was left on its own, it would have kicked the bucket. Whatever the young monarch wanted to do, Beru would follow along. It was all on Suhu's shoulders to decide what to do next before they could come up with a solution. The air was thick with a sense of heaviness, and the smell of bloodlust filled the warehouse as a shadowy beast-like figure made its way inside. A rough and joking tone pointed out the missing guards, expecting a whole group of intruders, but it turned out to be just one guy. Suhu quickly pulled his mask back up, but when he saw who the surprise guest was, his blood ran cold. The one with the rough voice speaking fluent human language wasn't a human. It was a literal hyena monster. This beast sneered at the hyena guild for being so hopeless. No surprise there, thought Suhu. The sword recognized this guy as Brocky. Those two have some history. All right, who would have thought that this wacko was the designated protector for the Fong Monarch's kin? When Ron's Fong transformed into blade form, Brocky couldn't help but recognize it. Ron's Fong moved in, and Brocky got an earful for goofing off instead of safeguarding the royal lineage. Come on, what was the deal with the Guardian, letting the last descendant suffer like that, neglected and in pain? Brocky got all bent out of shape when people started questioning his job, and you really don't want to see him get mad in the blink of an eye. Before Suhu even knew what was happening, Brocky was right up in his face, flashing those razor-sharp claws of his like he was trying to scare him off. Brocky claimed that Suhu had gotten too close to his pup, and Suhu was so freaked out by the whole thing that he could barely think straight as the ferocious hyena came charging at him again. Dude looked straight up unstable this time and managed to block the attack, but it wasn't a walk in the park. Suhu's reflexes were barely quick enough to put up a sloppy defense, and the hit didn't connect with any vital spots, but the force of the attack was so massive that it sent him smashing into some walls and reducing a few buildings to rubble. It was a pretty intense crash, and Beru started losing it over the monarch's well-being. From a distance, it was clear that a hyena attack had left a path of destruction that rivaled even the strongest of all warriors. Miraculously, Beru discovered the young monarch buried in the wreckage, and he seemed to be doing all right, all things considered. He claimed he was fine, but his head was telling a different story, as it was bleeding heavily. Dude could hear some serious ringing in his skull after taking a beating, but the system still gave him a level up for his endurance. boosting his physical resistance from 20% to 40%. Beru asked if Suhu was doing fine, as it was obvious that he was hurt, and he also mentioned feeling some familiar energy around the place, and now he's sure it's coming from that beast, Brocky, and Itarim's got something to do with it. So, Itarim is involved now, huh? That's a game changer for Suhu. He picked himself up for a showdown. Meanwhile, Brocky's over there, rescuing a puppy while looking like some kind of creepy monster. Fong couldn't figure out what the heck was going on, but trust me, Brocky's lost his marbles. Afterward, he filled us in on why he's managed to keep his strength, even after losing his sanctuary. Dude, he just decided to change his view on life. It's all about the survival of the toughest, and the weak get screwed over by the strong. So, naturally, it's only right for the weaker puppies to serve the stronger ones. That so-called heir to the Fong Monarch is just a tasty snack for someone like Brocky. If you had the most delicious dish in front of you, you'd eat it too, right? When it comes to this guy, he has been routinely ingesting the essence of the puppy's blood, derived from the Fong Monarch's bloodline. Upon hearing Brocky describe his offenses, Fong became enraged and contemplated ending Brocky's life, even if it meant sacrificing his own, as he could not forgive Brocky for betraying the trust of Fong Monarch. However, Brocky merely chuckled at Fong's fury and claimed that the monarch had perished because of his own weakness, while he had managed to survive for so long due to his immense strength. At the very moment he declared himself as the sole appropriate successor to the position of Fong Monarch, an unexpected attack caused him to lose his hold on the puppy. However, Suhu reacted swiftly, demonstrating incredible reflexes and an intense bloodlust. But Beru was even quicker in rescuing the frail wolf pup, even chuckling at the enemy's sluggish speed. After safeguarding the pup, Beru promptly left the scene. Subsequently, Suhu summoned the Fong as he confronted the true leader of the Hyena Guild, showcasing his remarkable synchronization with the blade. The hostage made it out okay, so now it's time to bring out the big guns. It's a good thing that the Fong is fed up with Brocky too, and they can use that anger to deal with the beast. Now with a common enemy, they can show the world the first alliance between Shadow and Fong. But, don't forget, this Brocky guy is Suhu's first lead on his dad's mystery, so they better not let him slip away. No doubt about it, when this guy's anger went through the roof with a blood-curdling scream, one of his eyes started glowing with a golden cross. Suhu got an emergency quest to take down Brocky and make a run for it. Beru was left on the sidelines, looking after the pup and almost bawling his eyes out because he couldn't do much but watch the fight from a distance to keep the pup safe. And, speaking of the little guy, all the racket from the fight must have woken him up. Even just opening his eyes slowly was a struggle for the little pup. The dude he saw was the young Shadow Monarch, all proud and stuff, with rocky cliffs and sharp teeth as his backdrop. Brocky had just shaken off the damage from earlier, looking all cool and ready for the showdown. Suhu, who even had a bandana on his forehead to look extra fly, couldn't help but stare at the hyena. He thought, man, those Hyena Guild members must have gotten their name from this guy, 'cause they're sure not creative. But how the heck does a monster like this start a guild that kidnaps people? Maybe Itarim has something to do with it. As Brocky walked toward Suhu, he was interrupted by some voices. He saw the Hyena Guild members all tied up like neat little packages. They were begging him to untie them, their voices shaking with fear. The head goon told Brocky that Suhu wasn't just some average Joe, and that they needed to work together to take him down. Suhu was ready to charge in with his sword, but the beast opened its mouth and showed its teeth even faster. Brocky didn't go after the young monarch, but instead turned his wrath on his own guild members. In a gruesome display of power, he bit off their heads in a swift and brutal motion. The dismembered heads fell into his mouth, and blood splattered everywhere as they disappeared down his gullet. Suhu was stunned and amazed. He hadn't anticipated such a ruthless act of friendly fire. Brocky made it clear that he doesn't tolerate humans trying to tell him what to do. Those who don't know their place are immediately executed, in accordance with his unyielding laws. Suhu recognized the brutality of this monster and knew that such evil couldn't be allowed to roam the world freely. Brocky needed to pay for his wrongdoings, but unfortunately, Suhu's sword and might were not enough to penetrate the monstrous hyena's hands. He clenched his teeth and intensified the pressure, but the monster did not show any signs of giving in. Suhu was seething with anger, as this beast viewed humans as insignificant and had the audacity to kill many people without any remorse. Brocky reiterated that the entitlement to exist as a vulnerable individual is dictated by those in power, which in turn allows him to act as he pleases. Such is his self-deception that he believes he can seize everything he desires with a single swipe of his claw. This time, he hurled Suhu towards the steel containers, but the young monarch was poised to retaliate. Spending just a brief period of time facing an opponent as skilled as Brocky, lowering your guard for even a split second could mean the difference between life and death. He managed to evade the subsequent bite, which ended up creating a hole in the containers. Brocky was so quick that it seemed like fighting two adversaries simultaneously. One moment he was on your right, and the next, he was already aiming for your left side. Suhu was managing the head-to-head battle of pure animalistic instincts quite well. Brocky was not a typical opponent, though every move he made had the profound weight of destruction while executing the complex moves of a hungry beast. He looked like he was making a mockery of his prey with that insulting grimace permanently etched on his face. Then came the claw attack, so powerful that it sliced the air and every structure that happened to be on the way. Brocky observed that his extravagant assault did not fully hit its mark, despite his efforts to search for his target and clear his head. Meanwhile, the young monarch had already executed his strategy to move from the monster's blind spot to the sky above. By harnessing his downward momentum, he maximized the speed of the storm slash, aiming to inflict severe damage on the annoying hyena. Although he succeeded in making the beast bleed in several areas, the wounds were not deep enough to cause significant harm. Brocky chuckled, taunting the Fong of Rocken for being a disappointingly unimpressive artifact of the Fong monarch. He carelessly spoke without noticing the enemy, leaving himself vulnerable to a painful stab in the back. Suhu then completely turned the situation around, but he wasn't done yet. While deeply embedded in the monster's flesh, he commanded the Fong to rotate and cut a path out of the monster's body. The Fong asked Brocky, who had been so reliably loyal, had undergone such a significant change. This dog, who had once held Lord Rocken in high esteem and vowed to serve him, now appeared to be motivated by hatred and greed. What had caused Brocky to transform in such a manner? Brocky admits to having respected Rocken in the past, but he would also mention a specific group of beings who had swayed his opinion. This group was recognized by their golden cross, which was also engraved on Brocky's left eye, making him question his own beliefs. It seemed that the monster's mind had been thrown into confusion. The escalating attacks became increasingly ruthless, with him slashing his claws with full force, aiming to dominate anyone who dared to cross his path. As time passed, his tone became even more frenzied, and he admitted that he had never truly respected the King of Beasts, but had merely been compelled to yield to Fong's superior strength. However, now that he has awakened, he has resolved to never again live as a powerless individual, forced to submit to those stronger than him. True to his word, Brocky overpowered Fong, reducing its blade to countless pieces. Whoa, Suhu really messed up by trying to reach his fallen buddy with the enemy still around. Brocky taught him a lesson for that mistake. Fighting against a hyena is no joke. Suhu couldn't afford to care about anyone else and had to focus on saving his own skin. The hyena's punch was like a one-way ticket to Pain City. It felt like his bones were being crushed. If your average Joe were in Suhu's shoes, he would have been knocked out cold. But when he thought about his dad battling real-life gods all by himself, he got a surge of adrenaline. On the other hand, SungJinwoo was handling the top brass, and Suhu couldn't let some puny monster nab his son. That's when he called upon the power of shadows and transformed it into a wicked gauntlet. With a single punch, he nearly sent that hyena flying. Suhu understood that he had to rise to the occasion, as this was a crucial moment. Beru looked on with the nervous apprehension of a young king, fearing that her monarch might be defeated in combat. However, he seemed to be matching the intensity of the battle. Fong, on the other hand, resembled a piece of obsolete equipment, lying abandoned on the ground, its broken blade sapping the power of the Fong monarch. Was this the end of the illustrious Fong family? Was the survival of the heir and the future of the Fong now entirely in Suhu's hands? The Fong dude wasn't about to go down easily. He was ready to rumble. Then he spotted the last surviving pup of the Fong monarch, all banged up and trying to stand on its own. He knew this little guy was the heir to Lord Rocken, and there was no way he was letting a monarch's blood go down without a fight. In the end, his sword realized what it had to do all along on the main battlefield. Suhu continued to battle the enormous hyena monster, despite being at a disadvantage in terms of size and power. His shadow armament gave him a fighting chance. The sword-wielding descendant and the observer were both inspired by Suhu's indomitable spirit as they watched him fight alone for their sake. In his weakened state, Fong finally remembered one last helpful thing he could do. He had the option to transfer his remaining power to the successor of his bloodline, in order to heal their old wounds and bolster their weak constitution. The air around him began to swell with the force of Fong's determination, expanding at an incredible rate. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Brocky continued to beat Suhu, who, despite his improving battle senses, could not find a more effective strategy than simply blocking after exhausting his energy from the constant skirmishes. Suhu was struggling to keep his head up due to exhaustion. With only 21 HP left, he knew that even a minor attack from Brocky would be fatal. However, the young monarch still mustered the strength to stand and face his opponent, raising his fists in defiance. Brocky commended Suhu for being stronger than a mere pest and increased his spiritual pressure, signaling that the time for games was over. With a sinister grin, Brocky charged at Suhu, his fangs aimed at his head. Suhu was still recovering from his injury and had no way to dodge or block the incoming attack. He was cursing his luck when suddenly, out of nowhere, a wolf-like creature with a golden aura appeared and saved him just in time. Its powerful jaws and fangs were able to stop the animal's attack, preventing Suhu from being killed. Brocky raised his head, his glowing golden cross eye shining more brightly upon seeing the wolf with a severe-looking bite wound. Dark, congealed blood oozed from several injuries, causing the crazed hyena significant pain after having dealt a problematic blow to the golden wolf, which had a mark on its forehead. The wolf, now beside Suhu, stared at the hyena with eyes filled with rage. Suhu received a notification from his system that the Rocken successor had acknowledged his fighting spirit and was now formally asking to join his party as a result. So, this baby wolf transformed into a total beast while duking it out with Brocky, who's a direct descendant of the Fong monarch and wanted to team up with him. Brocky was shocked that Rocken's heir could suck up mana from Fong's sword, and Rocken's heir was also surprised by the sword's move and his own sacrifice. He gave up his life to save the heir and beef up his battle power. The heir of Rocken was keeping a close watch on Suhu, hoping that he would accept his offer of alliance, and he was confident that Suhu would agree, as they had planned to work together from the outset. As soon as Suhu confirmed his alliance by clicking the yes button, he became an ally of the Fong successor. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and Suhu was suddenly bombarded with memories that belonged to the heir of Rocken. In the initial days following their defeat in the war against the Shadow Monarch, only the pup and Brocky remained, with Brocky not yet exhibiting signs of madness. Brocky held the belief that, in the end, this world was all about survival of the fittest. Although they, as the defeated, would lose much, It was crucial for the heir of Fong Rocken to grow stronger for their prosperity. Brocky had been devoted to protecting and nurturing the little wolf until the day when everything shifted dramatically. The little wolf was mercilessly attacked and left trembling in fear. The Itarim messengers had shown up, and even though Brocky tried to shield Rocken's heir, he was overpowered and compelled to bow down in surrender and disgrace. He inquired as to why they had not ended his life yet. The kid was the big cheese in this whole situation, and Brocky was still kicking because he seemed helpful to the little one. That peculiar child picked Brocky, and the woman placed the glowing rock right in front of his peepers. As soon as that stone made contact with his eye, Brocky felt some serious agony, and his scream echoed through the cave. The little wolf wanted to pitch in, but there was diddly squat he could do now. Brocky the hyena had new keepers and a new assignment. From then on, he had to snatch humans and hand them over to his new masters. The thing that the child put in Bro's noggin would enhance his strength and help him carry out his mission, but the end result was up to the one who used it. Rocken's kid was dying to check out the outcome, but even he had to admit that Brocky wasn't the same after getting that kid's power. He turned into a power-hungry, bloodthirsty beast and stayed that way until he crossed paths with Suhu. After the flashback, our hero realized he had just witnessed Fong's heir's memories. He's pretty pumped up about figuring out who put that thing in Brock's eye. Maybe they're the ones in cahoots with Itarim, pulling off his sneaky moves in this world. It seems like Fong's heir isn't out for revenge on Brocky, but instead wants to save his pal who's gone off the deep end. If Bro's mission is tied to these jerks' plans, then Suhu better beat him right here and now. To bring things to a close, there was only one little problem. Suhu wasn't strong enough to do it yet. Fortunately, a system message about a new quest had just arrived. Because of the addition of a new ally, the quest was called Monarch's Heirs, and to complete it, Suhu needed to find and enlist the support of all the Monarch's heirs. With the alliance between them, Suhu and the little wolf unlocked their bond skills, unleashing an incredible force that left Brocky stunned and Beru barely able to maintain consciousness. The two observers were shocked at the young monarch's unexpected strength, which surpassed anything they had ever seen from the previous monarch. Despite his confusion, Brocky resolved not to underestimate Suhu's capabilities. Brocky mustered all his strength and launched himself at his opponent, putting all his might into a powerful punch that hit its mark and sent a shockwave through the neighborhood, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust cleared, Suhu was revealed to have overpowered the distraught hyena, with a bond skill between him and Rocken's heir greatly enhancing his strength. The skill granted Suhu the power of a beast, making him stronger than ever before. This technique depletes mana every second. When combined with Successor of the Fong, its effectiveness is significantly enhanced. Brocky was taken aback when the Successor was used up, but he refused to back down, realizing that his odds of winning were diminishing. Suhu skillfully eluded all of Brocky's attacks, feeling lighter and more alert, allowing him to dodge effortlessly and sense the precise moment of each strike. After delivering a devastating blow, Brocky was left stunned, as the child he remembered was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he faced a formidable opponent who had rapidly developed their mana, thanks to the intervention of strange entities. Despite his anger, Brocky was unable to overcome Suhu's defensive skills, much to Beru's surprise. Brocky was unconcerned with whatever plans our hero was devising. He was simply unable to risk losing to a human. He believed that the ultimate determinant of strength was the difference in species, and so he despaired at his opponent's physical weakness. When their attacks collided, the resulting impact was nothing short of astonishing. Brocky's assumptions were proven wrong, as his strength and fighting style were no match for Suhu's. Suhu, on the other hand, gained a new passive skill that enhanced his martial arts abilities by 33% without requiring mana. This made him an even more formidable opponent. Beru was livid that a lowly creature would dare to bring up the topic of species superiority in the presence of the young monarch, who is the ultimate apex predator, reigning over all other species. Brocky was shocked to hear this. It meant that this child was the son of the Shadow Monarch he hated so much and wanted revenge, but that was not destined to happen, as Suhu's foot strike had sealed him so deeply into the ground that all thoughts of revenge were gone. The ground around him could not withstand the impact. Finally silence fell over the forest. Suhu deactivated the bond skill, returning to his normal appearance. As soon as Rocken's successor split from him, even the dying Brocky was caught up in his fixation on getting stronger. He kept muttering to himself that he had to become stronger. When Rocken's heir came up to him, all he could do was whimper softly. Brocky was on his last legs, and it was only a couple of seconds before he kicked the bucket that the stone in his eye began to disappear. He eventually remembered why he was so keen on getting stronger, to defend Rocken's kid. And now he's mad at himself for not being able to do it. The wolf said goodbye to his old friend with a heartfelt howl. When Suhu noticed that Brocky the hyena had been defeated, he leveled up a few times. Rocken heir looks at the dead body of Brocky, feeling sad for his former guardian. It could not believe that it had come to this. Suho and Beru looked at the sad moment and were left speechless. Beru breaks the ice, praising Suhu for the remarkable job done while fighting Brocky. Suho was totally unimpressed, and he asked Beru if he picked up on any energy from Itarim. However, when he was linked with Rocken's heir, he was able to check out all of his memories. He continued saying that there were some people who didn't look like hunters, and they attacked Brocky and the wolf, and upon defeating them, they put something in Brocky's eye, which turned him evil. And could these guys be from Itarim, and what could be their objective? On hearing what Suhu just mentioned about Wolf's memories, Beru replied that Itarim are the outer gods and don't concern themselves with trivial stuff, and they use their apostles to deal with the small stuff. But one thing was certain: if these hunters are planning something big, they are already on Earth. Suho was feeling majorly confused and really wanted to know more about Itarim. That's when Beru chimed in and said there was a way they could dig up some juicy gossip on Itarim. Suho was surprised to hear that. Beru suggested that if he could devour Brocky's body, he could go through his memories as well. In addition, he'll be able to recover some of his powers, like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suho was totally puzzled and asked him when did he have this kind of ability. He then turns his head towards Rocken's heir, who was listening to it, and gives him a nasty look. Suho knew well the pain the poor wolf was going through, and he asked him whether he would like to join him or if he would like to take the wolf to a new place. The wolf was acting all jittery at first, but when Suho smiled, which seemed to calm the wolf down a bit, the wolf then jumps on Suho with pure adoration and starts licking his face, a sign of trust. Suho brings out his dungeon key and uses it to open the shadow dungeon. He tells the Beru that for the information on Itarim, he's counting on Beru, and the wolf could not understand where the portal led to. Beru, chomping on Brocky's corpse, was left elated, knowing that his master was counting on him and he could help him in some way now. Our dude made it to the shadow dungeon, and Beru was scratching his head, wondering why Suho bothered showing up at the dungeon instead of just chilling at home. Suho replied that he was worried about the wolf and wanted him to stay in the shadow dungeon. Beru was having a tough time making sense of things because the shadow dungeon was the turf of Shadow's big boss, and bringing in another ruler's offspring might turn out to be a real bummer. Suho didn't give a hoot, cause they joined forces with the Fong, and the wolf was left out in the cold with nowhere to call home. Our guy has a big heart. Suddenly a system pops up showing that the wolf wants Suho to give him a name. Suho was taken aback by this, as he had not given anything a name before, but the wolf had complete faith in him. Suho did not take any time at all and came up with Gray, as the wolf had gray fur, and Beru was disappointed in Suho and his prowess in naming beings. Seriously? To be honest, I'm with Beru on this one. But surprisingly, The wolf seemed to like the name and was ecstatic about his new name. The system notified Suho that now Gray was one of his teammates, and their trust level has increased. The system also notified him that a part of the Shadow Dungeon had been designated as the Fong's territory, and its owner was Gray. Suho was concerned about Gray's well-being and wondered what he would eat in the dungeon. Beru told him not to worry, as Gray has a well-known bloodline and he'll manage to survive hunting monsters. This explanation calmed Suho, as there were some monsters that were still lurking around, which he did not kill on his previous visit. Fong was excited to get a new home filled with monsters and charged at them to hone his skills. In just one Fong attack, he killed a goblin who had absolutely no chance of defending himself. Our boy is already at a different level. Meanwhile, Suho and Beru were sitting on a tree branch and observing Gray hunting numerous goblins. Suho admired his skills, even though he had just gotten his powers and was still new to them. The system pops up again notifying him that he has been awarded the title of Wolf Slaughterer for killing Brocky and has also been given additional ability points. Suho was perplexed about being awarded this title since he believed Brocky to be a hyena. Nonetheless, Beru urged him to feel enthusiastic about the accolades and not to dwell on the oddities. Suho let it go, and he was still not clear about why the system gave him the quest to find the heirs of all the monarchs. Beru told Suho that the system worked in mysterious ways and was designed to make Suho stronger, but also warned him to be cautious as the system could also have some hidden agenda behind all this. Suho did not understand, so Beru explained that in his father's system, the architect wanted to make Jinho the new Shadow Monarch, and in the process, his soul was expected to be crushed. But Jinho stood his ground against the system. He defeated the system and became the Shadow Monarch, but without letting the system achieve its goal of crushing his soul. Also, he became stronger without the level system to dictate the terms anymore. Suho understood but had questions. He asked Beru if the system was preparing him to be the next Shadow Monarch. Beru answered by saying that it cannot be determined for certain as there could be only one Shadow Monarch, but the system will guide him till he reaches a point where it will be clear what goal it has to achieve, and if some new features are introduced in the system, they'll be to help Suho grow stronger even faster. Suho reflects upon the information given by Beru and thinks of checking something. He opens his status window, and he notices that his class is still showing none, even though he has become a lot stronger from the time he fought those Mistburns and also gained a lot of powerful skills as well. Still, Suho considers himself weak because if Gray had not jumped in at the right moment to help him out, there was no way he could have defeated Brocky in that fight. He then decides that as long as the system is aligned with Suho's goal, he will clear all the quests that are thrown his way and give a big thumbs up to Beru. He then jumps down from the tree branch and asks Beru if he managed to dig up something on Itarim after consuming Brocky's body. According to Beru, upon going through the memories, he did not find any information on the apostles that brainwashed him. But he found something interesting, a connection. The humans that created the Hyena Guild for Brocky were the guild named Grim Reaper, and they were also responsible for kidnapping and delivering those humans to Brocky. He further adds that if they start looking into this guild, they might get some new clues leading to Itarim. Suho could not believe that another guild was also working with Hyena Guild behind the scenes and wondered that this was getting complicated. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a phone. Yes, that's right, the phone was ringing, and a person picked it up. This guy was sitting in his lavish office with a good view. He's apparently talking to a guy named Taigui and asked why he's calling when he's in the middle of a raid. Taigui did not beat around the bush and straight up asked this man about his involvement in the recent incident related to the Hyena Guild. The guy dismisses the notion and says that he has nothing to do with it, and even if he were related, Taigui has noticed him and cannot prove anything. Taigui holds a big bow and with his fellow hunters advises the guys not to be overconfident and to try to push his luck. He further warns him that the Hunter Association will get to the bottom of this and that the guy must clean up his act and hang up the phone. The guy was furious at being insulted like that and hung up on him and said that Taigui used to be his driver, and now that he is an S-rank hunter, he thinks that he can scare anyone. He smashes the table in one blow in his fury and reflects that he did some investigation on the Hyena Guild incident. The guy who defeated Brocky was quite powerful and wore a black mask, but this was not enough information for him to take any action. We are told that this guy is the vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild. He then reaches into his pocket and brings out Pearl and smiles. This Pearl was a hunter awakening stimulant, Stardust, and the vice CEO says that he needs to focus on this as this could be a pivotal breakthrough for his business. Gray was having a blast in the Shadow Dungeon, hunting down goblins with relentless precision. He had already slain countless goblins, and even Beru was impressed by how quickly Gray was improving in combat. Beru urged Gray to push himself even harder, reminding him that his efforts could prove invaluable to Suho as well. "Eat until your stomach is full," Beru instructed, a grin spreading across his face as he watched Gray's progress. Suho, observing from a distance, was astonished at how well Beru and Gray were bonding. What surprised him even more was Gray's rapid growth with each battle. A system message suddenly appeared. Suho has gained experience from Gray's hunting. Gray has reached his fill of experience. Suho was taken aback. "What the?" he muttered, staring at the message in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how this was happening. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Beru and asked, "Do you know anything about this? I just gained experience from Gray's hunt." Beru, casually scratching Gray's back, didn't immediately grasp what Suho was saying. He walked over to Suho. "Ah," he said after a moment of thought, "it seems you're gaining experience like Jinwoo did when his army defeated opponents. Like a game where the entire party gains experience when one member makes a kill?" Suho asked. "Exactly, though it looks like 50% of the experience is reduced, still, it's groundbreaking. Then from now on, Gray will handle the hunting in the dungeon," Suho declared. Gray, hearing this, was both shocked and confused. Another system message flashed. "You have cleared the Dungeon of Monsters. As a reward, you have received a new quest, the Daily Quest." "Finally, a daily quest!" Suho exclaimed, eager to see the details. The message outlined the quest requirements. Kill goblins and clean the dungeon. Suho frowned. "Why am I getting daily quests? But if there are rewards, I'm not complaining. If I get quests daily, I can earn rewards every day and grow stronger. This could be huge." Beru chimed in, "In my opinion, it looks like the system wants the entire dungeon to be part of your domain." Suho nodded, but then, a concern crossed his mind. "How am I supposed to find 100 goblins in this massive dungeon?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his inventory and retrieved a horn flute. The item was designed to summon nearby goblins. Suho's eyes lit up as he blew the horn, and almost instantly, the system notified him that the goblins were being summoned. Within moments, the goblins came rushing towards Suho and his companions, ready for battle. Suho's adrenaline surged as he prepared for the fight. Beru praised Suho for his quick thinking. With a determined look, Suho clenched his fist and charged at the goblins, delivering powerful blows that left dents in their bodies. He fought fiercely, but as the battle raged on, he realized something. Fighting goblins no longer satisfied him. It wasn't fun anymore. But since this was a quest, he decided to complete it in style. He blew the horn a few more times, and soon, a massive army of goblins stood before him. Undeterred, Suho summoned the goblins he had already slain, raising an army of his own. What had started as a skirmish quickly escalated into a full-blown war. Gray leaped into the fray, his shadow soldiers charging in alongside him. For 3 grueling hours, they fought relentlessly, wiping out the goblin army. By the end, the battlefield was littered with goblin corpses, and Gray lay exhausted, barely able to move. The system notified them that the quest was complete. Suho noticed something curious. Despite killing 100 goblins, the number continued to increase with each additional kill. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he wondered if he could push the limits further, earning even more rewards, perhaps even a special one. "Let's keep going," Suho declared, brimming with excitement. But Gray, having given it his all, was shocked. They continued to hunt down more goblins, the system displaying the status of the quest. When they finally finished the battle, Gray looked like his soul had left his body. Suho was overjoyed as his hunch proved correct. He had indeed earned hidden rewards. But Beru was worried about Gray, who was on the brink of collapse. Another system message appeared, detailing Suho's rewards. Your stats have increased by 3 points, and you have gained status recovery. Additionally, he received 2 mysterious items. Suho marveled at the status recovery reward, which fully healed him. This will be incredibly handy in future battles, he thought. The permanent stat increase was also a welcome bonus, as leveling up would become more challenging at higher levels. But the blessed and cursed random boxes puzzled him. He fell into deep thought, debating whether to choose a reward he needed or one he wanted. After some contemplation, he chose the reward he needed. When he opened the blessed box, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had received Vulcan's gauntlets, which increased his attack quite a bit. I can't turn my shadow soldiers into gauntlets forever, but this is a blessing in disguise, he claimed. He eagerly tried on the gauntlets and started testing them out. Overjoyed, he immediately thought of going on another hunt to test their true power. But then, a system message appeared. Gray's status has changed from admiration to fear. Suho was puzzled. What's wrong? He asked, looking at Gray's soul leaving his body. Beru explained, Gray is a living creature, not a shadow soldier with unlimited stamina who can go on forever. Realizing his mistake, Suho agreed to take a break for a while. They exited the shadow dungeon, and Suho turned to Beru. We also need to dig into something about the Reaper's Guild, as it's the only lead they have at the moment. Where should we start investigating? Just then, his phone rang. It was Senior Lim, asking for Suho's help. The scene shifts to Seoul Station Field, a known danger zone. Suho arrived and greeted Senior Lim, who explained the situation. All my buddies were supposed to come for the hauler's job, but now no one's responding. I think they partied last night and are just avoiding work. Suho agreed to help, and Lim asked him to wear the hauler's suit, a precautionary measure since haulers deal with monster corpses. Soon, the hunting party arrived. However, their leader was visibly displeased with the lack of haulers. The leader scolded Lim, saying, We went through a lot of trouble to get access to this dungeon from the Reaper's Guild. If anything goes wrong because of your lack of people, I'll be filing a complaint. Suho observed the situation carefully. The leader was the highest-ranked individual, a healer by the looks of it. Suho couldn't shake the feeling that Lim's call, the dungeon belonging to the Reaper's Guild, and the system giving him exactly what he needed were all connected somehow. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, strange, mist-covered monsters were being observed by some shady individuals. They seemed to be conducting an experiment of sorts. Could it be the same dungeon Suho was about to enter? The plot thickens, and Suho prepares himself for whatever lies ahead. The mages were ready, their fireballs crackling with energy, casting a glow that pierced the darkness of the dungeon. We've got a clear view now, one of them said, his voice steady yet tense. The party leader, a seasoned hunter with sharp instincts, quickly ordered his team to get into formation. The monsters were closing in, lizard-like creatures that hunted in packs, their eyes glowing with hunger. The battle was inevitable. The leader turned to Suho and Senior Lim. Stick close to the strike team, he ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument. Collect the bodies as soon as they fall. We can't afford to waste any time. Senior Lim frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. You want us right in the middle of the action, he muttered under his breath. But the leader had already shifted his focus back to the advancing monsters. Suho, however, was lost in his thoughts. Lizard monsters, he mused. They're not exactly the challenge I was hoping for. Ever since he had received Vulcan's horn as a reward, he had been expecting a formidable opponent, something worthy of his growing power. Yet, he realized there was an opportunity here. Watching the hunters fight these lizard monsters could provide valuable insights into team combat, something he had rarely experienced, having always fought alone. As the strike team engaged the monsters, Suho crouched down and touched the cold, damp ground. Arise, he commanded softly, and from the shadows, his army of goblins emerged. Suho couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He could now summon 7 shadow soldiers, a sign of his increasing strength. The goblins swiftly set to work, collecting the bodies of the fallen monsters with an efficiency that astonished even Suho. Meanwhile, the hunters fought bravely, their their weapons clashing against the tough hides of the lizard creatures. The leader, ever vigilant, noticed something odd as the battle wound down. Turning around, he was stunned to see that the collection work was already done. Suho's shadow goblins had completed the task in record time. What are those?" the leader stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Suho, standing calmly amidst the chaos, simply smiled. "They're my summons," he replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Senior Lim, watching nervously, hoped the leader wasn't about to start another argument. But to their surprise, the leader grabbed Suho's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Join our strike team as an exclusive collection member," he said, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "I'll pay you top market salary." Suho blinked, taken aback by the offer. "I'm not planning to stay in collection work long-term," he said, his voice measured. The leader, however, was not easily dissuaded. "Name your price," he insisted, but before he could continue, a team member rushed over, his face pale with fear. "Captain, we found something disturbing," the team member said, his voice trembling. The leader and his party followed the man to a small clearing, where they found a human corpse, its body glowing with an eerie blue flame. Despite the flames, it was clear that the person had been dead for some time. The leader knelt beside the body, his face grim. "It's a human, all right," he confirmed, his voice heavy with concern. Suho and Senior Lim exchanged a glance. "Is this who I think it is?" Lim asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Suho nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, it's a Mistborn. I've fought one before." Without hesitation, Senior Lim informed the leader. "Captain, this is a Mistborn, a powerful monster. They recently attacked our university, causing widespread panic. We need to be cautious." Before the leader could respond, more corpses were discovered, each one glowing with the same blue flame. One of the hunters suggested they halt their mission and report the findings to the Hunters Association. The leader paused, deep in thought. The bodies looked like ordinary humans, not hunters, and with several C-rank hunters in his party, he felt confident they could handle the situation. "We'll keep moving forward," he decided, his voice firm. One of the hunters, clearly eager for action, grinned and said, "I was hoping you'd say that." Suho, however, was uneasy. "The Mistborn are far more dangerous than you realize," he warned, but the leader dismissed his concerns. "I'm the captain here," he said sharply. "What I say goes. Now, let's move." The party entered a dark, foreboding tunnel, the mages lighting the way with their fire magic. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows on the walls, and the air grew colder, heavier, as if the dungeon itself was warning them to turn back. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, screams echoed off the stone walls as blue flames licked at the bodies of those who had fallen victim to the Mistborn. 3 shadowy figures watched, their faces hidden behind masks. One, wearing a skull mask, grumbled, "The fire isn't strong enough. Our supply is running low." Another figure, resembling a giant rat, nodded. "We need to replenish our stock soon. The Hyena Guild was our main supplier, and now they're gone. If we don't find more firewood, our Stardust production will suffer." Suddenly, the skull-masked figure stiffened. "Humans are near," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "Perfect timing." The rat-like creature grinned, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. "I'll go get them," he said, dragging his sword behind him as he slinked into the shadows. Back in the tunnel, the hunters were fighting off another wave of lizard monsters. The leader, satisfied with their progress, took a moment to heal his team. "We've had a good haul today," he said, a rare smile on his face. The other hunters agreed, and one of them commented, "It was the right decision to keep going." The leader reached into his jacket and pulled out a marble. "This," he said, holding it up for all to see, "is Stardust. Have any of you heard of it?" The hunters gathered around, intrigued. Stardust was a rare and powerful substance, known to boost a hunter's abilities for a short time. "Why didn't you show us this earlier?" one of them asked, eyes wide with excitement. "I was saving it for when we're in real danger," the leader replied, his gaze fixed on the marble. But as he admired the Stardust, he failed to notice the dark figure creeping up behind him. The rat-like monster struck with terrifying speed, shattering the leader's bones with a single blow. The Stardust fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. "He's not dead yet," the monster sneered, shocking the hunters with his ability to speak. The hunters, stunned and horrified, realized they were facing a high-level monster. The creature pointed his sword at them, counting their numbers with a cold, calculating gaze. "I don't need all of you," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "I'll play with the strong ones and kill the rest." Suddenly, the monster produced a marble of his own, another piece of stardust. The hunters gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Not only could this monster speak, but it also possessed stardust. "Let the game begin," the monster growled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The hunters charged, but the monster was ready. With a single, powerful swing, he cleaved one of them in two. He then turned his attention to the mage who had lit the tunnel. With ruthless efficiency, he cut the mage down, plunging the tunnel into darkness. The remaining hunters, blinded and panicked, were easy prey. The monster moved through them like a shadow, his sword slicing through the darkness with deadly precision. One by one, the hunters fell, their cries echoing in the cold, silent tunnel. When the slaughter was over, the monster grabbed the leader's limp body and began to drag him back to their hideout. "Firewood obtained," he muttered, leaving the others to either die or be consumed by their injuries. As the monster disappeared into the shadows, a system message appeared before Suho, notifying him of a quest arrival. This was the quest to rescue the survivors. Suho removed his mask, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the carnage. "What the hell just happened?" he whispered, his voice barely audible in the oppressive silence that followed. Seeing the confusion etched on Suho's face, Beru materialized from the shadows and asked if something was troubling him. Suho explained that a quest had suddenly appeared, warning of powerful monsters nearby who had captured the strike team. He gazed at the system screen, contemplating the rewards that hinged on how many lives he could save. The realization hit him. These people were in real danger. Without wasting another second, Suho spun around and shouted to Senior Lim that the strike team was in grave peril, urging him to exit the dungeon immediately. Senior Lim, baffled by Suho's sudden urgency, asked where this idea was coming from. Suho, determined, simply said that his instincts were screaming at him and to trust his judgment. Suho swiftly summoned two of his goblins, instructing them to escort Senior Lim out of the dungeon. But Lim, still in the dark, asked what Suho planned to do. Suho's response was as shocking as it was resolute. He was going after the strike team. Senior Lim, though taken aback, quickly understood and realized that he'd only be a hindrance if he stayed. He promised Suho that as soon as he got out, he would return with reinforcements from the Hunters Association. Thanking Senior Lim for his understanding, Suho removed his holler suit and called Gray forth from his shadow, an unexpected move since Gray was supposed to be locked away in the shadow dungeon, needing a key to be released. But there was no time for questions. The moment Gray appeared, Suho activated his bonding skill, transforming while donning his newly acquired Vulcan gauntlets. The sight was undeniably impressive. Suho looked ready for war. Turning to Beru, Suho ordered him to hurry as they both took off, racing towards the strike team's location. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, the silence was deafening, the tension palpable. Finally, they reached a door bathed in green light, where the metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air, staining the hallways ominously. Inside, a gruesome scene unfolded. Human bodies were carelessly tossed to the ground as a rat-like monster informed his companions that he had returned with firewood. One of his comrades remarked on his quick return, to which the rat monster nonchalantly replied that the humans were mere weaklings. Another of the creatures mentioned that the dungeon would soon open, allowing them to summon demons. As a reward for his efforts, the rat monster was to prepare the firewood, though he grumbled about the fairness of it all before setting to work. It became clear that the biggest of the three was the leader, with the rat monster being the youngest. The middle one, who seemed to be the brains of the operation, praised the rat monster's efforts for enabling them to produce stardust without any interruptions. He then elaborated, revealing that this stardust was a secret demon technique, a deadly concoction made by combining poison and an awakening stimulant derived from berserk poison. His eyes gleamed with a familiar cross. Much like Brocky's, Itarim's handiwork was unmistakable. The middle creature continued, explaining that while stardust could enhance a being's magical power, it came with a deadly cost, devouring the user's life force. The technique for refining this stardust with the hellish flames of Mistborn had been provided by the Apostle, who had also taught them how to create monsters by corrupting souls. Suddenly, one of the monsters sensed something. Suho was closing in at an alarming speed. The trio tensed, puzzled by his approach, believing the rat monster had already dealt with all the hunters. Their confusion was cut short by Suho's dramatic entrance. He burst through the door with a powerful kick, sending it flying towards the monsters with incredible force. The rat monster, quick on his feet, sliced the door cleanly in half with his sword, narrowing his eyes at the intruder. Suho and Beru made a grand entrance, but before Suho could utter a word, the sight before him left him stunned. 3 demons stood before him, and they were burning mist-borns, tied to stakes, as if performing some twisted ritual. His thoughts raced, but they were abruptly interrupted by a system alert, confirming that the number of survivors hadn't changed. Yet, there was no time to process this. A sword suddenly sliced through the air, aimed straight for his neck. Suho barely dodged it, arching backward just in time. The rat monster who swung the blade was visibly surprised by Suho's agility. Suho, undeterred, demanded to know if this creature was responsible for the hunters he'd found slaughtered on his way in. Before the rat could respond, Suho landed a powerful punch, sending the monster flying back, though the rat managed to absorb some of the impact with his sword. Recognizing Suho's strength, the demon boss and the middle one realized that the rat couldn't handle Suho alone. Without hesitation, they pulled out Stardust and consumed it, boosting their magical power. Suho was locked in close combat with the rat when he sensed another threat. The boss was barreling towards him, his massive arm poised for a devastating punch. The rat monster stepped aside, giving the boss a clear shot. Suho acted on instinct, executing a perfectly timed backflip to evade the punch, but he landed straight into another trap. The middle demon had been charging up energy, and the moment Suho landed, he unleashed it, electrocuting him. Pain racked Suho's body, but before he could recover, the rat monster closed in, ready to strike with his sword. Despite the searing pain, Suho gathered enough strength to summon his shadow goblins, catching the monster trio off guard. The goblins, with menacing expressions, charged at the rat monster, momentarily distracting the middle demon. Seizing the opportunity, Suho grabbed the middle demon's arm and hurled him away with all his might. The middle demon, regaining his balance, asked the boss if this was the same power they had witnessed years ago when the demons were decimated by that man. The boss confirmed it but added that Suho was far weaker than the Shadow Monarch they had feared, and together, they could take him down. With renewed strategy, they joined forces and quickly obliterated Suho's Shadow Goblin army. Fury boiled within Suho as he watched his Shadow army fall. He realized that reviving the goblins would be pointless, they simply weren't strong enough. Individually, the trio wasn't as powerful as Brocky, but when they combined their strengths, they became a formidable force. The scene shifts to earlier that day, when Beru asked Suho why he hadn't yet revived Brocky as a shadow soldier. Beru had consumed Brocky's corpse and could access his memories, but Suho hadn't taken the next step. Suho explained that after witnessing Brocky's final moments, it didn't feel right to him. Brocky had been a puppet of Itarim, and before turning him into a shadow, Suho wanted Gray's permission. Suddenly, Gray approached Suho with a gentle smile, granting his permission. Gray wanted to be reunited with his friend, even if it was in death. Back in the present, Suho used the dungeon key on his shadow and activated his shadow extraction skill. A massive wave of shadow energy surged towards the shadow dungeon as Suho called out, "If you want your revenge, I'll give you the chance. Now arise." With that command, Suho summoned his first powerful shadow general, Brocky. The massive figure rose, towering before the monster trio. Even at level 1, Brocky's presence was terrifying, and he let out a roar that echoed through the dungeon. The middle demon's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the shadow. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Brocky had returned, and the man who had defeated him stood right before them. Beru, not wanting to be left out, quipped that the numbers were even now, with Brocky and himself on Suho's side. Suho's expression was cold and resolute as he declared, "It's time to play the game." With that, he and Brocky charged at the demon trio, signaling the start of an epic battle. Meanwhile, the dungeon, which had initially been bathed in a blue light, suddenly shifted to a menacing red. Everyone knew what that meant. Something big was coming. As the battle raged on, a figure approached from the shadows. But whose side was she on? Suho's backup or reinforcements for the demon trio? The answer would soon reveal itself in the chaos of the fight. The lady staring at the chaotic fight unfolding before her was none other than Essel. She blinked in confusion, wondering how she ended up here. Did some demon summon me for a sacrifice or just for target practice? She thought, still puzzled. But then her expression shifted dramatically when she realized what was happening. More importantly, who was fighting grabbed her attention. She could hardly believe her eyes. A shadow soldier, locked in fierce combat with a demon. Yep, this day just got weirder. Meanwhile, Suho and the youngest demon were busy playing Clash of the Titans, with their weapons ringing out against each other. Suho's trusty Vulcan gauntlets were making him look like the world's coolest brawler, easily blocking the demon's sword strikes and even swatting them aside like a fly. Then, spotting a rare opening, Suho unleashed a devastating kick right into the demon's gut. The poor demon gasped like someone who'd just eaten the world's spiciest chili and let out a yell that probably hurt his pride more than anything else. With one demon reeling, Suho surged forward, ready to finish the job so he could focus on the other two. But just as he was about to land the knockout blow, something bright and crackling came his way. Oh great, an electric surprise, he thought, as he narrowly dodged the attack, creating some much unwanted distance between him and the rat monster. Turns out, the middle demon wasn't just standing around for moral support. He'd launched the attack to save his younger buddy. So, this is a family business, Suho thought sarcastically, not thrilled about the interruption. The middle demon shouted to the rat monster, "Stay sharp! One wrong move and you're toast." Suho sighed in frustration. One demon could have been down for the count, but knew these demons had to be running the ultimate tag team. He acknowledged that their combo attacks were more than a little annoying. And with his mana slowly draining thanks to his bond with Grey, Suho knew if this dragged out any longer, he'd be in trouble. Even Brocky, his shadow soldier, was struggling against the boss demon, his power nowhere near what it used to be. Suho was desperately trying to figure out how to split up the demons for some one-on-one action when, bam! The answer arrived in the most unexpected way. Out of nowhere, Essel leaped into the fray, landing squarely between Suho and the demons, leaving both sides scratching their heads in confusion. In a commanding voice, she demanded, "Where is Mr. Jinwoo? Spill the beans or face the consequences." Suho blinked in surprise. Wait, she's looking for my dad? He had no idea who she was, or more importantly, why she looked like she'd just walked out of a disaster zone. Meanwhile, Beru, Suho's ever-loyal shadow ant, wore the most disappointed expression a giant insect could muster. He approached Essel and, with all the restraint he could manage, asked, "What are you doing here? Why did you come?" Essel's face lit up as she recognized Beru's voice. With zero regard for the seriousness of the situation, she grabbed the tiny ant in a joyful hug. "I can't believe it! Beru, you're here too!" she squealed, her tone way too cheerful for the middle of a battle. She gave him a once-over. "Wait a minute, where's the rest of you? Why are you so small and cute?" She beamed, clearly unfazed by Beru's lack of a towering presence. The questions just kept coming. "Where's Mr. SungJinwoo? And who's that other human guy over there? Is he your new friend?" she asked, pointing to Suho, who now looked like his brain had short-circuited from all the confusion. Beru, on the verge of losing his cool, managed to keep his response to a single line. "It's a long story." The two demons exchanged baffled glances, wondering who the heck this lady was. After a solid 3 seconds of staring, they concluded, "Yup, she's the one we're gonna sacrifice for that sweet, sweet Stardust." The middle demon, always the brains of the operation, pointed out, "Wait, if she knows our enemies and joins their side, things could get real messy." Meanwhile, Essel, our ever-cheerful girl, was just thrilled to see her old pal Beru. And if Beru was here, Jinwoo had to be doing fine too, right? Crisis. What crisis? This was basically a reunion. But Beru, ever the buzzkill, interrupted her excitement, saying, "Hey, we can swap stories later. Right now, we're kind of in the middle of a battle, and, since you're here, mind helping us out?" He praised her timing like she'd just delivered pizza to a party, then casually ordered her to deal with the demons in the back. Essel blinked, her expression screaming, "Wait, what?" Suho, on the other hand, was still trying to figure out what planet he'd landed on, just standing there, lost in his confusion. The demons, not exactly patient types, decided to strike first. The middle demon grinned wickedly. "Let's go for the lady first. She's injured and we need her blood for Stardust, anyway. Priorities, right?" Finally, Suho chimed in, his face lighting up with some faint memory. "Wait, I think I remember her from somewhere. But not sure where. He added, scratching his head. She's injured though. Can she really take on these demons? Beru, however, was brimming with confidence. Don't worry. Low-ranking demons like these are no match for her. She's a noble demon. Essel, eldest daughter of the later household, spared by the Shadow Monarch when he destroyed the demon world. In human terms, her powers rival an S-rank hunter. Suho's jaw dropped. An S-rank? He could barely contain his excitement at the prospect of seeing an S-rank hunter in action. But before he could finish that thought, reality stepped in, hard. The youngest demon charged Essel and, with one swift blow, knocked her out cold. Her weapon went flying, and she skidded across the ground like someone who forgot how friction works. Suho and Beru just stood there, blinking in disbelief. This was not S-rank material. Their faces couldn't have looked more disappointed if they tried. Essel, lying face down in the dirt, slowly dragged herself back to Suho and Beru like someone trying to exit the world's worst party. Beru, struggling to hide his irritation, leaned over. What's wrong with you? How did you become so weak? Even your mana levels are in the gutter. Tearing up, Essel sniffled. It's not my fault. Half a year ago, there was a rebellion. My household fell, and while I was running, they took my blood and my powers. She sniffled again, then, with full crybaby energy, looked up at Beru. Can you lend me some of your power? Please. She whimpered. Beru didn't even bother replying. He just turned around with the most disappointing dad look ever, making Essel pout like a child denied candy. You're so mean, she whined, while Suho just stared, deadpan. Great. Now I have two people who've lost their powers. Fantastic. Suddenly, the boss demon, listening in on their little sob story, chuckled darkly. Did you guys hear that? He stepped forward. No wonder I didn't recognize her. She's from the later household, huh? A survivor. If we consume her blood, we'll become even stronger. Ah yes, back to square one. Suho groaned. If only I could fight them one-on-one, I'd take care of them easily. But then Beru, ever the strategist, raised his glowing hand with a smirk. I've got a terrific idea, he said, as red energy flared around him. I've recovered some mana. Time to put it to good use. He used his skill, Harsh Orders, on Essel, and a red aura flowed into her. Her stats got a 50% boost, but, as a fun side effect, she also got slapped with the Curse of Insanity. Beru, clearly enjoying this too much, pointed at the demons. Go get him, you worthless demon. Essel, now berserk and foaming at the mouth, charged at the demons like a raging bull with fury in her eyes. Suho stood there, wide-eyed, his internal monologue spiraling out of control. She looks absolutely miserable, but hey, if it gives us a shot at a one-on-one fight, I'm okay with it. Suho then commanded Brocky to engage the demon boss, while Essel, in full crazy mode, went after the middle demon. As she fought, the rat demon suddenly jumped into the fray, swinging his sword toward her. But Suho, in a rare heroic moment of clarity, dashed in to save her, locking the rat demon's head in his arms like he was about to perform a wrestling move. With a burst of momentum, Suho hoisted the demon up, and with a mighty heave, tossed the creature straight into the mistborns that were on fire and caged. The rat demon crashed right into them and, predictably, caught fire himself. The screams that followed, well, they weren't pretty. But Suho wasn't done yet. Grabbing the demon's sword, he slashed the rat in two, finally finishing him off for good. And with that, Suho stood victorious, while Essel, still berserk and probably not quite sure who she was anymore, continued to charge at anything that moved. A system pop-up appeared, announcing that Suho had killed a low-ranked demon and leveled up. Almost instantly, another message flashed before him. His Vulcan gauntlets had devoured the demon's soul, increasing his physical damage by 31%. The upgrade settled into his bones like a rush of adrenaline, and he could feel his strength growing. Meanwhile, Essel fought like a woman possessed, relentlessly attacking the middle demon. Her strikes were wild and merciless, and the demon, despite his strength, couldn't shake her off. He then realized, with a sinking dread, that the rat monster had been killed. But before he could even fully process that, a system message appeared. Essel had exhausted her energy. The effects of Harsh Orders had worn off. The moment the skill ended, Essel collapsed, face first, into the dirt. The middle demon froze, surprised by her sudden fall. But before he could make his move toward her, Suho appeared like a shadow in the night and put the demon into a headlock, his grip as unyielding as iron. Suho twisted the demon's neck with a brutal efficiency, snapping it with a sickening crunch. Another message popped up. He had leveled up again, and his gauntlets had once more devoured a soul. 2 down. The boss demon, now alone, was enraged. With an earth-shaking roar, he lashed out at Brocky, the impact sending the shadow soldier flying into the dungeon wall. Dust and debris exploded from the impact, and the ground trembled beneath Suho's feet. The demon, realizing that he was now outnumbered, cursed his fallen comrades. Useless. Completely useless. He was surrounded, Brocky on one side, Suho on the other. But instead of focusing on Brocky, he made a snap decision. His gaze locked onto Essel, lying unconscious and defenseless on the ground. She was the key. Her blood could make him stronger. With a surge of desperate energy, the boss demon charged toward her, but Suho wasn't about to let that happen. With a swift, punishing kick, Suho smashed into the demon's arm with such force that it bent at an unnatural angle, cracking the floor beneath them. The demon howled in pain, his attack completely halted. Suho stepped forward, his face calm but deadly, and with a smirk he said, "Your time's up." Then, without even needing to finish the job himself, he gave the order. "Brocky, take him." Brocky lunged, his fangs gleaming, and with a vicious lethal attack, tore into the boss demon. The demon's final scream echoed through the dungeon as his life ended. A barrage of system messages flooded Suho's vision. Another level up, and the ability to use store purchase had unlocked now that he was above level 20. Suho took a deep breath as the bonding skill with Gray disengaged, and he opened the system to see what this new feature was all about. As he scrolled through the options, Essel began to stir. Groaning in pain, she sat up, shooting a death glare at Beru. "That pathetic skill. You nearly killed me," she snapped. Then, turning to Suho, she pointed accusingly, "And who's this? Another human who can command shadow soldiers? Other than Jinwoo?" Beru, as calm as ever, tilted his head and replied, "As I suspected, you aren't loyal enough to the Shadow Monarch. Maybe try a little harder to remember who could possibly be the best candidate." Essel's eyes widened as the realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her expression changed entirely. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at Suho, the truth sinking in. He's the young monarch." Essel squinted, her voice quivering with disbelief. He's the young monarch, isn't he?" she whispered, her eyes glued to Suho. Suho froze, surprised by the sudden recognition. His gaze sharpened as he turned to her, confusion flashing across his face. How on earth did she know who I am? And did she really just call him the young monarch? Before he could ask, the sound of laughter echoed from the corner. Brocky and Gray were indulging in their own carefree moment, oblivious to the tension. Essel's voice wavered, heavy with emotion. I didn't recognize you. You're so different now." Tears welled up in her eyes as she blinked at him. "You look exactly like your father, the Shadow Monarch." Then, as she was saying something, her lips trembled as the words left her mouth, and with that, she collapsed, her body going limp. A wave of shock rippled through the room. Suho's eyes widened as panic flickered on everyone's faces. He quickly gestured towards Beru, urgency in his voice. "Beru, check her. Is she all right?" Beru stepped forward, shaking his head in his typical dramatic fashion. Leaning over Essel's unconscious form, he scrutinized her before shrugging casually. "She's not dead, just tired. Exhaustion's got the best of her." His casual assessment was oddly comforting. "No need to worry. She's just out of energy." Relieved, Suho's focus shifted back to the hunters they had rescued. He ordered Beru once again, his tone now firm. "Heal them. Just enough so they live. I don't want any deaths under my watch." As Beru tended to the wounded, the system chimed, announcing that Suho's quest had been completed. A small smile tugged at Suho's lips. Mission accomplished. Dusting off his hands, he glanced over the 7 survivors, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Saved them all. The system flashed again, this time rewarding him with 3 ability points and, wait, 700 gold? His eyebrows shot up. "Gold," he muttered incredulously. "I got gold." Still processing it, he opened the system store. Ah, so this gold can be used to buy stuff. He browsed through the items with growing curiosity. Potions, weapons, tools, the options were endless. He chuckled softly, nostalgia creeping into his thoughts. Just like when I was younger, finishing chores and getting pocket money, except now, it's my dad giving me the gold, through this system. The thought warmed his heart. Essel, meanwhile, lay unconscious on the cold floor. Suho bought a low-grade potion from the system and frowned as he read its description. Recovers 500 HP. But only for me. Suho glanced at the unconscious demon girl and, ignoring the restrictions, decided to try it anyway. "Beru, should I just give it to her?" Without waiting for a reply, Suho carefully poured the potion into Essel's mouth. Slowly, her breathing steadied, and color returned to her face. Beru, watching, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Gold on a demon," he muttered. "The young monarch, you're too generous." Suho sighed, already preparing to wrap things up. "We can't leave her here like this. Let's take her to the shadow dungeon with us." His attention shifted to Brocky. "Bring the corpses of the demons too." Without hesitation, Brocky started dragging the grotesque bodies of the fallen demons, while Gray gently carried Essel through the portal. As Suho stared at the sword of the rat monster in his hand, Beru's voice pierced his thoughts. "Why aren't you going to the shadow dungeon too?" Suho's grip tightened on the sword. "I still have something to finish here." He turned to face the Mistborns, their twisted forms writhing in agony, still engulfed in flames. His heart sank with the weight of their suffering. "I can't leave them like this," he thought, and with a swift motion, he ended their misery, striking them down one by one. "Sorry, it's the only mercy I can offer," he whispered, his head bowed in regret. Outside the dungeon, chaos brewed at Seoul Station, where the Hunters Association had gathered. Among them was a top-ranked hunter, his expression cold as he demanded a report. "Tell me what you found inside." A junior member stepped forward. "We found several corpses, thorn lizards and mistborns. But the dead hunter's wounds don't match the monster's attacks. There was also a room, completely wrecked, covered in sword marks." The hunter's eyes narrowed. Something else was in that dungeon, besides the monsters. As he mulled over the information, Senior Lim caught his attention, suspiciously attempting to slip away unnoticed. "Lim!" the hunter barked. Lim flinched but turned to face him, pretending innocence. "You reported the incident, right? And there was another member with you, Suho, wasn't it? Where is he?" Senior Lim hesitated, his expression unreadable. Then, with a forced grin, he answered, Suho? After we left the dungeon, he ran off, too scared to handle it. Poor guy, he's just an E-rank hunter. We didn't stand a chance, so I called for help." The hunter stared hard at Lim, clearly unconvinced, but instead of pushing further, he patted him on the shoulder. "You did well, Lim. You followed protocol." With that, he turned to his team and barked, "Keep searching. Don't miss a thing." Relieved, Lim exhaled deeply, glancing at the sky. Suho saved everyone, he thought, grateful. Whatever his reasons for keeping quiet, I trust him. Back in the shadow dungeon, Suho, Beru, and the others regrouped. Essel, now awake, had just been filled in on everything. Jinwoo's battles, the invasion of the outer gods, and Suho's awakening. I can't believe Jinwoo still fights. After everything he's been through." Beru nodded solemnly. "The Shadow Monarch never rests. He sent me to break Suho's seal, but our young monarch, he didn't need me. He's already stronger than we imagined." Suho turned to Essel, his curiosity piqued. "Have we met before?" Essel's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes. During the tutorial your father made for you. Don't you remember me?" Suho scratched his head, his memories fuzzy. He struggled to recall until it hit him. "Wait, you're the one who surrendered the moment you saw me, aren't you?" Beru snorted in amusement. "You couldn't even complete a simple task," he scoffed, much to Essel's embarrassment. Flustered, Essel fell silent, her cheeks burning with shame. Beru's tone shifted, his voice now low and serious as he addressed Essel. What happened to you? To the demon realm? How did you become so weak? Essel's face darkened with sorrow, her eyes reflecting a deep pain. I assume the young monarch has heard how Lord Jinwoo defeated the demon tower and left the later household in charge of it, yes? She began, her voice barely above a whisper. We held it safe for years, waiting for the shadow monarch to call upon us. But decades passed, and that call never came. For a time, we lived in peace. Her voice trembled as she continued. But half a year ago, everything changed. It all started when something called Stardust, a stimulant that amplifies magic, began circulating among the demons. Suho's eyes widened, recognition dawning. He had heard that name before, during his battle with the earlier demons who had consumed it just before they fought. Stardust. So that's what it was, he thought. Essel's voice turned bitter. It has little effect on high-ranking demons, but for the low-ranking ones, it gives them power without any cost. It was a gift and a curse. With the Shadow Monarch gone for so long, these low-ranking demons saw it as their chance. They grouped together, and they rebelled against the later household. Her words became heavier, her hands trembling as she relived the trauma. That rebellion grew into a full-blown war. We fought. My family fought with all we had to protect the demon castle, the very place entrusted to us by the Shadow Monarch. But we grew weaker with every passing day. Tears welled in her eyes, her body shaking. Eventually, we lost. They slaughtered us. Every last member of my household was sacrificed. I only survived by chance, but even then, they drained so much of my blood, I lost my powers. Her voice cracked as tears spilled down her cheeks. How could I face the Shadow Monarch now? After everything, after losing everyone, the weight of her grief filled the air, suffocating in its intensity. But suddenly, Suho's voice cut through the tension, his tone firm but gentle. You did great. Essel's tear-streaked face lifted, her eyes wide with disbelief. She searched his face, unsure if she heard him right. Suho stepped closer, his voice full of sincerity. You fought for your household, for my father, with everything you had. You stood your ground, even with your life on the line. If my father were here, he'd say the exact same thing. You did great. A warm smile broke across his face, and he thanked her deeply, his gratitude clear. Thank you, Essel. Thank you for everything you and your people did. You fought for my father until the very end. For a moment, Essel was speechless, her mind reeling from his words. But then, her disbelief gave way to something else, hope. Suho's gaze hardened with determination. And now, I'll do my best to help you. We'll make the later household rise again. We'll bring it back to the top. Tears filled her eyes once more, but this time they weren't from despair. With a small, trembling smile, she whispered, It's the house of later, not lattice, young monarch. Before she could say more, the system chimed. A message popped up in front of Suho, startling him. This time, it was different. The system informed him that the last survivor of the demon nobility had expressed her thanks and asked a question that made his heart skip a beat. Would you recruit her as a teammate? The system suddenly popped up with a message that made Suho pause. The last survivor of the pure-blooded nobles, Essel Radairu, was thanking him. It then asked if Suho would like to recruit the descendant of the White Flames as his companion. Suho, Beru, and Essel were relaxing, everything seemingly calm, but the moment Suho read the notification, his face twisted in shock. Essel, the descendant of the second monarch? He could barely process it. Essel, noticing his strange expression, asked if something was wrong, looking slightly panicked. Suho's mind raced. Is this because she's the last pure-blooded demon noble? His surprise quickly melted into a mischievous grin. Well, this just got interesting, he muttered, and with a sly smile, he accepted Essel as his companion. As soon as he did, the system bombarded him with more notifications. It announced that Suho had officially recruited the descendant of the White Flames, and, even better, a new bond skill had been created, Demon Strike. The skill would allow him to channel Essel's energy into a devastating attack. Essel, however, was clearly not expecting this. She let out a shocked yelp as her own system window appeared, leaving her completely confused. Calm down, Suho said, trying not to laugh. He turned to Beru. So, it seems the system shows up for my companions too. No wonder Gray never mentioned anything. He can't talk. Beru nodded, trying to contain his amusement. That explains a lot. But this also means Essel really is the White Flame's descendant. Essel, still baffled, stared between them. Wait, descendant? What are you two even talking about? Me? A descendant? Ignoring her questions for the moment, they all decided to test out their new skill. Suho turned to Essel, giving her a nod. Ready to give this everything you've got? We need to see what this skill can do. Essel, clearly not feeling very confident, agreed hesitantly. Yeah, sure. I guess. But, no promises. The system notified Suho that the skill was now activated. As the process began, Essel's purple hair turned into a mystic white, her entire appearance shifting into something straight out of a ghost story. She now looked like an ominous spirit, her mana gathering into a ball of pure energy. That energy quickly flowed into Suho's fist, catching him off guard. Well, that's new, Suho thought, glancing at his charged hand. At the same time, Essel collapsed to the ground, returning to her normal form. Suho smirked. I have to admit, the evil spirit look kinda suits you. Essel, Suho called out, noticing she was looking like a wreck. She lay there, pale as if she had just survived a week-long flu. With a weak voice, she managed to apologize. I'm sorry, Suho. I used up all my energy. I can't even stand. Suho, nodding, reassured her. Take it easy, rest up. His mind was racing with excitement. If this skill drains her completely, it must be crazy powerful. Can't wait to see what it can really do. He clenched his fist, already fired up. Essel, still lying on the ground like a lifeless frog, stared at him, thinking, at least now I can transfer all my energy to him. Maybe I'll actually be useful. Suho, pumped with all that energy in his fist, punched the nearest wall, expecting a massive impact. But when the dust cleared, the result was underwhelming. There was a tiny dent, a sad little mark on the wall. Both Beru and Suho stared at it in complete embarrassment. That's it, they both thought. Beru, scratching his head, finally broke the silence, saying, this looks no different from your regular punch. Suho sighed deeply. Yeah, this is nowhere near as strong as my bond skill with Gray. And just like that, Gray jumped in, mocking Essel with a smirk. What a loser, he jeered. Essel, humiliated again, shrank into herself. Her mighty energy could barely dent a wall. Suho, refusing to give up, rechecked the skill description and had a sudden realization. Wait. It says the charge rate is at 0%. No wonder it didn't work. It never mentioned how to charge the skill. Realizing they were at a dead end, Beru seized the opportunity and turned to Suho. I have a request, he said, motioning to the demon corpses scattered around. Could I eat those demon corpses? You know, since you brought them here for the dungeon. Suho immediately shook his head. Nope, I'm going to make them into shadow soldiers. Beru shrugged. Then you better hurry up. You know shadow soldiers weaken the longer they stay dead. Realizing Beru had a point, Suho agreed. He raised his hand toward the three corpses and used shadow extraction. Arise, he commanded. Nothing. Not a flicker. Another fail. The system notified him that the demon corpse's mana was contaminated, preventing shadow extraction. Suho groaned in frustration. Great. Another blunder. He informed Beru of the situation. Beru nodded thoughtfully. Even the Shadow Monarch couldn't extract shadows from tainted demons. That's why he had to control them through contracts. Like he did with the Radairu household. Essel, who had been sitting quietly, flinched at the mention of her corrupt household. She didn't dare say anything though, not wanting to face further humiliation. Seeing no use for the corpses, Suho finally sighed. Fine, Beru, you can eat them. Satisfied, Beru nodded and got to work. Afterward, Suho approached Essel and handed her a potion. Here, this'll help patch you up. Also, since you don't have anywhere to stay, you can crash in the shadow dungeon for now. Essel blinked, taken aback by his kindness. I've been nothing but useless to you. This is too much, she muttered. Suho smiled warmly. Don't worry about it. We're companions now. You can relax a bit. Just then, the system chimed in again, announcing that a section of the dungeon had been designated for the White Flame's descendant. Essel Radairu was now officially the master of her own area. Suddenly, Beru let out a sharp cry, startling both Suho and Essel. Suho immediately turned around, concern flashing in his eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked, tension thick in his voice. Beru, still chewing on his latest snack, responded slowly. "I've uncovered something. Something important." He swallowed and continued, his tone darkening. "I learned something from the memories of these demons." Suho's expression instantly hardened as he realized the weight of Beru's words. There was a dead silence as Beru mentioned the apostle of the Itarim. Suho, Essel, Gray and Brocky all sat down in front of him, knowing that what Beru was about to reveal could change everything. Beru's eyes narrowed. "I've finished consuming the demons, and I've gained a lot of information. But before I explain about the Itarim, you need to know this. Stardust is being distributed all over Earth, not just in Hell. And those mist-born creatures, they're monsters from outer space." Both Essel and Suho froze in place. Essel's eyes widened in horror. "Stardust is on Earth too," she stammered. The revelation rocked her to her core. Suho, meanwhile, struggled to accept the fact that the Mistborns were from outer space. This wasn't just about Hell anymore, it was far bigger than they had ever imagined. Beru pointed at Brocky, his tone colder than ever. By sheer coincidence, Brocky was involved too. But it wasn't just him. The entire hyena guild is connected. He raised his hand, casting shadowy images in the air, a visual display of the horrific truth. The demons were supplied with humans from the hyena guild. Those humans were then infected, transformed into Mistborns. And once these Mistborns were created, they became the core ingredient for Stardust. Suho's heart raced as Beru continued, outlining the dark web of connections. There are multiple locations manufacturing Stardust. These places are known as Stardust factories. Beru's voice was steady, unflinching as he explained. The Hyena Guild kidnapped the humans. The Reaper Guild took those people to these factories. The factories then used the ingredients from the Mistborns to produce Stardust. Beru connected the dots, his gaze fixed on Suho. Itarim is behind this. There's no doubt. Suho felt the weight of those words sink into his chest. Itarim. The invasion. It's all connected. His thoughts spiraled, but before he could process them, Beru spoke again, delivering another blow. There's a human behind this entire Stardust operation. Someone designed the entire system. Suho's eyes widened in disbelief. A human? How could a human orchestrate all of this? Beru's voice dropped, his next words chilling. This human is the apostle of the Itarim, and they're already here on Earth. Hiding. Suho could barely breathe. But Beru wasn't finished. That's not all, Beru added. There's another human helping the apostle, a high-ranking one. It's none other than the Vice Guild Master of the Reapers Guild, Lee Min-sung. If we investigate him, we might uncover the apostle's whereabouts. The scene shifted to the outside of the Hunters Association building, where a mass of reporters had gathered, clearly awaiting something big. Their attention shifted sharply as a figure emerged from the building. Lee Min-sung, the Vice Guild Master of the Reapers Guild. As Lee made his way through the crowd, reporters swarmed him, bombarding him with questions. "What happened with the investigation on the Reapers Guild?" one shouted. "Are you aware of the Hyena Guild's kidnappings?" another yelled. "What's the connection to the Soul Station dungeon?" Lee, visibly rattled, began answering in a low, trembling voice. "The Reapers Guild has only been trying to do its best in this chaotic world. Ever since the cataclysm 2 years ago." His body shook as he spoke, pretending to be overwhelmed. "We supported the Hyena Guild because they have mostly D-rank hunters. They were quick and efficient at public service. As for the Soul Station," Lee continued, "we believed it would be a perfect place for new hunters to gain experience. But now, after everything that's happened..." His voice trailed off, filled with false regret. "It's clear my actions weren't as good as I thought. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing this disaster." The reporters were stunned, taken aback by his apparent sincerity. Then, to everyone's shock, Lee began to cry. If only I'd managed things better. No one should have lost their lives. His tears fell, and he apologized profusely, walking slowly toward his car. The reporters, thoroughly convinced by his performance, began to express sympathy. They bought it. As Lee approached his car, his entire demeanor shifted in an instant. A wicked smirk tugged at his lips. Fools, he thought, pleased with himself. Lying is second nature to me. He continued to walk, confident no one had uncovered his true role. He was concerned earlier about why the Hunters Association let him go without much questioning, but then shrugged it off. No matter, he thought. They couldn't track the source of Stardust to me anyway. As he moved toward his car, Suho watched him from the shadows, silently observing. He asked Beru, who stood beside him, "Can you sense any Itarim energy from him?" Beru shook his head. "No. He's not controlled by Itarim like Brocky was." Suho narrowed his eyes. "Then we'll uncover the truth another way." He was about to make a move when Beru stopped him. "Don't act rashly, Suho," Beru warned. "I know how strong you are. I've seen the enemies you've fought. But this time, I'll stop you if I have to, even if it costs me my life." Suddenly, Lee paused mid-step, his body stiffening as his eyes flashed red. He turned around, scanning the area with a piercing glare. But after seeing nothing, he shrugged it off and continued toward his car. Beru turned to Suho. "The mana coming off of Lee. It's something else. It's far beyond anything I've felt before. He's on a whole different level." Suho clenched his fists, his jaw tight. Beru continued, his voice grave. "Lee Min-sung is no ordinary Vice Guild master. He's definitely an A-rank hunter. Maybe even higher. We need to be cautious." The scene unfolds in an opulent lounge, where the atmosphere exuded luxury, from the plush seating to the delicately prepared food. It seemed like the perfect place to unwind. Lee lounged comfortably, surrounded by a group of girls, his fingers lazily scrolling through his phone as a smirk crept onto his face. "Too easy," he muttered under his breath, amused by the articles that flooded his screen. Each one praised him, proclaiming that the Hunters Association had found no allegations against him and that the Soul Station dungeon would soon reopen for upcoming hunters to train and increase their ranks. Leaning back in his seat, Lee's grin widened. A little bit of acting, he thought smugly, and all these fools are none the wiser. The satisfaction was evident in his eyes as he continued browsing. But his idle scrolling was interrupted when a woman entered the lounge, her gaze locking onto him immediately. Her surprise was evident. Well, what's the hero of the hunter industry doing here?" she asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm, though her smile remained perfectly poised. She made her way over, brushing past the other women with an air of authority before seating herself next to him. With a casual wave, she dismissed the girls, her eyes never leaving Lee. "You should have contacted me first when you arrived," she added, still smiling sweetly. Lee shrugged her off with a dismissive wave. "I don't need to report every single thing to you," he replied coolly, not bothering to look up from his phone. The woman chuckled, masking her disdain behind a veneer of politeness. Arrogant bastard, she thought. Born with a golden spoon in his mouth and too full of himself to even notice his flaws. As she poured him a drink, her mind wandered. After the cataclysm, his pride was shattered when he only awakened as an A-rank hunter. What a fall from grace. She smirked, remembering how the world's attention had shifted from Lee to his driver, Lim Tae-jayu, one of the few S-rank hunters in South Korea. The change in the power dynamic had been sharp, and Lee's ego had never quite recovered. She still couldn't quite grasp why Lee had joined the Reaper Guild, a guild that was started by his former driver, Lim. But she pushed that thought aside and leaned closer to him. "Shall we talk business now?" she asked softly. Lee, his eyes still fixed on his phone, replied flatly, "What business?" The woman leaned in even closer, her voice a whisper. "Stardust. You know what I'm talking about. I want to buy it in bulk." Her eyes sparkled with cunning, gauging his reaction. Lee's demeanor shifted as he slammed his glass onto the table, irritation flickering across his face. "Haven't you heard?" he growled. "I've lost a distributor and a factory recently. There's no way I can meet the demand for Stardust right now." but the woman merely smiled, unfazed by his frustration. "Oh, come now," she said sweetly. "The Vice Guild Master must have some other way to meet his customers' needs." Lee stared at her for a long moment, calculating his next move. "I could put some pressure on my business partner," he said slowly, choosing his words carefully. "I knew you wouldn't disappoint," she purred. Lee's mind churned as he considered his next steps. "I'll have to find him again," he thought, a hint of frustration seeping in. "That damned partner of mine has been far too defiant lately." The scene cuts to a figure standing in front of a large window, overlooking the shimmering lights of the Korean skyline. His eyes glowed an eerie yellow, a sight that would send shivers down anyone's spine. This was no ordinary man. This was the apostle of the Itarim, and he was Lee's secret partner in the production of Stardust. Meanwhile, in the shadow dungeon, a horde of goblins charged forward in waves. Gray, quick on his feet, darted between them, his blade flashing as he effortlessly sliced through their necks. He moved with the precision of a seasoned hunter, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Essel, wielding her spear, had grown stronger as well, taking down multiple goblins on her own. Her strikes were clean and sharp, though nowhere near as brutal as Suho's. Suho, wearing his Vulcan gauntlets, was relentless, smashing through goblin after goblin like it was child's play. Each punch obliterated multiple enemies, but even as the last goblin fell, a frown creased his brow. "This still isn't enough," he thought darkly. Turning to Beru, Suho's voice was hard. "Call the next horde," he commanded, gripping the horn tightly, ready to summon another wave. Beru, silent, observed Suho carefully. "He's getting impatient," Beru mused, remembering the conversation they had earlier. "But I suppose after everything we've discussed, it's only natural." Earlier, Beru had gathered Suho and the others, his shadowy figure looming over them as he explained their mission. "Our objective," he began, his voice low, "is to get information about the Apostle of the Itarim from Lee Min-sung. He controls the Stardust distribution chain. But make no mistake, coming into contact with him will likely lead to a battle, and a dangerous one at that." Suho had asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "And if he doesn't give us the information?" Beru's response was chilling. "Then, if he refuses, I'll have no choice but to devour him. The Shadow Monarch has granted me permission to consume those who are evil. But remember, this only works if we can defeat him first." Beru then turned his gaze toward the group, assessing their strength. "As it stands, Suho, without your bonding skill, you're roughly a C rank hunter. Gray, you're sitting at D rank without any enhancements. Essel," Beru's voice trailed off, and his expression hardened. "You're barely a C rank." Essel's face fell, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "If only I had my powers back. I'd be more useful to Suho," she thought bitterly. Beru, sensing her disappointment, continued. "With the bonding skill, Suho, you reach about B rank. But remember, even within the same rank, there can be a wide gap in power. It takes 10 D rank hunters to defeat 1 C rank. And Lee Min-sung," Beru's voice darkened, "he's an A rank. We're not strong enough." Essel, in a rare moment of defiance, snapped, "What about you? You're no private rank." Beru shot her an irritated look. "I'm a marshal," he retorted sharply. "Don't think for a second that I'm weak." Suho, however, looked down, his expression filled with frustration. "How can I grow stronger?" he wondered. Back in the present, the dungeon system window popped up, displaying the number of goblins they had slain and the completion of their daily quest. Essel and Gray paused to catch their breath while Suho eyed the screen. The number of kills isn't going up like it used to. So the hidden reward was just a one-time thing after all. Suho opened his rewards list with anticipation, and among the items, he saw a random box. With a flick of his finger, he opened it and obtained an item, an ashen ring. Its description flashed on the screen. D-rank item, ashen ring. Increases sense by 5 points. A brief smile crossed Suho's face as he slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling the subtle power shift. 5 points to my sense stat. Not bad, he thought for a second. But that brief moment of joy vanished almost instantly as the harsh reality set in. His expression darkened. This doesn't really change anything, he realized. The frustration built inside him as he thought about his progress, or lack thereof. I've been hunting goblins for what feels like ages, but my levels haven't budged. Even the damage from my Vulcan horns has only increased by a measly 3%. He glanced at his items, hoping for a hidden solution, but the answers weren't there. The road ahead seemed too slow, too tedious. He clenched his fists. I need to grow stronger, faster. But how? The only way is to enter a real dungeon, face stronger magic beasts, and level up properly. Back at his apartment, Suho sat on his bed, furiously scrolling through his profile on his tablet. His frustration was palpable. Mining jobs. Hauling jobs. That's all I'm getting, he muttered angrily. There's no strike squad that wants an E-rank hunter like me. And I can't even enter a dungeon without the Hunter Association's permission. Beru, who had been silently watching Suho's turmoil, finally chimed in. What if you get yourself re-evaluated? Suho let out a tired sigh. Re-evaluated? If I did that, it'd be all over the news. Articles everywhere. Right now, I need to avoid that kind of attention. His voice grew more serious as he continued. Ever since I learned that the apostle of the Itarim is on Earth, I've wanted to keep my identity hidden. I can't afford to become a weakness for my father, especially when I'm not even strong enough to take on Lee Min-sung, let alone the apostle. Suho's expression shifted slightly as he processed his own words. Beru, sensing the moment, added, If it's the apostle you're concerned about, you can relax for now. They're not something you need to worry about immediately. Suho raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why not? Beru explained, his voice steady and reassuring. If the apostle arrived on Earth before us, they would have lost a significant amount of power, just like I did. You see, dimensional travel, crossing through space, isn't simple. The dimensional rift is like a narrow tunnel, and the more mana you possess, the harder it becomes to squeeze through. That's why the Itarim can't send an army, and why even the Shadow Monarch can't return to Earth easily. Suho pondered this for a moment, connecting the dots. That's why they used Brocky and the demons, isn't it? They didn't want to reveal themselves because they'd be weaker here. Beru nodded, impressed by Suho's deduction. He's starting to piece things together, Beru thought. Suho's eyes hardened with resolve. So the Itarim invasion is coming, but I've got time. I need to get stronger before they make their move. As Suho's thoughts raced, Beru observed him closely. The Shadow Monarch entrusted me with guiding him, but also left me with the Shadow Dungeon key. And the option to seek help from him. Beru's mind flashed back to the moment the Shadow Monarch gave him that key, telling him that he would be a powerful ally for Suho, someone who could assist in unimaginable ways. Now's the perfect time to tell him, Beru thought, about to speak, but before he could, Suho stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with realization. How could I have missed this? He whispered, almost in shock. Beru kept silent, curious to see what had sparked Suho's sudden epiphany. Suho quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, his fingers moving rapidly as he searched for something. A grin spread across Suho's face. I've got the perfect idea. A way to enter the dungeon without breaking any of the Hunter Association's rules. The scene shifted to the inside of a tall, sleek building. Suho sat across from a well-dressed man behind a polished mahogany desk. The man looked at Suho, leaning back in his chair. It's been a while since we've seen each other, the man said with a smirk. You haven't visited since your awakening. But now, out of the blue, you show up with a business proposal? You've grown up quite a bit. Suho chuckled, leaning forward slightly. I've got an offer you can't refuse, uncle. Beru, standing silently behind Suho, glanced at the man across from them. So, this is the uncle, Beru thought. The young monarch is always one step ahead. He already knew whom to approach. Suho's uncle was none other than Jinho, now the president of a Jin software. Jinho smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. So, you want your dear uncle's help to sneak into a dungeon, don't you? Suho smiled confidently. Exactly. The scene opens with a massive glowing poster of Beautiful World, a virtual reality game that had become nothing short of a global sensation. With millions logging in daily, it had held the top spot for 4 straight years. It was a colossal hit, something no one could have imagined. And behind this virtual empire, none other than Jinho and his company, a Jin Soft. Who knew the world could get so lost in a game? A little earlier, Suho stepped into a Jin Soft's building for the first time, trying not to look like a fish out of water. As soon as he entered, a man approached him with the energy of a game show host. "Are you Mr. Sung Suho?" the man asked, as if he'd been rehearsing that line all day. Suho blinked at him, feeling like he'd wandered into the wrong building, but nodded anyway. The man lit up like he'd just been handed a winning lottery ticket. "Ah, fantastic. The CEO's been waiting for you," he said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Suho followed the guy, trying to keep a straight face while wondering why he was being treated like the king of the world. "Am I missing something?" Walking through the halls, Suho couldn't help but notice a group of awakened individuals, seriously tough-looking guys, just hanging around. Wait, shouldn't they be out battling monsters or something? He thought. It felt weird seeing people with superpowers working at a tech company rather than slashing their way through dungeons. As if plucking the thought right from Suho's mind, the man ahead suddenly turned to him with a knowing smile. "You're probably wondering why we have so many awakened employees here, huh?" Suho's eyes widened, surprised at how easily his thoughts had been read. "What is this guy, a mind reader?" The man laughed lightly and continued, "Not everyone wants to risk their lives in dungeons. Some of them prefer a cushy job, good pay, no giant monsters trying to bite your head off. It's not a bad deal, right?" Suho nodded slowly, trying to process the idea of superpowered guards doing tech support. "Yeah, I guess, fewer chances of getting eaten alive," he mumbled. But curiosity still gnawed at him, so he asked, "So, what kind of missions could a game company need hunters for?" His tone was filled with a healthy dose of skepticism. The man's voice lowered as if he were about to spill the world's greatest secret. "We've got a special project underway, something confidential. Can't say more than that." "Confidential, huh?" Suho thought. Are they making a game based on awakened hunters or something? Soon, they reached Jinho's office, and the door opened with a click. Jinho, wearing his signature grin, greeted Suho like they hadn't seen each other in ages. Well. Look who decided to grace me with their presence," he said, grabbing Suho's shoulder in a playful grip. "Long time no see, buddy. What's it been, a month or two?" Jinho gestured for Suho to sit down, already launching into conversation without missing a beat. "Last I heard, you caused quite the stir at the Korean Arts University when you awakened. Your aunt's been worried sick, you know. You don't pick up your phone. She thinks you've been kidnapped by aliens or something." Suho scratched the back of his head awkwardly, trying to find an excuse. Yeah, I've been kinda busy. Sorry about that," he muttered, feeling the guilt rise. Jinho chuckled, easing back into his chair. "Busy, huh? You're all grown up now, I see. Even too busy for family." Suho laughed nervously. "I guess I hit a growth spurt." He quickly changed gears, pulling out his tablet. "Actually, uncle, I came to discuss something important." Jinho raised an eyebrow, half amused, half curious. "Oh, so we're jumping straight into business, huh? Haven't even caught up properly, and you're already talking shop. You've really grown up." Suho, not missing a beat, handed Jinho the tablet. "It's a proposal where you can't lose. I've reviewed everything carefully." Jinho leaned back, scanning the stats on the screen. "I was wondering why you wanted to meet all of a sudden, but I didn't expect this. A business pitch from you? Kid, you're making me feel old." He grinned before adding, "So, let me get this straight. You want me to help you enter a gate?" Suho nodded. "Yeah, with your help, I can secure the rights to enter the dungeon. I'll recruit a strike team, and in return, a Jin Soft gets all the magic crystals. I can handle D and C rank dungeons easily now." Jinho's smile faded, his expression turning skeptical. "Hold on, a C rank dungeon? You're an E rank hunter. How do you plan on clearing a C rank dungeon?" Before Suho could even answer, Jinho's tone became serious. "I'm a D rank hunter, and even I wouldn't go into a C rank dungeon alone." "Are you out of your mind?" Jinho's voice softened a bit as he added, "Is this about your parents? If it is, I've already hired hunters to search for them. You don't need to risk your life like this." Suho's face dropped slightly, knowing this was exactly the reaction he had expected. Beru, his loyal companion, piped up telepathically, Are you going to tell him the truth? Suho nodded internally. Yeah, I need to. Taking a deep breath, Suho looked his uncle squarely in the eye. Uncle, I'm different from other awakened ones. I can actually level up. Jinho's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Level up? Like in a video game? Come on, Suho. You've been playing too much Beautiful World. Before Jinho could laugh it off, Suho continued, his tone dead serious. There are invaders from another universe hiding on Earth. I need to get stronger to stop them. I don't have much time. Jinho blinked, staring at Suho's serious expression before bursting into laughter. Oh wow. You almost got me there. Wait, is there a hidden camera here? Are you pranking me? Is this some kind of new reality show you're trying to rope me into? Suho, looking more confused than ever, blinked. Huh. No, uncle, this is serious. Jinho then leaned back, still grinning, and said, You know, what you just said happens to be the exact story of the game my company is working on. It's about a single player who awakens, but he can level up alone. He starts as an E-rank hunter, but eventually, he surpasses even the S-rank hunters and ends up saving the world. He chuckled again, clearly entertained by what he saw as an uncanny coincidence. Then, with a sly smile, Jinho added, I thought I'd keep it a secret a bit longer, but it seems you've somehow pieced it together on your own. Meanwhile, Suho's mind started racing. This story sounds a lot like my father's, he thought, growing more suspicious by the second. Jinho, still completely oblivious to the truth, gave Suho a playful look and closed his eyes dramatically. If you were trying to pull a prank on your uncle, I've got bad news for you. You failed. You're too green to trick me, kid. At that exact moment, Beru, with perfect timing, appeared from seemingly nowhere. Failed? Not a chance, Beru said in a booming voice that sent a shiver down Jinho's spine. It seems you've also lost some of your core memories from the previous world. Jinho's eyes snapped open in panic as he looked around for the source of the voice, only to find a giant ant-like creature standing beside him. His face drained of color. What's this ant-face thing? Jinho yelped, barely keeping himself from falling off his chair. Beru, looking completely unbothered, turned to Suho and said, Young Monarch, I believe I can handle this. He then faced Jinho, his voice calm but commanding. The memories you've lost, they're of your time with the Shadow Monarch. You were not just anyone. You were a great friend and loyal follower. Among all humans, you fought in more battles beside him than anyone else. Your game story is a reflection of those faint, forgotten memories. Jinho stared blankly, not understanding a word. Sensing this, Beru pulled out a key from thin air, holding it up like some mystical artifact. It will be easier to show you, he said as he inserted the key into Jinho's chest. This is a gift from the Shadow Monarch. Suddenly, Jinho found himself surrounded by nothing but an empty void. There was no sound, no light, just him. Confused, he turned in circles, trying to make sense of where he was. Then, out of the darkness, a figure approached, and Jinho's heart skipped a beat. It was himself, a younger version, full of life and energy. Memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. He remembered meeting Jinwoo for the first time, fighting together in endless raids, and how Jinwoo had helped him grow, both as a person and as a hunter. He recalled a particular memory, sitting with Jinwoo after a long day, sharing a drink. Jinho had confessed with a sad smile, You've been more of a brother to me than my actual brothers ever were. Jinwoo had smiled back, saying, Then from this point on, we're brothers. In an instant, Jinho was back at his office, tears streaming down his face as he relived those precious memories he had somehow forgotten. He couldn't hold back his emotions, overwhelmed by the weight of the past. Suho, completely bewildered, turned to Beru. What did you do to him? He asked, his face a mix of confusion and concern. Beru, as composed as ever, replied, There's no need for alarm. I merely restored the memories he had lost from the previous world. Nothing more. Jinho, still crying, had his face buried in his hands. As time passed and the afternoon sun began to sink, Jinho finally regained his composure. Wiping his tears, he looked at Suho and asked, So, you can level up like your father, right? No limits, just like him? Suho nodded but added, It's a little different for me though. Jinho, now sitting in quiet reflection, couldn't help but think about Jinwoo. He's still out there, protecting the Earth from the Itarim, Jinho thought, his chest tightening. He hasn't changed at all, always putting himself last to protect others. After a long pause, Jinho finally broke the silence. So, the situation's pretty urgent, huh? And you came to me with a business proposal like your father, ever the rule follower. Jinho smiled, shaking his head. Suho, rubbing the back of his neck, laughed nervously. Well, you know how it is, he said with an embarrassed chuckle. Jinho, now fully understanding the gravity of the situation, placed a hand on Suho's shoulder. I get it now. I shouldn't treat you like a kid anymore. You've got your father's strength, and you can take care of yourself. With a sigh, he added, All right, you've got my support. I'll help you. Suho's eyes lit up as he practically jumped out of his seat. Really? He shouted in excitement, thrilled that his plan to enter the dungeon was finally a go. Meanwhile, Jinho sat back, a sadness creeping into his expression. Jin was still facing the toughest trials, all alone, Jinho thought. But maybe, this is my chance to help him, just like he always helped me. He clenched his fists, silently promising to do everything he could for Suho and Jinwoo. The scene shifts to Suho standing at the entrance to a dungeon, wearing a shadow mask to conceal his identity. Around him, people were waiting, people Jinho had hired to make up the numbers required for entry. Suho couldn't help but feel thankful for his uncle's help. As Suho approached the gate, a crippled man sitting on a nearby bench called out, Hey, kid! You're really gonna give me 400,000 won just to sit here and not go in? Suho nodded, smiling. Yup. Exactly. The man raised an eyebrow. And you're really going in alone? Look, I don't know how confident you are in your skills, but be careful. These gates hold horrors you can't even imagine. Suho nodded politely. Thanks for the advice. If I run into trouble, I'll be sure to ask for help, he said with a smile before heading toward the gate. As Suho entered his first dungeon, thoughts of his father raced through his mind. Dad took on so much by himself, but I'm not alone, he thought. That's why I have my team. With his first step into the dungeon, he summoned Essel and Gray, who appeared, fully prepared for the battle ahead. Suho slipped on his Vulcan gauntlets, ready for action. In front of them, a massive horde of monsters awaited. Without hesitation, Suho gave a single command, Let's level up. My father won't be carrying the weight of the world alone. The story shifts to a car driving down a quiet road under the cover of dusk. After some time, it stops in front of an imposing building with a dark, foreboding presence. Out steps Lee Min-sung, his face hidden behind a sleek mask, clearly intent on keeping his identity concealed. Without looking back, he instructs his driver in a low voice, Stay in the vicinity. I won't be long. The air felt thick with tension as he started walking towards the building, thoughts swirling in his head. 3 months, he muttered under his breath. It's been 3 months since I last met the Apostle of Itarim, and I still hate every second of it. Entering the dimly lit lobby, Lee spotted a guard tending to some plants. He kept his head down, moving quietly, trying to avoid notice, but the guard's sharp eyes landed on him. Aren't you the guy I saw on the news recently? The guard said, his voice cutting through the stillness. Vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild, right? Lee Min-sung. Lee felt a flicker of annoyance. I got noticed. Well, I suppose sheer brilliance can't stay hidden forever. He removed his mask, flashing the guard a polished smile. Play the part, build the image, he reminded himself. That's impressive, Lee said smoothly, as if unfazed. You've got a good eye. Have a great day. The guard beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Good luck, hero of the hunters, he shouted as Lee continued on, his voice filled with admiration. As Lee walked further, he slipped into memory, back to his golden youth, born with a silver spoon, the son of the vice CEO of Eugene Construction. From the start, he was destined for greatness. The Prince of Asia. Fame, success, the adoration of millions, it all came naturally. But the great cataclysm changed everything. Lee's thoughts drifted to the fateful conversation with his driver. Lim Taijaiyu, once just a man who opened doors and drove the car, now awakened as an S-rank hunter. You awakened too? Lee had asked, barely able to keep the disbelief out of his voice. With a wide grin, the driver had responded, Yes, S-rank. They suggested I start my own guild. The casual way Lim had announced it left Lee stunned, eyes wide open in shock. His world, once unshakable, crumbled in an instant. An S rank? From a driver? From that moment, everything changed for Lee. His fame and fortune suddenly felt like dust. The pyramid of power flipped. The weak now stood at the top. The world he once knew no longer made sense. As the elevator door closed in the present, Lee leaned against the wall, still lost in thought. I'll restore the world to what it was, he promised himself. Even if I have to make deals with demons, this upside-down structure will be righted. The elevator opened to a dark room filled with eerie silence. Standing before him were several men, their faces twisted into disturbing smiles. Their eyes gleamed with malice, making Lee sick to his core. His lip curled in disdain. Wipe those disgusting smiles off your faces before I tear your mouths open, Lee growled, walking past them without breaking stride. His gaze was ice as he scanned the room. Where's your boss? He demanded, his voice sharp. It's been a while since I last saw him. Are you even going to greet me? But the men just stood there, grinning, their silence making the air grow colder. A chilling voice broke through the darkness. Lee Min-sung. Lee's eyes widened in shock as he turned to see a childlike figure standing before him. His hair, his eyes, yellow, glowing with an otherworldly gleam. You're the Outer Worlder? Lee asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The Apostle of Itarim stood in front of him, the very embodiment of raw, otherworldly power. The Apostle's gaze never wavered. Yes, I am. His voice was calm, detached, as if he were speaking from a place far beyond Lee's comprehension. Lee approached, tapping the Apostle's head lightly. Last time I saw you, you were just a baby. His voice took on a more casual tone, masking his unease. Now look at you, all grown up. And from what I sense, your manas increased significantly. He added with a sly grin, seems like everything's going according to plan. The Apostle, his voice cold and distant, responded, I told you before, I am not growing. I am recovering. He explained that when beings like him, those with immense mana reserves, cross dimensions, their bodies must split into fragments. The first to arrive was the weakest, he said, still flipping through his book. But now I have fused with a second fragment. As Lee lounged casually on the worn-out sofa, the Apostle's faint voice echoed through the dim room. My memories may remain intact, but my personality is no longer what you remember. Don't expect me to be the same person. So let's skip the familiarity, shall we? Lee raised a brow, flashing a crooked grin. Complicated stuff, huh? His tone was casual, but his eyes were sharp, drilling into the Apostle. But to be honest, I couldn't care less about who you've become. What matters is the promise you made. You remember it, don't you? The Apostle, still absorbed in his books, muttered absent-mindedly, wealth, fame, and... Before he could finish, Lee's wicked grin spread wider. And the removal of Lim Taijayu, Lee finished, his voice dripping with malice. The thought of eliminating the S-rank hunter brought an unsettling gleam to his eyes. Leaning back, Lee stretched his arms over the couch, his body relaxed as if discussing a simple business deal. As long as you remember that part, we're good. His tone was cool, but his words carried a sinister weight. The Apostle's cold gaze shifted from the books to Lee. Why are you here, Lee? I made it clear you should only come if it's urgent. This better be worth my time. Lee's expression shifted, adopting a more professional demeanor. We've hit a snag with the Stardust manufacturing. The Hyena Guild, the ones providing the firewood, and the Soul Factory, both gone. Destroyed. He paused, letting the words sink in. I came to see if we can get some reinforcements for production. The Apostle's yellow eyes flickered with brief interest. An attack on both. Who's behind it? Did you manage to find out? Lee exhaled, his fingers tapping against the armrest. It was some masked guy who took down the Hyena Guild. But, he hesitated as the Apostle's glare sharpened, you're the one who built the system. You assured me this distribution network wouldn't have any issues. The Apostle's gaze darkened. You're incompetent, Lee. You built this system. You promised there'd be no problems. Now you come crawling to me, expecting me to clean up your mess? Lee's jaw clenched, his fingers twitching slightly. Look, kid. If we sat around trying to fix every possible issue, we'd never get anything done. His tone grew heavier, the weight of his frustration palpable. The apostle's eyes glinted with disdain. Incompetent. My earlier self made a mistake choosing you as a pawn. That hit deep. Lee's ego took a brutal blow, and something snapped inside him. In one fluid motion, his hand slid to the hidden knife under his pants. Before the apostle could react, Lee was behind him, the cold steel pressing against his throat. "Hey, Outer Worlder," Lee hissed, his voice dripping with malice. His grip on the knife tightened, his heart racing with adrenaline. "Don't think for a second I'm your puppet. I'm no brainwashed idiot like the rest of your pawns." His eyes blazed with intensity as he leaned closer to the apostle, pressing the blade against his cheek. "I'm an A-rank hunter. I could end you before you even got a chance to recover your full strength. Don't test me." The apostle's glowing yellow eyes didn't waver. His voice remained cold, unflinching. "Human hunters, you're so naive. You measure strength by mana levels and think it defines power. How uncivilized." Without another word, the apostle's power surged. The atmosphere shifted. Lee's instincts screamed danger, but it was too late. The apostle's influence expanded through the building. What the hell is happening? Lee thought as he sensed the overwhelming surge of mana. In the distance, the guard Lee had passed earlier, once normal, now stood motionless. His eyes glowed the same sickly yellow as the apostle's. Lee's heart pounded. He's brainwashed everyone in the building? This is insane. Lee's breath hitched as the full scope of the apostle's power became clear. He had underestimated this boy. No, this creature. The walls seemed to hum with the collective force of every brainwashed human, all linked to the apostle's sinister will. In that moment, Lee realized how dangerously close he was to losing control of this game he thought he had mastered. "This is bad. Very bad." The apostle, his voice as cold as the icy wind outside, remarked, "The reason my previous personality deemed you necessary was purely for survival. But now that my strength has returned, the nature of our relationship might change. Depending, of course, on how competent you prove to be." Almost instantaneously, the atmosphere shifted. The brainwashed humans that filled the building closed in on Lee, their expressions blank, but their eyes burning with bloodlust. It was as if a crazed mob was just waiting to tear him apart. Weapons were drawn, and Lee could feel the razor edge of hostility tightening around him. The room buzzed with danger, and all that was missing was the apostle's command to unleash them. Tension coiled in Lee's muscles, but he knew he was outnumbered. Acting quickly, he threw the knife to the ground, raising his hands in mock surrender. His tone flipped, cheerful but strained. Hey, relax. I was just messing with you." His grin, though forced, spread wide across his face. "I wanted to see if you were really capable of killing an S-rank hunter, that's all. No need to take it seriously." The apostle's cold, unblinking eyes observed Lee, as if weighing his every word. Then, with deliberate calm, the apostle snapped his book shut. "You're lucky. I'll let you live, for now. There's still some use left in you." His voice carried an unsettling calmness as he undid his spell, the mind-controlled mob gradually returning to normal, with no memory of their bloodthirsty actions. As if on cue, one of the apostle's minions approached, carrying a large suitcase. She opened it with a soft click, revealing rows of shimmering vials. The apostle's smile twisted into something far from comforting. "These," he said, "are stimulants, made by condensing Stardust 100 times. Dilute them, and you'll have enough Stardust to supply your entire operation." Lee stared at the suitcase, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Where on earth did he get this stuff? The apostle seemed to read Lee's thoughts and added, "This isn't the low-grade Stardust for the weak hunters. These are higher-quality stimulants, potent enough for even an A-rank hunter like yourself. Go ahead, why don't you give it a try?" His smile, though charming on the surface, was laced with mockery. Lee picked up one of the vials, examining it carefully. He forced a laugh. "I'll pass," he muttered, quickly putting the stimulant back. "No way I'm using something I don't fully understand." As he made his way toward the door, Lee called over his shoulder, "Remember our deal. I'll be expecting you to keep your end of the bargain." But inwardly he thought, I might have just unleashed an unimaginable monster on Earth. But that's not my problem anymore. His footsteps echoed down the hall as he left, the gravity of his situation sinking in. Meanwhile, the apostle dropped the book he had been reading, turning his gaze to the window. His hand lifted, and a dark red aura began to swirl around him. "I can feel it," he whispered to himself. "Another fragment is on its way." His voice grew darker, more sinister as he continued. "Once I fuse with the fragment of strength, there will be no need for this charade." A wicked smile curved across his lips. "That's when the real invasion begins." The scene shifts to a different battleground, a dungeon, where Suho and his party were in the midst of a fierce fight. They had been leveling up, but now faced a colossal snake-like creature, its scales shimmering ominously as it lashed out with monstrous strength. Essel and Gray were being pushed back by the sheer power of the beast, struggling to regain their footing. "We've got to hold it off," Essel shouted, though his voice betrayed his fatigue. Just then, Suho launched himself into the air, making a giant leap toward the serpent. His hands gripped the snake's scaled body as tightly as possible, clinging on for dear life. The beast thrashed violently, slamming its coiled body into the dungeon walls in a desperate attempt to shake Suho off. "Suho, get out of there!" Essel yelled, his voice full of concern. Gray, too, called out, their eyes wide with fear. But Suho was already ahead of them. With a deep grunt, he locked his arms around the snake's massive neck and began to squeeze with all the strength he could muster. The snake writhed in agony, its slitted eyes bulging as blood started to seep from its mouth and nostrils. Its thrashing slowed, and with a final thunderous crash, the creature's neck gave way, bursting open in a torrent of blood. The giant serpent collapsed onto the dungeon floor with a deafening thud. Suho, still standing, landed gracefully in a hero's pose as the dust settled. "We need to hunt more, and fast," he thought, wiping the blood from his hands. "We're running out of time." The scene shifts to a girl who is visibly unsettled, her face tense with unease. "This isn't dangerous, right?" she asks, her voice laced with doubt. "We're each getting paid 5 million won just for waiting here until that hunter comes out of the gate. All we need to do is keep our mouths shut about what we see or hear." "But doesn't that seem a little too easy?" She shakes her head, still not understanding why Suho would throw money at them for something that appears so simple. Sitting on a nearby bench, a crippled man gazes at her with tired eyes and replies in a low, measured tone. "This is the 4th time they've paid us, and they haven't missed once. For a hunter, closing gates is just another day's work. It's like community service for them." His voice is calm, but his expression betrays some level of curiosity. The girl in the cap nods, but her worry lingers. "I guess, but something about all this doesn't feel right," she mutters, scratching her head in confusion. "But hey, as long as they keep their end of the deal, I guess we shouldn't be overthinking it." The crippled man, narrowing his gaze toward the gate, thinks to himself, "This definitely smells fishy. Why would Suho come here without any excavation or collection team? It didn't make sense to him at all. How's he going to profit from this gate without the proper setup?" His mind races with questions as he watches the entrance intently. He started with D-rank gates, but now he's diving into C-rank gates without hesitation. What is he really doing inside there? Inside the gate, the scene is far more intense. The once silent caverns echo with the sound of sharp tools striking the crystal-encrusted walls, as Suho's shadow goblins worked tirelessly, mining precious stones from the dungeon's depths. Clad in shadowy armor, they moved with mechanical precision under Beru's booming commands. "Faster! Move those hands like your lives depend on it!" Beru barked, his stern gaze sweeping over the bustling goblins, each one trying to keep up with the grueling pace. Essel and Gray, busy collecting items from the slain monsters' corpses, shared a brief glance. "You know, gathering loot requires a surprising amount of skill," Essel remarked, her eyes fixed on Gray as he tore apart a dead spider's leg with focused intensity. Gray remained silent, too absorbed in his task to respond. Essel's gaze drifted to the entrance of the boss room, concern filling her eyes. Suho's in there fighting the C-rank boss alone. "Should I be worried?" she wondered, biting her lip anxiously. Inside the boss room, Suho was weaving through the attacks of the giant spider boss with deadly grace. The creature's monstrous legs slammed down with terrifying force, but Suho evaded each strike with ease. In one swift motion, he vaulted into the air, his dagger gleaming in his hand as he gripped it tightly. With a burst of energy, he unleashed his storm slash skill, bombarding the spider with a flurry of rapid, cutting strikes. Dark blood sprayed across the stone walls as the system notification flashed before his eyes. Paralyze effect activated. Effect weakened due to high resistance. Suho raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It resisted the paralysis? He thought. I was hoping to test this weapon's paralyzing effect on spiders, but it seems Kasaka's Venom Fang isn't as effective against them. He briefly checked the weapon stats. His trusty C-rank dagger boasted both paralyze and bleed effects, but the spider's natural resistance was proving problematic. Undeterred, Suho switched tactics. With a sharp throw, he hurled the dagger straight into the spider's grotesque face, the blade embedding itself with a sickening squelch. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt forward, clenching his fists tightly, and delivered a devastating punch that sent shockwaves rippling through the boss room. The spider recoiled, screeching in agony as its massive body shook from the impact. "Bugs like you don't stand a chance against my fists," Suho muttered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Not letting up for a second, Suho called back his dagger using Shadow Authority and began slashing the spider with renewed vigor, each strike perfectly timed. As he fought, he marveled at how strong he had become. "I'm strong enough to take down C-rank bosses solo now," he mused, his confidence growing with each passing moment. "Maybe it's time to step up to B-rank dungeons. This is getting too easy." The spider, overwhelmed by Suho's relentless onslaught, thrashed wildly, trying to shake him off. But Suho was far from finished. "What if I mix Ruler's authority into my attacks?" he thought, an idea sparking in his mind. He had always used Ruler's authority to move objects. What would happen if he applied it to enhance his strikes? Flipping gracefully through the air, Suho charged his fist with the invisible force of Ruler's authority and brought it crashing down onto the spider's skull. The impact was immense, a thunderous boom reverberating through the chamber as the spider crumpled under the force. Suho felt a surge of satisfaction. "Perfect. The extra push from Ruler's authority is making my attacks even stronger." He didn't stop there. With a newfound rhythm, Suho unleashed a storm of empowered blows, each one carrying the weight of his growing strength. The spider, now utterly helpless, fell under the onslaught of Suho's merciless attacks. When it was all over, the giant spider collapsed with a final pitiful screech. Multiple system notifications flooded Suho's vision, alerting him that he had leveled up, and his ruler's authority had advanced to level 2. "No mana required," Suho noted with satisfaction. "That's going to be handy." Panting, Suho leaned against the spider's massive corpse, his fatigue spiking to 83%. "Using ruler's authority in combat takes a lot out of me," he realized, wiping sweat from his brow. "But the more I practice, the stronger I get." Back at the gate, Essel and Gray, who had been anxiously watching the entrance, sighed in relief when they saw Suho emerge victorious. They waved, calling out to him, but Suho, deep in thought, barely noticed. His mind was already racing with ideas about how to further exploit the endless potential of Ruler's authority. As Suho approached his gang, Essel greeted him with a bright smile. "Did you really defeat the boss on your own?" she asked, her eyes wide with admiration. Suho gave a casual nod, returning her smile, but before he could say anything, Beru chimed in with his booming voice. "Young Monarch, to think that you could handle the boss without even needing my assistance. That's truly impressive." His pride in Suho was evident. Suho waved it off modestly. "Beru, you can focus on regaining your strength. You should eat more of those magic essence crystals," he said, glancing at the pile of monster remains nearby. Beru nodded, his tone serious as he reported, "We've collected all the materials from the monsters, young Monarch." Suho praised his team with a satisfied smile. "Great work, everyone," he said, opening his system shop to begin selling the materials they'd gathered. As he navigated the shop interface, Suho thought to himself how convenient it was to be able to sell everything right here and then use the proceeds to buy something useful later. While Suho was busy handling the transactions, Beru approached him again, his tone carrying a sense of accomplishment. "Young Monarch, compared to most hunters, you're almost at the level of AB rank now," he said, admiring Suho's progress. "Yeah, I feel it too," Suho agreed, checking his status. "I've leveled up 8 more times, and now I'm at level 28. His smile faded slightly as he noticed his class still remained none, and all his stat points were already used up. Beru then gestured toward Essel and Gray. "It seems they've both gotten stronger along with you." Essel, overhearing, nodded with enthusiasm. It's true. It feels like the more I fight, the more my strength recovers, she said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Gray barked happily in agreement, wagging his tail. But Suho's expression shifted to one of confusion as he glanced at their status windows. Wait a second. Essel, Gray, since when do you both have levels? He asked, his voice full of surprise. Essel blinked, equally startled. What? I have levels now? That's strange. I'm not even a player like you, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're level 19, Essel. And Gray, you're at level 17, he informed them, still processing the oddity. How could this happen? Suho muttered. He then asked, can either of you see a system window like I do? Essel shook her head. No, we can't see anything like that, she replied, still puzzled. Suho considered it for a moment. It's good their stats are increasing as they level up, he thought, but it would be even better if they could assign their stat points where needed. Nevertheless, Suho felt a sense of relief. At least they're getting stronger. With the heir and teammate system in place, there's still a lot I need to figure out, he mused. Turning back to his group with a grin, Suho suggested, why don't we test this out? Let's see if Essel and Gray can level up even more. Essel tilted her head in confusion. And how exactly do we do that? She asked, unsure of his plan. Suho's grin widened mischievously, and he crossed his arms. Isn't it obvious? We'll go on more raids, of course, he declared, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The color drained from Essel and Gray's faces as they realized what Suho meant. Another raid? But we've already done 2 back-to-back. Essel groaned, while Gray let out a pitiful whine, as if their souls were leaving their bodies. Suho chuckled at their reactions but quickly added, all right, we can take a break from the raids for now. How about we do the daily quest instead? Essel and Gray didn't seem particularly thrilled about that either, but before they could protest further, Beru interjected with a serious tone. Young Monarch, a word of caution. Even if it's leveling up, one should be careful not to get too addicted. His stern gaze made it clear that he wasn't joking. Just then, something strange caught Suho's eye, a shimmering red light in the distance, cutting through the darkness of the dungeon. His eyes widened in surprise as a red gate materialized out of nowhere, pulsating with an ominous energy. What the? Suho muttered, momentarily stunned. Essel, equally alarmed, yelled, how could there be a gate inside the shadow dungeon? Suho's brow furrowed in confusion. The immense heat. It's coming from inside the gate, he realized. He turned to Beru. Is it normal for gates to appear within dungeons? Beru shook his head. I cannot say for certain, young Monarch. This is unusual, even by our standards. Before Suho could fully process the situation, the system's urgent notification popped up before him. Urgent quest, dimensional crack. Remove the cause of the dimensional crack. Suho's confusion quickly transformed into excitement, a wide grin spreading across his face. Perfect, he exclaimed, quickly pulling heat-resistant robes from his inventory and handing them to Essel and Gray. Put these on. We're going in. He could barely contain his excitement as they prepared to enter the gate. This is just what I needed, he thought, his grin widening. I wanted another raid to level up even more, and the system delivered. The scene shifts to an entirely different place, a vast desert under the scorching Egyptian sun. The sandy dunes stretched endlessly, surrounding the ancient pyramid dungeons. Lu Xing, AB rank hunter from the Azura Guild, was visibly frustrated, his hand gripping his sword tightly. This is outrageous, he growled, glaring at the man before him. How dare you tell us to leave? We were here first. His adversary, a man with piercing green eyes, stood unfazed. It doesn't matter who was here first, he said coldly. This is your last warning. This dungeon belongs to my guild now, and if you don't leave, we'll settle this with blood. Lu tensed, his muscles coiling as he prepared for battle. Why did it have to be the Scavenger Guild? He cursed inwardly. The green-eyed man was Randolph, an A-rank hunter, infamous for his ruthless nature. Strength is all that matters here, Randolph said, his voice dripping with arrogance. And in front of overwhelming power, your claims are meaningless. Lu glanced back at his guildmates, all of them drawing their weapons, preparing for the inevitable clash. Get ready! Lu barked, his voice filled with tension. Randolph, disappointed by the inevitable fight, signaled to his own men, who began preparing as well. But before they could engage, a hand waved at them casually from the side. "Hey!" Both Liu and Randolph turned, confused by the sudden interruption. A masked figure stood nearby, scratching his head awkwardly. "Can one of you tell me where exactly we are?" Suho asked nonchalantly, as if he had just wandered into the wrong place. 30 minutes earlier, Suho and his group crossed through the red gate, immediately greeted by gusts of sand swirling around them. Suho instinctively covered his face and muttered, "No wonder there was sand blowing out of the gate." Meanwhile, Gray, as usual, maintained his goofy demeanor, seemingly unfazed by their harsh surroundings. They found themselves in the heart of a desert, with a distant pyramid-like structure rising from the horizon. Suho squinted toward it and said, "Looks like we've landed in a desert-type dungeon." As they debated heading toward the pyramid, Beru interrupted, his voice tense. "I sense a powerful mana source from that direction," he said, eyes locked on the ancient structure. Suho, noticing something odd, spotted trucks and machinery scattered around the area, looking entirely out of place within the dungeon. "What's going on here? Machines shouldn't work inside a dungeon," Suho remarked, confused. The more they saw, cars, fences, barbed wire, the more Suho's suspicions grew. He turned to Essel and asked, "Did we somehow cross into another world line?" Essel, equally baffled, studied the logo on one of the trucks and offered an uncertain reply. "It's possible. Or maybe this place isn't a normal dungeon after all." Beru, however, shook his head. "That can't be the case," he disagreed. Determined to figure it out, Suho addressed the group. "As long as the original gate remains in the shadow dungeon, we should be fine. I'll check it out quickly." Essel, full of admiration, praised him. "You're the best, Suho," while Gray, ever goofy, just nodded along. Suho entered the shadow dungeon briefly before returning with a grave expression that immediately put the group on edge. Essel, sensing something was wrong, asked cautiously, "Is everything all right, young monarch?" Suho's voice was strained as he delivered the shocking news. "The gate. It's gone." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the outside world, where several individuals had been waiting for Suho's return. Their expressions turned from boredom to disbelief as they witnessed the gate vanishing before their eyes. "The gate is disappearing," one of them said, panic creeping into his voice. "Does that mean the boss has been defeated?" another asked. But a crippled man, sitting in the back, corrected them grimly. "Suho hasn't come out yet. We need to contact emergency services now." Back at the pyramid, Suho had made his way inside, surprised to find people already present. A wave of relief washed over him when he realized they weren't alone. Maybe they drove the trucks outside, he thought. Hearing them speak in English, Suho considered the possibility that they had crossed into another country. Trying to maintain a friendly demeanor, he approached two individuals and asked in English, "Excuse me, where am I, and what is this place?" Internally, Suho was grateful for having studied English in preparation for college. One of the individuals, Xing, glanced at Suho with suspicion. "Another hunter?" Xing thought. "Now we have to deal with hunters from the east, as well as the scavenger guild." His annoyance was evident. Next to him, Randolph, a large man wielding a hammer, sighed. "How troublesome. I didn't expect so many people to swarm the dungeon." His thoughts drifted back to the prophecy he had heard before coming to the dungeon. Granny made a prophecy, Randolph recalled. A life born of death, emerging from the shattered seal, will appear at the tomb, possessing the power to raise the dead. The man who had delivered the prophecy had mentioned a pyramid-field dungeon that had appeared in Egypt, connecting the tomb, the pyramid, and death in a seemingly fateful manner. Randolph had been sent to claim the dungeon in the name of his master before any other guilds could interfere. In the present, Randolph turned to Suho, his expression hardening. "If you're here for the dungeon," Randolph warned, "this is your last chance to leave. Walk away now, and I'll let you live." Suho's mind raced. He understood now that this was indeed a dungeon, but the man in front of him was aggressive. Weighing his options, Suho thought to himself, "If this place really is a dungeon, I have no choice but to conquer it and clear this urgent quest." He looked Randolph squarely in the eyes and responded, "What if I don't want to leave?" Randolph smirked, his grip tightening on his weapon. "Then it's simple," he said, charging forward with surprising speed for his size. "I'll kill you." The atmosphere shifted instantly. Essel and Gray's faces twisted in horror as they watched Randolph rush at Suho, his hammer crashing through the air, shattering everything in its path. Even Xing seemed shocked at the sheer force Randolph unleashed. The impact sent debris flying everywhere, but as the dust settled, Randolph's eyes locked onto Suho, standing unharmed. Suho had dodged the attack effortlessly. With a calm demeanor, Suho prepared his counter. "You attacked first," he muttered, launching his fist into Randolph's gut. As his punch connected, Suho's thoughts raced. "I can't gauge how much damage I'll do. My strength has increased significantly, but if I hit him too hard, I might kill him." The blow landed with a sickening thud, and Randolph's face twisted in pain as he stumbled back, caught off guard by the sheer force behind Suho's strike. The power behind Suho's punch had been enough to crack Randolph's armor, and he knew that if Suho had used just a little more strength, it would have been lethal. The battle had only just begun, and Suho knew that he couldn't afford to hold back any longer. Randolph took the blow, but his fury only intensified. With a swift counter, he punched Suho with all his might, the speed of his strike leaving Suho no time to react. The impact sent Suho flying back, skidding across the sand, the force of the punch undeniable. "How dare you go easy on me?" Randolph bellowed, clearly insulted by Suho's restraint. His eyes burned with rage as he turned to his men and barked orders. "Kill them all, the Azura Guild and those Asian hunters. Leave no one alive." Essel and Gray were equally enraged. Essel's voice thundered across the battlefield. "How dare you touch the young monarch?" She, along with Gray, rushed headlong into the fight. Gray's usual carefree expression had vanished, replaced by a deadly focus. Xing gritted his teeth, unsheathing his weapons. "So, it's a battle after all," he muttered as he prepared to engage. Meanwhile, Beru approached Suho, who was just rising to his feet. "Are you all right, my liege?" Beru asked, his concern evident. Suho dusted himself off, wincing slightly from the pain. "I'm fine," he replied, though his gaze was now locked on the escalating chaos. Surveying the scene before him, he noted the infighting among the hunters. "It seems we have no choice but to win this battle if we want to clear the urgent quest," Suho said. Beru nodded, his antennae twitching with readiness. "It certainly appears that way." Suho's expression hardened as he narrowed his eyes at Randolph and his men. "The Scavenger Guild. Randolph, they're clearly our enemies now." Without hesitation, Suho leaped into action, his body moving with fluid precision. He bounded off the walls of the pyramid, gaining momentum as he sailed through the air. His target was a Scavenger Guild hunter, and with a powerful kick to the face, Suho expected the fight to end swiftly. But to his surprise, the hunter withstood the blow, barely budging. Surprising, the hunter sneered. "Who would have thought a weakling like you would stand against the Scavenger Guild? You should have known better. Always obey those stronger than you." The condescension in his voice was palpable, but Suho wasn't fazed. Instead, he clenched his fists, mentally preparing for his next strike. Suho hesitated for a split second, considering whether he should use the fighting techniques he had learned, combined with the ruler's authority. "But what if I end up killing him?" Suho thought. The hesitation cost him, as the hunter pressed the attack. Before Suho could make his move, Xing intervened. With a swift swing of his blade, Xing leapt at the hunter and, in one fluid motion, severed his neck. The hunter's lifeless eyes widened in shock as his body crumpled to the ground. Suho could only watch in stunned silence. "Thanks," Suho said, nodding at Xing. The seasoned warrior turned to him, his expression grim. "I saw how you dodged Randolph's attack, but earlier, you hesitated." Xing's eyes bore into Suho's. "Are you afraid of killing someone?" he asked pointedly. "You need to understand, magic beasts aren't the only threat to hunters. You must steel yourself if you want to survive. You need to be ready to face men like this, and worse." Suho glanced at the dead hunter, contemplating Xing's words. "I thought I was prepared to fight, even with my life on the line," Suho thought. "But is it enough? Until now, I've avoided killing anyone, even when we fought the Hyena Guild. I was always stronger, so I held back." His mind raced as he reflected on how long that luxury would last. "Will there come a time where I have to kill to survive? To protect the ones I care about?" His eyes flicked to Essel and Gray, both locked in battle. "If a situation arises where I'll die if I don't kill, where I won't be able to protect those I care about unless I kill. Suho clenched his fists, knowing he had to abandon any remaining hesitation. I can't keep thinking only about leveling up. If I want to face someone like Lee Min-sung, I must cast aside all weakness. Shing's voice cut through his thoughts. I'm Shing, from the Azura Guild, he introduced himself. It seems we're in the same situation, both facing the Scavenger Guild. How about we form an alliance? As Shing spoke, a hunter approached him from behind, radiating murderous intent. But before Shing could react, Suho moved with lightning speed. Shing barely registered Suho's fist passing by before the sound of flesh meeting bone filled the air. The hunter that had been closing in on Shing was sent flying with a single punch from Suho. The force of the blow was enough to throw the attacker several meters away, and Suho's newfound resolve was evident in every movement. Shing stood there, momentarily stunned, as Suho walked past him. The intensity in Suho's eyes was unmistakable now. There was no more hesitation. I won't hold back any longer, Suho promised himself. The fallen hunter landed at Randolph's feet with a sickening thud, blood oozing from his battered face. Randolph looked down at the crumpled form before him, then glanced back at Suho. A slow, twisted grin spread across his face. Well, well, Randolph mused, his voice dripping with dark amusement. You nearly killed a B-rank tank with a single punch. This is going to be fun. Suho turned to face Shing, finally introducing himself. I'm Suho, from Korea. Let's form that alliance. The battle was far from over, but Suho had made up his mind. There would be no turning back. As the two guilds clashed, chaos and fury filled the air, each faction pushing forward with unrelenting intensity. The Azura Guild fighters, fueled by Suho's arrival, surged against the relentless forces of the Scavenger Guild. Amidst the chaos, one scavenger hunter sneered, "So, the Azura Guild's got a few allies now?" He scoffed, looking at his comrades. "But a bunch of weaklings together still don't make a threat." Another added with a smirk, "We've got numbers on our side, and strength to spare. They're done for." Unmoved by their arrogance, Suho stepped forward, his expression hardened with resolve. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the gleaming key to his shadow dungeon, turning to Shing with a calm intensity. "They're in for a surprise," he muttered. Lifting the key high, he activated it with a single, commanding word, "Awaken." The ground trembled as the shadow dungeon opened, a dark portal swirling with unearthly energy. Out of it poured Suho's army, giant spiders with gleaming eyes, followed by a horde of shadow creatures, each more monstrous than the last. The Scavenger Guild's taunts were abruptly silenced, their expressions morphing from smug confidence to sheer disbelief. Shing's jaw dropped at the sight of the massive shadow army. "Is this even possible?" he whispered to himself. "I thought Suho was just a skilled martial artist. But he's a summoner? And not just any summoner. He commands an entire army." Suho's voice rang out above the din, filled with a dark resolve. "Attack!" he ordered, and his shadow army surged forward, clashing with the Scavenger Guild in a tide of fury. The creatures' roars blended with the screams and sounds of weapons clashing, a symphony of destruction. Randolph, the towering leader of the Scavenger Guild, watched the shadow armies advance with narrowed eyes, an eerie grin slowly forming on his face. "So, you've been hiding your true strength, kid," he sneered, locking his gaze on Suho. With a challenging tone, he added, "Looks like I'll have to stop holding back too." With a mighty swing of his hammer, Randolph cleaved through a giant shadow spider, splitting it in half. His momentum carried him forward as he crashed through the ranks of Suho's shadow army, smashing every creature in his path. Beru, watching Randolph's devastation, turned to Suho with a grave tone. "Young Monarch, this man isn't like the others. He cuts through your shadow army as if they're paper. He's undeniably the strongest human here." Suho's expression tightened. Turning to Gray, his voice took on a serious edge. "This is it. We're using the bonding skill." But before they could proceed, Essel stepped forward, her eyes fierce. "Let me bond with you this time," she insisted. "During training, I found a way to increase the bonding rate. I can be of real help." Gray bristled, and Suho hesitated, doubt flickering in his eyes. "We haven't tested it in combat, Essel," he said. "This is a risky move." Her face fell slightly, her eyes filled with quiet determination. "I just want to stand by you, young Monarch," she murmured. But before the conversation could continue, the dungeon began to shake, and an eerie rumbling echoed around them. From every dark corner, mummy-like monsters shuffled forward, soulless eyes glowing in the dim light. Xing, who was nearby, swung his weapon at a mummy and shouted, "Have they been drawn by the noise of our fighting?" Essel turned to Suho, her voice laced with urgency. "Young Monarch, they're blocking the other entrance too. We're surrounded." Randolph studied the mummies for a moment, his expression thoughtful. He muttered to himself, "So this is the prophecy my boss was talking about. The being born of death, who shattered the seal, raising the dead, will appear in the grave." His eyes shifted back to Suho, filled with a grim understanding. "This kid. He's the one." Realizing he couldn't back down, Randolph shouted to his guild, "Forget the other hunters. Scavenger Guild, head straight to the boss room." Xing, mid-battle, noticed Randolph and his men breaking through and yelled, "They're going for the boss room. We can't let them steal this dungeon." He gritted his teeth, watching the Scavenger Guild push forward while the mummies continued to swarm the area. Turning to Suho, he shouted, "They're trying to keep us occupied with these monsters while they secure the prize." Suho's face hardened. "We can't let them take it," he replied, his voice a blend of urgency and determination. "Gray, it's time. We're using the bonding skill." He met Essel's gaze, giving her a reassuring nod. "Let's finish this, together." With a shared look of resolve, Suho and his allies charged forward, their fate and the fate of the dungeon hanging in the balance. As Suho activated the bonding skill, a monstrous mummy lunged at him, its decaying claws outstretched. Suho sidestepped with lightning speed, unleashing his full power in a rapid series of attacks. His movements were so swift that the mummies barely had time to react before they were reduced to piles of dust, crumbling one by one. Standing in the midst of the defeated creatures, Suho's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he surveyed the battlefield, ready for more. Xing watched in complete awe, his jaw clenched as he struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. "Not only can he summon creatures," he muttered under his breath, "but he can merge with them too? And he's still holding back." Xing's eyes narrowed, both admiration and suspicion flickering within them. "Who are you, Suho? What are you hiding?" At the edge of the battlefield, Essel's heart sank, her shoulders slumping. She had missed her chance once again to fight by Suho's side. With a wistful sigh, she murmured, "One day, young Monarch. One day, I'll prove myself worthy." Suho glanced briefly her way, his gaze softening for just a moment before he turned serious again. "We can't afford any more delays," he announced, his voice edged with urgency. "Let's finish this up and go after them." Meanwhile, deep within the dark corridors of the dungeon, the Scavenger Guild pushed forward relentlessly, obliterating every mummy that dared to cross their path. Randolph led his hunters with unwavering determination, but his mind kept drifting back to Suho. There was something about him, an unsettling mystery that gnawed at the edges of Randolph's mind. That kid, he thought, clenching his fists, isn't just any hunter. He's something else entirely. After we take this dungeon, I'll face him myself. Finally, the guild arrived before a massive ancient door, adorned with twisted symbols that seemed to pulse with a dark, malevolent energy. Randolph gave the signal, and the door creaked open, filling the chamber with the unsettling echo of age-old chains. As the dust settled, a horrifying sight greeted them. At the far end of the room, a monstrous figure loomed, bound to the walls by thick chains that seemed designed to restrain a wild beast. Randolph's breath caught in his throat, and his eyes narrowed in wary surprise. Chained? But why? Is this really the dungeon boss? The hunters exchanged uneasy glances, some whispering that the boss appeared to be sleeping, while others doubted the creature's true nature. Randolph's thoughts raced back to the prophecy his guild had uncovered. The being born of death, who shatters the seal, will rise. But before he could make sense of it, the creature began to stir, its body twitching as it muttered in an ancient guttural language. The ominous chanting grew louder, reverberating through the stone walls as the creature awakened. The chains that held it began to rattle violently until, with a sudden burst of strength, the monster ripped free, snapping the restraints as if they were made of brittle twine. The dungeon boss stood at its full height, releasing a roar that sent a shiver through every hunter in the room. Randolph turned to his team, his voice tense. "This is it. Prepare for battle. Give it everything you've got." The boss monster's eyes glowed with a predatory gleam as it swung its broken chains with deadly precision, cutting down hunters in its path like wheat before the scythe. Each swing sent shockwaves through the room, smashing guild members into the ground with horrifying ease. Randolph, gritting his teeth, could hardly believe what he was seeing. Even their strongest tanks, hunters known for their unbreakable defenses, were defeated in mere seconds, reduced to broken forms on the cold stone floor. The creature locked its gaze onto Randolph and advanced slowly, the flickering light casting grotesque shadows that danced with each of its monstrous strides. Suddenly, it halted, standing directly before Randolph with its arms spread wide, as if inviting him to strike. Randolph's eyes narrowed, his pride stinging at the perceived mockery. "Are you toying with me?" he spat, furious. "I've had enough." Activating his ultimate skill, Giant's Armor, a green aura enveloped him, his form swelling with power. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his hammer poised for a devastating blow. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Randolph swung his hammer, aiming squarely at the creature's chest. The impact resonated through the room, shaking the very ground beneath them. But the creature didn't flinch. It stood there, unaffected, like an immovable force of nature. Randolph's heart sank as he realized the futility of his attack. He had poured everything into that blow, and the monster hadn't even budged. The dungeon boss let out a dark, low chuckle, its eyes filled with sadistic amusement. In an instant, it raised a massive fist, which crackled with an ominous energy. Randolph's face twisted in terror as he whispered, "Master, I'm sorry. I should have waited, but it was too late." The creature's fist came crashing down, and Randolph's body was launched across the room, slamming into the far wall. He crumpled to the ground, half of his body obliterated by the sheer force of the punch. The boss stood triumphant, gazing down at Randolph's shattered form with disdain. "The first human to find me," it sneered, "and he couldn't last more than a few moments. Pathetic." With a sinister grin, the creature turned toward the entrance of the chamber, its eyes alight with malevolent anticipation. "It seems there are still others lingering in these depths. Perhaps they'll prove to be more amusing." The story unfolds in a whirlwind of chaos, with Suho relentlessly punching and kicking his way through waves of mummy monsters. Each blow lands with a sickening thud, yet as he glances around, he realizes there's no end to them. They just keep coming, he thinks, frustration simmering beneath his calm demeanor. A spark of inspiration flashes across his mind, and he decides to use his shadow extraction on one of the fallen monsters. However, his hopes are dashed as the system responds coldly. Shadow extraction failed. Old souls cannot be extracted. A flicker of confusion crosses Suho's face as he mutters, "So, I can't extract old souls. And demons are off-limits, too." The limitations of his abilities are beginning to weigh on him, adding a layer of tension he hadn't anticipated. Beru, meanwhile, stands silently behind him, observing but saying nothing, his gaze fixed firmly on the battlefield. Then, suddenly, the ground trembles, a subtle shake at first, but it quickly intensifies, becoming an unignorable force. Suho's heart skips a beat as the very earth beneath him begins to crack and shatter. Before he can fully process what's happening, the ground collapses, opening a gaping chasm not only beneath him but also beneath the scattered members of the Azura Guild. Confusion erupts, each hunter looking around, trying to make sense of the sudden upheaval. In the midst of this turmoil, a monstrous centipede erupts from the ground, towering over them with its writhing, armored body. Its eyes glint with a predatory malice as it focuses on Suho and the rest of the guild. The hunters exchange wary glances, a heavy realization settling in, as if the relentless mummy monsters weren't enough. Now they face this colossal nightmare. Without warning, the centipede surges forward, its grotesque body moving with a speed that defies its size. Some guild members manage to dive out of its path, narrowly avoiding its deadly charge, while others aren't so fortunate, their bodies flung into the air by the sheer force of its assault. In the chaos, Essel's eyes narrow as she studies the centipede's movements. Seizing a moment of opportunity, she leaps toward it, her spear aimed directly at the creature's hide. But her strike does nothing. The spear barely scratches the creature's hardened armor. Frustration clear on her face, she yells, "Its hide's too thick. My attacks aren't getting through." Her voice cuts through the battlefield, carrying a weight of determination mixed with rising concern. Xing, who has been holding his own against the mummies, glances at Suho with a grim expression. "This is getting out of hand. We're already swarmed, and now the Scavenger Guild has stolen our field-type dungeon. It's only getting worse." We should pull back while we still can. Dodging another assault from the centipede's sharp mandibles, Suho nods, his expression serious. Yeah, maybe we should. But inwardly, his mind races. The urgent quest requires resolving the cause of the dimensional crack, he reminds himself. He's uncertain if the Scavenger Guild will allow him to finish the quest, especially if they're targeting the boss. A flicker of doubt enters his thoughts. Is retreating really the right choice? Just then, a chilling presence sweeps over the battlefield, pulling him from his hesitation. Emerging through a cloud of dust and debris, the boss monster makes its entrance, a towering figure radiating an aura so dark, so malevolent, that it halts every hunter in their tracks. Xing's face pales as his gaze falls upon the approaching figure. The path the Scavenger Guild took. The boss monster is coming from there. Suho remains silent, his eyes locked onto the boss. The creature's cold, calculating gaze sweeps over the hunters, marking them as nothing more than obstacles in its path. Every muscle in Suho's body tenses, a quiet storm of resolve building within him. The battlefield has transformed into something far more treacherous than he could have imagined, but retreat no longer feels like an option. Inside, Suho was trembling, his instincts screaming at him that this monster was unlike anything he had faced before. Maybe it's because my sense stat improved after leveling up, he thought, feeling an unshakable dread. The name above this monster glowed a menacing red, a color that seemed to radiate calamity itself. This creature was no ordinary boss. This was a walking disaster. The aura surrounding the monster was dense, almost tangible, as if it had taken on the shape of a demon born from darkness itself. And there, inscribed in ominous letters, was its title, The Prisoner of the Tomb, Amit. With a voice that carried an ancient authority, Amit glanced at the mummy monsters scattered across the battlefield and commanded, "Disappear." His words echoed with a power that sent waves of terror through the mummies. They shrank back, their eyes wide with fear, retreating without hesitation as if their leader had demanded their surrender. Essel, watching the mummies flee, felt a shiver run down her spine. "I swear, I heard it." That monster spoke, and the mummies obeyed without a question, she murmured, disbelief evident in her tone. Suddenly, Amit landed near Essel, his imposing figure casting a dark shadow over her. Frozen in place, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of creature this was. Just as Suho noticed Amit's proximity to her, he called out, urging her to get away. But Amit's piercing gaze turned to Essel, and he spoke in a language only monsters understood. "You can understand my language?" he asked, his tone more curious than hostile. Gripping her spear with white-knuckled tension, Essel nodded. "Yes. I am of the demon race," she replied, her voice steady but tense. Amit let out a chilling laugh that echoed across the battlefield. "How long it's been," he mused, "since I've met a creature capable of conversation. Every day, I watch these mindless dead things and crawling insects roam the desert." Essel's wariness softened slightly, and she thought, maybe he's not as hostile as he looks. But her thoughts were shattered in an instant. Without warning, a giant centipede monster lunged at her from behind, fangs bared. In the blink of an eye, Amit swung his arm, releasing an explosion of air that tore the creature to shreds, sending its pieces scattering like broken glass. Essel stood there, paralyzed in horror, barely processing the overwhelming power in that single strike. Who is this monster? She wondered, shaken by the ease with which he obliterated the centipede. Amit turned, his gaze falling on the remaining centipede monsters still foolishly clinging to the battlefield. "Before we speak, it seems I must clear out these vermin that don't understand when told to scram," he remarked to Essel, an air of disdain in his voice. With that, Amit launched himself from her side, moving like a thunderbolt across the battlefield. In one brutal motion, he struck a giant centipede, cleaving it cleanly into two halves with effortless precision. The Azura Guild members watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Suho, too, was frozen in awe, his mind racing. A monster? Killing another monster? This is beyond strange. Who is this Amit, really? Suddenly, from above, another centipede monster lunged, its jaw snapping shut around Amit with a sickening crunch. The beast closed its vicious fangs over him, sealing him inside. For a moment, silence settled over the battlefield, the hunters watching in shock. But then, a horrifying shift occurred within the centipede's body, its insides twisting as something ripped it apart from within. With a terrifying burst, Amit tore his way out, his movements drenched in the monster's blood. As the dark red liquid rained down over him, Amit merely wiped his face with a look of disgust. "I hate bugs," he muttered, his voice cold and unwavering, standing amidst the carnage he had wrought. The battlefield fell silent, and every eye was locked on Amit, an ancient monster who wielded death as if it were a mere tool. The members of the Azura Guild stood frozen, watching in horror as Amit tore through the centipede monsters with effortless brutality. Fear filled Shing's eyes, his voice a barely contained whisper. What kind of monster is this Amit, strong enough to slaughter countless centipedes in the blink of an eye? And what is he doing here? His words hung heavy in the air, and he continued, a tremor in his voice. "This dungeon was supposed to be C to B rank according to our investigation. But this is something else entirely." Amit turned his gaze toward Shing, sensing the human's inability to understand his words. His eyes narrowed, a glint of malice sparking within them as he growled, "It seems there are more of you who cannot communicate with me." With a sudden burst of speed, Amit charged at Shing, his voice a deadly proclamation. "Then you must die." Shing, caught off guard, had no time to evade. He crossed his blades defensively, bracing himself for the inevitable impact. Essel's voice cut through the chaos, a desperate plea, "Amit, stop! Don't attack him!" But just as Amit's deadly blow was about to land, Suho intervened, lunging forward and landing a powerful punch directly onto Amit. "Attacking us because we can't communicate," he shouted, his eyes blazing with intensity. "What's wrong with your sense of value?" The punch, though forceful, barely fazed Amit, who seemed more intrigued than injured. His gaze shifted to Suho, studying him with a new glimmer of interest. "So, a human who can speak of values?" Amit's face twisted in disdain as he threw a brutal punch back at Suho, sneering, "I couldn't care less about your values." The force of Amit's blow sent shockwaves throughout the room. Debris erupted from the point of impact, scattering across the dungeon as the guild members struggled to shield themselves. Suho, however, was thrown back, crashing into the wall of the dungeon with a resounding thud, the sheer force creating ripples across the room. Seeing Suho struck down, Essel's face contorted with anger and fear. She shouted, "Young Monarch!" Her voice was laced with defiance as she turned her gaze upon Amit, spitting the words, "You devil! How dare you attack the young Monarch?" Amit merely chuckled, his laughter echoing like a sinister melody. "So," he asked with a mocking tilt of his head, "that human is your companion?" Amit's voice softened slightly, though his words held a sinister edge. "Consider it a small concession, then. I won't kill you, not yet. If you are truly of the demon race, then perhaps you carry knowledge that might sate my curiosity." His gaze intensified, pinning Essel under its weight as he continued, "Tell me, is the war between the demons and the Shadow Monarch over? And if it is, who claimed victory?" Essel's expression hardened, her gaze unwavering though sweat trickled down her brow. Her thoughts churned, racing through the implications. Who is this creature, and how does he know of the war between the monarchs? As scattered scenes of fallen allies littered the dungeon, Amit's voice echoed with chilling impatience. "Do you not intend to answer?" His question lingered as the room's silence grew heavy, broken only by the quiet desperation of the battlefield. In one corner, the defeated forms of Suho and Gray lay against the dungeon wall, their bodies battered from the intense clash. The bonding skill had reached its limit, leaving Gray unconscious beside Suho, whose shallow breaths showed he was barely clinging to consciousness. Beru knelt beside them, his usually unwavering expression tinged with worry, his hand on Suho's shoulder, urging him to awaken. The battlefield lay at a tense standstill, each side waiting, every breath drawn tight with suspense as the dark weight of Amit's curiosity hung over them. Amit turned his gaze back to Essel, his voice cold and unyielding. "Whether it's a mindless monster unable to understand or a demon who refuses to answer, if you cannot converse, you are all the same to me," he declared, lifting his foot high into the air. "You all must die." His voice echoed, filled with ruthless intent as he prepared to strike. The scene shifts to Suho, who lay battered and bloodied, a steady stream of blood trickling from his mouth. His body felt as if it were breaking under the weight of his injuries, but with a fierce determination, he whispered through gritted teeth, "Acquire reward. Status recovery." A soft green glow appeared behind Amit, a gentle light of healing that seeped into Suho's wounds. Strength surged through him, his vitality restored, and with a renewed resolve, he pushed himself to his feet, gripping his shoulder to steady himself. "Lucky I didn't use my daily quest rewards yet," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper of relief. Facing Amit, Suho's gaze hardened. "If you're asking about the Great War of the Monarchs," he began, his voice clear and unwavering, "then let me tell you. Every monarch fell to the hands of the Shadow Monarch." Essel's cry broke through the tense silence, her voice filled with concern. "Young monarch." Amit's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting to surprise. He took a step closer, his curiosity unmistakable. "Is that the truth?" he asked, his tone a mix of disbelief and fascination. "Do you mean to tell me that while I was trapped in this forsaken place, the war between the monarchs has ended?" Suho nodded, his gaze unwavering. "That's right." Inwardly, Suho's mind raced. If this monster knows of the war between the monarchs, could he be tied to one of them? The realization hit hard. But his power, he's at least S rank, maybe more. Agitating him would be a fatal mistake. Amit's eyes glinted dangerously as he moved closer, his voice now carrying a hint of malice. "So, in the end, the Shadow Monarch emerged victorious. And that means he killed them all. Even Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body." His words lingered, a menacing red aura seeping out of his form, spreading like a dark fog around him. Amit's figure loomed over Suho, casting an oppressive shadow that felt as heavy as the weight of his question. "Are you truly telling the truth? Did the Shadow Monarch actually kill Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body?" Suho's gaze locked onto the colossus before him, a chilling realization settling in his mind. The monarch of the Iron Body, he thought, fists clenching instinctively. Is this monster somehow connected to him? Another iron-bodied beast? A dangerous thought lingered just beneath the surface. If Amit uncovered who Suho's father really was, the wrath he would unleash might be merciless. But Amit seemed to have run out of patience. Before Suho could process another thought, Amit was already attacking, his colossal foot hurtling down like a meteor crashing to earth. "Young monarch, watch out!" cried Essel, her voice laced with terror. With a massive thud, Amit's foot slammed into the floor, sending a shockwave through the room that fractured the ground beneath him and rattled the walls. It was a strike that could have split a mountain, and Suho had just barely managed to dodge it. Flipping back, his heart pounding, Suho regained his stance and yelled, "What the hell, man? I thought we were having a conversation." Amit's eyes flared with annoyance, his voice like grinding stone as he snapped back, "You're taking far too long to answer. Only liars hesitate." He growled, the threat unmistakable. "If you don't respond immediately, I'll end you right here and now." Suho swallowed, realizing just how thin the line was between words and death in Amit's world. Amit's rage didn't ease as he added, "So answer me, did the monarch of the Iron Body die by the Shadow Monarch's hand or not?" This time, Suho didn't take a single second more than necessary. "Yes," he replied, his voice firm. "The Shadow Monarch killed all the monarchs." Suho clenched his fists tighter, praying that Amit wouldn't explode in rage at the mention of the Iron Monarch's death. But what happened next caught Suho off guard. Instead of anger, Amit's face broke into a twisted grin, and he threw his head back, laughing with a booming roar that echoed off the walls. Suho watched, incredulous, as Amit bellowed, "So that's why he never came back to find me." With newfound glee, Amit spread his arms wide, almost as if embracing the news. "So the mighty Iron Body really did bite the dust, huh?" he chuckled. "I suppose I owe the Shadow Monarch a drink, or maybe even a feast." Suho felt his mind spin, utterly dumbfounded by Amit's strange reaction. Summoning his courage, Suho finally asked, "Wait, weren't you a kin of the Iron Monarch?" Amit's laughter vanished instantly, his face darkening as his gaze turned venomous. "Me," he spat, bristling with disdain as energy began to pulse around his clenched fists, crackling and swirling in arcs. "His kin? Don't insult me with such blasphemy." He ground his teeth as the energy in his hand condensed, growing more intense with each heartbeat. "You've pushed it too far, and now you must die." Suho barely registered the words before Amit had prepared to strike. Bracing himself, Suho crossed his arms in a defensive stance, knowing full well that this could end him. But just as Amit lunged forward, chains, thick, shimmering chains, appeared from every direction, wrapping around Amit with a speed and force that defied explanation. Amit's fist, mere inches from Suho's face, froze in place as the chains tightened with relentless grip, pulling him back and locking him into a furious standstill. Staring in disbelief, Suho marveled at the chain's sheer power and wondered, where did these chains even come from? As the chains coiled tighter, forcing Amit back, a look of realization darkened his face. These cursed chains again, Amit thought, his mind racing as he fought against them, each link tightening mercilessly. Have I trespassed beyond my permitted boundary once more? The answer, judging by the tightening noose of chains, was an unforgiving yes. And just as the thought settled in, the chains yanked with even greater force, dragging Amit backward, away from Suho, marking the consequence of a beast that had dared to go beyond his domain. The chains pulled Amit with such relentless force that he stumbled, struggling to regain his footing. He strained against the bindings, but the chains seemed empowered by an unseen, implacable will, dragging him backward toward the prison that held him captive. With an enraged bellow, Amit cursed the chains, Tarnak, and the mysterious spellcaster who had bound him in this endless torment. In a final struggle, Amit was yanked back, the shadows closing in around him until he vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. Suho stood there, utterly shell-shocked, his eyes wide, mouth slightly open in sheer disbelief. He tried to make sense of what he'd just witnessed, thinking, what were those chains? Where did they come from, and why did they suddenly drag that monster away? Essel rushed to his side. Worry etched across her face. "Young Monarch, are you all right?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Suho gave a short nod. "Yes, I'm fine." Yet inwardly he thought, I don't know what just happened, but for now, I'm glad Amit is out of sight. Surveying the room, Suho took a deep breath. Since we know about that monster's existence, we need to tread carefully. Let's focus on getting Gray and the Azura Guild members the emergency medical care they need while we can. Just as he spoke, his expression shifted suddenly. His eyes widened in disbelief as the urgent quest from the system began to glitch, the screen flickering with a distortion he had never seen before. What's going on with the quest? He thought in alarm. Seeing Suho's unsettled expression, Essel moved closer. "Young Monarch, is something wrong?" Suho pointed to the system screen, his face tense with frustration. The emergency quest. It changed by itself. He read the new prompt, disbelief spreading across his face as he realized the quest now instructed him to free the heir of the iron body, Amit, from the pyramid. The words echoed in his mind. Is this real? That creature, Amit, is the heir of the iron body? The scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber filled with the bodies of scavenger guild members and fallen monsters strewn across the floor. The stench of death was thick in the air. As Suho and Essel entered the prison room, Suho observed the destruction with grim understanding. These people were from the Scavengers Guild, he thought, his gaze hardening. Amit must have obliterated them. His focus shifted to the massive figure bound by countless chains. Amit's piercing eyes met Suho's. "I can't believe you've come looking for me," Amit growled, a hint of dark amusement in his voice. "You've got guts, human." Suho approached, his face unreadable. "I'm here because I want to finish our conversation. Last time we were interrupted." Amit scoffed, his deep voice rumbling like thunder. "Conversation," he sneered. "The only thing Tarnak taught me was to kill. If you've got complaints, go shout them at Tarnak's grave." Listening to the snarling beast, Suho noted something almost childlike in Amit's blunt honesty, though the idea of recruiting him seemed as challenging as it was ironic. With a measured voice, he asked, "It seems like you held no love for the monarch of the iron body." "Why?" Amit's eyes flashed with intrigue. "You really came here just to ask me that," he said, his surprise genuine. "Well, if talking is my only pastime, I'll indulge you." He shifted his weight, the chains clinking. "My name is Amit. I was created by the monarch of the iron body, Tarnak, and a spellcaster, only to be left here, discarded in this tomb." The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable, and Suho could see the depth of Amit's resentment. Tarnak and the spellcaster had abandoned their own creation, trapping him in an eternal prison. The weight of betrayal hung heavy in the air, setting the stage for an encounter that was only beginning. Suho was taken aback as he processed Amit's words. To hear that Tarnak and a spellcaster had not only created him but twisted him from an ordinary man into a monstrous being, only to abandon him in this death-ridden tomb, shackled by chains that seemed to have a mind of their own. This revelation was dark and disturbing. Amit's voice turned low and cold. "Those two turned a regular man into this. And here I am, chained in a prison of corpses, bound by these infernal shackles. Suho frowned thoughtfully. "Why don't you just break the chains?" he asked, hoping for a simple solution. Amit leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. "These aren't ordinary chains. They're laced with powerful magic. If I try to move too far from this spot, they reappear, no matter how many times I break them." His voice was heavy with frustration. "I haven't even been able to explore the depths of this tomb because of them." Amit's voice trembled with a fury born of years of isolation, his face a mask of bitter rage. He yelled, "I will never forgive Tarnak or that damn spellcaster for what they did to me." To be used and abandoned, locked away like some experiment gone wrong. Suho listened closely, realizing he would have to free Amit to complete his quest. He eyed the chains critically, pondering why they would keep reforming. If breaking the stakes was enough, Amit would have done it by now, he thought. Then, something dawned on him. Turning to Amit, Suho asked, "Were these monsters already here when you were sealed?" Amit's nod confirmed it. "That's right," he replied, his voice laced with bitterness. Essel stood beside Suho, her eyes wide with confusion, struggling to make sense of the conversation. Suho pressed further. "So, you're not the dungeon's master?" Amit's confirmation triggered something in Suho's mind. Why would the spellcaster ensure the chains reappeared whenever Amit got too far? There has to be a deeper purpose here, he thought. With a measured tone, Suho asked, "If I manage to break the chains binding you, would you be willing to listen to a request of mine?" Amit's eyes flashed with surprise, suspicion, and a glimmer of hope. "What are you saying?" he rumbled, his tone more serious now. "Are you actually considering freeing me?" His voice dropped to a dangerous pitch as he continued, "If you can pull off something like that, I swear by all my fury, I'll do whatever you ask." Pausing, he studied Suho intently. "Do you actually have a way to undo the spellcaster's work?" Suddenly, Amit's aura surged, flooding the room with an intense, oppressive energy that made the chains strain against him. His eyes glinted with a savage, dangerous promise as he roared, "But if you're speaking in jest, if this is some kind of joke, you will pay dearly. I'll rip you apart, and there won't be a soul alive who could save you." The green and red energy radiating from him intensified, swirling around his massive form in waves of barely restrained fury. The air crackled with Amit's rising rage, and Suho felt the weight of the promise hanging between them like a sharpened blade. Essel stood frozen, her face a mask of terror as Amit's ominous energy filled the room. She stammered, "Young Monarch, what?" But Suho held up a hand, eyes never leaving Amit, every muscle in his body steeled in focus. He didn't waver. "Listen to me before you decide," he said, his voice calm but firm, like one who holds a high-stakes hand. Amit paused, his rage dimming slightly, allowing Suho's words to settle. A glint of mischief danced in Suho's eyes as he leaned in. "I'm planning to make this whole dungeon collapse." Amit's interest sharpened at that. Suho explained with a grin, "The spellcaster anchored you here with those chains to prevent you from killing the dungeon master, right? But what happens if the dungeon master is defeated and the entire dungeon falls apart? Those chains wouldn't have a reason to exist anymore. Their purpose would vanish." Amit's eyes narrowed as he processed Suho's logic. The notion of freedom, finally breaking free from his eternal bonds, swirled in his mind. Suddenly, a deep, guttural laugh echoed from his chest. "Well, well, Shadow Monarch's heir," he said, his voice tinged with wild hope. "What an idea! Perhaps this little scheme of yours might actually work." The scene shifted to the dungeon's depths, where Beru was flitting around like a giant disgruntled insect, muttering under his breath, his face drawn in exaggerated sorrow. With a tearful eye, he wailed, "Why, young monarch, why did you leave me here with this lizard?" His wings beat in frustration, his tiny frame vibrating with indignation. Amit, exasperated by Beru's dramatic sulking, snarled, "Enough with the whining, you miserable ant. You're acting like a fruit fly buzzing around my head." Beru's eyes snapped to Amit, and his antennae bristled. "Fruit fly," he hissed, his pride pricked. "Do you wish to face my original body's wrath?" Amit, unimpressed, waved him off dismissively. Who'd have guessed that kid was the son of the Shadow Monarch? He reached the boundary of his chains, placing one massive hand on the floor, his thoughts far from Beru's antics. "This is as far as I can go in this prison," he muttered, glancing into the darkness where Suho had disappeared. "If the air fails, I'll still be bound here." But for some reason, I believed him when he said he'd get me out. For a moment, Amit lowered his head, his thoughts turning inward. Tarnak, he thought bitterly, you claimed raw power was the pinnacle of strength, and you created me for it. Yet there are beings out there with strength that isn't bound by brute force. He recalled Suho's determined gaze. If anyone can free me from this place, it might just be that kid. Meanwhile, on a distant battlefield, Suho's fist connected with the jaw of a towering monster, the impact sending shockwaves through the dungeon as the beast shattered under his raw power. With one final strike, he decimated the last of the monsters swarming around him, dust and energy dispersing as he caught his breath. He glanced at Essel, who had been fighting alongside him, both of them worn but resolute. They locked eyes and nodded, wordlessly preparing for what lay ahead. Together, they approached the heart of the dungeon, where a looming figure sat atop a throne, an aura of malice radiating from its throne of bones. Suho's eyes narrowed as he took in the figure's name, glowing in ominous red letters, the tomb's warden, Shika. One left, Suho murmured, his voice echoing through the tomb. His muscles tensed, every fiber of his being poised for battle. The story begins with Amit relentlessly struggling against the mystical chains that held him captive for what felt like an eternity. Each clink and strain of the chains echoed through the tomb like the groans of a restless beast. Suho, observing Amit's futile attempts, opened the shadow dungeon just within Amit's reach. Amit, eyes blazing with a mix of hope and frustration, tried to step towards the entrance, but the infernal chains coiled tighter, yanking him back to his place of imprisonment. Watching the futile struggle, Suho remarked calmly, as expected, these chains are a real pain in the neck. Even the shadow dungeon can't bypass their spell. Gripping the chains with both hands, Amit growled, his voice carrying the weight of years spent in confinement. The moment I even think about leaving this place, these cursed things snap back and hold me tighter. It's like being stuck in a nightmare you can't wake up from. Suho folded his arms, scrutinizing the chains with a critical eye. Troublesome spell indeed. Not that I expected this to work, I just needed to confirm the extent of the problem. Turning to Essel and the rest of his team, Suho outlined his plan. We have two objectives to tackle. First, Essel and I will take down the boss monster and trigger the collapse of this dungeon. Once the dungeon starts crumbling, the second task is to destroy the pillars anchoring these chains. That will sever their function and finally free Amit. After that, we'll regroup with Beru and escape into the shadow dungeon before the whole place comes down. Amit, skeptical but intrigued, narrowed his eyes. And if you fail either task, what happens then? This whole operation hinges on precision. Suho's face darkened with determination. I've got a backup plan if things go south, he replied firmly. Before Suho could elaborate, Amit interjected with a dry chuckle. Forget it. Whatever happens out there, it can't be worse than being stuck in this wretched tomb for another millennium. The scene shifted to the depths of the dungeon, where an ominous wind swept through the ruins, swirling dust and sand in chaotic patterns. At the heart of this storm stood Shika, the tomb's warden, an imposing figure whose crimson aura radiated power. In his hands, an energy sphere crackled and pulsed with malevolent intent. With a commanding gesture, Shika launched the sphere forward, transforming it mid-air into a horde of sand monsters. They surged toward Suho like a tidal wave of destruction. Suho, undeterred, tightened his grip on his blade and charged headlong into the approaching sand creatures. His eyes burned with fierce resolve. In a blur of movement, his blade sang through the air, carving through one monster after another. The dust storm thickened around him, obscuring his form, but within moments, he emerged from the chaos, slicing the final creature in half with a decisive strike. Just as Suho thought he had a momentary reprieve, the sand underfoot betrayed him, rising like living tendrils to ensnare his legs. Shika stood unmoved, his hand controlling the sand like a puppeteer commanding his strings. Suho's gaze shifted to the glowing red name floating above Shika's head, an ominous marker indicating that this was no ordinary foe. A rank at least, Suho muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Essel saw an opening. Summoning her courage, she hurled her spear with all her might toward Shika. But with an almost lazy wave of his hand, Shika deflected the weapon as if swatting away an annoying fly. The spear clattered to the ground, useless. The sand's grip on Suho tightened, threatening to pull him deeper into the storm. He clenched his teeth, straining against the suffocating force. With one desperate surge of energy, He freed himself and shouted over the roaring storm, "Essel! It's time, we need to use the bond skill. There's no other way." Essel froze for a moment, her eyes wide with surprise. But as realization dawned, her expression shifted into one of determination. "Understood, young monarch," she replied, her voice brimming with resolve. A radiant transformation overtook Essel as her hair turned a luminous white, and a dark red aura engulfed her form. She focused her energy, channeling it into a glowing crimson sphere. Her thoughts raced. "This is my chance. I've trained for this moment, and I will not falter. The bond skill requires every ounce of my mana, but it's time to prove myself." As the energy orb grew brighter, Essel reflected on her past failures, vowing silently, "I've shown only weakness before. This time, I'll make a difference." The energy transferred to Suho, surging into him like a tidal wave of power. Essel's form dimmed as her mana reserves depleted completely, and she collapsed to the ground, her appearance returning to normal. "Young monarch," she whispered faintly, "I hope this helps." Suho, now bolstered by the surge of power from Essel's bond skill, felt his body hum with newfound strength. His gaze locked onto Sheikah, who stood tall atop his throne, ready for the next clash. "You've had your fun," Suho growled, his voice carrying a sharp edge of defiance. "Now it's my turn." Suho, reinvigorated by the energy from his bond skill with Essel, surged forward, his body a blur of speed as he charged Sheikah. The dungeon trembled with the force of their impending clash, as if even the stones feared the outcome. Sheikah, unyielding, prepared his counterattack, pulling his fist back with immense force. His presence exuded raw power, but Suho's determination burned brighter. As Suho closed the distance, a system message appeared before his eyes. "Bond skill, Demon Blast, 67% charged." Suho's thoughts raced. "This is my only shot. There's no holding back." He roared, pouring every ounce of his strength and resolve into a single devastating punch. The impact was cataclysmic. A shockwave rippled through the dungeon, sending debris flying as Sheikah's form shattered into countless pieces, obliterated by the sheer force of Suho's attack. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, Beru's antennae twitched as the ground beneath him began to quake violently. The walls groaned and split, signaling the collapse of the dungeon. Beru turned to Amit, his voice urgent. "The dungeon is collapsing. The young monarch has done it. He's defeated the dungeon master." Amit, watching the stakes anchoring his chains fall to the ground one by one, felt something long buried stir within him, a fragile, flickering hope. He whispered, almost to himself, "Could it be? I'm finally free." Beru, ever impatient, gestured frantically. "Hey, you oversized lizard! Stop gawking and move. We've got to get to the young monarch." Amit hesitated, disbelief clouding his mind. "After so many years, is this real? Can I truly leave this tomb?" Memories of his torment surfaced unbidden. He recalled the agony inflicted by Tarnak and the spellcaster, who destroyed and regenerated his body endlessly. Their experiments twisted his form, transforming his agony into strength. But the relentless pain had broken his spirit, driving him to gouge out his own eyes to dull the torment. Amid his suffering, one memory sustained him, the majestic beauty of nature from his youth. He had longed to feel its embrace again, to leave behind this desolate prison. Now, with trembling resolve, Amit lifted his foot and crossed the boundary of his confinement. The moment he stepped beyond, hope turned to horror as a gleaming stake shot toward him with blinding speed. It struck his side with brutal force, piercing his flesh. Amit staggered, blood spilling from his mouth as he roared in pain and fury. Beru cried out, his voice laced with shock. "Amit, what's happening?" More stakes hurtled toward Amit like a storm of daggers. He roared again, his voice a thunderclap of rage. "Tarnak! Spellcaster! You'd rather see me dead than free? I'll never forgive you." At that moment, Suho arrived, battered but undeterred. Seeing the stakes racing toward Amit, he acted on instinct. With all his strength, he kicked one stake mid-flight, deflecting it from its target. The impact sent a jolt of pain shooting through Suho's leg, nearly bringing him to his knees. But there was no time to hesitate. The stakes were relentless. Realizing the stakes were enchanted to return, Suho's mind raced. "If these chains won't let Amit go, I'll have to remove their anchors." Summoning the shadow dungeon portal, he began redirecting the stakes into the dark void. One by one, he kicked and punched the stakes, sending them spiraling into the portal. Amit watched in disbelief. Why? Why are you doing this? What could you possibly want from me that you'd shed your own blood for it? Suho didn't respond. Sweat poured down his face, and every strike sent waves of searing pain through his broken body. His bones screamed in protest, and with each deflected stake, he felt himself nearing his limit. Finally, a stake flew toward Suho with deadly precision. Before it could strike, Amit stepped forward, his massive fist smashing it aside toward the shadow dungeon portal. Bloodied but resolute, he looked at Suho and declared, "I see it now. Why Tarnak? No, why all the monarchs lost to the Shadow Monarch. It wasn't just strength. It was conviction." Suho's eyes widened in shock at Amit's words. He had never expected such respect or camaraderie from the towering beast, who now addressed him not as an enemy but as an equal. Amit's voice roared through the collapsing dungeon, carrying both defiance and newfound determination. "If all we need to do is toss these stakes into that gate, then let's end this madness together," sung Suho. "No, young monarch." The two stood side by side as the deadly stakes hurtled toward them, gleaming like meteors of death. Without hesitation, Amit swung his massive fists, swatting stakes into the portal with raw power. Suho, though battered and broken, mirrored his resolve, using precise strikes and desperate maneuvers to redirect each incoming projectile. The scene shifted to the shadow dungeon, where Essel stirred awake, her body weak but her spirit still burning. As she opened her eyes, the familiar silhouette of Beru loomed over her. "Are you finally up?" he asked, his voice as flat as ever. Essel shot upright, panic flashing across her face. "Beru, what happened?" "The young monarch. He sent me back because I was out of energy." "Is he all right? What about Amit?" Beru raised a claw to his lips and motioned for silence. "Quiet. They're resting now. Do not disturb them." Essel blinked in confusion but followed Beru's gaze. Her expression softened, and her eyes shimmered with joy as she spotted Suho lying peacefully nearby, his chest rising and falling with steady breaths. Beside him, Amit, now free of his chains, rested with a serene expression. Essel couldn't contain herself. He actually did it. The young monarch. He saved Amit. A series of system notifications appeared before Suho's sleeping form. System notification. Congratulations! You have successfully recruited Amit, heir of the Iron Body, as a teammate. Urgent quest. Dimensional crack. Completed. You have leveled up. You have earned quest rewards. Would you like to check them now? Meanwhile, far away in a quiet office, a man dressed in a sleek black suit sipped tea as he examined a digital profile on his tablet. His sharp eyes scanned the image of SungJinwoo with an expression of both reverence and unease. "Something changed after Hunter SungJinwoo's disappearance," he murmured. "The Hunter gates began appearing again. But thanks to the memories he left behind, I was able to quickly establish the Hunter Association and prevent a repeat of the Great Cataclysm." Setting the tablet down, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. But the existence of Stardust, that wasn't in the previous timeline. And its distribution by Lee Min-sung of the Grim Reaper Guild, it doesn't match his guild master's absence. Could he be acting alone? Before he could ponder further, his phone buzzed violently, snapping him from his thoughts. He glanced at the screen. Incoming call. "Mr. Jinho." Raising an eyebrow, he answered, his voice calm but curious. "It's rare for you to call me, sir. What brings this honor?" The voice on the other side trembled, a mix of desperation and urgency. "Mr. Jincho, I'm calling because I need the Hunter Association's help. It's about my nephew." Jincho straightened in his chair, alarm flickering in his eyes. "Your nephew? You mean Suho?" "Yes," Jinho replied, his voice breaking. He awakened as a hunter. I think he's trapped inside a gate. Please, you have to help him." Jincho's face paled. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Suho is trapped inside a gate? His mind raced, piecing together the implications. The Shadow Monarch's heir is in danger. This could change everything. The scene shifts to the barren outskirts of the Pyramid Field dungeon, where several trucks stood in stark contrast to the wreckage surrounding them. Inside one truck, the surviving members of the Azura Guild lay sprawled out, their breaths shallow, like they had just run a marathon through a hurricane. Xing, amidst the unconscious bodies, was suddenly roused by a persistent voice slicing through the fog of his mind. Xing! Hey, wake up! You've been snoozing for too long. Suho's voice broke through like an alarm clock set to the sound of impending doom. Xing groaned, rubbing his head like he'd just been hit by a truck, or maybe a pyramid-shaped one. As fragmented memories of the chaos resurfaced, his head throbbed. Suho, meanwhile, stood there with the patience of someone waiting in line at an overbooked airport. With an easy smile, he said, "Dungeons cleared. Oh, by the way, can I borrow your phone? Gotta make a call. Urgent stuff." For a moment, Xing's brain struggled to catch up, like an old computer running too many tabs. Then it hit him like a sledgehammer. His eyes snapped wide open as he shouted, "What? The dungeon's cleared." He looked out the window and saw the barren wasteland where the pyramid had once loomed, majestic and menacing. Now it was just gone, like a magician's greatest vanishing act. The scene transitions to the bustling chaos of Egypt's airport, where Suho and the Azura Guild members stood in a bittersweet farewell. The group exchanged pleasantries amidst the cacophony of announcements and hurried travelers. Xing extended a hand, his gratitude as clear as day. "I won't forget how you saved us back there. Let's keep in touch, okay? Even after you're back in Korea." Suho scratched the back of his head, looking bashful. "Thanks to you too, for helping me get a flight back to Korea and reconnecting me with my uncle." His grin softened as he recalled his uncle's near heart attack upon learning Suho had been in Egypt battling something that made an S-rank monster look like a house cat. Suho's smile grew faint as he remembered his uncle's words. The incident had been reported to a contact in the Hunter Association, and a summons to their offices loomed ominously. As if on cue, Xing's gaze turned suspicious. "You know," Xing began, narrowing his eyes like a detective in a cheesy TV drama, "it's pretty strange that a demon monster at S-rank just walked away and let the dungeon collapse." Suho forced a chuckle, his tone light but his nerves betraying him. "Yeah, strange is the word, huh? Guess I just got lucky." Internally, he winced. If he knew the truth about Amit, I'd never hear the end of it. The scene shifts to the Shadow Dungeon, a realm draped in darkness and raw power. Amit stood tall, his form bound by chains that clinked ominously with every movement. Suho and his companions watched from a distance as Essel sighed, her voice heavy with resignation. In the end, Amit's chains couldn't be broken. Suho turned to the beast, his tone even. "So, you're stuck here because of the chains. And since I didn't fully unseal you, does that mean you're going back on your promise?" Amit let out a laugh that rumbled like an earthquake. "Relax, kid. The deal was to get me out of the tomb, and you did that. These chains..." He flexed his arms, making them rattle like oversized jewelry. "They're just accessories now. I can move better here than I ever could in that dusty sarcophagus." Suho's eyebrows shot up. Amit had gone from terrifying overlord to someone who sounded like he'd just discovered a 5-star spa. Before Suho could respond, Amit's massive hand reached out, grabbing Suho by the back of his jacket like he was an unruly toddler. "Hey, what are you?" Suho's protest was cut off as Amit leaped skyward with enough force to leave cracks in the ground. Essel's panicked voice followed them. "Amit, where are you taking the young monarch?" Landing atop a towering structure, Amit released Suho, who staggered slightly before regaining his balance. Spreading his arms wide, Amit inhaled deeply. "It's faint," he said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "But I can feel it, the essence of nature. It's been far too long." Turning to Suho, Amit's eyes gleamed with something akin to respect. "As promised, I'll follow you, young monarch." Suho met his gaze, a rare smile crossing his face. With a firm nod, he replied, "Then let's get to work." Back in the present, Suho gave Xing a casual wave before stepping into the boarding gate. As the automated doors slid shut behind him, a thought surfaced. The gate to the Shadow Dungeon, the urgent quest, everything had been a carefully laid path. It had all been leading to this moment, to meeting Amit as his ally. Suho turned for one last glance at Xing, his voice steady but layered with an unspoken promise. "I'll see you again." Xing's eyes lingered on Suho's retreating figure, his mind churning. This guy doesn't just summon monsters. He fights like a man possessed and even transforms into one. How is someone like him stuck at B rank? A smirk tugged at Xing's lips. "There's no way that's the full story," I'll get my guild on this. Scouting him is top priority. As Suho made his way down the terminal, a familiar presence stirred from his shadow. Beru emerged gracefully, his tone as casual as his entrance. It's been a while since I've flown on one of these metal birds. Suho chuckled, shaking his head. Well, it's not like we had many choices. The gate connecting to Korea is still sealed shut. Glancing at the departure board, Suho brought up his status window. 7 levels in one go, he muttered, a flicker of pride in his eyes. That boss monster and urgent quest really did the trick. He turned to Beru, a curious edge in his voice. At my current state, where would you place my hunter rank? Beru examined the stats with the intensity of a hawk zeroing in on prey. After a moment, he nodded with conviction. You're definitely at A rank now. Hearing this, Suho's expression hardened like steel tempered by fire. A rank, he murmured, his voice quiet but resolute. That's good enough. The preparations are over. It's time. Lee Min-sung and the Itarim Apostle won't see this coming. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Korea, the Chivalry Guild bustled with activity. The new headquarters, gleaming and modern, symbolized their recent rise. In one room, hunters chatted, their voices brimming with excitement. We've come so far, one said, almost in disbelief. From a C-rank guild to taking on a B-rank gate in Incheon, who would have thought? Not just the gates, another chimed in, stretching back in his chair. Even this office is huge. I'm still getting lost in here. A hunter pulled out a shimmering vial of Stardust, holding it up like a trophy. This stuff, he said, his tone reverent. We owe everything to this. Who'd have thought a team of mostly C-rank hunters could handle a B-rank gate? Another member grinned. The black markets made it easy to get these days. And cheaper too. Whoever's behind it, they're practically a saint. Leaning against the wall, Kim Sung-soo, a spiky-haired B-rank hunter, crossed his arms. Saint? You guys really think it's all sunshine and rainbows? Something about this stuff feels wrong. The others rolled their eyes. Oh, come on, Kim, one said, waving him off. You're B-rank. Of course, you don't get how much this helps us. Kim's expression didn't waver. The Hunter Association's talking about banning it. If they do, you won't be so smug. The room quieted, tension replacing the light-hearted banter. Wait, what? One hunter asked, alarmed. Why would they ban something that's helping us close more gates? They don't care about small guilds like ours anyway. Kim cracked open a soda, taking a deliberate sip. Ask them, not me. I don't write the rules. Before anyone could respond, the room's atmosphere shifted. The door creaked open, and 3 unfamiliar figures entered. Every head turned, the hunters' confusion quickly morphing into unease. The newcomers exuded danger, their presence heavy and suffocating. Leading them was a boy who seemed out of place. Too young, too calm, too wrong. Stepping forward, he scanned the room with cold, calculating eyes. So, this is the Chivalry Guild, he said, his voice soft but cutting like a blade. Kim approached cautiously, his instincts on high alert. Who are you, and what do you want? The boy didn't blink. You hold the rights to the Incheon gate. Surrender them. Kim stared, baffled. What? Are you serious? What are you even talking about? The boy's gaze didn't waver, his words slicing through the room like ice. I said, hand over the gate. Behind him, his companions stirred, their movements predatory, promising chaos. The apostle's expression darkened, his patience unraveling like a frayed rope. His voice boomed, sharp as a sword slicing through the tense atmosphere. I said, hand over the gate. The room quaked with the weight of his energy, and in an instant, the guild members' faces contorted, their eyes glowing with the sinister mark of a yellow cross. One by one, they bowed low before the apostle, their voices a chilling monotone. Apostle, we'll do as you say. Kim's soda can hit the floor with a dull clatter, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene. His jaw dropped in disbelief as he stumbled back. What the hell is wrong with all of you? His voice cracked, raw with desperation. This isn't funny. Snap out of it, you idiots. He stepped forward, shaking the nearest guild member, but they remained as unmoving as statues. The apostle's gaze locked onto Kim, intrigued by his resistance. Ah, he mused, a cruel smirk spreading across his lips. So you didn't consume Stardust, huh? Perfect. A pure one among the sheep. He raised a finger, issuing a new command. The rest of you, you're blind and deaf until I say otherwise. Instantly, the room fell eerily silent as the controlled hunters obeyed, their expressions devoid of life. Kim's voice trembled as he demanded answers. What's happening here? Why are they listening to you? Who the hell are you? The apostle leaned back against the table, exuding a calm menace. I wanted to have a real conversation. The others are so dull, he said, flicking an imaginary speck of dust off his shoulder. Your kind was created to serve the Creator's will, yet you've strayed, clinging to your illusions of free will. Fascinating, isn't it? But I'm here to correct that. Kim's instincts screamed danger. His hand darted to the hilt of his sword as he barked. You're insane. Creator. Free will. What kind of sick cult is this? The apostle's smirk vanished, replaced by an icy fury that seemed to drain the air from the room. A cult. His voice dropped, venom dripping from every syllable. The lights flickered as his energy spiked, and Kim staggered back, his sword trembling in his grip. Did you just insult the Creator? The apostle reached for a blade resting against the wall, his hand glowing with a sickly yellow energy. Amplify, he whispered, and the sword crackled with power, radiating malice. Kim's survival instincts kicked in. He lunged, his blade slicing through the air in a desperate arc. The apostle moved like a phantom, his counterstrike swift and merciless. The room seemed to hold its breath as Kim's body split cleanly in two, blood spraying in a grotesque arc across the walls. The broken half of his sword spun through the air, embedding itself with a sickening thunk into the skull of a controlled guild member. The room descended into chaos, a symphony of silence and death. The apostle stood amidst the carnage, his aura pulsating with raw malice. He glanced at the lifeless bodies, his expression unreadable. Then, with a wave of his hand, he muttered, "You may see and hear again. Clean this mess." The remaining controlled hunters obeyed without hesitation, dragging the bodies away like puppets on invisible strings. Footsteps echoed in the hallway as more guild members rushed in, alarmed by the commotion. The apostle didn't spare them a glance as he murmured, "Forget everything you've seen." Their eyes glazed over, their memories wiped clean as they stumbled back into the corridor, dazed and disoriented. As the apostle exited the building, his thoughts churned like a storm. What is free will, he mused, the question gnawing at him. Creations should fulfill their purpose. Yet this universe's inhabitants destroyed their creator. Such insolence! At the dungeon's entrance, hunters under his control restrained a massive, otherworldly monster, its eyes burning with primal rage. The apostle approached, holding a glowing yellow crystal aloft. "You've suffered enough, wandering the cracks between dimensions," he said softly, almost tenderly. "Let your fury guide you." The crystal sank into the monster's eye, and its roar shook the ground. Yellow energy coursed through its veins as its form twisted into something monstrous. The apostle's lips curled into a smile as he whispered, "Run wild. Destroy. For the Creator's will must prevail." The dungeon shuddered as the beast burst forth, a harbinger of chaos. The apostle stood in its wake, his eyes glowing with unholy light. "This world will understand its place," he vowed, "and its purpose will be fulfilled." The scene begins with the bustling energy of an airport. Cars are lined up, horns honking as travelers scurry through sliding doors, suitcases in tow. Just outside the main terminal, 3 members of the Hunters Association are stationed near a small surveillance vehicle, their eyes scanning the area with the sharp focus of hawks. Despite the usual commotion, something darker looms. Suddenly, a faint red glow begins to emanate nearby, pulsating like a heartbeat. One of the hunters stiffens, his voice cutting through the ambient noise. "This doesn't look good," he mutters, moving closer to the source of the glow with the others. As they near the forming gate, the oppressive mana pouring out hits them like a tidal wave. The second member, his hand instinctively tightening around his weapon, remarks grimly, "Judging by the intensity, this is serious. If we don't deal with the boss inside, a dungeon break is imminent." The third hunter, the apparent leader of the group, stares hard at the gate, its swirling red energy growing more chaotic by the second. His voice lowers as he warns, "At this location, the damage to the airport would be catastrophic." Before anyone can respond, their eyes flash an eerie yellow. One of the hunters stiffens, turning slowly toward a figure emerging from the shadows. Standing tall and exuding an air of cold authority is the Apostle of Itarim, flanked by his silent, ominous minions. The hunter, his voice suddenly devoid of emotion, states mechanically, "We'll report to the association that there's no issue here, Apostle." The Apostle's piercing gaze shifts to the gate, its chaotic energy reaching a fever pitch. Without a word, he watches as the inevitable occurs. The dungeon breaks open. Monsters, grotesque and seething with primal rage, pour forth from the portal like water from a breached dam. The Apostle's minions do not flinch. Instead, the Apostle himself seems lost in thought, his cold demeanor masking an internal storm of memories. His monologue begins, echoing in his mind like a hymn. Creations. Beings brought into existence solely to fulfill the will of our creators. If they desired amusement, we waged wars at their behest. If they craved treasures, we tore them from the hands of the unworthy. His thoughts grow darker. Our existence had one purpose, to satisfy their whims. The Apostle recalls a pivotal moment, his expression tightening as the memory unfolds. One day, our Creator, God, spoke. "One of our kin in another dimension has fallen. Take this command and claim for me the ownership of the world without a master." The memory sharpens, his voice in his mind heavy with disdain and reverence. Following that decree, we mobilized the might of God's army, gathering countless believers to fuel the crusade. But the journey between dimensions demanded an immeasurable cost, energy beyond comprehension, and as we approached the passage, its narrowing void allowed fewer and fewer to pass through. For eons, the army pressed on, sacrificing much along the way. His gaze narrows as the red glow from the dungeon reflects in his eyes, his inner voice recounting the horrors. Finally, we arrived. We reached the world without a master, and standing before us was the embodiment of terror, the darkness. An endless abyss of shadow blocking our path. His thoughts become sharper, each word cutting like a blade. The darkness was more than an obstacle. It was a force. Its power was absolute. In mere moments, entire battalions were consumed, swallowed whole by its abyss. From that void emerged its own legion, an army born of shadow, led by generals who wielded power unmatched by any mortal or divine creation. The Apostle's mind spirals deeper into the memory. The battle that followed was unlike any we had faced. For every soldier of God that fell, the darkness corrupted their essence, turning our once holy comrades against us. The more we fought, the stronger the darkness grew, feeding on our despair. The war that began in the world without a master spilled over into other dimensions as we, the army of God, faltered. The Apostle's expression tightens, his hands curling into fists. Defeat seemed inevitable. As casualties mounted and morale crumbled, despair gripped the hearts of even the strongest among us. It was then that Teal, the envoy of God, stepped forward with a daring suggestion. The envoy of God, Teal, spoke with a calculating tone that carried an air of divine certainty. "This is an opportunity," he declared. "Just as it was arduous for us to cross dimensions, the darkness has departed the world without a master and cannot return easily due to the immense mana it expends. Furthermore, I sense no mana emanating from the life forms of that world. If we deploy the mist burns, we could seize control from within." The Apostle's eyes gleamed as Teal elaborated. The mist burns are the weakest among God's believers, broken minds set aflame by holy fire. While their strength is negligible, their power to spread faith explosively is unparalleled, particularly among beings devoid of mana. They are a beacon for evangelization, lighting the way in barren lands. The army of God listened intently, their despair giving way to a newfound hope. The plan was simple yet audacious. Spread faith like wildfire in the world without a master. As the number of believers grew, their collective devotion would manifest a sanctuary capable of creating a miracle. It was a gamble, but one they could not afford to ignore. The army unanimously agreed to Teal's strategy. Without hesitation, Teal enacted his plan, dividing his divine essence into 5 fragments. The weakest fragment was entrusted with the embers of the mist burns and dispatched to infiltrate the world without a master. The fragment's feeble presence allowed it to slip past the watchful eye of the darkness, successfully infiltrating the new world. However, an unexpected revelation awaited. Contrary to their understanding, some life forms in the world without a master had acquired mana, a development that could jeopardize their plans. The fragment discovered this anomaly stemmed from an event known as the Cataclysm, which birthed mana in this world. The scene shifts back to the present, where the Apostle reflects on these events. The first fragment chose patience, waiting for others to arrive. When it fused with me, the second fragment, our strength and purpose solidified, he thinks. A shadow crosses his expression as he adds inwardly, such a convenient shift amidst our war. It cannot be coincidence. It must be by design. Standing amidst the hustle of the airport, the Apostle surveys the mortals around him with a detached gaze. There can be no further disruptions to our mission, he mutters under his breath. His golden eyes scan the bustling crowd. Humans. I must understand the pinnacle of their kind, those they call hunters, who wield mana like a weapon. He resolves to learn their capabilities and, if fate allows, to test the mettle of an S-rank hunter. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the airport. Dust and debris fly as the ground trembles. Chaos erupts instantly. Panicked screams fill the air as travelers scramble for safety. The Apostle remains motionless, his cold gaze cutting through the chaos like a blade. From the swirling dust, monstrous figures emerge. Hulking and grotesque, they storm through the shattered entrance, their twisted forms bristling with weapons. The monsters, surveying the frightened humans, emit guttural roars before charging. One terrified bystander cries out, "It's a dungeon break! Someone call the Hunters Association!" The words fuel the growing panic as people sprint in every direction, desperate to escape the carnage. The Apostle remains impassive, his thoughts calm amidst the storm. A hunter of significant rank will undoubtedly appear if one of these beasts begins to rampage, he muses. Perhaps this will allow me to gauge the strength of an S-rank hunter. Just then, a hunter rushes into the fray, his weapon drawn, shouting, "Why is there a dungeon break here of all places?" The Apostle's piercing gaze locks onto the figure, studying him with unnerving precision. Were these hunters already stationed here, or is this coincidence, he wonders. Observing their synchronized movements and mana use, his thoughts sharpen. All of them, users of the Stardust. A flicker of intrigue crosses his face as the Apostle steps forward, the din of battle surrounding him like a symphony of chaos. For him, this was no accident, this was destiny unfolding. The Apostle's voice dropped into a low, disdainful murmur as he continued his internal monologue. "Stardust," he began, his tone almost reverent but dripping with cold calculation. An amplifier forged from the distilled faith of the mist burns. Ordinarily, the minute faith they harbor would scarcely ripple in the grand scheme. But under the effect of Teal's ability, Amplify, that faith becomes a force that can twist reality and minds. As he activated his skill, a faint pulse of crimson light radiated from his form. The hunters nearby, their eyes already yellowed from exposure to the Apostle's influence, froze as if struck by an unseen force. Their expressions slackened, their bodies stiffened, and within moments, they fell completely under his sway. One hunter, gripping his sword tightly, stared blankly at the Apostle. "You are an obstruction," the Apostle stated, his voice devoid of empathy. "Leave." The hunter, without hesitation, sheathed his blade and bowed slightly. "Yes, Apostle. As you command." He turned and walked away, the chaos of the airport unfolding behind him. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their savage rampage. A goblin, its crude dagger dripping with malice, ambushed a woman from behind. She screamed as the blade plunged into her back, driving her to the ground. The goblin pounced on her, stabbing repeatedly with wild glee. Blood pooled at the Apostle's feet, the woman's cries of agony cutting through the cacophony of terror. In her final moments, she weakly raised her trembling hand toward him, a silent plea for salvation. The Apostle met her desperate gaze with cold, unfeeling eyes. Internally, his thoughts churned. Creations exist solely to fulfill their Creator's will. This is the truth I have always believed. Life's purpose is obedience, nothing more. But as her hand fell limp, the Apostle's gaze darkened. And yet, why do humans harbor desire? Why are these fragile mortal creatures granted a will that rivals even that of their creators? He turned his head slightly, observing the mayhem as the monsters continued their slaughter. His mind spiraled deeper into this unsettling quandary. Could it be, he wondered, that these weak, insignificant beings are higher than us in some way? The scene shifts to a man sprinting for his life through the chaos. As he fled, His wide, terror-filled eyes locked onto another figure calmly striding in the opposite direction, heading toward the monsters. Shock and disbelief painted his face. "Why the hell is that guy running toward them?" he muttered, stumbling in his escape. The figure was none other than Suho. Adjusting his black shadow mask, he scoffed under his breath. "A dungeon break, huh? Seriously, what kind of greeting is this for me the moment I show up?" Nearby, a man tripped and fell to the ground, his cries of terror rising as a monster loomed over him, raising a crude club high above its head. The victim cowered, raising his hands in a futile attempt to protect himself. But before the blow could land, Suho intervened with a bone-crushing kick to the monster's face. The creature flew backward, its weapon clattering uselessly to the ground. Landing gracefully, Suho turned to the terrified man. "Get up. I'll deal with these bastards. You just run." The apostle, standing amidst the carnage, fixed his unyielding gaze on Suho. Unlike the others he had encountered, this masked figure moved with fluid precision, dispatching monsters with ease. Each swing of Suho's blade was measured, decisive, and deadly. His presence seemed to shift the tide of the battle, as though he were a force of nature unleashed. Something about this hunter made the apostle's eyes narrow. His movements, his aura, his confidence, they all spoke of someone who transcended the ordinary. And then, recognition flickered in the apostle's mind. That mask. Lee Minseong mentioned someone wearing a black mask. The one who destroyed the hyena's guild. Could it be him? The apostle's cold expression twisted into something resembling curiosity. The saboteur, he thought. So, this is the man who stands against me. Interesting. The chaos in the airport escalated as goblins swarmed through the area, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. With malicious grins and menacing glares, the goblins clutched their crude weapons, their twisted forms brimming with savage intent. Any human unlucky enough to cross their path became a target. Suddenly, amidst the pandemonium, a shadow moved, a blur too fast for the goblins to perceive. Suho darted through the carnage, dispatching goblins with single, precise strikes. His movements were fluid, deadly, and efficient as he carved a path through the mayhem, advancing toward the remaining goblins who were terrorizing the fleeing humans. After smashing a group of goblins into the ground with a devastating punch, Suho adjusted his hood and allowed himself a moment of thought. "This is insane," he mused silently. The Hunter Association would never let a dungeon break like this go unchecked, especially at a gate that could result in so many casualties. Something's definitely off. His eyes shifted to the lifeless goblins scattered across the floor, and his resolve hardened. First priority, get these people out safely. Everything else can wait. Unbeknownst to him, the apostle had been observing Suho's every move. Hidden amidst the chaos, the apostle's mind raced. "He doesn't carry the faintest trace of Stardust within him," the apostle noted. "The faith of the Mistborns doesn't exist in his body. This masked man hasn't been tainted. His magic power, it rivals Lee Minseong's, or perhaps it's even greater." While the apostle remained lost in his calculations, Suho knelt beside the goblin corpses. He activated his shadow extraction ability, and in moments, dark tendrils emerged, enveloping the fallen monsters. Within seconds, 3 shadow goblins materialized, their glowing eyes fixed on Suho, awaiting his command. Wasting no time, Suho ordered them in a calm yet firm tone, "Help the civilians. Make sure everyone who can't move on their own gets out of here alive." The shadow goblins nodded, vanishing into the fray to carry out their orders. The apostle, who had been watching from the shadows, felt his confidence waver. His eyes widened as he registered what he'd just witnessed. Sweat began to trickle down his face as an ominous thought took root. That ability, the power of darkness. It can't be. This authority, it's the same as Jinwoo's. The Shadow Monarch, his voice trembled in his mind, memories of the Shadow Army flooding back with terrifying clarity. As the apostle watched Suho's shadow goblins engage the remaining attackers, he grew increasingly anxious. A human who wields the authority of darkness, he thought. If he truly is connected to darkness, then it all makes sense. The attack on the Hyena Guild, the Stardust Factory, it was him. All of it was to disrupt our plans. Suddenly, Suho's sharp gaze shifted, locking onto something in the distance. The apostle's chest tightened as panic surged through him. "He's noticed me," the apostle thought frantically, trying to suppress his aura. I must vanish. He cannot discover our existence in this world. Before the apostle could act, a deafening crash reverberated through the building. A massive truck came hurtling through the air, slamming into the structure and detonating on impact. The explosion ripped through the airport, sending shards of glass and waves of fire across the space. Instinctively, Suho leapt forward, shielding a child from the blast with his own body. The glass and flames rebounded harmlessly off his sturdy frame. Turning his head slightly, Suho addressed the young boy, his voice calm despite the chaos. Hey kid, you all right? You hurt anywhere? The apostle, standing a short distance away, remained silent, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the man before him. But Suho's attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. A loud, guttural roar shook the air, sending vibrations through the floor. His gaze shifted to the source. A monstrous bull-like creature with glowing yellow eyes emerged through the gaping hole left by the truck. The beast towered over the wreckage, exuding a primal menace. Suho's eyes narrowed. Is this the dungeon boss? He wondered, his body tensing in preparation. From Suho's shadow, Beru suddenly emerged, his form imposing and regal. Young Monarch, Beru intoned, his voice filled with grave authority. I sense the energy of Itarim within that creature. Suho's brow furrowed as he processed the information. If that's the case, he muttered, then this dungeon break. It's connected to the Itarim. Out of nowhere, Beru's antennae twitched as he detected another faint trace of Itarim energy behind them. Turning sharply, he locked eyes on the apostle. For a moment he tensed, but his stance relaxed just as quickly. It's just a kid, Beru thought skeptically. Am I imagining things? There's no way a mere child could emit such energy. He dismissed the thought and refocused on the immediate threat. The bull monster, clearly growing impatient, stomped its hooves and released an earth-shaking bellow. Its massive form surged forward, charging at Suho with its fists clenched and ready to strike. Suho, unfazed, clenched his own fists in return, determination flashing in his eyes. I'll need everything I've got to match its strength, he thought. Without hesitation, Suho allocated all his newly earned stats from reaching level 35 directly into strength. His strength stat leaped from 70 to 77, and his muscles flexed with newfound power. The moment their fists collided, a thunderous crack echoed through the air, followed by shockwaves that rippled through the debris-filled airport. Suho and the bull monster tested each other's might, neither willing to back down. Their locked fists sent cracks spidering across the floor beneath them, as if the earth itself protested their clash. Meanwhile, the apostle, still standing in the shadows, observed the fight intently. His thoughts raced as he pieced together what he was witnessing. Wait, did he just save me? He glanced at Suho's back, his expression torn between confusion and annoyance. He thinks I'm just a human child, the apostle realized, his lips curling into a scornful smirk. Watching the ongoing battle, the apostle analyzed Suho further. He wields the authority of darkness, but compared to the true darkness, he's a mere shadow of its power. Still, his potential remains unclear. But fate has smiled on me today. Meeting him here, a perfect opportunity. I'll eliminate him while I can. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted the tension. Sorry I'm late. A man strode confidently into the airport, his presence commanding attention. Flames flickered to life in his outstretched hand as he continued. All right then, let's finish this mess quickly. The newcomer, oozing charisma and power, raised his arm. Fireballs materialized above his palm, blazing with intense heat. The goblins in the area froze, staring dumbfounded at the fiery spectacle above their heads. Even the apostle couldn't suppress his curiosity. Who is this hunter, he thought, his attention momentarily pulled from Suho. Suho, mid-battle, took a step back, noticing the fireballs raining down across the battlefield. His sharp eyes darted around as he muttered to himself, "Where are these fireballs coming from?" The answer revealed itself moments later as the hunter stepped forward, facing the goblins directly. His eyes burned red with fierce resolve, and his fiery aura blazed brighter than the inferno he conjured. With a determined clench of his fists, the hunter, Choi, triggered his attack. The fireballs hovering over the goblins descended in a storm of flames, each one striking with devastating precision. The goblins had no time to react. Within seconds, the fireballs reduced them to nothing but ash. The air grew thick with heat and smoke as Suho stood frozen in awe, his wide eyes glued to the scene. How is this even possible? Suho thought, disbelief etched across his face. So many monsters obliterated in an instant. His gaze shifted to Choi, analyzing him more carefully. The red eyes, the commanding aura, the mastery of fire, all of it pointed to one conclusion. Could this be Choi Jong, the S-rank fire-wielding hunter? Choi turned his attention toward the bull monster, which was still standing despite the fiery onslaught. A confident smirk tugged at his lips. "To think you survived that," he remarked, his voice calm yet laced with challenge. "You're tougher than I expected." Without hesitation, Choi raised his hands once more. This time, flames swirled around him, condensing into a bow and arrow forged entirely of fire. The burning weapon radiated a lethal energy that made even the apostle take a cautious step back. Drawing the fiery bowstring, Choi aimed directly at the bull monster. "Let's see how you handle this," he said, his voice steady as his red eyes locked onto the target. The bull monster, sensing the danger, let out a defiant roar and charged toward Choi with all its might. Its hooves cracked the floor as it leapt into the air, preparing to strike. But Choi was faster. He released the flaming arrow, and it shot forward at an unbelievable speed, cutting through the air with a screeching hiss. The arrow struck the bull monster dead-on with a fiery explosion so powerful that it illuminated the entire airport. The force of the impact sent the monster hurtling through the air, crashing through walls and disappearing into the horizon. The beast's lifeless form finally vanished from sight, leaving nothing but a trail of smoke and silence in its wake. Choi stood tall, his fiery bow dissipating into embers. He let out a breath, his smile returning as he surveyed the destruction he'd caused. "Well," he said, almost casually, "that takes care of that." Suho, still standing in the wreckage, could only watch in silence, his mind racing to process what he'd just witnessed. Who is this guy, he thought, his fists tightening, to take down that bull monster like it was nothing? Just how powerful is he? The airport was in utter chaos. Flames crackled and danced across the wreckage, casting flickering shadows over the twisted metal and shattered glass. A wave of relief washed over the remaining civilians as they began to cheer, their terrified expressions replaced with wide smiles. "It's really him, Hunter Choi," one person exclaimed, their voice trembling with awe. Another added, as expected of the human weapon, "He's unstoppable." Choi simply raised a hand and waved, a modest grin tugging at his lips. "Thank you," he said, his tone calm but commanding. But as the applause faded, Choi's expression shifted. His eyes scanned the rubble once more, sharp and calculating. "I could have sworn I saw a child around here. Where did he go?" As his gaze fell upon a torn jacket on the ground, his brows furrowed in thought. He knelt down, picking it up. "The hunter who was fighting before I arrived. Did they really just leave without taking any credit? Why would they do that?" Meanwhile, hidden behind a mound of debris, Suho crouched in the shadows, his breathing steady and quiet. His eyes followed Choi's every move. "I'm glad he showed up when he did," Suho thought, his mind racing. "But I can't afford to let my identity be exposed. I need to disappear before anyone notices me." Taking a more critical look at the situation, Suho's thoughts grew darker. The Itarim have always operated in secrecy, pulling strings from the shadows. But for them to openly attack civilians in such a crowded place, this isn't random. They're planning something bigger. His fists clenched as he made his silent retreat, slipping further into the cover of the wreckage. As dusk fell, the fiery glow of the setting sun faded, replaced by the cool silver light of the moon. The sky turned dark and brooding, with clouds shrouding the stars. The scene shifted to the apostle, now seated alone in a dimly lit room, staring out through a cracked window. His mind churned with the day's events, replaying each moment with cold precision. Suddenly, something disrupted his thoughts. Right beside him, the air began to ripple and distort, forming a swirling black portal. The apostle's expression remained neutral, though his eyes flickered with recognition. The portal expanded, growing larger until it dominated the space beside him. From its center emerged a red, glowing sphere pulsating with a sinister energy. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the sphere. "It's been a long time, second fragment," it said, its tone dripping with authority. Without turning his head, the apostle replied evenly, "So you've come, third fragment. Before I surrender this body to you, I'll give you a brief overview." His voice was calm, but there was a weight behind it, like the final words of a man walking to his execution. "There are beings among the humans," the apostle began, "known as hunters. They possess magic power, and the strongest among them, the S-rank hunters, are exceptionally dangerous. We must be cautious of them." His voice dipped lower, almost conspiratorial. "And then there's a variable. One that must be eliminated." Before he could continue, the third fragment interrupted with cold indifference. "Enough," it said sharply. "I'll examine the memories once I take over the body. You've fulfilled your duties. Now, as planned, you will be absorbed into me." The apostle's golden eyes narrowed slightly, though he remained composed. "What's wrong?" the third fragment asked, its tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Are you hesitant?" "It's nothing," the apostle replied with a faint shake of his head. His voice was steady, but an undercurrent of conflict bubbled beneath. "I leave everything to you." As the third fragment began to absorb the apostle, a thought flickered through his mind. "Am I saddened to leave this world?" His expression hardened as he dismissed the notion. "No. This is the will of God. Everything we do is for the Creator." The merging process began in earnest. The red glow of the third fragment engulfed the apostle's body, overpowering his golden aura. The light grew so intense that it illuminated the entire room, spilling out of the windows and lighting up the surrounding night like a beacon of power. The walls trembled under the energy radiating from the transformation, and the apostle's body began to morph. When the light finally subsided, a new figure emerged. The apostle's form had changed into that of a fully grown man, his presence exuding a terrifying authority. His aura now burned red, pulsating with an overwhelming force. Clenching his newly strengthened fists, he smirked, his expression dark and calculating. "This memory," he muttered, his mind flashing back to Suho. His eyes narrowed with intrigue. "The variable, the one the second fragment mentioned." He let out a low chuckle. "To think there's a being who wields the same authority of darkness. Unexpected. Fascinating." His smirk widened into a predatory grin. "Second fragment," he said softly, almost mockingly, "your judgment was flawed. To eliminate him would be a waste." His eyes gleamed with malice as he added, "If we convert him into a follower instead, he could control even the dead. And that would make him invaluable to our cause." Suho sank deeper into the couch, the plush cushions barely easing the fatigue from a grueling day at the airport, where chaos seemed to be his constant companion. His eyes fluttered shut, the rare moment of peace almost lulling him to sleep. But, as was his life, peace was fleeting. Emerging from the shadows like a ninja with stage fright, Beru appeared with an apologetic expression etched on his face. "Young Monarch, you look like you've been through a dungeon war and lost," Beru said, his voice brimming with worry. Suho cracked open one eye, his face a mix of exhaustion and frustration. "Of course, I'm tired. My uncle just spent a solid hour yelling at me." He mimicked his uncle's stern voice. "It's great you're saving the planet, but what about your safety, huh? What am I supposed to tell your parents if you end up in a ditch somewhere?" The mere thought of his uncle's lecture made Suho's jaw clench, but then his expression softened as he glanced upward, his mind turning to his parents. A small, fond smile spread across his face. "Mom and Dad must be worried too," he murmured to himself, the warmth of familial love rekindling a sense of determination in him. With newfound resolve, Suho shot up from the sofa, tossing the towel from his neck like an athlete about to enter the ring. "Rest can wait. Beru, we're heading to the Shadow Dungeon. Time to train." Beru blinked, utterly bewildered. "But, young Monarch, shouldn't you take a break first? Even shadow rulers need their 8 hours." Suho smirked, adjusting his stance like a man on a mission. "I just remembered I didn't complete my daily quest. Can't afford to miss those rewards. You know, priorities." Beru chuckled nervously, though his antennae twitched in worry. "I swear, the young Monarch has become a gotcha game addict for strength." With a wave of his hand, Suho opened the Shadow Dungeon portal. The dark, swirling vortex enveloped them as they stepped inside. The moment they entered, however, Suho's confident demeanor cracked like glass under pressure. His eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. His group stood solemnly, and the air was heavy with awkwardness. What are you saying? Suho stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. How is this possible? Opening his status window, Suho's face turned pale as he realized the worst. The daily quest had expired. The goblins, the key to his progress, were gone. Every single one. He turned to Essel, Gray, and Amit, panic simmering beneath the surface. What the hell happened here? Essel hesitated, fidgeting like a student caught cheating on a test. Well, about that, she trailed off, her voice barely audible. Amit went on a rampage and, killed them all. Overnight. Every last one. Amit, unbothered and even proud, crossed his arms and chuckled. I simply cleansed your domain of Tarnak's filthy servants. It was long overdue. His grin widened. And, as promised, I didn't harm any humans. Suho's face met his palm with an audible smack. You killed all the goblins. In one night. My growth rate's going to tank. Amit's grin only grew wider. If strength is what you seek, young monarch, then allow me to train you personally. Suho's jaw dropped. Wait, you can train me? Amit's chuckle was low and ominous. Of course. Do you think I was born this strong? Training is the only way to surpass limits. Before Suho could process this, a system notification popped up in front of him. Congratulations! You have unlocked a hidden quest, preparation to become stronger. Suho blinked at the notification, his mind racing. Well, I guess I have no choice but to accept. As he accepted the quest, Amit's laughter echoed like a villain's theme music. Suho hesitantly opened the quest log, muttering aloud, Let's see, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run? What is this, the Saitama workout plan? Amit's grin turned devilish. Oh, but there's more. You'll do all that, while carrying me on your back. A second notification appeared. New condition added. You must carry Amit while completing the tasks. Suho's head snapped toward Amit, his eyes wide. You want me to do what? Are you insane? Amit, ever the enigma, placed a hand on his chest, his tone calm. Don't worry, young monarch. I'll make myself smaller. Before anyone could argue, Amit's body began to emit smoke as it shrank, his once intimidating frame now barely larger than a child's. Suho, Essel, and Gray stared in shock, unable to comprehend the transformation. That is horrifying and impressive at the same time, Suho muttered under his breath. Amit approached Suho, placing a hand on his shoulder. This should suffice. Now, let's begin. Suho, already regretting his life choices, got into the push-up position. All right, fine. Let's do this. Inwardly, however, he was panicking. How is this even remotely fair? He thought, his determination battling against dread. The system chimed again, another notification appearing. Bond skill is currently locked due to the power gap between player and Amit. Requirement, level 80 to unlock. Suho groaned internally. Great. Just great. Amit wasted no time climbing onto Suho's back. The moment he did, Suho's arms wobbled as if he were balancing the weight of a collapsed skyscraper. The ground beneath him cracked ominously. Essel and Gray watched in horror, while Beru whispered, I think the young monarch is going to die. Amit laughed heartily. I may have forgotten to mention, I can shrink my size, but my weight? That's non-negotiable. Suho's face twisted in pain as he struggled to stay in position. His arms trembled, sweat dripping like a broken faucet. You're crushing me. Amit leaned in with a mischievous smile. That's the point. To become stronger, you must break yourself down first. Suho gritted his teeth, barely holding himself together. Yeah, well, I'm about to break all right. Amit laughed again, his voice booming. Good. Now give me 99 more push-ups, young monarch. Kill me now, Suho muttered, his voice strained. The scene shifts to an abandoned building near Payu's field-type dungeon. Inside, the air is thick with pain-filled screams as a mist-born writhes in agony. The setting resembles a makeshift laboratory, its grimy walls adorned with unsettling stains and half-destroyed equipment. Amidst the chaos stands Lee Min-sung, his sharp gaze fixed on the tortured creature, cigarette smoke curling lazily around his face. Hearing approaching footsteps, he doesn't bother turning around and mutters coolly, "So, you've finally shown up." Lee takes a long drag of his cigarette and speaks, his voice laced with thinly veiled frustration. "How much longer must I do this?" Before he can finish, a guttural voice interrupts him. "Human, you should be grateful to be a part of this," the demon behind him growls, his tone a mixture of mockery and command. "This is Mu, the overseer of the Stardust factory, his grotesque form looming like a dark omen." Mu continues, his tone shifting to something almost reverent. "The Chosen One saved us from our wretched lives. He gave us purpose." At those words, something within Lee Min-sung snaps. He flicks the cigarette away and whirls around, his blade slicing through the demon's tentacles in one swift, deadly motion. The severed appendages hit the ground with a sickening squelch. His voice low but deadly, Lee snarls, "A filthy life? A monster like you dares to judge me? Do you have a death wish?" Mu, undeterred, merely stares at him with unreadable eyes. Lee sheathes his blade with an angry hiss and demands, "Where is the kid?" Mu replies smoothly, "The apostle is occupied." Lee's eyes narrow, his voice dropping. "Lim Taegyu will return to Korea soon. Tell your apostle to keep his promise." With a slow, deliberate movement, the demon produces a vial of concentrated stardust, its swirling contents glowing ominously. "Human," Mu says, "you've received this, haven't you? Why do you refuse to use it?" The demon's voice turns wistful as he recalls, "The Chosen One appeared to me after the Shadow Monarch destroyed the demon realm. I was cast out into the dimensional crack, left for dead. He saved me. Thanks to him, the berserk poison, Stardust, spread through the realm, and we destroyed the later household, those vile traitors." Lee listens, unimpressed, his expression hardening with every word. The demon presses on, trying to tempt him. "If you follow the apostle, you'll gain strength beyond imagination. You could defeat this Lim Taegyu you speak of." Lee snaps, his voice sharp as broken glass. "Stop acting like you know anything about S ranks." He crushes the remains of his cigarette underfoot and turns toward the exit. "Keep your cult talk to yourself. I'm never using that stuff." As he strides away, Mu's voice trails behind him, dripping with disdain. "Foolish human. You'll always be a loser." Lee pays no attention, but his clenched jaw betrays his anger. Once outside, walking toward his car, his grim thoughts swirl. "I just need to endure this until that kid takes out Lim Taegyu. After that, I'll report all of them to the Hunter Association. Let them clean up the mess." His mind drifts to his past, a time when he was untouchable, brilliant. "I'm just turning things back to how they're supposed to be," he mutters under his breath, starting his car. Unbeknownst to him, a hunter watches from the shadows, speaking quietly into a comm device. Association Chairman, Lee Min-sung just exited Payu's field dungeon. "I'm betting that's where Stardust is being manufactured." On the other end of the call, the chairman's face darkens. "Understood. Hunter Miho. Keep tailing him." He hangs up, turning to Choi, who stands nearby, scanning a stack of documents. Choi's voice carries a note of satisfaction. "It seems we're finally closing in on Lee Min-sung's plans, Chairman." The chairman's expression remains grave. During the airport dungeon break, all staff managing nearby gates reported losing their memories simultaneously. Every single one of them had consumed Stardust. Choi adjusts his glasses, his demeanor turning serious. Hunters acting strangely have been reported all over, and they all have one thing in common: Stardust. The chairman nods solemnly. The Hunter Association plans to ban Stardust entirely. As for Lee Min-sung, his tone darkens further. "We'll take him down, along with whoever's pulling his strings." Choi straightens, determination gleaming in his eyes. "My hunters are at your disposal, Chairman." The chairman turns his gaze to a framed photograph on his desk, of him and with Jinwoo. His thoughts drift. "CEO, you confirmed Suho returned safely. If he's a growth-type hunter like his father, the system might stand in his way. I'll do everything I can to help him." Meanwhile, in the shadow dungeon, Suho's gritted teeth and trembling arms betray the immense strain he's under. Sweat and blood drip onto the floor as he pushes through his 99th push-up. As he lowers himself for the 100th, the muscles in his arms tear open, and blood sprays onto the ground. With a final, agonizing effort, he completes the push-up and collapses with a loud thud. Amit rises from Suho's back, unimpressed. "Young Monarch, are you done already?" "That was just the push-ups for today." Essel and Gray stare in horror at Suho's mangled arms. Essel cries out, "The young monarch's arms are broken." Even Beru, usually composed, looks furious. "You reckless crocodile," he snarls. "What have you done to the fragile young monarch? This training must stop now." But Suho, lying face down on the ground, raises a trembling hand and mutters, "Status window." A glowing interface appears before him, and he navigates to the store to purchase healing potions. Everyone watches in stunned silence as he drinks the potion, his wounds mending rapidly. Suho grins weakly. "I need to get stronger before I face Lee Min-sung." Amit watches with a proud smile as Suho struggles to his feet. "3 tasks left, right?" Suho asks, his exhaustion giving way to renewed determination. "Let's keep going." As Suho prepares for the next exercise, Amit chuckles darkly. "You've got spirit, young monarch. But this is only the beginning." Essel and Beru stood frozen, their faces pale as they watched Suho train with Amit in the shadow dungeon. Each time Amit counted Suho's reps, their shivering intensified, a mix of awe and dread coursing through them. Today, Amit had taken things even further. Manipulating his size, he shrank just enough to sit squarely on Suho's abdomen while Suho powered through crunches. Despite his determination, Suho was visibly crushed beneath Amit's overwhelming weight, the icy ground beneath him cracking with every agonizing rep. Blood streaked Suho's face as his body strained to its absolute limit, yet he refused to give up. After completing each grueling session, Suho purchased potions from the system shop, downing them in one go to revitalize himself for the next task. Once the crunches were over, Amit grinned mischievously. "Next, sit-ups," he said, still seated atop Suho like a living boulder. This time, Suho activated his bonding skill with Gray, knowing full well he'd need every bit of extra strength to complete the task. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth grinding together as he forced himself to push through. Each sit-up was a battle against both Amit's crushing weight and his own limits. When the final rep was done, Suho collapsed onto the shattered ground, gasping for air. Without delay, more empty potion bottles littered the floor as Suho prepared for the final trial, a 10-kilometer run with Amit perched on his shoulders. Amit, enjoying his elevated position, smirked at Suho's unwavering resolve. Suho ran with all his might, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground and sending shockwaves through the dungeon floor. Sweat poured off him in streams, his body screaming in agony, tears mingling with the sweat on his face. Amit, observing Suho's relentless determination, thought to himself, "This young monarch never gives up. Even when faced with insurmountable challenges, he always finds a way. One day, he might surpass Tarnak, or even the other monarchs." When Suho finally completed the run, his ragged voice echoed through the dungeon. "My back hurts, I need a potion or two." Gray, no longer bonded with Suho, collapsed beside him, both lying on the ground like lifeless husks. Their souls seemed ready to leave their bodies after the hellish training. As the silence settled, a cheerful chime rang through the dungeon, and the system notification popped up, announcing, "Daily quest rewards available." Essel, Beru, and Amit gathered around the exhausted Suho. Beru, with a mix of awe and encouragement, spoke in a low voice. "Young monarch, that marks the end of today's training." Suho, still sprawled on the shattered ground, barely lifted his head to glance at the system notification. "It was hellish," he muttered. "But, with the quest reward and all this training, I leveled up my endurance and strength." The system displayed the results: strength, from 78 to 79, and endurance, from 40% to 60%. Suho's lips curled into a faint, exhausted smile as he thought to himself, "If I can clear the daily quests with less struggle, I'll become even stronger. This pain is worth it." With a trembling hand, he gestured to Amit. "I'll be counting on you tomorrow as well." Amit nodded approvingly, his respect for Suho deepening. "All right, young monarch." When Suho finally returned home, he collapsed into his bed, fast asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Beru, watching over him, gently draped a blanket across his battered body. Standing at Suho's bedside, Beru whispered softly, "You did great today, young monarch." Quietly, Beru exited the room, ready to indulge in his favorite pastime, watching TV. Settling onto the couch with a sigh of satisfaction, he grabbed the remote. "Finally, some personal time," he said, grinning. Nothing beats watching TV after a long day. The television flickered to life, and Beru's mood shifted as the news came on. Breaking news, one of the reporters announced. The Hunter Association has announced new regulations concerning field-type dungeons following the catastrophic airport dungeon break incident. The broadcast continued, showing footage of devastated areas and chaotic scenes. The reporters explained, field-type dungeons allow for the retrieval of rare materials, such as the magical essence of monsters. As a result, possession rights to these dungeons are often granted to private guilds, who benefit immensely. However, after this incident, the Hunter Association has vowed to take swift action against prominent guilds such as the Grim Reaper's Guild and others managing high-ranked field-type dungeons. The scene shifted to Lee Min-sung, seated in his lavish leather chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest as his sharp eyes scanned the document before him. The flickering light of his desk lamp illuminated his furrowed brow. As he finished reading, he placed the document down with a sharp thud, turned to the members of the Hunter Association gathered before him, and said in a voice laced with disbelief, "What is this? Is this some kind of joke?" One of the association members stepped forward hesitantly, adjusting his glasses. Vice Guild Master Lee, the Grim Reaper's Guild currently controls too many field-type dungeons. Field-type dungeons left unchecked can cause catastrophic damage to the world, especially in their current state. Another member chimed in, his tone more assertive. The upper management of the Hunter Association has ordered the immediate clearance of the B-rank field-type dungeon, Payu Field. That dungeon, as you know, is under the Grim Reaper's Guild's jurisdiction. Min-sung's face darkened at the mention of Payu Field. He clenched his fists under the table but kept his expression neutral. The association member pressed on. "Additionally, Vice Guild Master, it has been over 6 months since you last engaged in hunter work. If you fail to participate in this raid, your hunter license will be subject to review." Min-sung felt a surge of anger bubbling inside him as he processed their words. "This is Chairman Wu's doing," he thought bitterly. "That old fox is taking a shot at me, and he's targeting Payu Field, of all places, the biggest factory for Stardust. This isn't just an order, it's sabotage." He racked his brain for a way to reject the proposition without raising suspicion, but before he could speak, a calm yet authoritative voice broke the tense silence. "We will accede to the association's request." Min-sung's eyes widened in shock as he whipped his head toward the source of the voice. His heart sank when he saw none other than Lim Taijaiyu, the S-rank hunter and guild master of the Grim Reaper's Guild, standing at the doorway. The association members exchanged relieved glances. "Thank you for your cooperation, Guild Master Lim," one of them said, bowing respectfully. Min-sung gritted his teeth so hard it felt like they might crack. So that's why he returned so quickly from his overseas mission, he realized bitterly. He came back just to get in my way. Lim Taijaiyu strode into the room, his imposing figure commanding attention. His piercing gaze briefly met Min-sung's, and though he said nothing, the suspicion in his eyes was clear. As the Hunter Association members began to leave, one turned back to address them. "The association will dispatch hunters to assist in the Payu Field raid. Please ensure your party is formed accordingly." When the door finally closed behind them, silence filled the room. Min-sung slumped in his chair, burying his head in his hands. After a moment, he lifted his head and spat out, "Lim Taijaiyu, what the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how valuable a field-type dungeon is?" Lim remained unfazed, crossing his arms as he leaned against the table. His voice was cold and measured. "Do you really believe the Hunter Association's goal is to eliminate the Payu Field dungeon?" Min-sung froze, his eyes widening as a sense of unease settled over him. "They've likely figured out what you've been doing behind closed doors," Lim continued, his tone growing sharper. He stepped closer, his gaze boring into Min-sung's. "Didn't I warn you not to underestimate them? But you ignored me and dared to use guild members for your schemes while I was away." Lim's aura shifted, becoming dark and oppressive. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he raised his voice. Min-sung, do you still think I'm just your driver, cleaning up your messes? Min-sung's composure cracked. His anger boiled over, and his own demeanor turned sinister. His eyes glinted with fury as he stared back at Lim, but before he could retort, the sharp ring of a phone broke the tension. Lim took out his phone, glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted slightly. Silently, he placed the phone on the table and stood tall, his presence as commanding as ever. I just received a call from a recruiter, he said coolly. A new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. I'll be visiting the Hunter Association to assess the situation. In the meantime, I want you to prepare the contract wages. Turning toward the door, Lim paused and looked back at Min-sung. You might still have a chance to fix this mess. Don't waste it. With that, he left the room, his footsteps echoing in the silent hall. Min-sung remained seated, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His bloodshot eyes burned with rage as he muttered to himself, another S-rank hunter. These people get lucky and act like they're untouchable. As the door swung shut behind Lim, Min-sung's thoughts spiraled deeper into bitterness and anger. The storm within him was brewing, and it was only a matter of time before it erupted. Lee Min-sung leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with schemes as he muttered to himself. When is that alien child going to grow up? And when is that fragment thing coming again? His eyes gleamed with a sinister red hue as his lips curled into a malevolent grin. I need that alien to kill Lim Taejayu for me. He must die, for me to... Before he could finish his thought, the vibration of the phone on the table drew his attention. Min-sung paused, his gaze narrowing as he leaned forward to inspect the screen. As he read the contents of the phone, his expression shifted into a manic grin. A low, guttural chuckle escaped his lips, escalating into a cackling laugh that echoed through the room. That alien, he sneered. That obnoxious expression of his. He must be up to something interesting. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Hunter Association, where a crowd had gathered outside, buzzing with excitement. Inside, the atmosphere was electric. Reporters jostled for space, their cameras flashing relentlessly as they surrounded the Apostle, the newly unveiled S-rank hunter of Korea. One reporter, holding a microphone, gestured toward the Apostle. This is the individual who has just been announced as Korea's new S-rank hunter. But, what is his name? Amid the chaos, the Apostle stood still, his cold and calculating demeanor commanding the room's attention. His piercing gaze scanned the crowd before locking onto a specific hunter, a figure he recognized instantly. The hunter approached with measured steps, his imposing aura silencing the reporters around him. Congratulations on becoming Korea's new S-rank hunter, Mr. Park Do-jin, the man said with a slight bow. Gasps rippled through the room as everyone realized who the man was. It was none other than Choi, a high-ranking figure renowned for his influence and skill. Choi's sharp eyes studied the Apostle carefully, something tugging at his memory. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Have we met before? I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Park Do-jin's gaze hardened, his voice cold and dismissive. No, we've never met. Though I am well aware of who you are. Choi straightened, his brow furrowed. I see. My apologies for the mistake. Without missing a beat, Choi shifted gears. Well then, would you consider signing a contract with the Hunters Guild? Park Do-jin's expression remained unchanging. Thank you for your proposal, but I already have a guild in mind. He raised a finger and pointed across the room. At that exact moment, the door to the Hunter Association building swung open, and a commanding figure strode in. The crowd turned collectively, a wave of shock sweeping over them as they recognized him, Lim Taejayu, the S-rank hunter and guild master of the Grim Reaper Guild. Lim paused, taken aback by the sudden attention, but his gaze soon landed on Park Do-jin. His brow furrowed in confusion as he realized the Apostle was pointing directly at him. The crowd erupted in murmurs. The new S-rank hunter is choosing the Grim Reaper Guild? Park Do-jin, still unyielding in his demeanor, declared, I've already decided. I'll be joining the Grim Reaper Guild. A week later, the scene shifted to the icy expanse of the Payu Field-type dungeon. Among the hunters gathered for the raid stood Baek Miho, a sharp-eyed hunter from the White Tiger Guild. She adjusted her gear and surveyed the area, her gaze finally landing on Lee Min-sung. As she approached him, Min-sung greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, Baek Miho of the White Tiger Guild. Thanks for joining us. It seems the dungeon is making you put in some extra work." Miho returned his smile, her expression polite yet unreadable. "Not at all. It's only natural to provide support when needed." Inwardly, however, her thoughts were razor-sharp. "Wow, he's good. He acts so charming on the surface, but he's completely rotten on the inside. Still, everything that happens in this dungeon today will be exposed. I'll peel off that mask of his with my own hands." Her demeanor shifted, her expression becoming serious as her sharp eyes scanned her surroundings. An unexpected presence behind her made her pause. She turned her head slightly and saw him, Park Dojin, the new S-rank hunter who had recently joined the Grim Reaper Guild. An unexpected variable, she thought. Her brow furrowed as she watched him, his cold, enigmatic aura practically radiating authority. "If things go south, I have that in." The scene then shifted to the excavation team gathered nearby. They were being instructed to pick up pickaxes for the raid's objectives. Among them stood Suho, silently grabbing his pickaxe and preparing for the grueling task ahead. The scene cuts to a few days earlier, where the sun filtered through the lavish windows of the Grim Reaper Guild's hall. Lee Min-sung lounged casually in his chair, a smug grin plastered across his face as he sipped his drink. "To think you've grown so much since the last time we met," he said, his tone dripping with mockery. "I guess aliens evolve quickly, huh?" The apostle, sitting across the table, barely lifted an eyebrow. He sipped his tea slowly, his demeanor calm yet calculating. "I merely selected a younger, smaller form for optimal survival during my earlier phase," he replied coldly. "Now that I've regained my strength, appearance matters little." Lee Min-sung chuckled, leaning forward. "And the name Park Dojin? Becoming a hunter. What's your angle here?" The apostle's expression didn't falter as he placed his cup down with deliberate care. "A name is nothing but a tool," he said. "Park Dojin allows me to operate openly, and becoming a hunter grants me access to move freely." Their conversation hung heavy in the air, tension crackling like static electricity. The Grim Reaper Guild Hall, though spacious, seemed to shrink under the weight of their words. Lee Min-sung's grin widened, but there was no warmth behind it. "Because of the little spectacle you caused at the airport, the Hunter Association is breathing down my neck," he said, his voice tinged with irritation. "They're claiming civilian damage and probing into everything I touch. If the Payu Field factory gets exposed, we're both toast." The apostle's eyes glinted with an unsettling calm. "Relax," he said, his voice barely above a whisper yet laced with authority. "I joined the Grim Reaper Guild to ensure that doesn't happen." He leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "During the raid, I'll convert every hunter in that party into believers. Once that's done, they won't find a single thing there." Lee Min-sung crossed his arms and chuckled, though his mind churned with silent schemes. "Bold move. But let me ask you this, do you think you can take on Lim Taijaiu, an S-rank hunter right now?" The apostle's expression darkened as he recalled his encounter with Lim. "You're asking about my promise to kill him," he said. "After meeting him, I'm certain. If I fought Lim Taijaiu now..." He trailed off, the rest of the sentence left hanging ominously in the air. Lee Min-sung's smirk deepened as he watched the apostle, his mind spinning like a predator sizing up its prey. "Keep your promise," he thought, the malice in his heart masked by his calm demeanor. "I don't care if you both die. Just do what you said you would." The scene shifts to the Hunter Association headquarters, where the president sat behind his polished desk, the room illuminated by the soft glow of his monitor. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest of his chair as he stared out the window. "The Payu Field raid will commence soon," he muttered to himself, his gaze hardening. "Lee Min-sung and Stardust, this is our chance to gather solid evidence." He exhaled deeply, his thoughts racing. The hunters participating are more than capable. With the White Tiger Guild's help, we've secured A-rank hunter Baek Miho. And if things escalate, we have Choi Jong and another S-rank hunter on standby. Despite his confidence in their preparations, a shadow of doubt flickered across his face. His mind lingered on the name Park Dojin. The new S-rank hunter, he mused, narrowing his eyes. An unpredictable variable. He conveniently joins the Grim Reaper Guild just as we prepare for this raid. The timing is far too convenient. His voice dipped into a low growl. Lee Min-sung might have tipped the scales in his favor. As he leaned back in his chair, another name drifted into his thoughts, Suho. His eyes darted to the paperwork on his desk, the signature of approval staring back at him. Suho is joining as part of the excavation crew, he murmured. Coincidence? Or fate? He hesitated, his instincts warring against his logic. I approved it, but was that the right move? The president's hand clenched into a fist, the weight of his decisions pressing on him like an iron shackle. If this is all part of Suho's plan, he said softly, his voice laced with determination, then I'll have no choice but to play my part. The scene shifts to the heart of the Payu Field raid, where chaos reigns supreme. A colossal, fire-breathing monster loomed over the battlefield, its guttural roars echoing through the dungeon. Jets of searing flame erupted from its maw, consuming everything in its path. The tank at the front of the hunters group gritted his teeth, his shield glowing red-hot as it absorbed the brunt of the attack. "Strike team now," he bellowed, his voice straining against the inferno. "I can't hold this much longer." Just when the flames threatened to overwhelm him, a sharp tap on his shoulder startled him. He turned his head slightly, confusion etched on his face. Before he could process who had tapped him, the monster unleashed an even more ferocious burst of fire, only to be silenced by a thunderous blow. The creature staggered backward, its maw spewing blood as it collapsed to the ground with a deafening crash. Standing in the middle of the chaos, her fist still smoking from the impact, was none other than Miho, the A-rank powerhouse. She wasted no time. Turning her attention to a second beast charging toward her, she launched herself into the air, her fist arcing upward in a brutal uppercut. The monster's massive frame crumpled, its body slamming into the dungeon floor as it lay motionless. Miho's sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, catching sight of a red-scaled salamander-like monster lunging toward her. In one fluid motion, she ducked beneath its clawed strike, leaping onto its back with the grace of a seasoned predator. Using the momentum of her leap, she sprang off the monster and landed against the dungeon wall. Her boots barely touched the surface before she pushed off, using the wall as a springboard to propel herself forward like a missile. The salamander barely had time to react as Miho closed the gap. Her punch connected squarely with its head, the sheer force of the impact shattering the ground beneath it. Dust and debris erupted into the air as Miho stood tall amidst the wreckage, her fierce gaze scanning the battlefield. Around her lay the broken bodies of monsters, but her mind was elsewhere. Her thoughts drifted to Lee Min-sung. He hasn't joined the fight, she mused, her lips curling in frustration. What a waste of talent. Does he think being a hunter is some kind of joke? Lost in her thoughts, Miho failed to notice the shadow of another monster closing in on her. By the time she caught its movement, it was too late. The beast lunged at her with terrifying speed, its jaws snapping inches from her. Miho's heart raced. Damn it, I got distracted. Before she could finish her thought, a figure materialized beside her in a blur. With a casual yet devastating chop, the apostle neutralized the monster, sending it crashing to the ground. The apostle's golden eyes glinted briefly as he glanced at Miho. "Hunter Miho," he said, his voice calm yet commanding. "Please remain vigilant." Miho's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the apostle. Her mind reeled. He took down a salamander with a single strike. Effortlessly. And he's wearing casual clothes. I thought he was just some kid despite being an S-rank. The apostle turned his attention to the remaining salamander monsters. His eyes gleamed with a predatory glow as he adjusted his sleeves. In a series of lightning-fast movements, he dismantled the monsters with surgical precision. Each chop was calculated, every strike devastating. Watching the carnage unfold, Miho could only think S-ranks. They're on a completely different level. As the last of the monsters fell, Lee Min-sung strolled casually into the scene, clapping his hands. "Well," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Looks like that's a wrap. Ended quicker than I expected." Miho turned to him, her brow furrowed. "This doesn't make sense," she said. "Payu Field has way too few monsters for a raid of this scale." Lee Min-sung's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Hunter Miho," he said mockingly, "so you noticed. You see, we perform routine monster cullings to maintain the dungeons under the Grim Reaper Guild's jurisdiction. That's why they're no threat to the outside world." Miho narrowed her eyes, her instincts warning her there was more to his words than he let on. Miho stared at the monster's mangled corpse, her sharp instincts kicking in. Routine monster cullings? She thought, her brows furrowed. Guilds rarely bother with such meticulous upkeep. There's no need to enter the dungeon daily unless... She glanced at Lee Min-sung, whose calm exterior seemed to crack for just a moment. Something didn't sit right. Something is definitely off here, Miho concluded. Lee Min-sung, sensing her unease, let out a low chuckle. "All right, hunters," he called, his voice brimming with false enthusiasm. "The boss monster's room is just ahead." His lips curled into a devilish grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. Inwardly, he gloated, "Search all you want, Miho. You'll never find anything to incriminate me." The demons have already dismantled the factory and hidden deep within Payu Field. All that's left for you is shadows and dead ends. The apostle, observing Miho's grim expression, thought to himself, "You'll find no evidence here. And even if you survive the physical ordeal, your sanity will not remain intact." His glowing yellow eyes narrowed as he followed the group deeper into the dungeon. The scene shifts to a secluded corner of Payu Field, where the demon Murmu stood amidst the dim glow of an unholy laboratory. Two other demons flanked him, their twisted forms exuding malice. Murmu clicked his tongue in irritation, his clawed hand gesturing to the rows of lifeless, zombie-like humans slumped against the walls. "What a pity," Murmu sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "So much wasted potential. The apostle is here, and yet we can't meet him? What a waste of time and resources. We could be turning these husks into stardust instead of letting them sit here rotting." One of the demons growled in agreement, but their plotting was cut short by the sound of the door creaking. Outside, a lone figure stood, a man clad in black, his silhouette radiating an aura of authority. Suho's voice broke the silence. "Beru," he said calmly, his voice tinged with anticipation. "You're certain there's a demon here?" "Yes, young monarch," Beru replied, his tone both respectful and eager. "I can feel their tainted presence. It reeks." Suho's hand gripped the door, and with a casual push, the locked frame splintered and gave way. The door slammed open, revealing the horrifying scene inside. Murmu turned sharply toward the intrusion, his eyes narrowing at the sight of Suho. "Who dares?" Before the demon could finish his sentence, Suho moved. His punch connected with Murmu's face in a flash, the force obliterating the demon's features and sending him flying across the room. The sound of bones crunching echoed as Murmu's broken body crashed into the wall. Suho didn't hesitate. He charged forward, delivering another devastating blow that buried Murmu further into the wall. The other two demons froze in disbelief, their eyes widening as their comrade was reduced to pulp in seconds. Beru's voice cut through the tension. "Young monarch, to think you'd send the head of a demon flying with just one strike. It seems those training sessions with the crocodile are paying off." Suho barely acknowledged the compliment, his sharp gaze scanning the room. His eyes landed on the rows of lifeless humans. "They're not in control of their own minds." His expression darkened. "So it's true. Payu Field is hiding a Stardust factory." Murmu's mangled body began to stir, his shattered face regenerating with alarming speed. His once silent groans turned into maniacal laughter as his twisted frame rose from the rubble. "A black mask," Murmu hissed, his eyes glowing with malevolence. "So you're the one disrupting the apostle's grand plans. How amusing." Suddenly, Murmu's body convulsed violently. Crimson energy erupted from him, engulfing the room in a suffocating heat. His tentacles elongated, writhing and twisting as his body expanded grotesquely. His form became monstrous, his height doubling, then tripling, until he towered over Suho. The demon's newly transformed body radiated a terrifying red aura, his jagged teeth glinting as he sneered down at Suho. "This is wonderful," Murmu bellowed, his voice distorted and booming. "You'll make a perfect gift for the apostle." Suho didn't flinch. His cold, calculating gaze met the demon's glowing eyes. The room seemed to grow smaller, suffused with the weight of the impending battle. The scene shifted to the mining operation within the dungeon, where the excavation team tirelessly dug for mana crystals. One member of the team groaned as he struck the crystal vein with his pickaxe. "There's no end to this digging." How did this many magic essence crystals accumulate when this is supposed to be a dungeon managed by a guild? Another miner, mid-swing with his pickaxe, paused for a moment and responded, "Do they have some other way to earn money besides selling these crystals?" Both men halted their work momentarily, sweat glistening on their brows. One of them wiped his forehead with a tired hand and said, "That aside, I heard an E-rank collection member came in with us. Did you see him? I can't believe they allowed an E-rank hunter to enter a B-rank dungeon. What on earth were they thinking?" The other man chuckled with a cheerful expression. "Don't be too harsh on him. He's still young. It's nice to see someone that age working hard." The first miner smirked and added casually, "Don't tell me, you were the one who assigned that newbie to work at the entrance of the dungeon, where it's safe. You always manage to get out of the tough spots, huh? Meanwhile, I'm always stuck on the front lines." Shrugging, the second miner replied, "Caught onto that, did you? Well, his handcart seems to carry 4 times the usual amount. Let's help him out once we're done here." The first miner sighed and shook his head. "You're way too nice." Nearby, the carts overflowed with mana crystals, and the cave stretched deeper into the dungeon's dark, twisting pathways. The scene shifted again to Suho, who stood face to face with a group of demons. He carefully sized up his opponents, his sharp eyes locking onto Murmu. From Suho's shadow, Beru emerged, speaking with urgency. "Young master, that guy's magic power." But Suho cut him off. "I can feel it too. My sensory stats have gotten sharper." His gaze remained fixed on Murmu as he assessed him silently. This demon's strength is on par with an A-rank hunter, someone like Randolph, who we faced in the Pyramid Field dungeon. Clenching his fists, Suho's face grew serious. There must have been a reason the Hunter Association ordered the Grim Reaper Guild to clear this field dungeon. "That's why I joined the excavation team. Have they figured out what's going on with the Stardust?" His thoughts raced as his blue eyes gleamed with intensity. If the Hunter Association's interest in Lee Min-sung grows, it'll be harder for me to get the information I need about the Itarim's apostle from him. Turning his focus to Murmu, Suho commanded, "Where is the apostle now?" Murmu regarded him with cold calculation. "So, like the apostle is after the man in the black mask, this one is hunting the apostle," the demon thought. With a swift motion, Murmu extended one of his tentacles, wrapping it tightly around Suho's feet. He sneered, "You'll meet the apostle very soon." Without hesitation, Murmu sent more tentacles surging toward Suho, roaring, "Because I'm going to crush you thoroughly and leave you in a coma before offering you to him." Suho stood unfazed as the demon's tentacles tightened around him. Listening calmly, he raised an eyebrow as Murmu taunted him. "Now that my tentacles have you, you won't escape from my overwhelming strength." Suho rolled his eyes at the remark. "Overwhelming strength," he repeated mockingly. His mind briefly flashed back to the grueling training he endured with Amit. The towering figure of Amit, arms crossed, had looked at him with approval. "Impressive," Amit had said. "I didn't expect you to complete my training alone in just 5 days." Suho had stood shirtless then, his muscles honed to superhero-level perfection, as Amit's proud gaze lingered. "Young Monarch, your body has grown much stronger," Amit had remarked. Suho, despite the praise, had collapsed from exhaustion moments later, tears of relief streaming from his eyes. Amit, Gray, Beru, and Essel had all watched over him silently. Reflecting on that experience now, Suho thought to himself, putting all the stat points from daily quests into strength was worth it. Plus, I gained a skill that boosts it further. A system notification displayed, "New skill acquired, strength increase, which enhances strength by 20%. As the notification faded, Suho's teammates observed him with awe. Amit, with a satisfied smile, looked at Suho and said, "I promise you this right now. You are the strongest human I've seen so far." The scene shifted back to the present, where Murmu's tentacles lay shredded, blood pouring from the severed ends. The demon stared in disbelief, his expression twisting into fury. His grip, which he had believed to be unbreakable, had been utterly destroyed. Who are you?" Murmu demanded, his voice shaking with rage. Suho remained calm, saying nothing as he tore away the remaining tentacles wrapped around him. Once free, he locked eyes with the demon. His strength, which had reached an overwhelming 120, radiated from his body as his blue eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation, Suho dashed forward with lightning speed. In a single blow, he punched one of the demons standing beside Murmu. Before the other demon could react, Suho turned and struck him with equal force, sending both flying and incapacitating them instantly. Suho turned his attention back to Murmu and, in a commanding voice, said, "I'll ask you again." Closing the distance between them in a flash, Suho stood directly in front of the demon. Staring him down, Suho demanded, "Where is the Itarim apostle?" Murmu, shaken by Suho's speed and strength, refused to yield. Fueled by desperation, he threw a powerful punch at Suho, shouting, "Like hell I'd tell you." Suho didn't flinch. With swift precision, he caught the demon's head in his hands. Coldly, he said, "Is that so?" And with one motion, Suho used his immense strength to sever the demon's head from his body. Holding the head in his grasp, Suho turned to the headless body. Drawing his blade, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, carving the corpse apart. The demon's disembodied head, still conscious in Suho's hand, trembled. Murmu thought to himself, "What is with this guy? What is this unnerving vibe coming from him?" Suho's voice was stern as he spoke directly to the severed head. "I'll find out without you saying a word." With that, he tossed the head toward Beru. "Beru, time for your snack," Suho commanded. As the demon's head sailed through the air, Murmu's final thoughts echoed. "Oh, Apostle, it's a pity I won't see the picture you're painting. But thanks to your help, we destroyed the later household, the loathsome traitors of demonkind." Beru, watching the head approach, opened his mouth wide. With a single, sharp bite, he devoured it. Beru said cheerfully, licking his claws. That octopus was quite chewy. Meanwhile, in the shadow dungeon, Essel felt an inexplicable lightness in her body. Confused, she muttered, "What is this feeling? My body feels lighter." The scene shifted back to Beru, who was gleefully finishing his meal. Suho turned to him with an eager tone. "Beru, were you able to find out anything about the Itarim apostle?" Beru gulped down the last of his snack and replied, "About that. This demon thought of the apostle as a shining light. I wasn't able to uncover many details beyond that." Suho sighed, his expression thoughtful. "Another dead end," he thought. "Do I have no choice but to get information from Lee Min-sung, the one in charge of the Stardust factory? But first, I need to start evacuating the people from here." The scene shifted to the apostle, who stood among a group of hunters. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed something was off. The demon's presence has disappeared. That wasn't done by the Hunters Association. The raid party reached the boss monster's room. Lee Min-sung turned to the group and announced, "This is Payu Field's boss monster room." Miho, wearing a stern and suspicious expression, thought to herself, "I couldn't find anything on our way here. Wasn't Payu Field supposed to be the place where Stardust was made?" Noticing her unease, Lee Min-sung smirked sinisterly. "Looks like she's puzzled as to why she found nothing." Turning toward the apostle, Lee Min-sung transmitted telepathically, "We'll cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. It'll be better if everything ends without any issue." The apostle rolled his eyes in response, his disappointment evident. "That will not do for me," he said curtly. Meanwhile, Miho continued to consider her options. Could it be on land instead? It can't be helped, then. I'll have to check again after clearing the boss monster. With her resolve firm, she declared, "Let's go in." Behind Miho, another story was unfolding. Lee Min-sung's expression shifted to one of utter shock as he processed the apostle's words. His eyes widened, rage boiling inside him as he gritted his teeth. "What are you saying?" he spat, his voice trembling with anger. The apostle, unfazed, responded in a cold, detached voice. "Didn't I tell you already? I'll be turning all the hunters in this party into my followers." With a wave of his hand, the apostle forced a concentrated stardust crystal into the back of Lee Min-sung's neck. Lee Min-sung's disbelief turned to panic as he felt the foreign power invade him. He struggled, but it was already too late. The apostle leaned in closer, his voice chillingly soft. "Someone who chooses to stand on our side must have a certain value. Working with an A rank like you to kill an S rank like Lim Taijayu was always a strange proposal. Don't you see? You were never my equal, Only a tool. Closing the distance further, the apostle whispered into Lee Min-sung's ear, I'll have to make use of you to get my hands on Lim Taijaiyu. Lee Min-sung's fury boiled over. His eyes gleamed red, his teeth grinding audibly. That talk about S-rank again. Did you think I would be brainwashed by someone like you? He growled, his voice a mix of rage and desperation. But before he could act, Lee Min-sung's surroundings dissolved. He found himself standing in a void, empty, silent, and infinite. A singular yellow light shone above him, pulsing rhythmically. Confusion gripped him as he tried to understand what was happening. He turned his gaze toward the light, and the moment he did, his eyes shifted. They glowed yellow, marked with a distinct cross, a sign of the apostle's complete control. Lee Min-sung's body froze, unresponsive to his own will. The yellow light's energy coursed through him, and an unyielding command echoed in his mind. Move as the Supreme One wishes. Try as he might, he couldn't resist. He was now a prisoner in his own body, standing motionless like a living corpse. The scene snapped back to the present. Lee Min-sung stood with his eyes closed, still and lifeless. Slowly, his eyelids lifted to reveal his glowing yellow eyes, devoid of any emotion. The apostle approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he surveyed his handiwork. Behind him, Lee Min-sung stood completely brainwashed, a puppet of the apostle. No trace of his former self remained. The apostle turned his attention to Miho, his cold gaze piercing through her. Now then, he said with a smirk, let's move on to the next one. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the Payu Field dungeon, where a sleek black car idled, waiting for the signal. Inside, Choi held a flickering blue flame shaped like a bird in his hand, his expression as serious as ever. If this summon fades, that's our cue, he said, his voice unwavering. It'll be the signal that the party's in trouble. He paused for a moment, his gaze locked on the flame. The summon of a summon will keep us informed of the situation. Being able to solve the issue of devices not working within dungeons. That's a big deal. A sly grin crept onto Choi's face, though it was more of a facade than anything genuine. I really hope the S-ranks won't have to get involved in this mess, he added, his voice taking on a hint of mockery. Lim Taijaiyu, sitting next to him, didn't react at first, but Choi knew he was paying attention. Choi pressed on, saying, I hope Lee Min-sung doesn't create any more trouble. Hunter Taijaiyu, you're worried, aren't you? Lim's eyes narrowed, his tone turning cold. Are you trying to get on my nerves? He asked, his patience already wearing thin. Choi chuckled, his voice light as he attempted to brush off the tension. Of course not. Why would I do that? But Lim wasn't buying it. His irritation was palpable, and he shot back. Guess you're jealous rank Hunter Park Dojin joined the Grim Reaper Guild, huh? Choi's expression shifted, clearly irked. He forced a smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. Not at all. We already have plenty of talented hunters in our guild, he said, though his tone was anything but convincing. Lim went quiet for a moment, then sighed deeply. I can't believe Lee Min-sung is the one behind distributing that unknown stimulant. As a guild master, I feel responsible for all of this. He leaned back, frustration clear in his voice. If things go south, Choi, I trust you'll keep your promise. Don't interfere if I can handle it myself. Choi crossed his arms, his voice stern. I would be glad if you could, Taijaiyu. I prefer to avoid hurting others, if possible. The scene then snapped to the dungeon, where the boss monster, likely a salamander, was charging up for a devastating fire breath. The raid party, however, was holding its ground. The tank took the brunt of the attack, raising his shield to block the inferno, while Lee Min-sung, his sword gripped firmly in one hand, charged forward with a fierce, relentless energy. Miho couldn't help but notice the change in Lee Min-sung. His demeanor was off. Something was different. But even more striking was the sight of the apostle, an S-rank hunter, standing still, observing rather than contributing to the battle. As Miho charged at the salamander, she shot a glance at the apostle and thought, he's acting like an S-rank, letting the others do all the work. We're his seniors, though. Why isn't he helping? Her attention snapped back to Lee Min-sung, her mind racing. I don't know what's going on, but ever since we entered the boss's lair, Lee Min-sung's been fighting harder than I've ever seen him. This isn't normal. Meanwhile, the apostle's gaze was fixed on Lee Min-sung, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. With this, he thought to himself, I'm certain now. Stardust has no effect on hunters above B rank, but the star fragment, its condensed form, can take them to the next level. As Lee Min-sung charged forward, his speed was nothing short of blinding. He slashed at the salamander with precise, brutal force, each strike landing with deadly accuracy. Then, with a burst of agility, he leapt high into the air, positioning himself for another strike. The sheer display of power from Lee Min-sung left even Miho stunned. She had never expected such a relentless assault from him. The salamander monster let out an enraged roar, the pain from Lee Min-sung's strike visibly angering it. With a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes, the creature locked onto Lee Min-sung and, in one swift motion, lashed out with its massive tail. The attack was fast and lethal, a deadly strike meant to crush him. But Lee Min-sung, no rookie to combat, reacted just as quickly. He raised his sword to block the tail, and though he successfully defended himself, the sheer force of the blow sent him skidding back several feet. His muscles burned from the impact, but he stood tall, unshaken. From the sidelines, the apostle watched intently, his mind working through the scenario. It looks like it's tough for an A-rank hunter to fight on the same level as an S-rank, even with the awakening effect of the star fragment, he thought, his eyes glinting with an unreadable emotion. The apostle clasped his hands together, and golden energy began to radiate from his body. He muttered, in that case, one of the 5 abilities of TL, a fragment of the main body, grants the blessing of amplification. This will amplify the unique traits of those it possesses. The faith of the Mistborn stored within the Stardust, and the unique traits of their weapons, everything will be enhanced. As the apostle spoke, Lee Min-sung's body began to glow with a blue aura, his weapon gleaming in the same radiant light. The apostle continued, his voice filled with anticipation. The unique trait Lee Min-sung has is the amplification of magic power. His weapon's unique trait amplifies his slash power. Let's see if you can reach the level you so desperately seek, Lee Min-sung. Show me the power of an S-rank hunter. With the new power coursing through him, Lee Min-sung's form was almost blinding as the energy surged within. His eyes, now glowing a piercing yellow, narrowed with deadly intent. Then, in a single fluid motion, he unleashed a devastating slash, a concentrated blast of magic, enhanced power that cut through the salamander monster with terrifying precision. The force of the attack was so great that it shattered the roof of the dungeon, sending debris flying in all directions. A massive explosion reverberated through the chamber. Outside, Choi and Lim Taijiu, sitting in the car, witnessed the eruption from a distance. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The sheer magnitude of the explosion was something neither had anticipated. Back inside the dungeon, Miho stood frozen in shock, her mouth agape as she stared at the enormous hole created by Lee Min-sung's attack. The ground was littered with debris, and the monstrous creature had been reduced to nothing more than a lifeless heap. Miho could hardly process what she had just witnessed. What the hell was that? She thought, her mind racing. How did Lee Min-sung gain so much power? He's an A-rank hunter. Lee Min-sung remained silent as he stood over the defeated monster, his sword still dripping with the creature's remains. His expression was stoic, unreadable. He turned toward the apostle, who was watching him with a bemused grin. The apostle's thoughts were a bit more cynical now. The fatigue caused by amplifying the power of A-rank or above hunters is tremendous, he mused, observing Lee Min-sung. He's only reached S-rank for a fleeting moment. Most of the amplification has already dissipated. The apostle scoffed. What a pity, Lee Min-sung. It seems you don't have the vessel to contain the power of an S-rank. Those words struck a chord deep within Lee Min-sung. His fists clenched, and for a moment, a storm seemed to rage behind his calm facade. The mention of his limitations triggered something in him. He wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Meanwhile, Miho and the other hunters observed the aftermath of Lee Min-sung's devastating attack. Miho's thoughts turned darker, and she narrowed her eyes as she processed what had just unfolded. That was not something an A-rank hunter could pull off. So how did he do it? She mused. Wasn't Stardust supposed to be ineffective on high-ranking hunters? Or is there some other stimulant at play here? The puzzle pieces were starting to shift in her mind, and the questions were piling up. The tension in the air was palpable. Something was brewing, and the answers were becoming more elusive by the second. Miho's gaze shifted rapidly between Lee Min-sung and the Apostle, her heart racing with confusion. Suddenly, with an unexpected swiftness, Lee Min-sung pierced the Apostle's back with his sword, sending shockwaves through everyone present. The Apostle staggered forward, gritting his teeth in agony. A weak, strained voice escaped his lips. "Lee Min-sung, how did you?" But before he could finish his sentence, Lee Min-sung chuckled darkly. "I told you, didn't I? I'd never be brainwashed by someone like you." His eyes were now pitch black, his face twisted into a sinister grin. He continued, the malevolent smile never leaving his lips, "I'll put this cursed power you gave me to good use." With a swift motion, Lee Min-sung yanked his sword back, and the Apostle collapsed to the ground in front of the stunned hunters. The room fell into a tense silence as the hunters, who had just been fighting beside him, now looked at Lee Min-sung with wary eyes. Miho, her voice laced with fury, shouted, "Lee Min-sung, how could you attack a fellow hunter like that? Have you lost your mind from using the drug?" Lee Min-sung's laughter was manic, echoing in the room like a broken echo. His hand shot to his forehead as he grinned madly. "Damn it! So this is how things turned out in the end." Sweat poured down his face as his eyes shifted between black and yellow, glowing with dark power. "I hear endless voices. S-rank hunters are waiting outside, on orders from the association. If I don't get out of here now, I won't be able to escape at all." His gaze flickered to the hunters, blocking his escape route. "I have to leave." He clenched his teeth, his entire being consumed with desperation. Miho, her anger boiling, commanded, "Don't let Lee Min-sung get away." With a roar that shook the air, Lee Min-sung shouted, "Get out of my way unless you want to die." His body surged with newfound power as he moved with blinding speed, cutting down anyone who stood in his way. Hunters fell before him like leaves in a storm, too slow to react as he sliced through them with deadly precision. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped through the hole he'd created earlier in the roof. Miho and the others stood frozen, processing the chaos. Miho's thoughts raced as she turned to another hunter. "Send the signal to the S-rank hunters outside," she ordered, though she couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone horribly wrong. Her gaze suddenly snapped back to the Apostle, and her breath caught in her throat. The Apostle, bloodied and battered, was back on his feet, despite the grievous wound Lee Min-sung had inflicted. He grinned, pressing his hand against the wound to stem the bleeding. As long as one has a strong enough mind, they can resist the divinity of the Mistborn, regardless of how much magic power they have. "That's good data." His voice was dripping with a twisted satisfaction, a perverse calm after surviving such an attack. Miho's voice dropped to a low murmur, "Hunter Park, how are you still alive? That attack went straight through your heart." The Apostle's devilish smile stretched wider as he raked his bloodied hand through his hair, striking the most menacing pose possible. He said nothing in response, the silence speaking volumes of his sinister intentions. Outside the dungeon, Lee Min-sung was racing through the trees, cursing the entire situation. "I obtained the power of an S-rank, but now I'm on the run. This is ridiculous," he fumed, his body aching, his mind spinning. "Damn aliens, the Hunter Association, the Grim Reaper Guild. There's no one I can trust. I need to hide out in a nearby city, at least for now." His thoughts were interrupted when a blade suddenly whistled through the air, striking the ground just inches in front of him. Lee Min-sung froze, confusion flooding his mind. What was that? "Who is following me?" A voice emerged from the shadows of the woods, its tone authoritative. "I was wondering what had happened with the explosion, and I figured you'd come out on your own." Lee Min-sung whipped around, startled, to see a figure stepping out from the trees. Suho, the mysterious figure, emerged, his presence commanding. He stepped toward Lee Min-sung with a cold, determined look in his eyes. "I need you to tell me everything you know about the Stardust and the Itarim's apostle," Suho said, his voice firm. "And I won't take no for an answer." Lee Min-sung and Suho stood at the edge of the dense forest, tension thick in the air. Suho, calm and composed, maintained his unshaken demeanor. With a voice as cold as the wind cutting through the trees, he said, "Lee Min-sung, it would be in your best interest to tell me what I want to know." His gaze turned icy, a sharp blue glint reflecting in his eyes as his expression darkened ominously, locking onto Min-sung with a piercing intensity. Across from him, Lee Min-sung clenched his teeth, his mind racing. Who the hell is this guy? He thought, unease creeping in. Not only did Suho know about the Stardust, but he was also aware of the existence of the Apostle, the alien entity. Min-sung's eyes flickered to Suho's Vulcan gauntlets, gleaming faintly under the dim forest light. The realization hit him like a brick. Wait a second, wasn't there a rumor about someone who took down Brocky and disrupted the Stardust supply chain? That person wore a black mask. Could it really be him? Beads of sweat started to trickle down Lee Min-sung's forehead. His narrowed eyes darted around as he calculated his next move. It doesn't matter, he resolved. If I waste any more time here, the hunters will catch up to me. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and swung it with all his might, aiming directly for Suho. As the blade cut through the air, Min-sung thought smugly, judging by his magic power, he's no match for me. Charging forward, his killing intent surged as he yelled, "Die, you weakling!" Suho, however, stood unflinching, his composure unshaken even as the blade bore down on him. Just as it was about to connect, he moved with the precision of a finely tuned machine, tilting his body ever so slightly before catching the sword with his bare hand. The sound of metal screeching to a halt echoed through the forest. Lee Min-sung froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What?" he stammered internally. "How did he stop my attack? With his hand?" He yanked at the sword, but it wouldn't budge. Panic flared within him. Just how strong is this guy? Before Min-sung could process the situation, Suho launched his counterattack. He twisted his body, delivering a perfectly executed sweet chin music kick that connected squarely with Min-sung's jaw. The sheer force of the strike sent Min-sung flying backward into the air, his vision spinning as blood spurted from his mouth. The impact was brutal, leaving him stunned. As he hurtled back down, his thoughts were a chaotic mess. Oh, he has less magic power than me. So how is he overpowering me like this? Meanwhile, Beru, observing the battle from Suho's shadow, watched with an amused grin. Ah, it's no wonder Lee Min-sung is bewildered, Beru mused. After all, hunters are judged purely by their magic power. But strength, true strength, is another matter entirely. I can see it, and Suho's power goes far beyond anything an A-rank hunter could fathom. Suho moved like a storm, his attacks relentless. Min-sung barely managed to block, each blow driving him closer to desperation. Beru continued his musings as the fight raged on. The young monarch, he's been growing stronger, his physical stats soaring through rigorous training with Amit. No mere A-rank hunter could handle this level of raw power. Their clash intensified, a furious test of strength and skill. Min-sung was barely hanging on, his confidence crumbling under Suho's overwhelming dominance. The scene abruptly shifted to the Payu Field dungeon, where chaos reigned. Inside, Miho clutched her injured arm, turning to face the apostle with a look of disbelief and dread. "Hunter Park," she stammered, her voice shaky. "How are you still alive? That attack, it pierced straight through your heart." The apostle remained eerily silent, his expression unreadable. Slowly, he conjured a condensed stardust crystal in his hand, its glow menacing and otherworldly. His intent was clear, to dominate Miho with its power. His gaze, filled with malice, bore into her as he prepared to act. But before he could make his move, a voice cut through the tension like a knife. "Miho, what's going on here?" The sudden interruption made Miho spin around, her heart racing. She saw someone approaching, their presence a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The apostle's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't anticipated anyone else arriving, let alone at this critical moment. Miho tilted her head upward, her gaze fixed on the hole above, and a smile of relief spread across her face. "You arrived just in time, Hunter Choi and Hunter Lim," she said warmly. At the top of the opening, the two towering S-rank hunters stood side by side, their imposing figures framed against the faint light. Their eyes swept over the scene below, Miho, battered and bruised, surrounded by injured hunters. The apostle, standing nearby, narrowed his glowing yellow eyes at the newcomers. His thoughts churned as he processed the sight. Two S-rank hunters. He mused darkly. "For now, I'll keep my head down. No need to invite suspicion. Hunter Choi leapt gracefully into the hole, landing with an effortless precision that spoke volumes of his skill. He approached Miho, his expression riddled with concern. "We rushed here as soon as we heard the explosion," Choi said, his tone serious. "What in the world happened here?" Miho's face grew tense, the smile fading as she replied grimly, "This was Lee Min-sung's doing." Choi's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Lee Min-sung? You mean an A-rank hunter had the power to cause all this?" Miho nodded, her voice laced with unease. "He wasn't himself. His mana was overwhelming, almost unnatural, like he'd consumed some kind of stimulant. It's possible the drug's effects pushed him beyond his limits, but..." She hesitated, her voice dropping. "He also attacked Hunter Park Dojin." Choi's expression shifted from surprise to shock as his gaze fell on the apostle, who stood silently nearby. Choi's eyes widened slightly. "Wait, but Hunter Park looks surprisingly fine," he muttered, baffled by the apostle's composed demeanor despite his supposed injuries. A sly grin spread across the apostle's face as he replied smoothly, "I have an excellent recovery skill. It's nothing extraordinary." Choi stepped closer, scrutinizing him with a curious intensity. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he remarked, "Interesting. That's quite an advanced recovery ability." But Miho, standing in the background, lost her patience. Her voice rang out sharply as she shouted, "Enough of that. We don't have time to waste. Lee Min-sung is still out there. If we don't move now, he could reach the city and disappear." Choi nodded briskly, acknowledging the urgency. "You're right," he said firmly. Turning his head upward, he called out, "Hunter Lim, you heard that, didn't you?" His voice carried a sharp edge as he added, "It seems Lee Min-sung has caused quite the commotion, just as we suspected." But before Choi could finish his sentence, he glanced over his shoulder and froze. Hunter Lim was nowhere to be seen. A wave of irritation swept over him as he gritted his teeth. Don't tell me he went after Min-sung on his own, Choi thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the apostle's eyes flashed a sinister yellow as a spark of realization ignited within him. "This is bad. My link with Lee Min-sung hasn't been severed yet. How is he resisting my control?" His thoughts grew darker, steeped in curiosity. The desires of humans, always so unpredictable. As Choi and Miho prepared to give chase, the apostle's mind raced. "It's unlikely anyone would believe what Lee Min-sung says," he reasoned. "But if I stay idle, I'll risk drawing suspicion." Closing his eyes, the apostle focused his energy, attempting to re-establish his mental link with Min-sung. "If it comes to this, I'll discard him." A cold resolve seeped into his thoughts. "It'll cost me a significant amount of divinity, but I can still take over his body and force him to end his own life. He's only an A-rank hunter. I'll find another pawn soon enough." As the apostle concentrated, his vision blurred, and he suddenly found himself seeing through Lee Min-sung's eyes. What he saw made his breath hitch. "What is this?" he thought, alarmed. "Is he fighting right now?" The apostle's heart sank as he focused on the chaotic scene unfolding before him. His jaw tightened as realization dawned. Don't tell me, he's already crossed paths with an S-rank hunter? But then his focus sharpened, and he recognized the figure attacking Min-sung. It was Suho, his movements sharp and relentless as he overwhelmed Min-sung with unrelenting precision. The sight of Suho, his black mask and relentless precision, triggered something deep within the apostle. His expression darkened as his glowing yellow eyes narrowed with unease. What is the black mask doing here? The apostle thought, tension seeping into his mind. Could he also be after Lee Min-sung, just like the Hunter Association? The apostle's fists clenched under the folds of his jacket as his thoughts spiraled. I never imagined I'd encounter the black mask so soon. Nothing has gone according to plan since we arrived in this world. He tugged his collar up to cover his mouth, as if trying to shield his thoughts, and continued bitterly, "This is nothing like the days when everything unfolded as per the word of God." Then, something within him shifted. His lips curled into a devilish grin, the earlier tension giving way to a chilling excitement. "But why am I smiling?" he mused, the grin widening. This is exhilarating." The scene shifted to Suho, still relentlessly assaulting Lee Min-sung with a flurry of swift, precise attacks. Lee Min-sung, overwhelmed and barely holding his ground, gritted his teeth in frustration. His mind raced as he blocked Suho's onslaught. I can't let him keep me here any longer, he thought desperately. Suddenly, Lee Min-sung shouted, "Wait!" His voice cut through the chaos, catching Suho off guard. Suho's eyes widened, his movements halting mid-attack. "What?" he asked, his tone sharp with surprise. Lee Min-sung's tone shifted, now serious and deliberate. "Is there any chance you'll let me go, if I answer your questions?" Suho blinked in disbelief, momentarily stunned by the abrupt change in demeanor. "What are you suddenly talking about?" Suho asked, suspicion lacing his voice. "Weren't you working with the Itarim apostle?" Lee Min-sung's eyes burned with a crimson glow as he clenched his jaw in anger. "That alien betrayed me," he spat bitterly. Both Suho and Beru, watching from the shadows, were taken aback by the revelation. Suho's mind raced. He was backstabbed, he thought. Did things fall apart between the two of them? In a firm tone, Suho pressed on, "Then why are you helping him distribute Stardust?" Lee Min-sung lowered his sword and clenched his fist tightly. His voice was laced with frustration as he admitted, "Because he promised to kill someone for me." The confession left Suho stunned. His brows furrowed in disbelief as he asked, "You worked for the apostle, just so he'd kill someone for you?" Lee Min-sung gestured sharply, his voice steady but filled with bitterness. "After the great cataclysm, everything I'd built was shattered. My entire life changed. Someone who was a nobody suddenly became an S-rank hunter and dared to look down on me." He paused, his expression twisted with resentment. "For me to live as myself, there was someone I had to get rid of. And weren't you, too, looking for that alien to kill him?" Suho froze momentarily, his composed demeanor shaken. "No," he said firmly, his tone resolute. "I don't intend to kill him, not if we can resolve things with words." Hearing this, Lee Min-sung's lips curled into a sinister smirk. "You don't plan to kill him? Even though that alien is here to invade our world?" His tone dripped with mockery. "You remind me of a certain character I despised during my days as an actor." Suddenly, something dark ignited within Lee Min-sung. Drawing on the lingering power of the apostle, he emitted a sinister, oppressive aura. His devilish grin deepened as he sneered, "A character who's all hope but no substance. Honestly, you don't even know what you want." The pressure around him grew suffocating, his red eyes glowing even brighter. The sinister energy enveloped the battlefield as he continued, his voice venomous, "If you hadn't stumbled into that strength by sheer luck, you'd have lived your life as an insignificant extra. And mark my words, one day, you'll face a moment where the tide sweeps you into a choice. A decision that'll define you." With a devilish laugh that echoed through the forest, Lee Min-sung bellowed, "I'll create that moment for you. And the identity of the one you have to kill is—" But before he could reveal the name, his body suddenly stiffened. His words choked off mid-sentence as his expression twisted unnaturally. The apostle, intervening from the shadows, had seized control over Lee Min-sung's body. In that instant, Lee Min-sung's consciousness was dragged into a dark, otherworldly dimension. The apostle loomed above him like a predator, his towering figure casting a suffocating shadow. Pinching Lee Min-sung between his spectral fingers as if he were nothing more than an insect, the apostle spoke coldly, "Lee Min-sung, I won't let you utter another word." The apostle's sly grin deepened into something sinister. "I must admit, you've proven yourself more useful than I expected. Thanks to you, I've gained so much." His tone dripped with mockery as he added, "So I'll take back what I said about you being incompetent. But now—" He leaned closer, his eyes gleaming like molten gold, "I'll use that body of yours one final time." Lee Min-sung's eyes widened in terror, his voice cracking as he yelled, "What? No. I won't let you." Before he could finish, the apostle's spectral palms clapped together with an ominous force, like the sound of a thunderclap shattering the void. In the real world, Lee Min-sung's body began to glow ominously, emitting waves of energy that rippled outward, shaking the forest to its core. The sheer pressure of the aura sent debris flying in all directions, forcing Suho to shield his eyes as he braced against the chaotic wind. What is this?" Suho muttered, his voice barely audible over the roaring energy. Beru's voice came from the shadows, grim and urgent. "This is Itarim's energy," he said. "And it's far more powerful than anything we faced with Brocky. Lee Min-sung's body convulsed violently as he let out an ear-splitting scream, his mouth wide open, his entire frame consumed by a brilliant yellow glow. The energy coursing through him was monstrous, reshaping his very form. His sword, once merely held in his grip, fused seamlessly with his body, glowing fiercely with the same blinding yellow aura. From his back, radiant yellow wings began to emerge, spreading wide and shimmering with Itarim's overwhelming energy. The transformation was both grotesque and divine, a horrifying spectacle of power beyond human comprehension. Suho stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the sudden, drastic change before him. His eyes widened, and his jaw slackened in disbelief. What just happened? He thought, unable to move as the sheer intensity of the transformation weighed down the air around him. Lee Min-sung's body was no longer his own, it had fully transformed into a vessel of the Apostle's will. The grotesquely divine figure radiated an aura so potent it seemed to warp reality itself. With an unnerving calmness, the Apostle's voice boomed from Lee Min-sung's now unrecognizable form. "I see. The attack on the Stardust factory, your relentless pursuit of Lee Min-sung. All of it, just so you could find me." The words carried a chilling mockery that cut through the heavy air. As Suho stood stunned, the Apostle spread the luminous yellow wings wide, exuding an aura that felt godlike, yet terrifying. The transformation was complete. The Apostle continued, his tone both amused and menacing. "And to think, I've wanted to meet you too, Black Mask. The Disruptor." He leaned forward slightly, his glowing eyes locking onto Suho. "Now, let's have some fun." The Apostle, now in full control of Lee Min-sung's body, brandished his glowing sword and pointed it directly at Suho. His voice was firm, dripping with authority. "I, too, have been waiting to meet you, saboteur in the Black Mask." Suho's expression darkened, his narrowed eyes locking onto the transformed figure before him. Lee Min-sung's completely changed, and judging by the way he's speaking, Suho clenched his fists and said coldly, "Are you the Apostle sent by the god of the otherworld?" At that, the Apostle smirked, his excitement evident in his glowing yellow eyes. "As I thought, you already know of our existence." He spread his golden wings slightly, his aura rippling through the air like a divine decree. "Yes, I am here for one purpose, to claim ownership of this world you call Earth." Suho took in every word, his thoughts racing. "So my father is trapped because of these guys." A burning resolve ignited within him. Tightening his grip, he took a battle stance. "You're not taking this world without a fight." His voice was sharp, unwavering. Just then, "Enough, both of you." A powerful voice boomed through the battlefield, stopping Suho and the Apostle in their tracks. A suffocating pressure filled the air as both turned to see a figure approaching. Their eyes widened in shock. Standing there, exuding the dominance of an apex predator, was Lim Taejayu. Lim's mere presence sent a silent warning, the tension shifting in an instant. His sharp gaze flickered between the two as he spoke in a commanding tone. "From this moment forward, neither of you are allowed to move without my permission." His hand hovered over his bow, ready to fire at any second. "Try to pull any stunt, and I promise, you'll be riddled with holes." His piercing eyes landed on Lee Min-sung's transformed figure. Drawing his arrow, his voice dripped with restrained fury. "Lee Min-sung, what the hell is wrong with you? Just what have you been doing this entire time?" His grip on the bow tightened as he studied the entity before him. "This isn't the same Lee Min-sung I knew." His instincts screamed that something was off, and he waited for an answer. While Suho stood frozen, shocked to see an S-rank hunter suddenly intervening, the Apostle remained unfazed. "Why is Lim Taejayu here?" Suho thought, eyes flicking between him and the Apostle. Before Suho could finish his thought, the Apostle turned to him with a sinister smile. "It seems we can't have our deep conversation here." His voice was almost playful. "So let's meet again, at the highest point in this region, Black Mask." Lim's eyes flared with anger at the blatant attempt to flee. "Where do you think you're going, Lee Min-sung?" His patience snapped as he immediately released an arrow, his voice cutting through the air like steel. "I told you, you're not moving without my permission." The moment Lim fired, Lee Min-sung, no, the Apostle, turned his head, his glowing eyes locking onto the speeding projectile. Then, at the very last moment, he sidestepped, effortlessly. The arrow tore past him in an instant, hurtling straight toward Suho. Suho barely had time to react. Damn it! In a split-second move, he bent backward, narrowly dodging the deadly shot as it whizzed past his face. The force of the near-miss sent a sharp gust through his hair. The Apostle, now airborne, unfurled his radiant golden wings and shot up into the sky, escaping the immediate battlefield. Meanwhile, Suho barely managed to avoid the explosion that erupted from Lim's arrow, its impact sending tremors through the ground. Lim wasn't done. Without missing a beat, he conjured multiple arrows at once, his skill on full display as he took precise aim. His voice was firm, unwavering. "I said, don't move." And with that, he released the arrow. A barrage of arrows shot toward both Suho and the Apostle, cutting through the air with deadly precision. But the Apostle? He dodged them mid-flight as if they were nothing. Twisting effortlessly, he weaved through the deadly projectiles like a celestial being beyond human reach. Suho, on the other hand, relied on sheer speed and agility, maneuvering past the storm of arrows with razor-sharp reflexes. He dodged one, then another, each movement precise, his body moving like a blur. The battlefield was now a chaotic dance of speed, skill, and overwhelming power, yet the fight was only just beginning. As Suho weaved through the barrage of arrows, creating distance between himself and the ongoing chaos, he muttered under his breath, his tone sharp with frustration. "Damn it, looks like Lim Taijiu came here to take down Lee Min-sung too." From the shadows beneath him, Beru emerged, his eerie, insect-like eyes gleaming as he spoke. "Are you not going to retaliate, young monarch?" His voice carried a slight amusement, as if itching for battle. Suho flicked his gaze toward Lim Taijiu, his expression unreadable. Then, in a firm voice, he replied, "Judging by his reactions, Hunter Lim Taijiu doesn't seem to be connected to the Apostle of Itarim. Besides, he hasn't even shown his full power yet." Meanwhile, Lim Taijiu was growing visibly irritated. His eyes narrowed as he watched his arrows being dodged with unnatural ease. His grip on the bow tightened, his frustration slipping into his words. "What the hell is with these guys? They're dodging my arrows like it's second nature." But instead of dwelling on his irritation, he shifted his focus entirely to Lee Min-sung. Right now, taking down Lee Min-sung comes first. "I can't waste time worrying about the other guy." Lim's aura flared, raw energy crackling around him as he poured more power into his next shot. The bowstring stretched taut as he took aim, his gaze unwavering. "I guess it was selfish of me to think I could capture you unharmed, Min-sung." The Apostle, sensing the overwhelming surge of mana from the S-rank hunter, tensed. A bead of sweat formed on his brow as a single thought echoed in his mind. "That mana, it's dangerous. This is bad." Just as Lim was about to unleash his devastating shot. A flicker. Something shifted behind him. Lim's sharp instincts kicked in, and his eyes widened in pure shock. What? He hadn't sensed anything sneaking up behind him, an impossibility for an S-rank hunter. Snapping his head around, his arrow still primed to fire, he turned to confront whatever it was. And then, a goblin. Peering from behind the trees and bushes, wide-eyed with terror, was a goblin. Not just any goblin, Suho's shadow goblin. The small creature stood frozen, trembling as it found itself staring down the lethal tip of Lim's arrow. Its beady eyes welled up with tears as a single thought ran through its panicked mind. "Why am I in this situation?" Even Lim, a seasoned S-rank hunter, was momentarily dumbfounded. His expression twisted into pure confusion. "Wait, what? A goblin?" The absurdity of it all hit him at once, and for the briefest moment, his mind stalled. But then, he realized. Whipping his head back around, his expression darkened. Suho and the Apostle were gone. A slow, burning frustration built within him as he lowered his bow, dismissing the arrow. His gaze swept over the battlefield, now littered with destruction. The sheer extent of the damage left behind only served to mock his failure. Lim gritted his teeth, a bitter thought surfacing. "I can't believe I fell for that. What the hell, man?" His eyes narrowed as his mind returned to Lee Min-sung. "Min-sung, just what the hell are you thinking? And what exactly are you planning to do?" The scene shifted. A phone rang. A firm hand picked it up. "I see. So, Lee Min-sung escaped. The deep voice belonged to none other than the president of the Hunters Association. His expression remained unreadable as he processed the report. On the other end of the call, Lim Taijiu stood with a grim look on his face. Beside him were Choi and Miho. Letting out a slow, disappointed breath, Lim finally spoke, his tone carrying the weight of failure. "Apologies, Association Chairman. This was my mistake." Lee Min-sung didn't look normal, most likely the effects of some kind of drug. And on top of that, he hesitated slightly before continuing, there was another hunter with him. A hunter wearing a black mask. At that, Choi's eyes widened in shock. He turned sharply toward Lim, his voice rising in urgency. "Wait, a hunter in a black mask?" His tone was almost frantic. Was he built like a brawler? Lim blinked, momentarily taken aback by Choi's sudden reaction. "How do you know that?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Choi clenched his fists, his mind racing. "Because, during the airport dungeon break, I saw a hunter wearing a black mask, too. He was fighting off the magic beasts alone, along with the black magic beasts." Silence filled the room as the weight of Choi's words sank in. The association chairman leaned forward in his chair, his fingers interlocked as his mind worked through the implications. His sharp gaze grew thoughtful as a particular memory surfaced: Jinhoo's shadow army. Black magic beasts, if that's the case, then they should belong to Jinwoo. A deep frown formed on his face. His mind chased a possibility, but he forced himself to remain rational. Could it be that the missing hunter Jinwoo has returned? His fingers tapped against the desk, a quiet rhythm filling the room as he wrestled with the thought. But then, his expression hardened. No, if Jinwoo was truly back, he would have ended this entire situation in no time. Which meant, then who the hell could it be? The scene shifts to the highest point in the region, the place where the apostle had chosen for their confrontation. Suho arrived at the desolate peak, his steps firm and unyielding. His sharp eyes scanned the area before locking on to the apostle, who stood waiting atop the mountain. The wind howled between them, carrying an eerie silence. As Suho closed the distance, his expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. The apostle, leaning casually against his sword, greeted him with a slow, sinister smirk. No distractions this time. This was the battlefield they had been waiting for. With a devilish glint in his eyes, the apostle raised his blade, pointing it at Suho with deliberate confidence. "How unexpected," he mused. "Why did you help me escape?" Suho didn't slow his pace, his tone dropping to an icy chill. "Isn't it obvious?" His gaze darkened. "You'll abandon Lee Min-sung's body the moment things get dangerous for you." The apostle's wicked grin stretched wider. His real body, free from the limitations of a human vessel, radiated an aura of overwhelming presence. He chuckled darkly. "I've heard whispers from the demons. They say the darkness in this world is a being known as the Shadow Monarch." His eyes flickered with intrigue. "Tell me, what's your connection to him?" A shadow passed over Suho's face. His narrowed eyes turned razor-sharp, and his voice grew colder than ice. "You ask too many questions." His grip tightened. "But I don't need to explain anything to you." A slow breath. "Then, I'll just beat the answers out of you." From the shadows beneath Suho, a familiar voice emerged. Beru's chittering tone carried a note of caution. "Be careful, young monarch. Now that the apostle of Itarim has taken full control over Lee Min-sung's body, I cannot fathom the extent of his power." Suho nodded, but his lips curled slightly, just enough to reveal a glint of confidence. "Don't worry, Beru." His voice was steady. "I came prepared." Then, without warning, a shift. A pulse of raw energy surged from the abyss of Suho's shadow, distorting the very air around them. The earth trembled beneath their feet. The apostle's eyes gleamed with twisted excitement. Suho's voice echoed like a command of judgment, cold, absolute, and filled with power. "Arise." The apostle watched in amusement as dark forms erupted from the depths of Suho's shadow. But as the figures fully emerged, his smirk faltered, just for a fraction of a second. The battlefield had changed. Standing behind Suho was an army of monstrous shadows, each a terrifying remnant of his past conquests. The king of the swamp, blue venom-fanged Kasaka, rank, common. The poison-toothed giant desert centipede, rank, common. The massive high troll, rank, common. And then, standing like an iron sentinel among them, the tomb warden, Saika, rank, elite. But Suho wasn't done. From his inventory, he withdrew something else, something special. A key. The Shadow Dungeon key. This, Suho murmured, gripping the key tightly, is what I've been saving for this very moment. With a single motion, the shadows beneath him twisted and expanded. From the depths of his personal dungeon, two figures emerged. Ezeal, Gray. As the final pieces of his army took their positions, Suho's eyes blazed with unshakable determination. No holding back, he declared, his voice resolute. Let's go all out. His intent was crystal clear. This wasn't going to be a fight where he tested the waters. He was going for the kill from the very start. The apostle, taking in the full scale of Suho's forces, let out a low, twisted chuckle. Then a grin spread across his face, wild, ecstatic, hungry. His aura flared with unrestrained excitement. Oh, this is going to be fun. Suho stood tall, an unshakable force, with his shadow army assembled behind him like an impending storm. The battlefield was moments away from erupting into chaos. Across from him, the Itarim apostle's lips curled into a sinister grin, unable to suppress the thrill surging within him at the sight of Suho and his spectral legion. A system window materialized before Suho, flashing an urgent notification. His gaze flickered to the quest description, and his expression darkened as the words registered. Defeat Lee Min-sung, who has been possessed by the Itarim apostle, and obtain his memories. His grip tightened. So it's come to this, he thought grimly. There was no room for hesitation. Another opponent, another life he had to take. His eyes lifted, locking onto the apostle ahead of him. Yet another person I must kill. The apostle stood motionless, his sword pointed at Suho, but inside, his mind was in turmoil. Ever since he had begun understanding emotions, an unsettling transformation had taken root within him, one he still couldn't fully comprehend. Memories of Jinwoo, the original Shadow Monarch, resurfaced in his mind. The fragments of the main body, that lingering sensation. He pondered, his thoughts dipping into the abyss. I think I finally understand what it was like to meet with darkness. His mind replayed the moment, the overwhelming presence of a being who had shattered an entire dimension's army on his own. He had watched Jinwoo stand alone, surrounded by his forces, yet there was something about him, something eerily solitary. His glowing yellow eyes flickered as a new thought took hold. Could this kid, Suho, give me the answer I seek? Before he could dwell on it further, a monstrous roar split the air. The venom-fanged serpent, Casca, lunged at him with lethal intent. Yet, the apostle didn't flinch. He stood his ground, watching the beast hurtle toward him. Then, in a single effortless arc of his sword, he cleaved Casca clean in half. The massive creature's bisected remains fell past him, its two halves collapsing to either side like broken puzzle pieces. The apostle remained still, unfazed, his sword dripping with the creature's lifeblood. But then, from the corner of his vision, he noticed something, movement from within the gaps of his feathers. Realization struck. He's fast. A flicker of surprise crossed the apostle's face as Suho came rushing at him with incredible speed. Not content to let his army do all the work, he was charging in himself. Suho's fist rocketed forward, a strike infused with all his might. The apostle barely managed to intercept it with his sword. But Suho wasn't done. Blow after blow rained down in a relentless barrage, each punch packed with crushing force. The apostle met every strike with his blade, his expression shifting into something far more serious. He used his soldiers to distract me, and now he's engaging me in close combat himself. His eyes narrowed. He must be confident in his hand-to-hand skills. Then, in the middle of the exchange, he saw an opening in Suho's defense. His instincts kicked in, and with a precise slash, he aimed to cut Suho down. But at the very last second, Suho twisted his body backward, narrowly evading the lethal arc of the blade. The sheer force of the apostle's attack didn't go to waste, though. It effortlessly sliced through the massive shadow centipede behind Suho, splitting it in half as if it were made of paper. Before the apostle could press his advantage, his senses flared. Another presence was closing in fast. Essel. She darted toward him from behind, her spear poised to strike. Her grip was tight, her eyes alight with fierce determination. This was her moment. With a sharp breath, she swung her spear at full force, gritting her teeth as she aimed to pierce through him. But at the last possible moment, the apostle tilted his head slightly, letting the weapon graze past him. Before she could recover and strike again, his hand lashed out like a viper, seizing the shaft of her spear in an iron grip. Essel's breath hitched. She struggled, trying to wrench it free, but his strength was overwhelming. She dangled in midair, still gripping her weapon, powerless against his hold. A dark, twisted smirk crept across the apostle's face as his voice dripped with cold amusement. "You're not one of the black soldiers." Essel's breath hitched as she stared at the apostle, pure terror seizing her. She was completely vulnerable, her weapon held captive, her body suspended midair with no way to defend herself. Just as panic threatened to take over, Suho came crashing in like a thunderbolt. With a force that could shatter stone, he launched himself forward, his body coiled like a spring, and delivered a devastating kick straight to the apostle's face. The impact was fierce. Essel was instantly freed from his grasp, but the apostle barely budged. His head snapped back ever so slightly, but to him, it was nothing more than an inconvenience. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to Suho, his yellow eyes gleaming, narrowing with an unmistakable fury. His voice came out firm, almost scolding. "Why aren't you making proper use of the black soldiers in the main fight instead?" Suho frowned, momentarily thrown off. What does he mean? The apostle's words didn't quite make sense to him, but his expression hardened as realization dawned. With cold determination, he locked eyes with the apostle and spoke in a voice laced with resolve. "Black soldier, if you want to see it so badly, then I'll show you." Without warning, two massive shadowed hands erupted from the ground, gripping the apostle in an iron hold. It was Saga, one of Suho's elite monsters, who had seized him. Almost instantly, the sands around them reacted, twisting and coiling as they surged toward the apostle's body, binding him further. The apostle turned his head, finally acknowledging the beast restraining him. Saga's grip tightened, the weight of the surrounding sand pressing down, locking him in place. But the apostle's expression didn't waver. His sharp, piercing gaze shifted back to Suho, who was already in motion. This was the moment Suho had been waiting for. Gathering every ounce of power at his disposal, he clenched his fist, muscles coiling like a loaded spring. A deep, pulsing energy surrounded him as he reared back, preparing for a devastating blow. The sheer force of his power cracked the air around him. Yet, despite the impending attack, the apostle didn't flinch. He didn't even attempt to break free. He stood motionless, his cold expression unwavering, as if he had no reason to be concerned. As if Suho's attack was beneath him. And then, impact. Suho's fist crashed into the apostle, detonating like a missile. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, an eruption of power that tore through the ground. Dust and sand exploded outward in a violent storm, momentarily blinding everything in its path. Suho instinctively shielded his eyes from the debris, but before he could even catch his breath, boom! The sand that had encased the apostle exploded outward, releasing a blast of energy so fierce it sent Suho skidding backward. He gritted his teeth, digging his heels into the ground to steady himself, his heart pounding. His thoughts raced. The sand holding him just shattered. But how? From within the swirling chaos of sand and dust, two piercing yellow eyes gleamed like twin suns, cutting through the haze. Then, in a flash, the apostle lunged. His movement was instantaneous, too fast to react to. "I guess I won't be able to feel that same exhilaration I did back then," he muttered in a voice devoid of excitement. Suho barely managed to cross his arms in front of him to block the attack, but even then, the force behind it was staggering. His muscles strained, his body bracing against the sheer impact. But the apostle wasn't done. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered away at terrifying speed, reappearing behind Essel and the shadow troll monster standing in Suho's ranks. Slash! A cry of pain tore through the battlefield. Essel gasped as a deep gash split across her shoulder, her spear shattered into fragments. The shadow troll barely had time to react before multiple holes were torn through its body, its form barely holding together. Suho's breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened, scanning the battlefield in alarm. He tore through them just like that. But his attention was yanked elsewhere. He felt it, the pressure against his fists. His Vulcan gauntlets, cracking. He looked down, and dread curled in his stomach. The gauntlets, his trusted weapons, built to withstand monstrous blows, had begun to fracture. Tiny cracks spiderwebbed across their surface, proof of the sheer disparity in power between him and the Apostle. A bitter realization settled in. Am I really this outmatched? The Apostle turned back to Suho, surveying the damage he had effortlessly inflicted. His expression, once neutral, was now shadowed with disappointment. He let out a slow, measured breath before speaking. How disappointing! His tone carried a weight of disdain, as if he had expected far more from this battle. The soldiers of darkness, they were veterans, warriors with their own will. They moved like a trained army, a force worthy of their reputation. His gaze hardened, and he looked at Suho with something bordering on pity. Your power may be similar to his, but it's completely different at the core. And despite wielding such authority, you still can't win this fight. His voice turned sharper, colder. You're far too weak. Suho stood battered, his body aching, his breathing uneven. But hearing those words, hearing the Apostle coldly dismiss his strength, made something deep inside him ignite. His eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched. Damn it, it's gotten so much harder to fight Lee Min-sung ever since he got possessed by the Apostle. His strength. A bitter thought echoed in his mind. He's probably on par with an S rank now. But before Suho could even finish his thought, the Apostle didn't wait. He charged. His expression twisted into pure rage, his golden eyes burning with fury. A deep frown settled on his face as he stormed forward, his voice cold and sharp. The reason darkness looked lonely was because there was no other existence in this world that could rival him. With that, his sword came crashing down. Suho barely managed to raise his Vulcan gauntlets in time, blocking the devastating strike. But the Apostle didn't relent. He pressed forward, his attacks relentless, his words slicing just as deep. There's no way for others to understand someone who is overwhelmingly strong. After all, steel clashed against steel as Suho struggled to hold his ground, his mind racing. What is he talking about? Father looked lonely. The moment of distraction cost him. The Apostle's blade came down again, but this time, something happened that froze Suho to the core. Crack. His Vulcan gauntlets, his prized weapons, his trusted armor, fractured. The cracks spread like lightning, splitting apart the enchanted metal. Shatter. In an instant, they were gone. The gauntlets exploded into useless fragments, disintegrating before his eyes. And then, as if to drive the horror deeper, a system notification appeared. System message. The item, Vulcan's horn, has been destroyed. For a second, Suho just stared, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. Destroyed? Just like that. That single moment of shock sealed his fate. The Apostle saw the opening. Before Suho could react, the Apostle's sword tore through the air. Schlick. The blade plunged deep into Suho's torso. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as agony exploded through his body. He felt the cold steel buried inside him, the sensation surreal, like his own body had betrayed him. Blood poured from his mouth, the metallic taste thick on his tongue. Suho. Essel's voice rang out, raw and desperate. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to move, to reach him. But her body was broken, unable to help. She could only watch, helpless, as Suho stood impaled. The Apostle's gaze darkened. His voice dropped to an icy whisper. You have no clue about the power you possess. But inwardly, his thoughts ran deeper, darker. That's why, I'll take it from you. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. I'll strip you of the authority of darkness. I'll break you, remake you into a believer. And then, I'll do whatever it takes to claim that power for myself. With chilling determination, he twisted the blade and pushed it in deeper. Suho's vision blurred. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony as he instinctively gripped the sword, trying to stop it from piercing further. But the Apostle's strength was suffocating, crushing. His arms trembled under the pressure. The Apostle's thoughts continued. Once I do that, I should finally be able to understand how darkness felt, right? Suho's breath came in ragged gasps. His body was failing. His strength was slipping. Blood dripped from his lips as his fingers trembled against the cold steel. And then, a single thought clawed its way into his mind. I have no clue about the power I have. Lee Min-sung's words echoed from the past. Come to think of it, he said something similar. The memory resurfaced. That battle with Lee Min-sung. His opponent's voice, mocking yet strangely prophetic. You're just a hopeful character with no real personality. You don't even know what you want. Eventually, you'll be forced into a situation where you'll have to make a real choice. Suho's breath hitched. His grip on the sword tightened. His mind, in the midst of pain, started racing down another path. My stats, my skills. Are they really enough? Or is there something else I need to become stronger? And then, another memory surfaced. A casual moment. Beru, casually munching on popcorn, turned to him with an amused grin. Young Monarch, why don't you use the shadow-transformed weapons? Suho had replied with a cool indifference. Vulcan's horn has more attack power. Besides, it's already tough enough managing both my bond skill and the authority of the ruler while commanding my shadow soldiers. Adding another layer of complexity just isn't worth it. Beru, unfazed, had simply smirked. You're a genius. You can do it. Beru, guarantee it. Suho had dismissed it then, his tone cold and unwavering. It's fine. Besides, didn't you say my father never used shadow transformation in battle? There has to be a reason for that. Even if I had used it, I doubt things would have turned out differently. Beru had studied him for a moment, then simply shrugged. If that's what you believe, then I suppose it can't be helped. As the pain of his wound throbbed through his body, Suho's mind drifted into deep contemplation. When did I start doing this? When did I start setting limits for myself so easily? A memory surfaced. A different time, a different Suho. He saw himself before his awakening, before power, before battles, before the weight of the world settled on his shoulders. He was drawing, his fingers gliding across the paper, lines becoming shapes, shapes becoming something more. And then, failure. A mistake. A stroke in the wrong place. And just like that, he had given up, setting the sketch aside, telling himself he'd try again later. My habit of compromising after failing, that existed even before I awakened. His eyes widened slightly as the realization hit him. Now that I think about it, I haven't drawn a single picture since awakening. I used to love it. Really love it. His fingers twitched as if trying to recall the feeling of a pencil in his grasp. Then, Lee Min-sung's voice echoed in his mind. You don't even know what you want. Suho exhaled sharply. Yeah, he was right. He had left his meeting with his father up to the system. He had convinced himself that finding his mother would eventually happen when he got stronger. He had kept moving forward, but never once had he asked himself why he wanted that strength. I keep chasing power because I feel like I have none. Then, a new thought struck him. Why have I been trying so hard to follow in my father's footsteps? Father doesn't need a copy of himself. I need to find it. Something that only I can do. A small, almost imperceptible smile crept onto Suho's lips. Then, he acted. With every ounce of willpower left in his battered body, he lifted his trembling hand. His fingers curled slightly, just enough for him to whisper two words through his blood-stained lips. Arise. The apostle's golden eyes narrowed as he frowned. Come to think of it, he muttered, his gaze fixed on Suho. The black shadows are immortal, aren't they? No matter how many times they fall, they just rise again. His expression darkened, irritation flashing across his face. Just as he spoke, movement stirred from the depths of Suho's shadow. The dark void rippled like a living entity as monstrous forms began to emerge, rising from the abyss. The apostle gritted his teeth. But no matter how many times your soldiers come back, they'll never be strong enough to defeat me. But then, something changed. The shadows that emerged were different. Back in his true body, the apostle's eyes widened slightly, his breath hitching. They're merging. For the first time, there was a flicker of genuine surprise on his face. Even in the war against darkness, I've never seen this happen. A chimera. Before his eyes, Suho's shadow soldiers fused into a monstrous, nightmarish being. Its form twisted and warped, multiple creatures becoming one, their combined power crackling in the air like an ominous storm. And then, Suho did something shocking. He severed his bond skill with Gray. Essel gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw Gray and Suho's fusion suddenly unravel. Why? Why would he do that now? But just as confusion took hold, something even more shocking happened. Suho's aura, already ominous, already otherworldly, grew darker, deeper. It surged around him like a living force, swirling violently as if responding to something unseen. His eyes, they gleamed a brilliant, almost terrifying blue. Shadows crept over his body, coiling around his form like a second skin, like armor forged from the abyss itself. It wasn't just power. It was realization. It was awakening. And everyone watching felt it. For the first time, Suho wasn't just wielding the power of darkness. He was becoming it. The scene fades into a cherished memory of Suho on a Christmas evening, his hometown glowing with festive lights draped over every building and street lamp. The crisp winter air carried the scent of roasted chestnuts and cinnamon, while children laughed and played in the snow. A much younger Suho, wide-eyed and brimming with excitement, bounced around energetically. "I'm gonna be a cop like Dad," he declared with unwavering enthusiasm, his voice cutting through the cold night like a spark in the darkness. Jinwoo, Cha, and Suho strolled down the beautifully lit streets, their footprints vanishing in the soft snow behind them. Suho, unable to contain himself, hopped in front of them, his breath visible in the chilly air. "Because you look so cool, Dad. Can I be one too?" His innocent eyes shone with admiration as he eagerly awaited a response. Jinwoo and Cha exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and deep affection. But before they could answer, Suho, still bubbling with excitement, added, "Or maybe an athlete like Mom. Then I'll be strong like her, right? That's okay too, right, Mom?" His childish determination brought a warm smile to Cha's face. With a mother's gentle touch, she placed her hand on Suho's head, her fingers brushing through his soft hair. In a voice filled with tenderness, she said, "Suho, when you were born, your father and I made a promise." Suho's excitement momentarily paused as he tilted his head, confusion flashing across his face. "What promise?" he asked, his voice quieter now. Cha crouched slightly, meeting her son's curious gaze with warmth. "That we would never decide your dream for you. Whatever you want to do, you have our full support." Suho's expression wavered, his small brows furrowing. In a softer, almost hesitant voice, he murmured, "But I want to be strong and cool like you and Dad." Cha chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with love. "If that's truly what you want, then go for it. But," she added, her tone growing more thoughtful, "promise me one thing, always ask yourself if it's what you truly desire." As the memory dissolved like snowflakes melting on warm skin, Suho found himself lost in thought. Why did Mom's words suddenly come back to me? He pondered. Somewhere along the way, he had stopped questioning himself. Instead of exploring his own path, he had only chased after his father's shadow. What am I actually good at? What do I really love? A different memory surged forward, taking over his mind. Senior Lim stood over him with an arched brow, watching as Suho sketched on a large canvas. The scent of charcoal and acrylic paint lingered in the air. "You're drawing that again?" Lim's voice carried mild exasperation, though curiosity flickered beneath it. Approaching the canvas, Senior Lim studied Suho's work and let out a small sigh. "You know, your skills won't improve if you keep drawing the same thing over and over." Suho turned slightly, his lips curling into a faint chuckle. "But if you look closely, there's a slight." Before he could finish, Senior Lim cut in. Right. Your drawings are definitely something else." He leaned in, his interest growing. "Normally, if you draw the same thing repeatedly, you fall into a pattern. But with you, it's different. It's like the more you draw, the freer you become." His eyes landed on one particular sketch, and he pointed at it. "Especially this one." Suho followed his gaze, his own eyes narrowing slightly as he examined the piece. Lim smirked. "At this point, can you even call that an ant?" The memory shattered like glass, yanking Suho back to the brutal present. Blood dripped from his hands as he clenched onto the apostle's blade, the cold steel buried deep in his flesh. Pain pulsed through his body, but his mind was clear. His shadows writhed around him, twisting and coiling like a living entity responding to his call. His breathing was steady despite the agony, his thoughts razor-sharp. The reason I mastered shadow form change faster than my father was probably because the system aligned it with my natural instincts. His eyes burned with resolve. I won't resist it anymore. The apostle tensed, sensing the shift in Suho's energy. Shadows, thick and overwhelming, surged from Suho's body, engulfing the battlefield in darkness. The ground trembled as his power reached a new height, no longer bound by a rigid form. His movements were fluid, untamed, unrestricted. A monstrous force spiraled from within him, wrapping around the apostle like an unrelenting storm. Suho's irises gleamed an eerie white as his shadows consumed everything in sight. From within the abyss of his power, Beru, hidden in the depths of Suho's darkness, suddenly emerged. His wings twitched, his usual composure shaken. The surrounding shadows, they're being pulled toward the young monarch, he muttered, his voice tinged with rare unease. It's becoming difficult to maintain my form. Without hesitation, Beru escaped from the growing mass of shadows, darting toward Essel and Gray. His abrupt movement startled Essel, who instinctively caught him in her hands. Her grip tightened as she looked down at him, her face tense with growing dread. "Beru," she said, her voice urgent. "What's happening to the young monarch?" Beru exhaled deeply, the tension in his small frame easing as he perched himself on Essel's shoulder. He lowered his head slightly, his voice hushed with uncertainty. "I don't know what's happening myself." His usually sharp tone carried an unusual hesitation, his gaze shifting toward Suho. Suho's body radiated an overwhelming surge of mana, waves of raw energy distorting the air around him. His transformation was undeniable. Beru's eyes narrowed as he continued, "But one thing is for certain, the young monarch is breaking out of his shell right now." Meanwhile, the apostle observed the unfolding events with grim focus. His cold, calculating eyes fixated on Suho, his mind racing. Was there latent potential within this kid all along? A flicker of unease settled in his chest. His jaw clenched as an unsettling thought gripped him. This could become troublesome. I need to push him to the brink of death and administer the star fragment immediately. But before he could complete his thought, his instincts screamed at him. A razor-sharp shadow spike was already inches from his throat, closing in with lethal intent. Reacting on pure reflex, the apostle twisted backward, flaring his wings and propelling himself out of danger. At the same time, he wrenched his sword free from Suho's gut. Blood spattered the ground, but something felt off. His expression tightened in shock. What just happened? He had barely registered the attack, and yet it had nearly taken his head. His narrowed eyes studied Suho with renewed wariness. "This is impossible. According to my knowledge, a hunter's abilities do not evolve beyond their set limits. Could this be a reawakening?" But Suho was no longer just standing, he was towering. The oppressive aura around him grew heavier as his mana surged, his wounds knitting together as shadows poured over his body like armor. His transformation was complete. He locked eyes with the apostle, his once human gaze replaced by something far more dangerous. Cold. Lethal. His irises gleamed a piercing white, his deadly intent clear. Suho's right arm was completely engulfed by his shadows, its form shifting with fluid precision. Behind that serious expression lay a newfound understanding, a breakthrough. Is shadow change simply the weaponization of shadows? His mind sharpened with realization. Considering the nature of shadows, which can shift and morph at will, I should be able to apply it in far more versatile ways. Before he could finish the thought, a shadowy beast erupted from beneath the apostle, fangs bared as it lunged at its prey. But the apostle's movements were swift. With a single, effortless slash of his blade, he cleaved the beast cleanly in half, its fragmented shadows dissipating into the air. He barely had time to exhale before another assault came from behind. The High Troll, one of Suho's strongest shadow soldiers, had maneuvered into position. The massive creature pulled back its enormous club, muscles tensing with sheer force, before swinging down in a devastating arc meant to crush the apostle completely. Yet, once again, the apostle reacted with unsettling ease. His sword met the club mid-air, halting the attack as if the troll's monstrous strength was nothing more than an inconvenience. The troll gritted his teeth, pushing harder, but the apostle didn't budge. Irritation flickered across the apostle's face as he spoke in a voice laced with disdain. "Did I not tell you? Your soldiers are no threat to me." The moment those words left his lips, he twisted sharply, his blade flashing like lightning as he unleashed a brutal flurry of slashes. One by one, Suho's shadow creatures fell, their forms sliced apart, reduced to nothing but flickering darkness. But then, something changed. The apostle's instincts flared once more, urging him to look up. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Suho was walking toward him. But this time, he wasn't just wielding his shadows. He wasn't just commanding the ruler's authority. A new power crackled in the air around him, wrapping around his arm like a coiled predator ready to strike. A deep, sinister red aura flared to life, pulsating with raw energy as it gathered in his hand. Suho's expression remained unreadable, but his voice cut through the silence like steel. "If this doesn't work either, then it's pretty much over." Suddenly, a system notification flickered before his eyes. Bonding skill, Demon Strike, activated. In that instant, Essel transformed. Her once dark hair turned pure white as her mana surged outward, flowing directly into Suho. She was giving everything, pouring every last ounce of her strength into him for a single, devastating attack. With a thunderous boom, Suho launched himself off the ground, the sheer force of his leap shattering the surface beneath him. The cracked earth splintered outward like a spiderweb as he shot forward at lightning speed, his fist clenched tight, radiating a terrifying fusion of shadow form change, the ruler's authority, and demon strike. The apostle's instincts flared. Without hesitation, he propelled himself backward, eyes locked onto the devastating energy surging toward him. His thoughts raced, his expression betraying the first hints of unease. That mana, it's undeniably dangerous. Yet, a smirk formed on his lips as he steadied his stance. But an attack that obvious will never hit me. Creating distance, the apostle retaliated instantly. His sword flashed as he unleashed a barrage of slashes, the razor-sharp arcs cutting through the air like streaks of death. Suho barely had time to react. Blades of light carved into his body from multiple angles, slicing deep into his flesh. His head snapped back from the force, blood spraying into the cold air. His vision blurred for a split second as pain flared through his nerves. The apostle closed his eyes momentarily, inhaling the scent of Suho's blood before letting out a wicked grin. "You should still be able to use your authority." He tilted his head slightly, his grin widening. Even while missing a leg, Suho staggered, his body battered and bleeding. His breath was ragged, but his mind sharpened. Despite the searing pain, a realization dawned on him. His eyes flickered with something new. Understanding. Wow, so something like this is possible with shadow form change. The apostle's confident smirk faltered slightly as Suho's energy shifted again. The skills he had gathered in his arm, shadow form, ruler's authority, and demon strike, suddenly vanished. But they hadn't disappeared. They had been transferred. From the shadows behind the apostle, a figure emerged out of nowhere. Saika. The apostle barely had time to register the presence behind him before Saika pulled his arm back, mana boiling violently around his clenched fist. Then, with a force that shook the battlefield. Boom! The devastating punch connected squarely with the apostle's face. The apostle's mind blanked. Where did that come from? The impact was colossal. A fusion of three devastating abilities, stacked into one attack, obliterated the apostle's composure. His once flawless body was sent flying across the battlefield, crashing into a distant rock formation with a force that sent shockwaves tearing through the ground. The earth trembled. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a suffocating cloud of destruction. For a brief moment, the battlefield stood still. Suho, with Saika by his side, gazed across the battlefield. As the dust finally settled, their eyes locked onto the wreckage. The apostle lay crumpled at the base of the shattered rock. Blood dripped from his eyes and mouth. His once untouchable form was fractured. The pain wasn't just physical, it reached deep into the very essence of his being. In a voice filled with stunned disbelief, the apostle muttered, "Transferring your skills to a soldier?" His lips trembled slightly as he let out a ragged breath. This utilization of authority, I have never witnessed this, not even from the darkness itself. The realization sent a chill through him. Meanwhile, within Lee Min-sung's battered body, something shifted. The apostle, still attempting to control the vessel, noticed something alarming. Min-sung's mouth wouldn't move. The apostle frowned, testing his control. No, the body isn't responding. His jaw, it's broken. A flicker of concern crossed his features as he slowly moved his fingers. The body still functions, I can still fight. But to continue, he needed more power. If I replenish this vessel's mana by sacrificing his life force, I should be able to. Before he could finish the thought, a voice cut through his mind. A familiar voice. A voice laced with irritation and undeniable defiance. What the hell is this? The apostle's eyes widened in shock. That voice, it was Lee Min-sung. His consciousness had returned. Min-sung's disfigured face, his jaw grotesquely hanging, twisted into a scowl. His once polished appearance was gone. He looked monstrous, almost demonic. Min-sung's voice, laced with venom, echoed through their shared mind. Did that brat do this to me? The apostle remained silent, trying to suppress the growing panic within him. Min-sung scoffed, his tone mocking. What's wrong? Did the almighty S-rank just get humiliated by someone weaker than him? The apostle's fingers twitched, his patience snapping. Lee Min-sung. If you don't shut your mouth, then... But Min-sung cut him off, grinning wickedly. Then what? What's the worst that could happen to me? He let out a dry, humorless chuckle. Do you think I'm afraid to die? His trembling hands clenched into fists as he continued, his voice turning dark. What I hate, Min-sung whispered, eyes burning with twisted emotion, is being looked down upon. His breathing grew uneven, his rage bubbling over. What I despise most of all. He raised his hand to his own chest, digging his fingers into his skin as his energy crackled wildly. Is being unacknowledged. Then, with a furious roar, he struck himself. His own hand pierced into his chest, sending violent shockwaves through his body. His roar was deafening, filled with pure hatred. If I can make those bastards who underestimated me choke on their arrogance. His breath was ragged as he lifted his head, his wild, unhinged gaze locking onto Suho. Then, a twisted grin spread across his face. Come, you little brat. Suho walked toward him, step by step, his power growing heavier with each stride. Min-sung, his mind consumed by a frenzied madness, thought to himself, if I can't be the protagonist. A sharp glint of insanity flickered in his eyes as he tore away the apostle's armor, the heavy plates clattering to the ground. Then I'll faithfully play the role assigned to me. As the final piece of armor hit the dirt, he let out a maniacal laugh. His twisted expression became utterly sinister. This is my final role, the villain. But as the fragments of his armor swirled in the air, blocking his vision for a split second, Suho was already upon him. A colossal punch, fueled by shadows and the ruler's authority, connected with devastating force. The impact sent violent ripples outward, shattering the rock behind him. The force of Suho's punch tore through Lee Min-sung's stomach, sending out a deafening shockwave that rattled the battlefield. The ground beneath them cracked under the sheer impact as the air trembled with a violent force. Suho's fist remained embedded deep within Min-sung's torso, his knuckles drenched in blood, the black tendrils of his shadow form twisting and coiling around his arm like living darkness. The weight of his blow had driven Min-sung's body forward, his breath ragged as he coughed up a thick stream of blood. His body shuddered, his strength fading by the second. The cracks on his face started small, barely noticeable at first, but within moments, they spread like shattered glass across his skin. The apostle's influence, the power that had once consumed him, began to erode away, peeling from his body in jagged, crumbling fragments. The armor that had once made him appear invincible was breaking apart piece by piece, leaving behind nothing but the weakened form of a man who had fought so desperately to be something more. Min-sung's fingers trembled as he reached up, clutching his shattered jaw with what little strength he had left. He tried to speak, tried to force out the final words clawing at the back of his throat, but nothing coherent escaped. Just low, fractured noises, distorted by the sharp pain radiating through his face. His vision blurred, his limbs weak, but his mind screamed. Not only do I have a damn hole in my stomach, but I can't even say my last words. The bitter thought clawed at him. Of all the ways to go out. His body swayed, his balance faltering, but his mind refused to go silent. When that alien appeared in front of me, I thought. His thoughts wavered as blood dripped from his lips, staining the already broken ground beneath him. He forced himself to stay upright, his body convulsing under the weight of impending death. He had told himself for so long that he was different, that he was chosen, that he had the power to reshape this world into something new, something better. But now he was dying, just like everyone else. A sharp pain stabbed through his head, but it wasn't from his injuries, it was from a memory. A moment he hadn't thought about in years. Lim Taijaiyu. His body tensed. The anger in his chest burned hotter than the pain. Damn it! Why am I remembering that idiot in my final moments? The image of Taijaiyu, his smug, ever-unchanging expression, flashed in his mind, taunting him even in death. His fingers twitched, rage bubbling up inside him, but he knew he didn't have the strength left to act on it. He forced his arm up, trembling as he tried to lift a hand in protest, to make one final statement before everything faded. "Don't look down on me." The thought echoed through him like a desperate plea. But the strength in his muscles failed, and his hand fell uselessly to his side. His body, which had been resisting, fighting, clawing to stay upright, finally gave in to the inevitable. He tried to let out an arrogant, defiant laugh, but the pain in his broken jaw twisted it into a wheezing, pitiful sound. "I am Lee Min-sung, the superstar, the one who was supposed to be acknowledged." His gaze, once burning with fury, slowly shifted toward Suho. His vision was fading, the edges darkening, but he could still see those eyes staring at him. Eyes filled with pity. His lips curled slightly in a final, bitter sneer. Why are you looking at me like that, brat?" But the answer never came. His fingers twitched one last time before his hand fell lifelessly to the ground. The tension left his body, and the light in his eyes dimmed. The battlefield, once filled with violent chaos, grew eerily silent. A notification sound rang out in Suho's mind, the system acknowledging what had just occurred. "You have obtained experience points. Level up achieved." Another window popped up. Urgent quest: eliminate Lee Min-sung, the vessel of the Apostle of Itarim. Quest completed. Suho remained still. The weight of his actions pressed down on him as he carefully lowered Min-sung's lifeless body to the ground. He knelt beside him, staring at the fallen man in silence. Meanwhile, Beru, Essel, and Gray erupted in celebration. Relief and joy surged through them as the realization of victory settled in. Beru, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward, his voice filled with admiration and enthusiasm. "You did it, young monarch," he exclaimed. "The Apostle of Itarim has been defeated." But Suho didn't respond. His gaze remained locked onto Min-sung's lifeless form, his face devoid of satisfaction. His shoulders were tense, his fingers curled slightly against the dirt. His voice was low when he finally spoke. It was probably Lee Min-sung who laughed in the end, wasn't it? The words felt heavy in the air. His thoughts lingered on the man who had fought so desperately to be seen, to carve out his own significance in a world that had always dismissed him. Even though I never really talked to him, he seemed like someone who stayed true to his desires until the very end. Beru, who had been so eager to celebrate, felt his excitement dim slightly as he watched Suho's expression. He wasn't used to seeing the young monarch like this. This was different. A thought passed through Beru's mind. This must be the first time. The young monarch has killed one of his own kind. Even for someone as strong as Suho, this moment carried weight. Still kneeling, Suho exhaled slowly, his mind circling back to something else, something that had been gnawing at him since this fight began. "There's something I realized, thanks to him," he muttered. His voice was quiet, almost as if he was speaking more to himself than to anyone else. A fragmented memory surfaced, his father, his mother, the path he had chosen. He had become a hunter to find his mother, to stand by his father's side. That had always been his purpose. But now, looking back, had he ever truly thought about his own goals? A sharp recollection struck him. Min-sung's words. The insult that had cut deeper than any blade. An ambiguous character without an ego. A slow realization settled in. He thought back to the tutorial, the brutal battle against his father. He remembered standing before that overwhelming power, in absolute awe of his strength. At that moment, he hadn't thought about his own abilities, his own purpose. All he had wanted was to be like him, to be as strong as his father. His fingers clenched slightly against the dirt. He could still recall the frustration, the crushing weight of that loss. Back then, his only thought had been, if I could only be as strong as him. He inhaled, exhaled, then slowly began to rise to his feet. His voice was quiet, thoughtful, and at the same time, his eyes darkened slightly. Because I was so desperate to beat him. His gaze drifted toward the battlefield, the echoes of the fight still lingering in his mind. The loss made me even more frustrated. The wind howled across the mountain's peak, carrying with it the scent of blood, dust, and something unspoken, resolve. Suho stood at the edge, gazing down at the open world below. His voice, calm yet filled with newfound understanding, broke the silence. Because my dad always felt too unreachable, too immense, I've always felt like I had to do this. But until now, I never really thought about why. His words hung in the air, unanswered, as he turned back toward his companions. Beru, Essel, Gray. They stood there, still processing everything that had just happened. Their expressions were unreadable, a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation. But having huge ambitions isn't a bad thing, Suho continued, his voice gaining momentum. He then raised his hand, pointing toward the sky, his eyes burning with determination. If I'm going to get stronger, he declared, I want to be the strongest. A wave of energy seemed to ripple from him, not from any power, but from his sheer will alone. His confidence, now unwavering, solidified into something greater, stronger than the apostles of Itarim. His voice sharpened, stronger than the monarchs. His fists clenched, and even strong enough to surpass my father. Silence followed. His words struck like a hammer, a declaration that shattered all limitations he had once placed upon himself. His companions, standing before him, were left utterly stunned. Beru and Essel, both unable to speak at first, simply stared at him. For the first time, Suho wasn't just following a path set before him, he was creating his own. Beru, breaking the silence, let out a nervous chuckle, though his face betrayed his disbelief. Of course, young monarch, I believe that will be impossible, but I will still cheer you on. His tone, while playful, carried a layer of unshakable loyalty beneath it. Essel, still processing what she had just heard, tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowing. Wouldn't it be difficult to become stronger than Lord Jinwoo? Her voice, filled with genuine curiosity, was almost innocent in contrast to the sheer audacity of Suho's ambition. Suho let out an exaggerated sigh, crossing his arms. Thanks for all the disheartening words, everyone, he muttered, sarcasm dripping from his voice. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to breathe. Of course, they would think that. Why wouldn't they? It was the natural response to such an outrageous claim. But that only made him more determined. Instead of lingering on their doubts, he turned his attention to something far more pressing. Well, rather than dwelling on all that, why don't I check my rewards? He thought to himself. A flicker of blue light appeared before his eyes as he opened his system window. Immediately, a flood of notifications bombarded his vision. You have obtained experience points. You have leveled up. You have received a class change quest. Suho's brows lifted slightly. A class change quest. His eyes scanned the new notification, which presented him with a choice. Do you accept the class change quest? The realization hit him as he stared at the prompt. So once you hit level 40, you can change your class, he mused, intrigued by the possibility. He quickly pulled up his status window, his eyes locking onto the details. Level 40. Class, none. Title, Wolf Assassin. His lips curled slightly, excitement flickering in his gaze. Looks like the empty class section is finally going to be filled, he muttered under his breath. As he stood there, deep in thought, immersed in his newfound growth, he failed to notice something. He was being watched. From a far distance, outside the reach of his perception, the apostle remained. Even after losing control of Lee Min-sung's body, the apostle of Itarim had not disappeared. Far above, high in the sky where no ordinary being could reach, the apostle hovered, his wings spread wide, his presence hidden from the world. His golden eyes gleamed with intrigue, locked onto Suho's every movement. A sly smile crept across his lips as he absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his silver hair. "How careless of me," he murmured to himself, his voice laced with amusement. "To think the black mask would have this much potential." His expression darkened slightly, his eyes narrowing as he whispered to himself, "As expected, you'll have to become ours now." Power stirred within him as he reached into the depths of his own being, tapping into an ability he had recently reclaimed. "One of the authorities of my main form," he mused. His lips curled into something sinister. "The scales of equivalent exchange. With this," he muttered, his voice filled with quiet malice, "I can exchange what I have into something of equal value." A dark gleam flashed through his eyes as he cast his power outward. In an instant, every hunter nearby who had consumed Stardust, the forbidden substance that had granted them power, began to convulse. Screams filled the air as one by one, their bodies collapsed. Agonizing pain tore through them as their life force was forcibly drained, their very essence being siphoned away. Their strength, their vitality, everything was being stolen. Their bodies withered, their screams turning into dying gasps as the apostle absorbed their stolen life force, converting it into a surge of mana that pulsed through his veins. His body trembled with newfound power, his form vibrating with energy as he absorbed every last ounce of stolen life. Stretching out his hands, he felt the mana settling within him, his fingers tingling with raw potential. A breath of satisfaction escaped his lips as his wings flared behind him. He clasped his hands together, his voice dripping with cruel delight. If I remember correctly, it was certainly this feeling. Mana surged through his limbs as he raised one hand, conjuring a condensed stardust fragment in his palm. A new, deadly idea formed in his mind. Using the fragment as the arrowhead, he constructed a makeshift bow formed entirely out of his stolen mana. The weapon pulsed with dangerous energy, its sheer force threatening to rupture the very air around it. His golden eyes glowed ominously as he pulled back the bowstring, his target already in sight. High on the mountain, Suho remained unaware. Meanwhile, back at the mountaintop, Beru narrowed his gaze, something unsettling him. He turned toward Suho, his instincts flaring. "Young Monarch," Beru said suddenly, "I'll search through Lee Min-sung's memories to find information about the Apostle of Itarim." Suho's expression darkened slightly as he gave one last look at Lee Min-sung's body. His voice was quiet, yet resolute. "I'll leave it to you, Beru." As his mind drifted once more, he couldn't help but wonder. Did Lee Min-sung hate the world after the cataclysm? If I hadn't become a player. Before he could finish the thought, his body seized in pain. A sharp, searing agony shot through him, an excruciating force that made his eyes widen. Something was wrong. A violent shockwave tore through Suho's body as his entire frame jolted, his nerves screaming in agony. It took him a split second to realize what had happened, but the piercing sensation in his stomach made it unmistakable. He had been hit. The Apostle's arrow, imbued with the Stardust fragment, had struck its mark with terrifying precision, embedding itself deep into Suho's body. A sharp, guttural yell tore from his throat as searing pain exploded outward, his blood splattering across the ground. His vision blurred as he staggered, gasping, his body instinctively attempting to suppress the pain. Beru, Essel, and Gray watched in horror, their faces frozen in shock as Suho's blood dripped from the open wound. The golden radiance of the Stardust fragment pulsed ominously, its energy spreading through his body like wildfire. Suho's mind reeled as he desperately tried to turn his head, his breaths ragged. An attack, but from where? Who? His thoughts cut off, his body convulsing as an unnatural energy surged through his veins. High above, the Apostle hovered in midair, a smug grin creeping across his face. His golden eyes gleamed as he admired his own handiwork, reveling in Suho's agony. "Perfect," he murmured to himself, his voice dripping with twisted delight. One step closer. His fingers curled slightly, feeling the resonance of the Stardust fragment now inside Suho, binding the young monarch to its influence. His grin widened, his pulse quickening with exhilaration. Below, Suho collapsed onto his knees, his body shaking uncontrollably as his shadow powers surged out of him, no longer responding to his control. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. His insides felt like they were being torn apart. A sharp, unbearable sensation pierced his mind, clawing at his consciousness. It feels like something is invading my head, taking over. The moment the thought surfaced, the system notifications appeared. Permanent effect, longevity, active. Immunity to all diseases, poisons, and abnormal status effects, active. But before relief could settle in, another notification followed, one that sent a cold shiver down his spine. Status effect dispel attempt, failed. The system scrambled to analyze the unknown presence in his body. It classified it as mist burn infection, a database effect linked to foreign energy. The system attempted to purge it. Analyzing, attempting to expel mist burn infection data. Dispel failed. The failures kept coming. Another notification flickered. System instability detected, caused by interference from otherworld substances. Longevity is attempting to heal using mist burn infection data, failed. 3, 2, 1, failed. The apostle's smirk deepened. Yes, he whispered to himself, watching Suho struggle. With this, the authority of the darkness is within our grasp. But then, his expression twisted. The smug grin vanished. His golden eyes widened in shock. Something was wrong. Suho's body trembled violently, but instead of being consumed by the Stardust's power, something within him rejected it. Another system notification appeared. Status effect analysis succeeded. Status effect dispelled. System recovery in progress. The conversion had ended. Meanwhile, on the ground, Beru, Essel, and Gray gathered around Suho, panic evident on their faces. Suho's body shuddered violently, his sweat-drenched skin pale from the overwhelming pain. His breathing came in sharp, erratic gasps. Beru clenched his fists, frustration and fear twisting his features. Young Monarch, hold on. Just hold on. His voice wavered, an uncommon occurrence from someone as battle-hardened as him. Essel bit her lip, trying to think of something, anything, that could help, but the sight of Suho in agony made her stomach twist. Gray remained silent, but the tension in his stance was unmistakable. Suho, still trembling, narrowed his eyes. The pain was unbearable, but his mind still worked. Longevity activated. That was his only saving grace. His breathing remained shallow as he forced a thought through the pain. I have to seal the wound with my shadows. But his vision blurred. A heavy weight pressed onto him, his head growing dizzy. The voices of Beru, Essel, and Gray became distant. Their cries for him faded. His HP was dropping. Faster. Faster. His fingers twitched as he glanced at the system window, forcing himself to focus. If this keeps up, I'll surely. His head pounded, his body screaming for relief, for an escape. Then, an idea. It was a desperate thought. Reckless. But at this moment, his only choice. His fingers, trembling from the pain, slowly lifted. The only action he could manage. He pressed the accept button. Class change quest. Accepted. A new system notification flashed. Class change quest will begin now. Before anyone could react, the ground shook. A shadow dungeon gate materialized before them. The black portal pulsed ominously, swallowing the very light around it. A new system message appeared. Only the player may enter the class change quest. To ensure smooth progression, the companions, the Monarch's descendants, will be transported inside the shadow dungeon. Beru's eyes widened in shock. What? Essel and Gray stumbled back, staring at the massive gate that had appeared from nowhere. Even the apostle, still hovering above, felt his own shock grow. His golden eyes locked onto the gate, his mind scrambling to understand what had just happened. Suho, on the verge of collapse, barely held on as his HP drained to near zero. Then, an explosion of energy erupted. A deafening boom tore through the battlefield, sending shockwaves in all directions. The sheer force of it sent dust and debris flying into the air. For miles, the energy was visible, an ominous black force surging violently. Then, darkness. Suho's consciousness snapped back. His eyes opened, but everything was black. There was no sky, no ground, no sense of space. It's so dark, I can't see anything. His own voice sounded distant. For a moment, his thoughts wavered. Am I dead? But no, he could still feel the burning sensation on his skin, the lingering pain in his limbs. It hurts. His voice was barely above a whisper. Then, a faint glow flickered. A blue fire ignited in the distance, illuminating his surroundings. His breath steadied. He was alive. His heart pounded in his chest, the realization settling in. With newfound determination, his eyes adjusted to his surroundings. But the moment he took in where he was, his expression shifted to one of utter shock. He wasn't outside. He was sitting on the ground, completely healed, within an enormous, endless hallway. His throat felt dry as he swallowed, his mind reeling. Where the hell am I? The scene shifts back to the mountain peak, where the brutal clash between Lee Min-sung and Suho had unfolded. The air was thick with the aftermath of battle, yet the victor had vanished without a trace. Arriving with lightning speed, the apostle landed at the site, his sharp eyes immediately scanning the desolate battlefield. His gaze settled on Lee Min-sung's lifeless body sprawled across the ground, the eerie silence confirming what had transpired. But something was off. Suho and his allies were nowhere to be found. The apostle furrowed his brows as he examined the surroundings. He muttered to himself, "There's no lingering magic, no traces of spatial distortion." His instincts screamed at him, something deliberate had taken place. The gate had opened moments earlier, spiriting away the black-masked warrior and the soldiers, leaving only the corpse behind. His eyes darkened with intrigue. His smirk widened. It didn't take him. His voice was laced with amusement. A gate that selectively pulls in only his allies. Interesting. He ran a hand along his chin, processing the implications. Darkness and the black mask, every time I cross paths with them, something unpredictable unfolds. There was a glint of excitement in his gaze now, his lips curling upward. How fascinating. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Suho maintained a steady one-handed handstand, his body completely still except for the slow trickle of sweat that dripped onto the cold stone floor. His breath was calm, controlled. He was assessing his own physical state. His expression remained unreadable as he whispered to himself, "The hole in my stomach, completely healed on the way here. My body feels perfect." He flipped back onto his feet in a fluid motion, rolling his shoulders. "If there's a problem, it's..." But before he could even finish his thought, a sharp, digital notification screen flashed before his eyes. A system alert. The advancement quest does not allow other Monarch successors to participate. Suho's brows furrowed. Without hesitation, he reached for his shadow dungeon key, only for another system message to pop up. A system alert. The shadow dungeon key cannot be used. His eyes narrowed. So I can't use my bond skills, and I can't enter my dungeon either? He turned his gaze down the vast dungeon hallways, his mind processing everything at an alarming speed. "This is definitely the same dungeon where my tutorial took place," he muttered. His fingers ran along the cold stone walls as he recalled those distant memories. "The dungeon my father built for me." His expression darkened slightly. "The version of me that survived that place is gone, but the memories remain clear as ever." As he walked deeper into the labyrinth, an unsettling realization struck him. No knights, no enemies to defeat, no weapons provided, and of all times, when Vulcan's horn is broken. His fist clenched at the thought. The quest was deliberately stripping him of every advantage. His jaw tightened as his eyes scanned his system interface, but something was missing. No quest details. His voice held an edge of frustration. If I have to climb this tower like before, am I really supposed to do it without weapons or bond skills? The hallway stretched endlessly before him, its maze-like structure playing tricks on his perception. Something was different. He could feel it. His eyes flickered toward the eerie blue flames lining the walls, distorting in places like glitches in a video game. His instincts screamed at him to be cautious. Then, he stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in genuine surprise. A door. After walking through the endless hallways, he had finally found a door. He exhaled sharply, scratching the back of his head. A boss room? Here. In such a random spot. His fingers traced the edge of the door as he muttered, "Was this advancement quest put together carelessly, or is there something else at play?" His mind raced with possibilities, but there was only one way to find out. He placed his hand on the door, feeling the cold surface beneath his fingertips. A strange sense of anticipation welled up within him. Once I finish this advancement quest, will I become strong like before? Memories of the tutorial resurfaced. He recalled the very first obstacle he had faced there. Igris. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous chamber. The air was heavy, oppressive, the silence more deafening than any battle cry. At the far end of the room, a set of stairs led up into the shadows. Suho narrowed his eyes. It's too dark to see anything clearly. His gaze remained locked forward, his senses sharpening. And then, he saw it. A figure. Perched atop what appeared to be a throne, a shadowy presence loomed. The tension in the air thickened as Suho instinctively tensed. Then, the figure moved. As soon as it saw Suho approaching, it began to rise from its throne. As the figure descended from its throne, Suho's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. His body stiffened, his mind refusing to process what stood before him. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. Yet, as the figure stepped forward, the dim lighting cast an all-too-familiar shadow, a form that Suho recognized all too well. His heart pounded as his own face stared back at him, but it wasn't the face he had now, it was the him from the tutorial. His past self stood tall, radiating power, his expression as cold as the dungeon air itself. There was no hesitation in his stance, no confusion, no weakness, only the sharp gleam of eyes that had been forged in endless battle. This was the Suho that had endured the hellish trials of the tutorial, the version of himself that had once been strong enough to defeat Beru at full strength. Suho felt a lump form in his throat as his mind raced back to the sheer brutality Beru had once unleashed, the relentless massacre of the Mist Burns, the overwhelming presence that had made even veteran warriors tremble. And yet, here stood a version of himself who had been able to defeat that Beru. The air around the tutorial Suho began to shift violently as his gauntlets pulsed with raw energy. The power grew at an alarming rate, tendrils of light crackling around his body like living lightning, his presence warping the very atmosphere of the chamber. The energy didn't just radiate, it consumed. The walls trembled, the very ground beneath him fracturing as the overwhelming force spiraled out of control. The entire space seemed on the verge of collapse, as if reality itself struggled to contain the sheer magnitude of his power. Suho took a step back instinctively, his breath shallow as he struggled to comprehend what he was about to face. But before he could even react, the past version of himself moved. The attack came at blinding speed. Suho barely managed to open his mouth, his voice catching as he uttered, "Wait!" Before he could even blink, the world around him exploded. The impact was instant, absolute, and merciless. The sheer force of the blow didn't just strike him, it erased him. There was no resistance, no chance to counter. His entire body was obliterated in a split second, torn apart by an overwhelming power so vast that there wasn't even a trace left behind. Not a limb, not a shred of clothing, not a single sign that he had ever been standing there. The only thing left in the wake of the devastating strike was the splattered remnants of his own blood, staining the battlefield as a cruel testament to his complete and utter annihilation. And then, in the distance, something flickered. One of the three ethereal blue flames that had been burning earlier sputtered and died out. Now, only two remained. Suho gasped, his lungs burning as he suddenly respawned, his body materializing in the darkness. The pain lingered, not physical, but deep within his very soul. His knees wobbled as he stumbled forward, his breath ragged, his heart hammering against his ribcage like a war drum. His mind was still reeling, his body struggling to process what had just happened. He clutched at his head, trying to ground himself as a terrifying realization settled in. His voice was barely a whisper, shaking with the weight of what he had just experienced. "This place, is this where I respawn after dying?" Sweat dripped down his face, his pupils still shaking from the shock of what had just transpired. He forced himself to take a deep breath, but his thoughts remained scattered, his emotions still in turmoil. If this was the true nature of the advancement quest, then, no. He refused to believe it. The idea alone felt impossible. Was he really supposed to defeat himself? The version of him that had been strong enough to take on Beru? His hands curled into fists. No. The system had always existed for his growth, to push him forward, to make him stronger. If his class change quest required him to defeat the being beyond the gate, then there had to be another way. He wasn't going to waste time despairing over an impossible challenge. He needed to analyze, to adapt. His eyes flickered toward the maze-like passages stretching endlessly before him. Unlike the tutorial, this dungeon wasn't a single, straightforward battlefield. It had multiple hallways, multiple rooms. The more he thought about it, the stranger the boss room's placement felt. It didn't make sense for it to be in that location unless there were other boss rooms. If that was the case, then there was still hope. He clenched his jaw and took off running, his feet pounding against the cold stone floors as he raced through the dimly lit corridors. The moment his eyes locked onto another massive gate standing at the end of a hallway, a sharp smirk tugged at his lips. Just as he had suspected. Another boss room. His chest rose and fell heavily as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heartbeat slowing as he steeled his nerves. There was still a path forward. But just as his fingers hovered over the door, his instincts screamed at him to stop. His entire body tensed, every muscle locking in place as an unexplainable feeling of dread washed over him. Something was wrong. His mind whispered a quiet warning. Wait, what's inside? A small part of him hesitated. Should he really just rush into another fight without knowing what awaited him? But no, there was no point in hesitating now. Whatever was behind this gate, it couldn't possibly be worse than what he had just faced. His grip tightened, his resolve hardening. Whatever it is, it's better than fighting my past self again. He pushed the massive doors open. The moment they creaked apart, his entire body froze in pure, unfiltered shock. The sight before him was nothing like what he had expected. Scattered all across the dark chamber were toys. Wooden soldiers, stuffed animals, puzzle blocks, they lay strewn across the cold stone floor, an eerie contradiction to the suffocating darkness surrounding them. His heart pounded faster as his gaze slowly shifted forward, scanning the unsettling scene before him. And then, his breath hitched. In the center of the room, amidst the scattered toys, a small child sat on the floor, playing quietly. The moment Suho took another step forward, the child's movements came to an abrupt halt. A sickening silence followed as the tiny figure slowly turned its head toward him. The moment their eyes met, Suho felt his blood run cold. The child's expression darkened. His once innocent face twisted into something entirely different, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural, terrifying power. Suho's mind reeled, his breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him like a tidal wave. That's me. His pulse thundered in his ears as he took an instinctive step back. That's me, as a child. His world seemed to tilt as an overwhelming sense of dread clawed at the back of his mind. Just what kind of hell was this dungeon dragging him into? Suho's breath came in ragged gasps as he stood frozen, disbelief carved into his features. His mind struggled to process the absurdity of what was happening. Was the system actually telling him to fight a child version of himself? He tried to dismiss the thought, shaking his head slightly. Facing a kid was one thing, but fighting him, that was... Before he could even finish his thought, the kid Suho moved. In an instant, every single toy in the room, from stuffed animals to wooden soldiers, levitated into the air. The sheer unnaturalness of the sight sent a cold shiver down Suho's spine, but what truly made his blood run cold was the fact that the child himself was floating as well. A dark, suffocating energy wrapped around Kid Suho's small frame, his aura expanding, twisting the very air around him. Suho instinctively tried to move, but his body wouldn't budge. A terrifying realization gripped him as he gritted his teeth in panic. No way, don't tell me, this is ruler's authority? The crushing sensation locking his body in place only deepened his fear. The realization left Suho stunned. How could his childhood self be using something this powerful? Kid Suho, still levitating midair with eerie ease, raised a tiny hand and slowly, almost playfully, pointed a single finger at Suho. Then, with a small flick of his wrist, he changed the direction of his finger. At that moment, Suho's vision shattered. A wave of vertigo hit him like a truck. The entire room warped, his surroundings blurring into an indistinct mess. It was as if reality itself had begun to twist around him. And then, with a sickening snap, his neck twisted violently to the side. A sharp, unbearable pain exploded through his entire body. His breath caught, but he never got the chance to exhale. His vision blurred further, dark spots consuming his sight as his thoughts fragmented into nothingness. He couldn't even comprehend what had just happened before his body went limp, collapsing into a cold void. His consciousness snapped out like a light. And just like that, he was dead. Somewhere in the darkness, another blue flame flickered and went out. Now, only one flame remained. Suho's lungs burned as he respawned, his body materializing once more in the familiar cold darkness. He gasped, his hands flying to his neck, as if expecting it to still be broken. His fingers trembled as he ran them over his skin, his breath coming out in uneven, panicked bursts. He was sitting on the floor, his knees weak, his entire body drenched in sweat. His mind reeled, trying to comprehend what had just happened. His stomach twisted in sheer disbelief as the reality of his situation settled deep into his bones. He had died instantly, from having my neck snapped by a kid version of me. A shudder crawled down his spine, his fingers digging into the stone floor beneath him. This was insane. It didn't matter whether it was the past version of him or this twisted child form, both were completely beyond his current strength. He wasn't even standing a chance. His head pounded as frustration and panic crashed into him all at once. How the hell am I supposed to clear something like this? His breathing quickened. And then, another thought slammed into him. His chest tightened, his heart lurching violently. Wait. His voice cracked slightly as he forced himself to his feet, his movements frantic, his hands slightly trembling. His gaze snapped toward the last remaining blue flame burning faintly on the wall. His mind raced. In the tutorial, I was given 3 lives. If I've already died twice. His eyes widened in absolute panic. That means I only have 1 life left. A cold sweat dripped down his back as he stared at the final flickering flame. The weight of this realization crushed into him, pressing down on his shoulders with unbearable intensity. One more death, and it would all be over. But then, his breath hitched as something else caught his attention. His pulse skipped. His gaze darted across the room, and that was when he saw it. The flames. Not just the single flame that represented his life, but dozens. No, hundreds. His stomach twisted violently. Lifting his gaze higher, his breath stopped completely. The entire dungeon room, the place where he had respawned, was covered in countless burning blue flames. His body locked up, a deep, unnerving dread seeping into his bones. What the hell was this? As he stared at the flickering lights, a strange realization gnawed at the edges of his mind. The flames weren't normal. Some of them weren't behaving correctly. He narrowed his eyes, and that's when he noticed it. Some of the flames were glitching. They flickered and distorted unnaturally, as if something was wrong with the very fabric of the system itself. The air felt warped, reality shifting in unstable waves. His breath grew unsteady, his instincts screaming that something was terribly off. And then, a system notification abruptly popped up in front of him. A system alert. An error has occurred in the system due to the invasion of external world substances. Suho's fingers curled into fists. His jaw clenched, his mind barely keeping up with the sheer absurdity of what was happening. An invasion. What the hell did that even mean? The system itself was breaking down? Before he could even react, another system notification flashed across his vision. Defeat the being beyond the gate before you run out of all the given lives. Suho's throat dried instantly. The words settled in his mind like a death sentence. The being beyond the gate. The thing that had obliterated him. Another notification popped up. You are unable to exit the dungeon until the class change is completed. Suho's breathing stopped altogether. His body remained still, frozen by the sheer, absolute weight of those words. There was no escape. Suho's breath came in short, uneven gasps as he stared at the countless flames flickering all around him, their eerie glow casting long, shifting shadows across the walls. His mind struggled to grasp the implications, and with a furrowed brow, he muttered under his breath, "Don't tell me, each one of these torches is a life?" His own words sent a shiver through him. Was that a good thing? Did that mean he had more than one chance? But then, as the thought settled, his expression darkened, and his chest tightened with dread. There was no way to confirm if these torches actually represented his extra lives, or worse, if they belonged to something else entirely. And even if they were his lives, what good were they if he had no way to level up? He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. There's no way for me to grow stronger here, then what the hell am I supposed to do? His gaze snapped toward the glitching system notifications still hovering in his vision. The message flashed again. An error has occurred in the system due to the invasion of substances from another world. His fingers twitched slightly as he processed those words. So that was it. That had to be why this quest was so impossibly unfair. His eyes darted to the other two messages. Defeat the being beyond the gate before you run out of all the given lives. You are unable to exit the dungeon until the class change is completed. Suho frowned deeply, his hands tightening into fists. If the system was glitched, then there was no guarantee these torches actually counted as extra lives. For all he knew, he could already be on his final chance. But no matter how much fear clawed at his gut, no matter how impossible the situation felt, he refused to give up. His body was still trembling from his last death, from the feeling of his neck being violently snapped, but he forced himself to move forward. His feet felt heavy, but he pushed forward anyway, his voice steady as he muttered, "I have to move forward. No matter what." His eyes flickered across the maze of twisting hallways, irregular passageways, and strangely placed boss room gates. Something about this entire dungeon felt off. It was designed in a way that made no logical sense. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. If there are other boss rooms aside from the two I've seen, then how big is this maze? A sharp sense of unease crawled up his spine as he bit down on his lip. I do have time, so if I search carefully, maybe I can. His words cut off abruptly as a terrible sensation slammed into him. His entire body went stiff, and his breath hitched as he felt something. A presence. A deep, suffocating presence lurking in the darkness ahead. His hands clenched as he slowly turned his gaze toward the shadowy corridor in front of him. At first, he saw nothing. The silence stretched on, thick and unbearable. But then, something moved. A small object floated out from the pitch-black darkness, barely visible at first. It hovered eerily in midair, moving unnaturally, its shape flickering under the dim torchlight. His eyes focused, and his stomach twisted violently. It was a toy. The realization sent a bolt of terror shooting through his veins. And then, more began to emerge. One by one, more floating toys drifted out from the darkness, each one levitating effortlessly. And then, at the center of them all, the real nightmare appeared. Baby Suho. The small child version of him floated silently, surrounded by the eerie swarm of toys, his face shadowed, his eyes glowing with an unnatural gleam of power. Suho's blood turned to ice as his body locked up in sheer terror. His breath came in short, panicked bursts as his pulse hammered in his ears. Why is he here? His voice cracked as he instinctively took a step back, his mind scrambling for an explanation. Did he leave the boss room? Did he come through the open gate? His gut screamed at him to run. Without wasting another second, Suho turned on his heel and bolted. His heart pounded as he sprinted through the maze-like corridors, his mind filled with nothing but a single desperate thought, I need to get away. But before he could even make it 5 steps, something ripped into him. A sickening tearing sound filled the air. A sharp, excruciating pain erupted in his leg. His body collapsed violently onto the cold stone floor as a gaping wound tore through his calf, blood pouring freely from the severed flesh. He barely managed to catch himself before his face slammed into the ground, his breath coming out in ragged gasps as his vision blurred from the pain. His trembling hands clutched at his shredded leg, his teeth gritting as agony tore through him. His eyes darted toward the cause of his wound, and that's when he saw it. One of the floating toys had attacked him. Or rather, it had exploded on impact. His stomach churned in horror. Did his toy just blow my leg apart? He turned his gaze back to baby Suho, who still hovered calmly in midair. The amount of sheer power in his ruler's authority was monstrous. Suho's lips parted in shock, his pupils shaking. If he can generate this much speed and precision with just his ability alone, how am I supposed to clear this? But before he could even begin to formulate an answer, a new terror arrived. A second presence loomed behind him. Suho's blood froze. A shadow stretched over his fallen form. A slow, methodical footstep echoed against the dungeon floor, followed by an oppressive, suffocating aura of pure power. He knew who it was before he even turned around. And when he did, his soul nearly left his body. Standing behind him, radiating an overwhelmingly lethal aura, was none other than Tutorial Suho. Terror unlike anything he had ever felt before gripped him like a vice. He was already crippled from baby Suho's attack, and now, his past self, the one who had annihilated him in a single strike before, stood before him once again. His body trembled uncontrollably as a shuddering breath escaped him, his voice barely above a whisper, raw with desperation and fear. No, no way. But there was no time to react. No time to beg for mercy. No time to even think. Tutorial Suho didn't waste a single second. With one devastating, merciless swing of his Vulcan gauntlets, he severed Suho's head from his body. Suho respawned once again, his body materializing in the same dimly lit starting location. The moment he gained form, frustration exploded inside him. His fist clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palm before he slammed his knuckles against the cold stone wall. His hand slowly moved to his forehead, dragging down his face as he exhaled heavily, trying to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. His voice was thick with frustration as he muttered, "This is complete bullshit. The bosses can just roam around freely? What kind of impossible difficulty is this?" He took another shaky breath before another thought slammed into him. His father. Did he go through this? Was this insane, hellish quest something that even his father had endured? But then, a realization struck. His eyes widened for a brief moment before a sharp grin spread across his face. His frustration didn't disappear, but it was quickly replaced with something far more valuable: determination. His fingers curled into a tight fist, a fire igniting in his gaze as he smirked. Wait, if I'm reviving every time, that means all those torches are actually my lives. He exhaled sharply through his nose. Then, as long as my clear condition is to defeat a being inside a boss room, there's no need for me to actually win against those two. I just have to keep trying until I find a different room. His newfound determination, however, didn't change the brutal reality of the situation. Yet again, he found himself face to face with the Tutorial Suho. The cold, unforgiving gaze of his past self locked onto him like a predator fixated on prey. Before Suho could even blink, the Tutorial Suho launched forward, his movement faster than a bullet. Suho barely had time to register the incoming attack before the impact obliterated him completely. No trace of his body remained. Again and again, he was revived, only to die moments later. Sometimes it was baby Suho, floating eerily in the air, his small hand casually flicking his fingers to tear Suho's limbs apart with invisible force. Other times, it was Tutorial Suho, ending him in a single merciless strike. Blown apart. Decapitated. Crushed. Snapped like a twig. His deaths were brutal, relentless, ceaseless. But no matter how many times he was ripped apart, Suho gritted his teeth and kept going. It's fine. I can die as many times as I need to. That thought alone kept him moving. If his lives were infinite, then as long as he continued searching, he would eventually find another boss room. But then, another horrifying thought crept in. His breath faltered. His pulse skipped. What if, because of the system error, there are no other boss rooms? That single doubt lodged itself in his mind like a dagger. What if this wasn't just a battle of endurance? What if there was no escape at all? Suho found himself sitting on the floor, his back slumped against the cold stone wall. His breathing was heavy, his body still trembling slightly from the countless deaths he had endured. His fists were curled so tightly that his nails bit into his skin, drawing blood. His mind wasn't just tired, it was being crushed under the weight of a hopeless reality. Infinite lives. Enemies he couldn't defeat. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, true despair crept into his expression. This is hell. His mind raced as he tried to piece together a way forward. He had faced many impossible situations before, had stared death in the face and survived. But this, a world where he could die endlessly, unable to grow, unable to escape? His teeth clenched as he bit his lip in frustration, hard enough that blood pooled in his mouth. He wiped the blood away with his thumb, staring at the crimson stain on his skin as a memory resurfaced. His own words. Words he had spoken with absolute confidence. If I'm going to get stronger, then I want to be the strongest. His grip on reality tightened. Those words now bind me. A rough exhale escaped him as he ran a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. Damn it! He cursed himself for feeling weak, for even letting despair crawl into his mind. No. That wasn't him. He wasn't someone who just gave up. If there was no way forward, then he would make one. He lowered his hand to the ground, pressing his bloodied finger against the cold stone. With slow, calculated movements, he began to draw on the floor using his own blood. His voice was steady, controlled, yet held a dangerous edge of desperation. Fine. Then I'll do what I can. I'll draw a path. Every time I die, I'll mark the places I've been. His eyes hardened with resolve. I won't give up. Meanwhile, in the outside world, breaking news spread like wildfire. The Hunters Association had officially prohibited the use of Stardust. Reports surfaced, revealing that numerous hunters had suffered severe memory loss after consuming the substance. An official investigation had been launched, with authorities tracking down those responsible for its distribution. Then, another shocking revelation. Breaking news: former Vice Guild Master of Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung, found dead on a mountain. The news headline dominated every media outlet. A hiker had discovered the lifeless body of Lee Min-sung early that morning. The world was in shock. The once praised hero of the hunters, the former celebrity warrior, had been at the center of a massive drug operation. The betrayal cut deep, especially for those who had once admired him. The Reaper Guild released a public statement, pledging full cooperation with the Hunters Association in the investigation. The world was changing. Lim Taijaiyu sat in the meeting room, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose as he exhaled a long, frustrated sigh. His mind was drowning in what-ifs, his past failures looping like a broken record. Finally, he lowered his hand and leaned forward, his voice laced with regret as he muttered, "This is all my fault." He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm. If only I hadn't lost Lee Min-sung back then, none of this would have happened. Across from him, the chairman of the Hunters Association watched him carefully before speaking in a firm but supportive tone. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Hunter Lim Taijaiyu." But Lim barely acknowledged the words. His thoughts were spiraling, and his frustration only grew sharper as he laced his fingers together in front of his lips. His voice was eerily calm, but his narrowed eyes revealed the storm of thoughts inside his mind. There are strange details about Min-sung's death. When they found his body, his appearance was unnatural. But the thing is, he never had any transformation skills. So how did it happen? Choi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, his gaze sharpening. "Are you suggesting that Stardust created some kind of new skill?" His voice was careful, but there was a noticeable weight behind the words. Lim gritted his teeth. The pieces of this puzzle didn't fit together neatly, and that fact unsettled him. "I can't say for sure, but it's possible." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "And there's something else. There was another hunter involved, a man in a black mask. He was fighting Lee Min-sung before his death." Choi's eyes flickered with recognition as he turned his attention fully to Lim. His voice was steady, but there was a new edge to it. "Then that person may have been the one to kill him." The room fell into a tense silence. The chairman remained deep in thought, his expression unreadable. A hunter in a black mask? That detail stuck out to him like a glitch in the system. His mind raced through possibilities, but nothing concrete formed yet. Then, Choi reached into his pocket, pulling out a small photograph. His fingers tapped against the image for a moment before he finally placed it down on the table. His tone remained calm, but there was an unmistakable shift in the air. "Speaking of which, one of the miners who joined the expedition is now reported missing." The photograph slid across the table. A single name was printed beneath it. Suho. Lim and the chairman exchanged looks, their expressions darkening. Choi continued, his fingers tapping against the wood as he spoke, his voice growing more serious. "Officially, he's listed as a low-level hunter. But given everything that's happened, There's a strong chance that he's a false ranker." The weight of those words hung in the air. From the far end of the table, the apostle finally reacted. Up until now, he had been merely listening, his presence eerily quiet, but at the mention of Suho's name, he leaned forward slightly. His expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of something dangerous behind his eyes. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion as he finally spoke. "May I see the picture?" Choi glanced at him before nodding. "Of course. You're involved in this incident as well, Hunter Park Dojin." Without hesitation, the apostle picked up the photograph, turning it in his hand. His sharp gaze lingered on Suho's face, taking in every detail. His fingers slowly rested over the lower half of the image, covering Suho's mouth. A second passed. Then, a sinister grin stretched across his face. In that moment, he knew. The black-masked hunter was Suho. And now, he had a target. Deep within the twisting labyrinth of the dungeon, Suho sat on the cold stone floor, his back resting against the wall. His breathing was calm, but his eyes were sharp, focused. The floor around him was covered in a massive, hand-drawn map, sketched in his own blood. Every passage he had explored, every path he had taken, every death he had suffered, all of it meticulously recorded. His fingers ran along the markings, tracing the lines over and over again, filtering through the information like an AI running millions of calculations. This was no longer a chaotic maze, it was a puzzle. And somewhere within it, the answer was hiding. For the longest time, he stared at the blood-stained markings. His breathing slowed. Then, his eyes narrowed. His mind clicked. His grip on his knee tightened. A slow, knowing smirk crept onto his face. His shoulders squared, his posture straightened, and the faint traces of frustration vanished as if the pieces had finally fallen into place. All this time, he had thought he was stuck in an impossible loop of death. But now, he looked as if he found the way forward. This wasn't just blind survival anymore. Now, he was hunting for the exit. And he wouldn't stop until he found it.
The scene cuts sharply to the shadow dungeon, the oppressive darkness broken only by the faintest glimmer of red as Amit stood with his arms crossed, an unmistakable irritation lacing his voice. "Hey, you bug," he snapped, his tone a cold slap in the silence. "Flying around in circles won't bring back the young monarch, so why don't you calm down a bit?" His words dripped with exasperation, but Beru, frantic and restless, was a blur of motion as he zipped through the air, his wings beating the air in an erratic frenzy. His eyes were wide, a storm of anxiety and fear swirling behind them, and as his voice cracked, the desperation within him was undeniable. "You cold-blooded reptile," he barked, the words trembling with the weight of his worry. "How can you tell me to calm down when we have no idea how the young monarch is faring right now?" His voice broke, a tremor of helplessness creeping in as tears welled in his eyes. "Young monarch? Beru, can't even sleep from the concern." Essel, standing beside Amit, lowered her head, her gaze clouded with unease. She understood Beru's anxiety all too well, and her voice reflected it. "I get why Beru's acting like this," she murmured, her tone heavy. "It's already been 2 weeks since the young monarch entered the gate." Her words hung in the air, thick with a quiet dread that neither could ignore. Amit, unmoved, simply tightened his arms across his chest, his voice as cold as stone. "So, you're worried too, huh?" His gaze was steady, unflinching, as if the weight of his words meant nothing in the face of the larger picture. Essel's eyes narrowed, a spark of irritation flickering in them. She shot him a glare, her words laced with a sharpness that matched her gaze. "Aren't you being too heartless? You're a companion, just like us." Her voice dropped, barely above a whisper, but it carried the weight of betrayal. Amit's eyes softened just slightly, though his tone remained unyielding, as if set in stone. "I understand your worry. But tell me," he began, his voice carrying the gravity of experience, "are you even really looking at the young monarch?" His words landed like a heavy blow, the room stifling with silence as he continued, "I know you view him as just a child compared to the vast power of the Shadow Monarch, but I've never met the Shadow Monarch." His gaze shifted upward, his thoughts briefly returning to the memories of Suho's relentless training, those grueling days that shaped the young monarch into what he was today. "I've only seen Suho," he said, his voice carrying a quiet pride. The one who never once uttered a word of surrender, even when his bones were shattered, his flesh torn, and his mind pushed beyond its limits. Amit's eyes hardened with determination, the weight of his certainty in every word. No matter what trials he faces, he will come out safe. Essel and Beru stood silent, a quiet understanding settling between them. Amit's words offered a fragile flicker of hope, a reminder that belief in the young monarch was their only anchor in the storm. Essel let out a soft, relieved sigh, her lips curving into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Well, you're not wrong. All we can do is believe in the young monarch. The scene shifted, the cold, tense atmosphere of the shadow dungeon giving way to the chaos of the class change quest. Suho, pulse racing and heart pounding, surged forward with fists clenched in unrelenting focus. His eyes locked on his target, Tutorial Suho. The tension in the air was palpable, thick enough to cut, as Suho growled, a low, guttural sound that echoed with defiance. "Do you think I'll just keep dying to you?" The words dripped with anger, his fist propelled forward with a ferocity that could shatter mountains. But just as his punch neared its mark, Tutorial Suho moved with a speed that bordered on mockery, casually lifting a hand to intercept the blow. The force of his counter was overwhelming, an effortless strength that obliterated Suho's form in an instant, his body crumbling into countless shattered pieces as though he were nothing more than glass. The scene flicked, shifting in a heartbeat, and Suho found himself respawning, only to face a new, even more harrowing challenge, Baby Suho. His heart hammered in his chest, the surge of determination almost palpable as he leapt into the air, poised for another strike. This time, there was no hesitation, no doubt. Confidence coursed through him like a torrent. This time, he would land the blow. But just as he was about to make contact, Baby Suho raised his hand. A ripple of power surged through the air, and with the crushing weight of the ruler's authority, Baby Suho's telekinetic force slammed into Suho. Time seemed to slow as Suho was crushed midair, the sickening crack of bones breaking in a symphony of agony. His body crumpled under the weight, the pain too excruciating to comprehend. As he lay dying once again, Suho's mind twisted in agony, the unbearable weight of his circumstances sinking in. "I gave up long ago on counting how many times I've died." But even in the midst of his suffering, something strange began to take root in his mind. He began seeing their status windows. The baby version of him, the one with the unholy power to tear apart the very fabric of reality with a thought, had no player level, but his ruler's authority was maxed out. Then there was the tutorial version, the monster, level 99, soul striker, capable of obliterating anything with a touch. A true force of nature. Suho couldn't help but let out a breath of bitter amusement. A true monster. A thick, suffocating sense of dread pressed down on Suho, but with it came an unsettling realization. No matter how many times he died, no matter how many times his body was broken and torn apart, he was learning. Each death, every agonizing moment, was chiseling away at the fear that once paralyzed him. Shaking off the remnants of his grim thoughts, Suho snapped back to the present. He sprang to his feet with urgency, his muscles protesting the motion, but his resolve was ironclad. He couldn't waste a second. The dungeon stretched out before him like an endless maze, but Suho was determined to find a way out, or at least uncover something new. As his feet pounded against the cold stone floor, he thought to himself, "I didn't get far enough to mark it on the map." The thought gnawed at him, a reminder of his failure to make meaningful progress. Fighting both versions of himself, over and over again, Suho began to feel the creeping familiarity of his own fear. "I'm slowly getting used to it, I guess," he mused, his thoughts tinged with grim determination. With every death, something shifted within him. One time, during a brutal clash, his gut had been violently torn open, his insides spilling out, but all Suho could think was, "Damn it, I'll have to go for the next." Another time, he'd come so close to Baby Suho he could almost touch him, but the infant's telekinetic power had crushed him before he could act. "I got closer to you this time. You hear me?" he thought, the defiance in his mind a flickering flame against the darkness. But no matter how many times he died, no matter how many ways he perished, something changed inside him. Something was progressing. This feeling should only matter in here, he realized, his thoughts clear despite the chaos of his surroundings. "I know I can't take death lightly. I have to fight. I have to survive, no matter the cost. No matter how many deaths it takes." Each challenge was another step forward, another layer of resilience added to his soul. At the respawn point, Suho bent over the map, his blood staining as he updated it with a grim focus. In the midst of all that, he thought inwardly, I felt myself starting to become more resilient. The map was filled with chaos and uncertainty, but there, in the middle, was a blank space, a part of the dungeon he hadn't yet explored. His finger hovered over it, and with a thoughtful tone, he muttered to himself, seems like that's the only place I haven't gone so far. With a sharp inhale, Suho's voice hardened with determination. If there's no gate there, he muttered, it means there's no way of finishing the class change quest aside from defeating those two. His eyes burned with a new intensity, a fire stoked by his countless trials. Come to think of it, he thought with a frown, it's strange. I've been running into those two much faster than before. And then it happened. A smirk crept across Suho's face as his eyes narrowed. Just look at this, he thought, a dark amusement curling at the edges of his mind. Here he is again. The baby version of him appeared before him once more, floating serenely in the air, surrounded by his toys like an unsettling puppet master. Suho took in the sight, his eyes sharp, his mind working quickly. It looks like he's trying to stop me from going this way. But Suho had already made up his mind. He'd died too many times, suffered too much, to give up now. The thought of retreating was nothing more than a fleeting notion. He charged forward, his body moving with the raw urgency of someone who had nothing left to lose. The ruler's authority uses an invisible hand, he thought quickly. If I surround myself with it as well, will it work as a shield? Drawing on every shred of his willpower, Suho summoned the ruler's authority, surrounding himself with the invisible power. As he closed the distance between him and baby Suho, he felt the clash. His ruler's authority met the baby's in a fierce confrontation. It was a clash of wills, an invisible battle for control, and in that brief moment, Suho saw the raw potential of his power against the infant's overwhelming force. Not wasting a second, Suho darted to the side, narrowly evading a deadly strike that whooshed past him by the thinnest margin. Seizing the opening, he launched himself into the air, soaring over the baby's head, avoiding a direct confrontation. Baby Suho, clearly annoyed by the move, pivoted quickly, his eyes narrowing in irritation. Before he could summon another attack, whether it be with his ruler's authority or his floating toys, Suho acted. With a swift motion, he threw his jacket at the baby. The fabric flew through the air, landing squarely on baby Suho's face, momentarily blinding him and giving Suho the precious seconds he needed to escape. Without hesitation, Suho tore off in the direction of his goal, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. As he raced through the hallways, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. There, ahead of him, was the passage he had been searching for, the one place he hadn't yet explored. His heart surged with excitement as he thought, yes, that's the left passage. The only place I haven't gone so far. Every step felt like a victory, a step closer to the end of this relentless nightmare. Suho sprinted toward the passage, his heart pounding in his chest with a fierce hope. Please, let there be something different here, he silently prayed, his every step carrying the weight of his desperation. And as though the universe had heard his plea, there it was, a gate. A third gate, hidden deep within the dungeon, the very one he had been searching for all this time. For a moment, Suho was frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat as he stared at the gate, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a surge of victory rushing through him. Just as he thought there was another being besides those two. But as the thrill of discovery flickered inside him, a sense of dread began to creep into his chest. Something wasn't right. He could feel it, a cold, foreboding presence that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The Soul Striker. He could sense him, heading toward him with terrifying speed. Suho muttered under his breath, his voice tight with anxiety. Damn it, he's coming. The very air around him seemed to tremble as the Soul Striker raced toward him, his speed blinding, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The ground cracked and shattered with every step the Soul Striker took, each footfall sending vibrations through the walls of the dungeon. Suho reached the gate, and without hesitation, he threw himself at the doors, his hands grasping at the cold metal. I have to get through, he thought desperately. If those guys were really stopping me from reaching this gate, then once the Soul Striker arrives, it'll be over. His heart hammered in his chest, and the sound of his frantic breath echoed in his ears. Just as his fingers gripped the door handles, the Soul Striker's aura hit him like a physical force, the pressure suffocating. Suho glanced over his shoulder, meeting the bloodlust radiating from the Soul Striker's eyes. Damn it, he's here already. With a chilling, emotionless calm, the Soul Striker began to close the distance between them, each step deliberate, each movement calculated. Suho could feel the weight of the Soul Striker's presence bearing down on him, and then, with a flash of speed, the Soul Striker lunged toward him, an unstoppable force determined to keep him from entering the gate. Suho's mind raced, his every thought scrambling to find a way to escape. The Soul Striker stretched out his arm, his reach growing longer with each step. Suho's heart dropped as the distance between them closed. He could feel the cold fingers of fate reaching for him, but just as panic began to rise in his chest, an idea sparked in his mind. The Soul Striker can't get through the gate, right? With a surge of energy, Suho pushed the gates open with all his strength. His muscles screamed in protest, but he refused to stop. As the door creaked open, he gasped for air, his mind racing with a frantic plan. The gate will protect me, he thought, just as the Soul Striker's hand reached the threshold, the cold aura of death almost tangible. In the final instant, Suho slammed the door shut with a force that echoed through the hallways. He stumbled back, breathless, his heart still racing from the near miss. Sweat dripped from his brow as exhaustion overtook him, but there was a flicker of triumph in his eyes. He lowered his head in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper as he said, "Finally, I escaped from those bastards." But even as he exhaled in relief, doubt began to creep back into his mind. It's not over yet. His thoughts flickered to the other two versions of himself. Considering them, it's highly likely that the being here is a past version of me. The possibilities flashed through his mind. Maybe it's when I first started the tutorial, or when I carried all the high-grade weapons. His brow furrowed in thought. But if it's neither of those, then, who could it be? Before he could settle his mind, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Suho instinctively turned, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a presence behind him. From the shadows, another figure emerged, slow but deliberate. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the shape, a version of himself, yet different. This version of him was more terrifying, colder. His face was as hard and unyielding as the Soul Striker's, his eyes gleaming in unnatural blue, reflecting nothing but pure bloodlust. There was no flicker of emotion, no hint of humanity, just the chilling, empty gaze of a killer. The figure stepped fully out of the shadows, revealing two high-grade swords clenched in its hands. Power radiated from this version of Suho, overwhelming and suffocating. This was no mere reflection. This was Suho's next challenge, a twisted mirror of his own self, and it was ready for battle. Suho stood face to face with his version from the light novel, an intense aura radiating from the novel Suho's form. His eyes gleamed a piercing blue, a stark reminder of the strength this version wielded. Our Suho narrowed his eyes, tension mounting within him. It's a version of me using twin swords this time? His gaze traveled over the novel Suho, who stood there with an expression so serious it could freeze the air itself. The tutorial Sung Suho and the baby Sung Suho are versions of me that existed, but this one's holding Rocken's Fong? His focus shifted to the second sword, and the system notification flashed in front of him. Vulcan's sword. Suho's thoughts sharpened. His other sword is Vulcan's horn? The realization sent a cold shiver down his spine. Was he created due to an error? Suho's fingers twitched as he instinctively checked the status of the novel Suho. His eyes widened in disbelief as the stats appeared before him. What is this? He lowered his head slightly, his lips curling into a smile as he absorbed the information. This is it? I can do this. Without wasting another second, Suho surged forward, charging at the novel Suho with everything he had. He lunged, his kick landing with incredible force, but the novel Suho blocked it effortlessly with his twin swords. Finally, a worthy opponent, Suho said with a thrilled voice, the challenge igniting something deep inside him. The novel Suho was pushed back, but he didn't lose his footing. Suho grinned, feeling the rush of battle. My level and stats are way higher than his. The system displayed the novel Suho stats. Level 32. Strength, 75. Health, 41. Agility, 41. Intelligence, 41. Sense, 41 plus 5. Suho's confidence grew. My strength is especially higher than his, which gives me an advantage. The system then displayed Suho's stats. Level 40. Strength, 128. Health, 60. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 49. Sense, 54 plus 5. Before he could act on his advantage, the novel Suho's eyes gleamed blue again, and his body shifted into a combat stance. In the blink of an eye, he activated several buffs, his power surging like an unstoppable wave. The system flashed the details. Skill, Iron Body Reinforcement. Skill, Grassland Gale. Skill, Giant's Armor. Suho's eyes widened in shock. Iron Body Reinforcement? Isn't that Amit's skill? And why does he have so many buffs? Before Suho could make sense of it, the novel Suho closed the distance between them, swords drawn, and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Suho's agility kicked in, allowing him to dodge each of the attacks, but the force behind them was undeniable. He's getting stronger. Then, the novel Suho lunged at him with an emotionless expression, pulling back Rocken's Fong for a devastating attack. The system flashed again. Skill, Storm Slash activated. Suho's eyes flared with anger. This guy even has Storm Slash? What the hell? Both versions of Suho activated Storm Slash simultaneously, their weapons colliding in a clash that sent shockwaves through the entire boss room. The impact was so fierce, the air around them seemed to tremble. In that moment, it felt as though they were equally matched. Suho's focus was razor-sharp, determination burning in his chest as he prepared for another swing. Good thing I saved my weapon in case my original broke. But what Suho didn't realize was that the novel Suho's attack had grazed him. It wasn't just any grazing wound, it was something far more sinister. In that moment, a memory surfaced. Suho recalled a time when the novel Suho had mercilessly slashed Brocky with his weapon, leaving brutal marks. It was a memory eerily similar to his own, but with a chilling twist. The connection hit Suho with the force of a freight train. This battle wasn't just about winning. Suho's mind raced with confusion as his eyes widened in shock. A sense of dread gnawed at him as he thought, what are these memories? They're not the same as when I defeated Brocky. Is this some kind of mental attack? For a brief moment, his focus wavered, lost in the turmoil of unfamiliar memories. The novel Suho saw the opening and struck again. Suho managed to block the attack, but not completely. His hand was cut, and the shock of the blow sent a new memory flashing before his eyes. He saw himself riding Miho's back. Another memory that doesn't belong to me? Suho's thoughts spiraled. Am I getting hit by more mental attacks the more he injures me? Frustration and confusion clouded his mind. Suho quickly stepped back, creating distance between himself and the novel Suho, trying to compose himself for the battle that was far from over. But the novel Suho was relentless. His expression darkened, and for the first time, he spoke. Arise. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the shadow beneath the novel Suho began to stretch and expand. From it, a figure emerged, a shadow knight. The knight wasted no time, charging straight at Suho. The battle shifted into a chaotic frenzy as the two blades clashed violently. Even when Suho attempted to create more distance, the knight, relentless as a predator, kept pursuing him. No matter where Suho went, the shadow knight was right behind him, pressing on with unyielding attacks. Suho blocked each strike, his teeth gritted and his expression tense. His gaze locked onto the shadow knight, whose sinister grin only added to the pressure. The system's notification flashed. Quay, Knight Rank. Suho parried one of Quay's attacks, his mind racing. Knight Rank Shadow? Before he could think further, the pressure on him doubled. The novel Suho joined the fight, leaping into the air with swords drawn. He attacked with the Vulcan sword, and Suho barely dodged the blow in time. Quay didn't stop, his assault unrelenting as he kept Suho on the defensive. Suho moved in a blur of agility, blocking and dodging attacks from both the novel Suho and Quay. Inside, his thoughts were tight with focus. The fact that he summoned a shadow soldier out of thin air means his shadow storage is at level 32. Gritting his teeth, Suho met the cold gaze of the novel Suho. The longer we fight, the clearer it becomes, Suho thought, frustration creeping in. The memories I saw as I fought this version of me were the experiences of another me in a different world. In that world, there was even another version of Beru, and Essel, Gray, and Amit. His thoughts rushed on, the weight of the realization pressing down on him. There was another me, managing things smoothly, while the system gave me appropriate trials and I grew stronger each time I passed them. I don't know what glitch caused this version of him to appear here. While Suho wrestled with these thoughts, the Shadow Knight found an opening. With a swift strike, it knocked Suho's weapon from his hands, sending it flying across the room. The knight, seeing his chance, charged at Suho with a sinister smile, blade aimed for his chest. But as the knight attacked, the grin on its face faltered. Suho had blocked the blade with his bare hands, and the edge pierced his palm. With a frustrated growl, Suho shouted, "Why? Why do you always give me these incredibly difficult trials?" Suho's palm clenched around the Shadow Knight's fist, holding it in place despite the pain. He continued, his voice a mixture of anger and exhaustion, "Why do you always push me to my limits?" At that moment, the novel Suho saw an opening. With a swift movement, he moved behind Suho, swords at the ready. Suho remained still, his pierced hand still clutching Kuei's fist. He continued to speak, his voice strained but resolute. "You never give me trials I can easily clear. And now, you even make me face an inexplicable enemy, forcing me to die hundreds of times." As the novel Suho charged at Suho, his sword pulled back to slash, something extraordinary started to happen. The Shadow Knight, standing beside him, shifted uneasily. Its teeth gritted in disbelief. Something was off. The clash was felt throughout the entire boss room, a crackling energy filling the space as novel Suho's blade met Suho's hand, which had absorbed the Shadow Knight. The hand transformed, taking on the Shadow Knight's essence, becoming a formidable shadow gauntlet. Suho's voice broke the silence, his words heavy with conviction. "But what I've learned from those countless deaths and moments of despair." His expression darkened, his eyes gleaming a ferocious blue with bloodlust. For the first time, a crack appeared in novel Suho's cold demeanor, his eyes widened in shock. Suho continued, his voice unwavering, "Is that the situation won't improve if I sit down, complain, and give up." With that, Suho launched a powerful punch, his shadow gauntlet cutting through the air toward the novel Suho. The impact collided with the novel Suho's swords, but Suho didn't stop. He pressed on, delivering a relentless barrage of punches that forced the novel Suho to block, unable to do anything else. It doesn't matter whether the system is glitched or not, Suho thought, adrenaline pumping. As novel Suho adjusted his stance, rotating his sword, Suho's thoughts sharpened. "In fact, I've been using the system all wrong. The system isn't training me, I'm using the system to train myself." Suddenly, novel Suho swung his swords down in a devastating slash, the force behind it shattering the ground. But Suho was ready. With lightning reflexes, he performed a reverse handstand, narrowly avoiding the attack. Still in the same position, he shifted the shadow weapon from his hand to his leg and pulled it back, preparing for the next strike. "I won't blindly follow the path the system laid out for me anymore," Suho thought, his resolve hardening. Novel Suho's eyes widened as he saw Suho transferring the shadow from his hand to his leg. Suho's mind roared with determination. "I will change my future with my own choices." In a burst of power, Suho brought his leg down with all his might, crashing it into the novel Suho. The impact sent him flying backward, stumbling to regain his footing. But Suho was no longer playing defense. He had control of the fight now. Without hesitation, he charged in with speed unmatched, lunging straight at the novel Suho. With everything he had, Suho punched novel Suho square in the gut. The force of the punch rippled through the room, and a spray of blood shot from novel Suho's mouth as his sword slipped from his hands. But Suho wasn't done. Without a second's hesitation, he pulled the shadow back into his hand, clenched his fist, and with a roar of raw power, punched novel Suho again. This time, the force sent him crashing into the wall, the impact so violent that the wall shattered behind him, debris flying in all directions. Shockwaves from the blow rippled throughout the boss room, the air thick with dust and debris. When the chaos settled, novel Suho lay defeated on the ground, motionless. Suho, panting heavily, held his shoulder, the shadow from his hand beginning to fade. Just then, a system notification flashed in front of him. "You have defeated the being beyond the gate." Another system notification appeared before Suho, its words flashing across the screen. A title granted to one who splendidly overcame adversity. Your stats increase in proportion to the amount of health lost. Suho stood tall, staring at the fading form of the novel Suho, his body slowly dissolving into the air like some vanishing nightmare. He exhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling with relief. "Finally, it's over," he muttered under his breath. His eyes shifted down to his hand, still covered with the fading shadow, the darkness lingering despite the battle being over. "It's not gone yet," Suho thought, but before he could linger on it, another notification flashed before him. Analyzing the player's achievements to grant a suitable class. The player faced an extremely powerful opponent and did not yield. Suho's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Another notification appeared. The player's mind did not break down despite dying hundreds of times. In a situation that did not allow for physical growth, the player achieved mental growth. A third notification appeared. Your creativity leads to a positive solution in moments of crisis, no matter how bad it is. Your straightforward heart that never gives up influences your surroundings, ensuring the goal is achieved. The final notification popped up. The player is granted the option to choose from 3 classes. Suddenly, 3 orbs appeared in front of him, each radiating a different aura of energy. The tension in the room thickened, and Suho narrowed his eyes as he studied the 3 orbs carefully, his mind racing with thoughts of what this could mean. 3 classes? He thought, his pulse quickening. Let's see what they have in store for me now. The first orb displayed the class, Successor of Shadows. Upon selecting this class, the system would guide him on the best path to become the Successor of Shadows. A solid path, one that would not change his course. The second orb revealed, Soul Striker. This would bestow a hidden class based on the player's past data. However, past stats would not be recovered, and the shadow skill would disappear. Going back to the past, huh? Suho's mind flared with frustration. The third orb didn't have a name. Instead, it displayed, this is the recommended class based on your traits. It will change into a hidden class depending on your achievements in the class change quest, but the shadow skill will disappear. Suho stared at the orbs, his emotions bubbling to the surface. The first one? It changes nothing. The second? It's about going back in time. The last one? It's about losing everything and wandering into the unknown. His expression grew darker. The weight of the moment hit him, and for a brief second, his eyes flashed with pure fury. Is this a joke? His anger flared, the tension radiating off him. Are you messing with me? Suho's voice shook with rage. You made me die hundreds of times, put me through hell, and this is the reward you give me? 3 choices? He gritted his teeth so hard it felt like his jaw would break. Suho could feel the heat of frustration burning in his chest. I'm done being pushed around. Without hesitation, he gathered all 3 orbs in one place, the energy swirling and crackling around them. I don't want just one. I want everything. His voice was like a roar as he slammed his hand down on the orbs, merging them into a singular, blinding flash of light. Give it all to me. Now. Suho's command rang out as the orbs slowly fused, the light brighter and brighter with each passing second. The intensity of the flash grew unbearable, filling the entire boss room with an explosive force. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a searing light, and Suho stood at its center, resolute. The system's final notification rang through the air. The class change has been completed. The scene snapped back to the gloomy interior of the Shadow Dungeon, where Beru was spiraling into a breakdown. He paced erratically, his wings twitching as he wept uncontrollably, his voice cracking with despair. My lord, where are you? He cried out, his claws clenched against the cold obsidian floor, eyes wild with dread. Essel, standing nearby, looked visibly shaken. With a tight breath, she crouched down beside Beru and gently placed a hand on his trembling shoulder. Her voice was soft but laced with tension. It's been 3 weeks now, and still no trace of the young monarch. This silence is starting to suffocate me. Her words hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. Beru slowly turned his tear-streaked face toward Amit, desperation burning in his glowing eyes. Crocodile, please, do you really think the young monarch is all right? Amit, silent for a moment, rubbed his scaled chin in contemplation. His usual confidence wavered as he replied in a grim, thoughtful tone, even I didn't anticipate this kind of vanishing act. For him to be gone this long with absolutely no sign or signal, it's unsettling. I have no clue where he is or what might have happened. Behind him, Gray let out a low, guttural growl. His head lowered slightly, but his body tensed at Amit's uncertain words. His expression turned to stone, heavy and unreadable. But then, like a spark cutting through thick fog, Gray's ears perked up. He straightened suddenly, eyes locked ahead. A portal, radiant and swirling, ripped open in the air right in front of them. And from that glowing vortex, Suho emerged, calm as ever, walking through with a casual wave and a bright grin. Yo, he said, his voice lighthearted. Miss me? How's everyone holding up? Everyone froze. Beru, Essel, Amit, and Gray all stared wide-eyed in disbelief, their jaws slack. Suho looked untouched, even radiant, like someone stepping out of a dream after 3 weeks of silence. Beru gasped first, followed by a flood of tears. Essel choked up, clasping her hands to her mouth. Gray's eyes narrowed in a rare display of emotion. Amit, ever the warrior, crossed his arms and gave a proud nod, a smirk barely forming at the edge of his jawline. In perfect unison, Beru and Essel sobbed out, their voices trembling with both relief and fury, Young Monarch, where have you been? Do you have any idea how much you made us worry? The scene abruptly shifted, cutting to the sterile, tense atmosphere of the Hunter Association building. Inside, Jinho stood hunched over a table, tension carved deep into his face. His brow was furrowed and his hands curled into fists. With a voice heavy with concern, he asked quietly, "Still no sign of Suho, is there?" The chairman, equally grim, looked down with guilt pooling in his eyes. "I hate to admit it," he murmured, "but we haven't heard a whisper. Not even rumors. It's like he's vanished from the world entirely." His gaze darkened as he narrowed his eyes, the weight of recent events pressing on his shoulders. And to make matters worse, the atmosphere in the association has taken a turn. Whispers are getting louder. People are starting to believe Suho is behind the murder of Lee Min-sung. Jinho shot up from his chair, rage spilling from him like a volcano. "That's insane," he barked, slamming his hands down. "There's no way Suho would ever do something like that. Not in this world, not in any." The chairman kept his tone firm, but his face betrayed the tension. "I don't believe it either. There's no way he'd go that far. But I think it's tied to the invader, the apostle of the Itarim, the one Suho warned you about." The room fell into a long, suffocating silence. Both men lowered their heads, shadows crawling across their faces. Jinho's voice cracked as he whispered, "In the last world, I stood by and did nothing. He fought alone. I can't let that happen again. This time I need to stand with him, no matter the cost." Suddenly, the chairman's phone buzzed violently. A bright red alert blinked on the screen. He grabbed it quickly and muttered, "This looks urgent. Give me a moment." He read the message, and his expression turned to stone. Thoughts spiraled in his head like wildfire. How many times has it been now? He wondered. Another dungeon break. Even with the association on high alert, something's deeply wrong here. The camera of the story then cut to chaos, out in the heart of the city. A massive dungeon break had torn open the skies, and from its gaping maw, towering green monsters burst forth like demons set loose. Without hesitation, they rampaged into the city, tearing down buildings, smashing vehicles, and hunting down any civilians unlucky enough to be in their path. Screams echoed as hunters rushed onto the scene. They formed defensive lines, trying to push back the wave, but these creatures weren't ordinary dungeon fodder. One hunter, brave but outmatched, raised his shield to block a crushing blow. But the beast's strike shattered the defense like glass, and the hunter took the hit full force. The impact flung him across the street, his body ragdolling through the air before crashing into the pavement. The monster let out a guttural roar and stormed toward the fallen man. With a fist like a wrecking ball, it grabbed the battered hunter and, ignoring his pained cries, crushed him with a sickening crunch. His bones snapped like dry twigs. More high-ranking hunters arrived on the battlefield, forming a perimeter as the tide of monsters poured through. One of them, his face twisted with fury and disbelief, shouted over the chaos, "Why the hell is a full-scale dungeon break happening in the middle of the damn city? What is the Hunter Guild even doing? This is their territory." Perched casually on a rooftop overlooking the chaos below, the apostle sat with one leg crossed over the other, completely unfazed by the thunder of screams echoing through the city and the desperate cries of hunters locked in battle. He tilted his head slightly, listening to the panicked voices, and murmured in a bored tone, "How utterly dull." But then, his expression sharpened, his gaze narrowing with a calculated chill. "To pierce into the heart of the Hunter Association, I'll need achievements. Mass devastation equals visibility. And visibility? That's what the world worships." He smirked as if recalling an old lesson. The more carnage, the louder it trends. Once it's trending, it becomes a legacy. I've seen it happen. As the hunters clashed with monsters below, the apostle stayed still on his ledge, his eyes observing from the shadows like a director watching a play unfold. Humans are peculiar creatures, he mused. They forget the first man who charges in and dies saving lives, but they'll never forget the name of the one who dominates the spotlight. That's the truth of it. Down in the streets, a high-ranking hunter made his move. With swift, fluid motion, he dashed toward the snarling beast and unleashed a precise slash across its jawline. The blade carved through flesh, and the monster shrieked, a feral, ear-splitting roar that rattled nearby windows. Blood gushed from the wound, and the beast grew even more violent, thrashing in blind rage toward the attacking hunters. Landing gracefully, the hunter spun around and shouted to the others with fierce resolve, "Everyone, form up behind me." The other hunters instantly recognized him, hope sparking in their eyes. "We're saved," one of them exclaimed. "It's B-rank hunter Hwang Jae-hyung." Back on the rooftop, the apostle opened his eyes slowly and brought both hands together, his fingers weaving into a sign. A thick yellow aura crackled to life around him like electricity. He muttered darkly, "A B-rank? How inconvenient. Looks like someone wants to hog the spotlight, but I can't have that, I'm the one writing this show's ending." As the yellow energy pulsed, the apostle extended his will. The monster's eyes flashed the same yellow hue, signaling total submission. Under the apostle's control, the creature's power spiked violently. In a flash, the monster whipped its massive tail forward like a battering ram. Hwang Jae-hyung's eyes widened just as the tail slammed into him. Blood exploded from his mouth as the sheer impact launched him across the street, his body crashing into a nearby building with a sound like thunder. Debris and smoke clouded the scene as rubble collapsed around him. When the dust finally cleared, the B-rank hunter remained motionless at the point of impact. Slumped in the crater, his vision blurred, and thoughts spiraled. What the hell? That mana spike, it skyrocketed out of nowhere. But the monster wasn't done. It let out another guttural roar and surged forward. With fists like wrecking balls, it pummeled the downed hunter relentlessly. Each blow sent shockwaves through the ground. The brutal barrage rained down from all sides. The hunter's body jerked lifelessly beneath the strikes, his blood splattering across the street like crimson ink on concrete. The surrounding hunters watched in horror, frozen. Just moments ago, they had cheered in relief. Now, they stood paralyzed by dread, unable to process what they were seeing. Their joy had turned to raw terror. One hunter began trembling violently, every muscle locked in fear. His heart pounded in his chest like a war drum. "Damn it," he thought. "I finally scraped enough money together to heal my busted leg, bought myself a weapon. I thought I could be a real hunter again." But several monsters had already turned their gaze on him. They charged without mercy, closing the distance in seconds. The trembling hunter stood frozen, limbs too stiff with fear to move. What was I thinking? I'm a D-rank, trying to play hero against magic beasts? He shut his eyes, raising his arms to shield himself from the inevitable death descending on him. But it never came. In a blinding streak of violet light, a figure blurred past him like a bolt of divine lightning. So, with an aerial burst, Suho twisted midair and launched a high-speed kick straight into the face of the charging monster, the impact strong enough to shatter its jaw clean off. The beast collapsed with a sickening thud. The D-rank hunter opened his eyes and blinked, struggling to register what just happened. Before he could blink again, Suho moved, fast, lethal, like a storm cutting through silence. He darted between the remaining monsters, and with every precise, devastating strike, they dropped one after another. He ended the onslaught in seconds, and when he finally landed, it was as if the entire city paused. Suho stood tall. His face was obscured by his signature shadow mask, and his presence radiated bloodlust so thick it made the air feel heavy. The moment the hunter saw him, a flood of memories crashed in. His jaw dropped in disbelief. That mask, that guy, isn't he the one who soloed an entire raid before? I thought he was just a D-rank. How did he tear through these monsters like paper? Raising his hand, Suho summoned a dark energy that surged around him like storm clouds made of shadow. His eyes gleamed with eerie intensity. "Perfect chance," he muttered, "to test the skills I earned after the class change. Let's see how they hold up." He looked over the fallen monsters, then lowered his hand with purpose. "Arise." A ripple of unnatural energy spread across the battlefield. The shadows beneath the corpses began to shift, pulling free and rising. Not just one, but every monster in the area responded. One by one, their shadows slithered towards Suho like loyal beasts answering a call. He raised his other hand and directed the dark army outward, deploying them across the city like spectral soldiers. The D-rank hunter stumbled backward, unable to comprehend what was happening. What is this?" But his words caught in his throat as the shadows changed course. They surged around the fallen hunters, covering them. To his shock, the darkness didn't consume, it transformed. The shadows morphed around their bodies like liquid armor, cloaking them in sleek black suits of battle gear. Even their weapons changed, evolving into obsidian blades, bows, and shields formed from shadow itself. Eyes wide, the D-rank looked at the weapon in his hand, a sword now forged from midnight. How am I wearing black equipment?" he whispered, his voice laced with awe and fear. From seemingly out of nowhere, Beru suddenly spoke up, his voice tinged with awe and disbelief as he stared at Suho's handiwork. His insectoid eyes widened, and he asked breathlessly, "Young Monarch, oh wait, are you saying you can now bestow shadow form enhancements on others?" Suho, still calm in the eye of chaos, turned to Beru with a composed yet serious gaze. His voice was resolute. "No, this isn't a form transformation," he clarified. "What you're seeing, these aren't forms. They're items, categorized distinctly by the system." As if to confirm his words, a digital chime echoed, followed by a holographic system notification that materialized in front of them. Item acquired, Shadow Naga Warrior Polearm. Grade, Common. Type Spear. The D-rank hunter, still gripping the newly formed weapon, glanced at the polearm in his hand with widened eyes. A strange energy flowed through him. His limbs felt faster, lighter, sharper. What is this sensation? My body, has it been enhanced too? One after another, more system pop-ups appeared, each showcasing details and stats of various shadow-crafted gear. Beru's expression turned from shock to awe. These aren't mere enhancements. The young monarch is creating items, actual combat gear, using his shadow soldiers. Even the original shadow monarch couldn't do something like this. Beru's gaze softened with admiration as he looked at Suho. So this is the power of the class the young monarch has awakened into. The irregular white shadow. No wonder it defies every convention. Suho, meanwhile, had a sudden thought. His eyes narrowed slightly. Now that I think about it, there's no longer a need to hide my identity. Without hesitation, he reached up and removed his shadow mask. The hunter before him looked stunned as Suho's face was revealed. Calmly, with a slight smile on his lips and a radiant confidence in his stance, Suho turned to the hunter and said, "If you're still able to fight," his eyes flicked toward the charging beasts in the distance, "then would you lend me your strength?" Far above the battlefield, the apostle finally rose to his feet on the rooftop, a twisted grin stretching across his face as the chaos reached a fever pitch. "He's here," he said in a voice laced with anticipation. But his smile quickly faded into a clenched grimace. His fists tightened at his sides as his teeth ground together. That ability! I've never seen it before." His eyes narrowed, drilling into Suho from afar like a sniper sighting a target. "He's definitely not ordinary." A dark smirk returned to his lips. "Suho, is this your declaration? Your way of screaming to the world that you're not like darkness, the lonely monarch who carried the weight alone?" Back below, Suho and the group of surviving hunters readied themselves for the next wave. They formed up quickly, taking their stances. Suho stood at the front, his eyes now glowing with an intense violet light, pulsing with fury and bloodlust. The incoming monsters stormed toward them, but Suho didn't flinch. System notification. Player, Suho. Level, 42. Class, Irregular White Shadow. Title, One Who Overcame Adversity. Another alert followed closely behind. Skill unlocked. Shadow Creation, Level 1. Class exclusive skill, no mana required. Effect, convert shadow into a creation based on the player's imagination. Shadow used for creation cannot be restored as a soldier. The scene cut sharply across continents. Now to India, at the headquarters of the famed Azura Guild. A massive explosion had torn through the guild building, leveling parts of it to rubble. Dust and smoke clouded the once mighty halls. The aftermath was devastation, craters torn into marble floors, walls reduced to splinters. Among the debris, a familiar hunter, the same one who had once met Suho in a field dungeon, lay broken, his body beaten and soaked in blood. Through cracked lips, he whispered in a fading voice, "Suho, forgive me. This is how I repay your kindness." Around him, members of the Azura Guild lay lifeless, the destruction absolute. From within the carnage, a man emerged, massive, muscular, and radiating fury. It was none other than Thomas Andre. His eyes swept the wreckage, his tone deathly serious as he growled, "So the bastard who may have killed my men is in Korea." Without hesitation, he stormed out of the ruined building, speaking to his assistant beside him. His voice was low, dangerous, and final. "We're heading to Korea," he said, "and I'll never forgive anyone who dares mess with what belongs to me." As he vanished from view, the scene drifted upward, high into the sky, where clouds rolled thick and endless like white waves. Amid the stillness, a shimmering portal appeared between the heavens. Standing within the celestial veil was a woman, her figure indistinct, obscured by light and mist. But one thing was clear. She wasn't alone. Beside her loomed the shape of a massive dragon, its shadow coiling like smoke across the clouds. With that, Season 1 of Solo Leveling Ragnarok comes to an end. Thank you all for riding with us through every twist, clash, and surprise. We've seen jaw-dropping battles, mysteries unfold, and Suho rise into the storm. But the journey's just beginning. If you have any other manhwa recommendations, please do let us know in the comments below. If you've enjoyed the ride, please consider subscribing. Only 11% of our viewers have subscribed so far, and every click helps us keep telling stories like this. Got thoughts, theories, or your own predictions for Season 2? Drop them in the comments below. We love hearing from every single one of you. We'll be back soon with more epic moments. Till then, stay awesome, stay safe, and keep leveling up. Cheers from the entire team.